Chapter 1. I still have a chance to rescue. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The putrid blood dripped from the glistening blade onto the ground, producing a rhythmic sound. Xiao, with his vacant, fish-like eyes, gazed at the nameless creature before him, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he raised his hand, the bloodied knife still dripping, and gestured over the pile of decaying flesh. Sever the head and tail. A grin spread across his face. The crimson moonlight illuminated his visage, rendering his smile eerily sinister. Just as Xiao prepared to indulge, a cacophony of footsteps reached his ears. Target identified. Repeat. Target identified. All units, prepare for combat. At that moment, a squad of well-equipped soldiers encircled Xiao, who was crouched on the ground. Taken aback, Xiao surveyed his surroundings with his lifeless gaze. Are you humans? A raspy voice escaped his lips. The squad comprised 7 members, all masked, their features obscured. In an instant, 7 dark muzzles were aimed at Xiao. Tick-tock. Another drop of dark red blood fell from the knife in Xiao's hand. He forced a smile he deemed charming. Greetings, my name is Bang. 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 The sound of gunfire erupted, and blood blossoms erupted from Xiao's body. What the hell? These were the last words Xiao uttered before collapsing. One soldier spoke, his voice muffled and trembling through the mask. Captain, the target has been neutralized. He gestured with his weapon towards Xiao, who lay in a pool of blood, his face still bearing a cruel smile, his lips smeared with clotted blood and his countenance marred by filth. Particularly unsettling were his lifeless eyes. A mere glance could send chills down one's spine. But a female soldier crouched down to conduct a customary examination, her voice tinged with surprise. Captain, he appears to be human. Upon hearing this, the captain paused momentarily before retrieving his radio and speaking in a grave tone. This is Dart. The target has been neutralized, but he is suspected to be human. There was a half-minute silence on the other end, followed by a sharp inquiry. Human? A human from the abyss? Dart was the code name of the captain. As the voice from the radio reverberated, an eerie quiet enveloped the scene. The squad members exchanged glances. After a prolonged silence, Dart reiterated, the target has been neutralized, awaiting further instructions. The voice on the other end sounded urgent. Bring the body back. Just then, one of the female soldiers suddenly exclaimed, Captain, Captain, the target still has a pulse. At this proclamation, Dart's expression shifted. Even the shouting from the radio ceased abruptly. Quick, quick, bring him back, even if he's just a corpse. Beep, beep, beep. The radio call was abruptly terminated. Dart quickly regained his composure and shouted, Hurry, Xiao, administer emergency battlefield treatment to the target and ensure his vital signs are stable. The rest of you, spread out and maintain vigilance. Upon these orders, the squad members dispersed. The soldier referred to as Xiao removed her backpack and extracted emergency medical supplies. She cast a glance at Xiao's face, which lay on the ground, and in her fright, the medical gauze she held slipped from her grasp. The cloth was quickly saturated by the dark crimson blood, rendering it useless. From her backpack, she retrieved a pristine bundle of medical cotton. Gritting her teeth, she draped her backpack over Xiao's face. Beneath the cover, Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, and he muttered inwardly, Am I truly that terrifying? Xiao, clutching a hemostatic clamp, probed into the wound from which blood gushed forth. Before long, a bullet was extracted with the clamp. Splurt! A torrent of blood erupted from the gunshot wound, resembling a miniature fountain, splattering onto Xiao's face shield and staining the transparent visor a deep red. Without a moment to spare for cleaning, she hastily stuffed the gauze into the wound, where blood continued to flow profusely. The gauze was instantly soaked. With gritted teeth, she relentlessly pushed the cotton deeper until the bleeding ceased, before turning her attention to the next gunshot wound. Liu Zhao's body convulsed violently. The pain was excruciating, nearly overwhelming him. Captain, the abyss value has surged. Something is approaching. The person in charge of monitoring suddenly exclaimed. Fadian glanced at Xiao, who was still attending to Xiao, now only having addressed the second wound, with 7 more still bleeding profusely. If these wounds were not sealed, Xiao would surely succumb to excessive blood loss before they could return to base. That moment, a voice echoed in Fadian's mind, urging, Hurry, bring him back, even if it's just his body. A glint of determination flashed in Fadian's eyes. Xiao, focus on staunching the blood, ignore the bullets lodged inside. You have 3 minutes. After that, we must evacuate, no matter the cost. Xiao, crouched on the ground, offered no reply, her full concentration devoted to treating Lu Zhao's wounds. Beads of perspiration dotted her face beneath the mask. At that moment, anxiety coursed through her, evident in the tremor of her hands as she packed the cotton. This was their squad's inaugural mission. What had originally been a task rated at danger level 5 had taken an unexpected turn. Captain, the abyss value has surged again. The danger level has risen to 2. At that moment, Lu Xiao removed the backpack shielding his face. Hey, don't panic, he reassured her. Let me show you how it's done. With that, he extended his hand into a claw shape and plunged it into the bullet hole. Splurt! Another surge of blood erupted. Xiao Yu was startled. Her hand trembled, and the clamp tore open and wound further. Blood gushed forth, transforming from a mere fountain into a veritable deluge. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air around them. At that moment, Lu Xiao wished to sit up and declare, "Let me handle this." Just then, piercing laughter echoed through the night. Fei Jian turned back, catching sight of the scene, and he could only shake his head in resignation. All is lost. Captain, the dark prison's energy levels are still rising. A terrifying entity is approaching. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. The dart made a swift decision. All units, retreat. At this moment, a heavy burden weighed upon the dart's heart. If it were merely their small squad, the withdrawal would not pose a significant challenge. However, with an injured comrade bleeding, the scent of blood would inevitably attract the surrounding sinister creatures that, in such a scenario, their squad would stand little chance of survival. Yet, the higher-ups insisted he bring the target back. Moments later, he steeled his gaze. Brothers, it seems we must risk our lives once more. Xiao Yu picked up his backpack, murmuring softly, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Lu Xiao displayed a gentlemanly smile. "It's quite all right, but I believe I can still manage to save myself." Chapter 2. Supernatural and Eerie Creatures. I've been trapped in this wretched place for over 3 years, and this is the first time I've encountered another human. Let's communicate properly. There's no need to open fire immediately. Lu Xiao clutched a roll of bandages, tirelessly stuffing them into the gunshot wound on his body. After lying on the ground for a while, listening attentively, Lu Xiao began to comprehend that this group intended to take him with them. Although he was uncertain of their destination, his curiosity was piqued. The 7-member squad exchanged glances. Seeing Lu Xiao still so lively eased the dart's tension considerably. Shueya, carry him on your back. You all retreat first, I will cover your rear. Shueya was the team member responsible for reconnaissance. Upon hearing this, he set down his detection equipment and hoisted Lu Xiao onto his back. Thanks, buddy. Lu Xiao's voice emerged in a raspy whisper. Shueya instinctively turned his head, but was gripped by fear at the sight of Lu Xiao's ghastly visage, suppressing his instinct. He managed to utter, "No problem." Another male team member bent down to pick up the detection equipment, gasping at its weight. Is this thing really that heavy? Shueya merely snorted in response, remaining silent. The others immediately sprinted towards their original path. The dart took up the rear of the group, retreating while vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. Before long, a heavy breathing sound echoed from the shadows, creating an atmosphere of dread on the desolate street. The dart tensed, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle. In the darkness, a crimson glow ignited, resembling a pair of lanterns. They were the eyes of some creature. Lu Zhao's nostrils flared, and he instantly lost any desire to engage. Filthy lizard. He had lost count of how many of these he had slain over the past 3 years. His only assessment of it was succinct, unpalatable. He curled his lip, silently scoffing. A hissing sound, akin to a serpent's flicking tongue, pierced the air. A creature, roughly the size of a calf, burst forth from the shadows. Though termed a lizard, it bore the head of a reptile, while its body was humanoid, grotesquely twisting as it crawled in the darkness. It was exceedingly horrifying. Yet, the dart breathed a sigh of relief. It's a low-level lizard man. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his weapon and unleashed a volley of bullets towards the lizard man crawling in the shadows. Whimper. A sound of pain echoed, reminiscent of a stray dog being struck. After emptying the magazine, The Dart swiftly retrieved a new one from his waist. Click! In less than a second, Dart completed the magazine swap. The team members sprinting ahead dared not glance back. Slippery, carrying Xiao on his back, was surrounded at the center of the team. He exclaimed, "Captain, you're so handsome." Beside him, Xiao gasped for breath, exasperated. Is this really the time for your antics? Slippery appeared to possess remarkable stamina, running with someone on his back without even a hint of fatigue. What did you expect? My code name is Slippery for a reason. At that moment, Dart's heavy voice resonated. How far are we from the door? Xiao raised her hand, revealing a watch on her wrist. A holographic display illuminated on her watch, showcasing a labyrinthine map with numerous pathways. Among them, a red dot blinked intensely. The map indicates we have 1 kilometer remaining. Upon hearing that they were a kilometer away, the entire group silently exhaled. Only Dart remained vigilant. He swiftly seized the radio and spoke into it. This is Dart. We are 1 kilometer from the door, with a suspected level 1 anomaly in pursuit. Prepare for extraction. Repeat. We are 1 kilometer from the door, suspected level 1 anomaly. Prepare for extraction. Simultaneously, a busy signal sounded from the other end of the radio, followed by a thud, akin to the radio being carelessly tossed onto a table. Extraction team, prepare for pickup. Bring containment item sequence 069. Ensure the safety of the field team. The voice grew distant. They've dispatched sequence 069. They must regard this containment target with utmost seriousness. Slippery muttered quietly. At that moment, Dart had to reassess Xiao's value. No wonder the doctor insisted we bring back even the corpse, Slippery grinned. Though the containment level of 069 is marked as safe, there are conditions for each deployment. He turned to the earliest team member who had fired a shot, jesting, "Are you out of your mind?" At this remark, the team member shivered. "Why me?" Slippery scoffed. "Why indeed? But I must admit, your shooting stance was quite impressive and swift." The man's lips twitched, yet he understood that had he not fired first, they might not have encountered such complications should. "Be fine, right?" He stammered. Dart's heavy voice came from behind. "Enough, Slippery, stop teasing him." Upon hearing this, the man sighed in relief. Clearly, the captain had a plan. However, Dart's next statement sent chills down his spine. "Liu Guang, sever your palm." Upon hearing Dart's command, Liu Guang froze. He glanced around, realizing the other team members were focused on the path ahead, oblivious to him. At this moment, the cunning one urged, "Do not worry, sever your palm, and soon. Sequence 069 will restore it for you. Otherwise, when the time comes to pay the price, if your body bears no wounds or ailments, you shall suffer greatly." Upon hearing this, Liu Guang shivered once more. Without hesitation, he drew the dagger from his waist and decisively struck his palm. The sharp blade sliced through effortlessly, and his hand fell to the ground, the severed edge remarkably neat. Xiao hurriedly bent down to retrieve the severed hand. There was no time left to tend to Liu Guang's wound. Gritting his teeth, Liu Guang felt blood spurt from the jagged edge of his palm. In that moment, the metallic scent of blood thickened in the air. Xiao, perched on the back of the cunning one, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. "Why sever your hand?" Just as the cunning one was about to respond, a sudden, alarming sound pierced through the atmosphere. Beep, beep, beep. This sound, familiar yet chilling, resonated for the first time within the confines of the dark prison. "Captain, the threshold in the dark prison has been breached. A supernatural entity is approaching." Panic tinged the cunning one's voice, and even the Darts felt a shiver run down their spines. The once calm mind now descended into fear. Xiao raised her wrist, her voice trembling with a hint of sobs. "There's still 300 meters to the door. 300 meters, a mere trifle in the realm of their usual training, now loomed like an insurmountable chasm." Heavy breaths echoed in the darkness, accompanied by the faint roar of a chainsaw. "Run!" the Dart shouted, urgency lacing his tone. And oh, sooner had he spoken than the sound of the chainsaw intensified. In the distance, a humanoid creature, wrapped in bandages and wielding a chainsaw, advanced towards the team with alarming speed. Each stride covered dozens of meters, and in an instant, the chainsaw man was less than 10 meters away from the squad, a nauseating stench wafting through the air. Even through their masks, the team members could detect the putrid odor. The Dart raised his gun and fired a barrage of bullets at the bandaged head of the chainsaw man. The bullets struck the bandages as if they were the hardest steel, sparking in a dazzling display. The bullets failed to inflict any harm. The sound of the chainsaw echoed in the ears of the team members, akin to a morbid waltz of death. Despair enveloped their hearts as they found themselves less than 100 meters from the door. Meanwhile, Xiao fell into a deep contemplation, lost in thoughts unknown. Chapter 3. Serial number 069. The prison doctor with a roar, the dart exclaimed, "Slippery, you bear the target on your back and run to the front. The rest of you, sacrifice your lives to buy time for Slippery." Having uttered these words, he was the first to charge at the chainsaw man, attempting to buy precious moments for his comrades with his own flesh. Upon receiving the captain's command, the formation of the group shifted immediately. Slippery, who had been encircled in the middle, was now thrust to the forefront. At that moment, Xiao emitted a soft grunt. "Chainsaw Uncle." His call resonated in the air, audible to all present. Yet Slippery, with Xiao on his back, paid no heed to anything else and sprinted towards the radiant door, emitting a blinding light ahead. Xiao gently patted Slippery's shoulder. "Put me down. This is an old acquaintance of mine." Slippery, on the verge of tears, protested, "Big brother, please refrain from causing trouble at this moment." With only a few dozen meters remaining to the glowing door, just a few more seconds would ensure his passage through it. The voice of the dart, filled with a sense of survival, echoed, "Slippery, put him down." Upon hearing this, Slippery hastily turned his head. At that moment, the chainsaw in the hands of the chainsaw man was a mere 10 centimeters away from the dart's head. The piercing hum of the chainsaw was excruciatingly loud. The gust of air produced by the spinning blade carried a heavy scent of blood, shattering the glass mask on the dart's face into countless fragments. At this juncture, Xiao once again tapped Slippery's shoulder. "Please let me down." Bewildered, Slippery complied and set Xiao down. "Chainsaw Uncle, I wish to accompany them." Upon hearing this, the chainsaw man hesitated, then retracted the chainsaw, his figure gradually fading into the darkness. The members of the team stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Slippery trembled as he spoke, "Big brother, how do you even know these strange beings?" Xiao did not respond, instead pointing towards the nearby door, radiating intense white light. "Take me there." Having finally encountered other humans, Xiao was filled with exhilaration. Moreover, as he clung to Slippery's back, he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding their discussions of doors and the designation 069. Being among fellow humans, he felt a sense of kinship with this small squad. This marked his first encounter with humanity since his fall into the abyss of darkness over 3 years ago. Of course, the term abyss was also novel to him. At that moment, Xiao was plagued with numerous questions, yet he was not particularly curious about the truth. He simply yearned to walk alongside these humans. Observing Xiao's face, Slippery noted the emptiness in his eyes, devoid of any semblance of life. "Big brother, are you truly human?" Xiao turned to him, revealing a somewhat menacing smile. Slippery was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back. It was not that Xiao's appearance was particularly terrifying. Rather, his current state was quite ghastly. His face was smeared with dirt and splattered with bits of flesh. When he smiled, his gleaming white teeth were visible, with a fragment of blackened bone lodged between them. Coupled with his emotionless, vacant gaze, he presented a truly chilling sight. Should he take on a role in a horror film, it is likely that the entire production would face a swift withdrawal. At this moment, the dart approached, briefly assessing Xiao's condition, and let out a long sigh of relief. At least the target appeared to be quite lively now. Enough of the idle chatter. Let's return to the base. Dart commanded decisively, his voice slightly trembling. "B brother, do you still want me to carry you?" Xiao shook his head and gestured toward his legs, indicating that he could walk. Thus, surrounded by the crowd, the group stepped through the door, radiating a blinding white light. Xiao experienced a sensation of weightlessness, akin to riding an elevator. Moments later, his surroundings brightened. Before him lay a dazzling expanse of white light that stung his eyes, which had not felt the stimulus of light for over 3 years. After a brief period of adjustment, he began to survey his surroundings. It was a vast, open space with steel walls reflecting a metallic glow. At that moment, there was another team of soldiers in the room, also numbering 7. They were gathered around a humanoid figure cloaked in a black robe, towering nearly 3 meters in height. The figure wore a beaked mask that obscured its face. Instantly, Xiao recognized that this masked creature was certainly not human. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from it. Sure enough, the masked being let out a series of unsettling, cackling laughs. "You carry a scent that is reminiscent," it remarked, turning its gaze toward Xiao, its beaked visage splitting into a grin. "It seems you have dwelled in the depths." Its voice was raspy, a sound that could scarcely be described as human. Before Xiao could respond, the beaked creature leaned closer, inhaling deeply from his form. "I detect the scent of affliction upon you. I'm a doctor. Would you like my assistance in healing?" Just as Xiao was about to reply, the dart urgently whispered a warning from the side. "Do not accept its offer." Xiao shot a piercing glare at Dart, whose neck recoiled as if on the verge of tears under Xiao's penetrating stare. He shook his head vigorously, like a rattle. "If you are ill, someone else will attend to you, but you must never seek his help." Although Xiao did not fully comprehend Dart's reasoning, he couldn't help but notice how benign the beaked doctor seemed, clearly a physician of ample virtue. Why then must he refrain from seeking treatment from such a seemingly kind-hearted individual? Despite his confusion, he resolved to accommodate the amiable being. Turning toward the beaked doctor, he offered a relatively warm smile. "Thank you, my friend. Should the opportunity arise, I will certainly seek your expertise." The beaked doctor cackled once more, then turned to the rescue team that had escorted him out. "Well then, the transaction is complete. Does anyone here require my medical attention?" The rescue team immediately directed their gaze toward Dart. After all, it was the report of a Level 1 anomalous entity that prompted them to bring this individual out of the containment chamber. Naturally, the cost of this action would be borne by the team led by the Dart. Dart removed his helmet and rubbed his temples. He turned to face the figure behind him, the one known as Liu Guang, who had severed his own hand. Liu Guang, displaying a sense of compliance, accepted his hand from Xiao and stepped forward. "Dr. Warden, I require your treatment." The bird-mouthed doctor, referred to as the Warden, glanced down briefly before falling into silence. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension and no one dared to breathe. Only Xiao looked on with curiosity at the bird-mouthed Warden. After a prolonged pause, the Warden's voice finally broke the silence. "I believe there are other ailments you may be suffering from. Allow me to conduct a comprehensive medical examination." Chapter 4 Doctor, indeed, is a physician brimming with medical ethics, Xiao mused internally. However, Liu Guang was on the verge of tears. Clutching his fractured hand, he trembled as he spoke. "I have great confidence in your diagnosis, but there are many matters awaiting my attention. Perhaps you could reattach my hand first, and I shall return for treatment when I find the time." The prison doctor nodded. "Follow me." He then turned to Xiao. "My friend, I'll look forward to your visit." As the prison doctor departed, the support team members also left. The communicator on the Dart echoed, "Dart, have you arrived at the base?" Dart hastily picked up the communicator to respond. "We have arrived safely." A heavy breath came from the other end. "How is the subject?" Dart cast a glance at Xiao, who appeared like a curious child, and his lips twitched. "The subject seems to be doing relatively well." In a room awash with white light, Xiao lay on an operating table, surrounded by an array of tubes. The cacophony of beeping instruments filled the air. An elderly man clad in a white coat was vociferously cursing. "Who stitched this wound? If I see him, I will surely stuff his head where the sun doesn't shine." He pointed the ghastly scar on Xiao's chest. "What kind of cursed stitching technique is this?" After a brief pause, as if to regain his composure, he continued, "In all my years, I have never seen a wound stitched so atrociously. Doctor, please calm down. Your heart rate is rapidly escalating." A voice interjected. The doctor took several deep breaths, striving to compose himself. "I apologize, I lost my temper. I didn't frighten you, did I?" He forced a kind smile as he gazed at Xiao on the operating table. Xiao grinned, about to speak, but the doctor swiftly pulled a white cloth over his face. Couldn't you clean him up before bringing him here?" The doctor grumbled. "But it was you who insisted on his immediate transfer," someone meekly murmured. At that moment, Xiao felt quite elated. After 3 long years, hearing human voices once again filled him with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. He then recalled the benevolent physician overflowing with medical ethics. Soon, a staff member in a white coat approached, preparing to wash Lu Xiao. He willingly turned over, exposing his back, as one does when being scrubbed. The staff member gasped at the sight of Lu Xiao's back, horrified not only by the clotted blood, but also by the grotesque wounds that marred his entire back, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. The doctor's voice rang out, "Go ahead and wash him." The staff member, somewhat helpless, replied, "Doctor, perhaps you should take a look yourself." Upon hearing this, the doctor stepped forward, and as he beheld Lu Xiao's back, his brow slowly furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he uttered a statement that took everyone present by surprise. "It seems we should first invite a bath attendant for a friend." A few hours later, the bath attendant emerged, looking invigorated. After 30 years in the profession, this was the first time he felt such elation. Upon seeing the attendant, the doctor instructed his assistant, "Take him for an F-class memory wipe." The attendant did not hesitate, as this had been communicated to him upon his arrival. He grasped the doctor's hand firmly and exclaimed, "Boss, if such an opportunity arises again, please do not hesitate to contact me." The doctor, with a benevolent smile, nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, a group of staff members returned to the chamber. At this moment, Lu Xiao's entire body had been cleansed of filth, revealing the true hue of his skin. The doctor gazed at Lu Xiao kindly and inquired, "My friend, how are you feeling now?" Lu Xiao swung his arm and replied, "I have never felt such ease in my body." The doctor nodded, adjusting his monocle. "Next, we kindly request your cooperation in a small research endeavor." Lu Xiao grinned, and this time his smile did not frighten anyone. "Is it to take a biopsy? I possess nothing else. You must be seeking my flesh and blood, correct? There is no need to complicate matters." As he spoke, he glanced around and casually picked up a surgical knife from beside the operating table. With a swift motion, he plunged the knife into his chest. His face remained adorned with a smile as he clutched a bloodied piece of flesh. "Where else shall I cut? I could do it myself." The staff members were rendered speechless, and even the doctor's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Lu Xiao placed the piece of flesh aside and turned his attention to the suturing thread. He picked it up and began to sew up his own wound, all the while chatting. "You know, seeing you all brings me immense joy. Do you have any idea how I have spent these past 3 years? Indeed, humans should coexist with one another." His chatter continued, undeterred by the task at hand. "If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. I shall answer without reservation. Should there be any further research, please inform me, and I will comply." In the midst of his dialogue, Lu Xiao completed the suturing of his chest wound, carefully tying a delicate bow with the thread. The doctor gazed at the second protrusion on Lu Xiao's torso, a rather peculiar hemorrhoid. For a moment, he forgot what he had intended to say. The nearby staff had already been rendered speechless with shock. "How on earth do you manage to engage in such bizarre acts while maintaining such a jovial demeanor? Are you truly human?" Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced, as the actions of the young man before them appeared utterly surreal. The doctor adjusted his monocle upon his face, subsequently revealing a benevolent smile. He extended his hand to pick up the bloodied piece of flesh, handing it over to a nearby staff member for analysis. Having given his instructions, he turned his attention back to Lu Xiao, his expression warm and amiable. "Based on our observations, you have only recently appeared at the periphery of the abyss?" Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Was the abyss referring to that cursed place where I had spent 3 years? The doctor nodded earnestly. "Indeed, according to the creatures we have already contained, that location is referred to as the prison. Due to its perpetual darkness, we have dubbed it the Dark Prison. Until now, we had never encountered any signs of human life in the vicinity of the Dark Prison. Just a day ago, our field team discovered you near the gate. Chapter 5, serial number 292 originally. We intended to eliminate you due to your proximity to the gate. However, it appears that you harbor no malice towards humanity. Consequently, we have resolved to contain you." The doctor articulated a series of statements. Lu Xiao quickly grasped the crux of the conversation. "Containment? Does that include provisions and lodging?" "Splendid." Lu Xiao sat up, enthusiastically grasping the doctor's hand. "I shall adhere to your directives diligently. As long as my needs are met, I will heed your commands without question." The doctor nodded, then turned to report. The subject currently exhibits no aggressive tendencies, and the safety level is provisionally classified as S. Number 292. The nearby staff swiftly recorded the doctor's words. Number 292. Designation, the lost one. Containment level, safe, provisional. Subject abilities, unknown. Pending research. Containment conditions, unknown. Pending research. Soon, the staff completed the data entry for the entity, subsequently handing the tablet to the doctor. The doctor glanced at it and nodded. He then looked at Xiao and inquired kindly, "Do you possess any special abilities?" Upon hearing this, Xiao pondered for a moment and then earnestly replied, "Does the ability to eat count as a special skill?" The room fell silent momentarily. The doctor adjusted his monocle. "Do you have any other remarkable abilities?" Xiao contemplated deeply and then shook his head. The doctor considered this briefly before addressing the staff beside him. "Let us proceed with this for now. Prepare a containment chamber for him." The staff hesitated, asking, "Should we note ability to eat on the records?" The doctor retorted, "Or should I stuff your head up your backside?" The staff recoiled slightly, refraining from countering. He had no doubt regarding the doctor's capability. His concern lay in whether the doctor would actually follow through with such a threat. After completing the recording process, the doctor turned to Xiao with a warm demeanor. "Given that your containment level is S, which signifies safety, you are permitted to move within the designated areas of the base." Xiao was taken aback, staring at the doctor with wide, unblinking eyes. "Whereunto you suppose to study me?" The doctor waved his hand dismissively. "Research will be conducted within the containment chamber." "But won't there be dissection?" Xiao expressed his confusion, as he believed research invariably involved slicing. The doctor adjusted his monocle again and instructed his assistant, "Take him to the containment chamber." Inside the containment chamber, Xiao sat on a steel-framed bed positioned centrally in the room. The surrounding walls were forged from steel, glimmering with a metallic sheen under the illumination of incandescent lights. On the wall near the door, 3 buttons were affixed. One bore the icon of a door, another depicted a light bulb, and the final button resembled a chicken leg. Xiao first pressed the button with the light bulb icon. Click! In an instant, the lights in the entire room extinguished. Xiao pressed the button once more, and the dazzling incandescent light illuminated the space anew. Subsequently, he pressed the button adorned with a chicken leg motif. With a click, a small door in the adjacent wall swung open, revealing a hollow. A hamburger then materialized within this void. Xiao stared vacantly, eyes wide like those of a dead fish. Truly, they provided for both sustenance and shelter. How blissful! As he reached out to seize the hamburger, a sudden gust of wind whooshed from the hollow, sending the hamburger tumbling to the floor. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. Meanwhile, the doctor and the staff monitoring the surveillance held their breath, captivated by the footage. In the video, Xiao remained motionless, gazing down at the fallen hamburger, creating an eerie atmosphere. Would he become enraged? One staff member whispered. The doctor's gaze was fixated on the screen. On the other hand, Xiao seemed oblivious to the hamburger lying on the ground. Instead, he fell into contemplation. One hamburger would hardly suffice. I wonder if I can press the button a few more times. With a resolve to act, he pressed the button again. Click! Another hamburger appeared in the hollow, only to be blown to the ground once more by the wind. At this moment, a manic smile spread across Xiao's face. Witnessing the ecstatic expression on the surveillance screen, the staff felt a weight in their hearts. It seemed his containment level required adjustment. Someone suggested. At that moment, Xiao was laughing maniacally, fervently pressing the button. Before long, a veritable mountain of hamburgers had piled up beside the wall. Overjoyed, Xiao dove into the mound of hamburgers, seizing one and stuffing it voraciously into his mouth. The staff monitoring the surveillance exhaled in relief, subsequently jotting down 2 lines on their tablets. Sequence 292, emotional stability. Sequence 292, enormous appetite. Suddenly, the leading doctor slapped his forehead in realization. Oh no! Upon hearing this, the staff froze momentarily, then collectively turned to the doctor. We forgot to extract the projectile from his body. The staff, momentarily stunned, soon resumed their usual tasks. They had seen such scenes countless times before. Just then, a hurried voice broke through. "Doctor, The test results for that tissue sample are in. You must come and see. Upon hearing this, the doctor immediately rushed towards the testing apparatus. The moment he beheld the results, his monocle shattered upon hitting the floor. All those who witnessed the outcome were momentarily taken aback. The test results indicated that the cells within the tissue sample were proliferating rapidly, dividing, and ultimately heading towards destruction. The doctor roared at the staff member responsible for the testing. "What the earliest fragment of flesh?" The staff member paused momentarily, then approached the preservation cabinet and retrieved a container. Inside that container lay the very piece of flesh that Xiao had severed from his own chest. The doctor opened the container and extracted the piece of flesh, which still exhibited slight tremors, appearing indistinguishable from when it was first removed. A faint metallic scent of blood filled the doctor's nostrils. At that moment, a staff member inquired, "Doctor, is there an issue with this tissue?" The doctor's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon an uncharted territory. What an extraordinary discovery this was. He promptly sliced a small piece from the flesh and placed it under the observation apparatus. It is worth noting that an S-grade classification refers to being safe. However, this designation does not imply a lack of power. Typically, entities that pose no threat to humans and do not attempt to escape containment are classified as S-grade. For instance, a button that, if pressed, would lead to global annihilation would also be categorized as S-grade due to its immobility within containment. Conversely, an entity that frequently escapes to enjoy the scenery, despite not causing any harm, will be classified as D-grade, denoting danger. Additionally, there exists an R-grade classification, reserved for entities of formidable strength, malevolent disposition, and a pronounced desire for destruction, harboring immense hostility towards humanity. Such R-grade entities are those which the wardens must seek to obliterate. Chapter 6. No need for formalities, my friend. Before our eyes, countless cells on the slice began to proliferate at an astonishing rate. Subsequently, the older cells swiftly succumbed to decay, creating an endless cycle. To encapsulate the essence of that severed flesh, one word suffices: fresh. It possesses the remarkable ability to retain its freshness indefinitely. The doctor, who witnessed this extraordinary spectacle, resembled a madman, exclaiming with fervor, "This is nothing short of a miracle." He nearly frantically grasped an assistant by the collar. "Do you comprehend the implications of this?" "God, it is utterly insane." The assistant promptly responded, "It signifies that he could achieve immortality." The doctor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded in agreement. "Precisely. But haven't similar phenomena been observed in certain containment specimens?" A researcher raised a query. The doctor shook his head and donned a pair of monocles once again. "Not the same. This discovery pertains to human beings." Upon this declaration, the individuals present momentarily fell silent, their expressions filled with confusion. Someone murmured softly, "But is he truly human?" Who would slice into their own flesh without a flicker of hesitation. The doctor, upon hearing this, found himself ensnared in contemplation. From a biological standpoint, one might argue that it is indeed human, or perhaps not. In this moment, the doctor plunged into profound self-doubt. Meanwhile, Xiao had just finished devouring a plethora of hamburgers and let out a resounding belch. His gaze fell upon the final button on the wall, emblazoned with an icon of a door. Without a second thought, Xiao pressed it. A cacophony of mechanical sounds ensued as the door to the room swung open abruptly. Peering out, Xiao discovered an empty expanse, illuminated by bright lights, shrouded in silence. Turning back, he noticed a screen affixed to the wall outside the room, which displayed the following: Serial number 292, The Lost One, Containment Level, S, Tentative, Targetability, Unknown, under investigation. Containment conditions, unknown, under investigation. P.S. Humans lost in the abyss are still under observation. It is advised not to provoke them. Xiao, staring blankly with his lifeless eyes, fell into deep thought. The term lost felt misapplied. A different word is warranted. But what could it be? After much pondering, he was unable to conjure a suitable term and decided to abandon the endeavor. I recall that the prison physician is Serial 069. He extended his crimson tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. "How can I find him?" He surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted an object resembling a camera. With a sudden impulse, Xiao approached the camera and pressed his face against it. The staff member monitoring the surveillance was so startled that they tumbled from their chair. The screen was dominated by Xiao's lifeless gaze, and in unison, his voice resonated, "Hello? Is anyone there?" Bang, bang, bang. In the surveillance footage, Xiao reached out to pat the camera. The staff member wiped the sweat from his brow before responding, "Why, yes. How may I assist you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao revealed a smile. "Could you please direct me to the room of the medical officer, sequence 069? Just follow the corridor straight ahead. The room with the designated number is right there." The voice emanated from the ceiling. Xiao chuckled. "Thank you, and no problem." Thus, Xiao proceeded down the corridor. After approximately 20 minutes, he finally spotted the number on the wall. Sequence number 069, medical officer, containment level, yes, target abilities, diagnosis, medical skills, creation and dissemination of viruses and plagues. Containment conditions, regularly provide a patient for treatment. Otherwise, he may become violent. Combat ability, you would not wish to engage him in battle. P.S. A physician from the medieval era, driven by an unwavering belief to eliminate all ailments, tirelessly searches for patients to heal. P.S. Should you unfortunately encounter him, it is advisable to genuinely feign illness. Otherwise, he may dissect you in search of the ailment. P.S. You may negotiate with him for assistance. The condition is that the negotiator must present a patient for treatment and extol his exceptional medical skills. After reading this, Xiao couldn't help but smile. Indeed, he was a physician with a profound sense of ethics. Such a noble conviction is truly admirable. If all doctors possessed such high moral standards, how wondrous this world would be. Xiao exclaimed in heartfelt admiration. Meanwhile, his hand reached for the doorbell button on the wall. Soon, the imposing steel door swung open. Inside, the 3-meter-tall medical officer was restraining a young man clad in tactical attire. "Be calm. You must trust me. My diagnosis is infallible. Your body is afflicted, and severely so." The chilling voice emanated through the beaked mask he wore. The young man being subdued was none other than Liu Guang, a member of the field team that had captured Xiao. Liu Guang struggled incessantly, his mouth firmly covered by the medical officer, rendering him silent. His body twisted in an attempt to escape the officer's large hand. Upon seeing the door open, the officer turned to face Xiao at the threshold, his tone suddenly elevating. "Ah, my friend, you have truly arrived." At the same moment, he released his grip on Liu Guang. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Guang sprang to his feet and dashed for the exit. However, as he passed Xiao, he was swiftly pulled back. Liu Guang, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Big brother, let me go." Xiao shook his head. "Why you not heed the doctor's advice?" Liu Guang exerted all his strength in a desperate attempt to free himself from Xiao's grasp. However, Xiao's grip on his hand was as unyielding as a vice, immovable regardless of how fiercely Liu Guang struggled. In a fleeting moment, the prison doctor approached them. He extended a hand that resembled the claw of a bird. Possessing only 3 elongated fingers, slender and disproportionately delicate, each fingertip was adorned with a surgical blade. He seized the escaping Liu Guang, his fingertips piercing into the flesh. The beak of the mask opened and closed several times. "Thank you, my friend. Were it not for your timely arrival, this mischievous patient would have made his escape." Xiao displayed a warm smile. "Not all, my friend." Chapter 7. Minor surgery. At this moment, despair etched itself upon Liu Guang's face as he was slowly dragged back to his original position by the prison doctor. The path he was pulled along was marked by faint traces of blood. Upon entering the room, Xiao politely pressed the button on the wall to close the door. The blinding, incandescent light spilled across the metal-clad chamber, revealing little more than a solitary surgical table at its center. The prison doctor lifted Liu Guang as if he were a mere chick, and despite Liu Guang's attempts to struggle, a single phrase from the doctor plunged him deeper into hopelessness. "My friend, I require your assistance." Without hesitation, Xiao nodded. "No need for formality, my friend. What is your command?" The doctor emitted a peculiar laugh. "Hey, hey, hey. Bind this mischievous patient for me. I am quite unable to manage on my own." Xiao approached the surgical table and glanced at the restraints intended for the patient. Without a word, he skillfully secured the struggling Liu Guang to the table. At last, the doctor was free to use his hands. He extended a finger, upon which a surgical knife glinted with a ghostly metallic sheen. Just as he prepared to incise Liu Guang's chest, Lu Xiao interjected, "My friend, it seems you have forgotten to administer anesthesia." At this, the doctor froze in place, and the air appeared to thicken with tension. Liu Guang, lying on the table, had lost all glimmer of hope. It was over. This madman dared to question the doctor's medical expertise. If there had been any chance for survival before, it had now evaporated entirely. He understood all too well that doubting the doctor's abilities could provoke a terrifying rage. No one had witnessed the depth of the doctor's fury. For those who were no longer alive, the atmosphere grew colder in that instant. Lu Xiao, seemingly oblivious to the mounting tension, wore a look of reluctant compassion as he added, "If anesthesia is not administered, the patient will endure great suffering." "I thank you." Liu Guang, now on the surgical table, felt tears welling in his eyes. He gazed at the immobile doctor, whose body trembled slightly, teetering on the brink of wrath. "Hey, hey, hey." A series of sinister chuckles emanated from the doctor's bird-like mask, the sound rasping and chilling. Merely hearing that laughter sent shivers down Liu Guang's spine. As the specter of death loomed ever closer, thanks to his training, he managed to stave off panic at this moment. Just as he closed his eyes, ready to face death with resignation, the doctor's voice resonated throughout the containment chamber once more. "Thank you for your reminder, my friend." The doctor withdrew his finger, resting his chin upon his hand. "However, I seem to have forgotten to prepare the anesthesia in advance, and there are no materials here to fabricate it. What shall we do about that?" Upon hearing this, Liu Guang felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. At this moment, his voice trembled. "Doctor, please allow me a moment to prepare. I have no anesthetic, and I am not ready for the surgery. How about I return another day?" The prison doctor sighed, and the sound escaped his lips like an ear-piercing call from a bird. "It seems we have no choice." With that, he reached out to untie the bindings that restrained Liu Guang. Just then, Lu Xiao grinned widely. "Do not rush, my friend. I have a solution." Upon hearing this, Liu Guang immediately turned his gaze towards Lu Xiao. The smile on Lu Xiao's face in Liu Guang's eyes was akin to that of a devil. "I truly thank you." Liu Guang surrendered completely, abandoning any notion of struggle. Lu Xiao approached the operating table, gently lifting Liu Guang's head. Then, with a swift motion, he brought down his hand sharply upon the back of Liu Guang's skull. Liu Guang's eyes rolled back, and he promptly lost consciousness. The prison doctor, witnessing this scene, appeared profoundly inspired. "My friend, if you were to practice medicine, you would undoubtedly be an exceptional doctor." Upon receiving the doctor's praise, a bashful expression graced Lu Xiao's face. He then pointed towards the unconscious Liu Guang, voicing his curiosity. "What ailment does this mischievous patient suffer from?" The doctor, unhurriedly raising a finger, replied, "It is not a serious issue. A minor surgery will suffice for his recovery." As he spoke, his finger deftly sliced open Liu Guang's chest, producing a sound reminiscent of a knife cutting through a sack. Lu Xiao quickly leaned in for a closer look. Inside the open chest, a crimson heart pulsated vigorously, adorned with a tumor the size of a pigeon egg that throbbed in sync with the heartbeat. The doctor's hands moved swiftly with a gentle glide of his fingers. The tumor was excised. Simultaneously, blood gushed forth like a fountain from the incision. Lu Xiao, quick on his feet, narrowly evaded the splattering blood. The doctor, remaining calm, skillfully maneuvered the surgical knife to remove the remaining diseased tissue. He then produced a length of cotton thread from an unknown source, swiftly stitching the wound on the heart. Although Liu Guang's heart no longer bled externally, his chest cavity was filled with pooled blood. Lu Xiao, like an inquisitive child, stared wide-eyed, not daring to blink. At that moment, the doctor suddenly appeared vexed. "Damn, I forgot to prepare my toolbox in advance. This surgery is far too hasty." Hearing this, Lu Xiao scanned the containment room. Aside from the operating table, there was nothing else in sight. However, Lu Xiao quickly shifted his gaze to his own clothing. It was a pure, white short-sleeved t-shirt, provided by the staff upon his arrival. He gently rubbed it with his hand. "Ah, it is cotton." In a flash, He removed the shirt and stuffed it into Liu Guang's gaping chest. Blood instantly soaked the cotton t-shirt. The fresh blood accumulating in the thoracic cavity was swiftly absorbed by the t-shirt. Upon witnessing this, the prison doctor emitted a triumphant exclamation. "My friend, you are truly a genius. Although this approach may expose the patient to infection, as long as I administer some concoctions post-surgery, the complications arising from the infection will be negligible." Lu Xiao, with his upper body bare, smiled shyly and replied, "My friend, thank you for your recognition." Thus, under the collaboration of two lunatics, this chaotic little operation proceeded remarkably smoothly. Meanwhile, in front of the monitoring screen, an atmosphere of absolute silence enveloped the room. For a moment, one could hear a pin drop. This silence endured for a full 5 minutes. "Doctor, is he truly still a human being?" A staff member queried, their voice trembling. Chapter 8. Your condition is more severe than I imagined. The doctor remained silent, his gaze fixated on the surveillance screen. The voice of Lu Xiao echoed through the monitors. "My friend, is this patient suffering from cancer?" The prison doctor shook his head. In his hand, he held a removed tumor, which, deprived of its blood supply, appeared somewhat agitated. Gripped by the doctor, it throbbed violently, occasionally emitting a high-pitched squeak. "This is not a tumor. It is an egg." "An egg?" Lu Xiao stared in bewilderment at the pulsating mass. The prison doctor extended a finger and lightly scraped the surface. In an instant, a snow-white creature, reminiscent of a maggot, erupted forth. Within a mere heartbeat, it burrowed into the doctor's beak. Seemingly prepared, the doctor swiftly utilized a scalpel to slice open his own neck. He then extracted his esophagus, retrieving the writhing creature from within. Ignoring the wound on his neck, he presented the squirming insect to Lu Xiao with 2 fingers. Lu Xiao leaned in eagerly. The insect writhed frantically at the doctor's fingertips. Upon noticing Lu Xiao's approach, it emitted a sharp squeal. Lu Xiao, with vacant eyes, gazed at the creature. It was approximately the width of a finger, entirely white, resembling a plump maggot. However, it bore a grotesque human face atop its body. At that moment, dark liquid oozed from the hollow eye sockets of the face, creating a horrifying sight. The prison doctor remained unhurried, first reinserted his exposed esophagus back into his neck. He then used the scalpel to sever the creature's head before directly placing it into Lu Xiao's mouth. Lu Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he chewed thoughtfully, eventually exclaiming, "Delicious. It tastes just like eggs that have been left out for days." The doctor nodded in agreement. "My friend, this is my gratitude to you." On the other end of the surveillance feed, the doctor's voice turned somber. "Caterpillar of the ghost-faced moth. Investigate where that team member has recently been. Why has a ghost-faced moth caterpillar been implanted within him?" After relaying these instructions, he glanced back at the monitor. "My friend, what kind of insect is this? I have never encountered anything like it before." The prison doctor's beak opened and closed, producing a harsh sound. "The caterpillar of the ghost-faced moth. This is a rare find. My friend, after consuming it, your mental prowess will be enhanced." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's face lit up with an embarrassed smile. "So it is such a precious thing." The doctor shook his finger. "My friend, you deserve it. I am truly grateful for the assistance you provided during this operation." He gestured toward the unconscious Lu Guang. "Had you not been present, a medical mishap might have occurred today. In my medical career, such an event is absolutely intolerable. Thank you for preserving my reputation." Lu Xiao sighed. "Sir, you are far too kind. You are one of the most outstanding doctors I have ever encountered. I merely stumbled upon this. Yet I am elated to be of assistance to you." Unconsciously, Lu Xiao has begun to address me with the respectful title of Sir. A piercing laugh echoed through the air. The prison doctor appeared somewhat agitated. "My friend, do you know any other exceptional doctors like myself?" Lu Xiao nodded, a hint of pride gracing his expression. "Indeed, I have another friend. He is also a remarkably skilled physician." As he spoke, Lu Xiao turned around, exposing his bare back to the prison doctor. His back was marred by a multitude of grotesque, gruesome sutures. "That friend has performed hundreds of surgeries on me, both large and small. Without him, I might have perished long ago in the depths of this prison." The prison doctor reached out, gently caressing the wounds. What instruments did your friend use for these surgeries? My heavens! I am at a loss for words to describe the beauty of these incisions. It is nothing short of artistry. Xiao grinned. My friend used a chainsaw. Upon hearing this, the prison doctor paused, his fingers trembling slightly. Goodness! Your friend is undoubtedly a top-tier surgeon. Xiao turned back, smiling as he replied, I share the same sentiment. As the prison doctor's focus had been entirely on the surgery moments ago, he now noticed the two grotesque protrusions on Xiao's chest. His tone became somewhat hesitant. My friend, why do you have two growths on your chest? If I am not mistaken, they appear to be hemorrhoids. At this remark, Xiao's expression stiffened, and with a hint of awkwardness, he responded, These are wounds I stitched myself. The prison doctor's voice carried a touch of indignation. Forgive me, my friend. While I greatly appreciate your perspective on surgery, your suturing technique is nothing short of atrocious. Xiao's actions were undoubtedly tarnishing the essence of his lifelong learning. The prison doctor reached out, tearing apart the delicate bows, and with a swift motion, he pulled the sutures free. The two protruding growths vanished in an instant. Strangely, Xiao's chest bore no signs of injury. The suture holes visibly healed before his eyes. As he touched his chest, it felt smooth and unscathed, lacking any indication of prior harm. He stood in bewilderment, lowering his gaze to examine his body. The gunshot wound from moments ago had also disappeared. The formerly injured areas now revealed tender, new flesh. Xiao, still in disbelief, murmured I was clearly injured, fearing the prison doctor might doubt him. He hurriedly traced the location from his memory. With a ripping sound akin to a bag being torn apart, Xiao tore open his own skin. Beneath the opened wound lay a mass of bright red cotton. After extracting the cotton, Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of gratitude gracing his countenance. Indeed, I have sustained an injury. The prison doctor fell into silence. Seizing the moment, Xiao hastily began to tear open the wound where the bullet had struck, extracting the remnants lodged within his body. In an instant, his chest became a gruesome sight, drenched in blood. Lacking any suturing tools, Xiao could only allow the wounds to bleed profusely, reassured by the presence of a skilled physician nearby, unperturbed by the potential consequences. Soon, at the edges of the wounds, delicate granulation tissue began to emerge, resembling countless wriggling maggots entwining together, bridging the gaps of the injury. A few moments later, the torn flesh completely fused together. Witnessing this scene, Xiao was taken aback. What is happening here? He quickly lifted his gaze to the prison doctor. Having observed the entire process, the doctor's deep voice resonated with a serious tone. My friend, your condition is far more grave than I had anticipated. Chapter 9. A truly frantic surgery. Upon hearing these words, Xiao felt a surge of urgency. How could this be? The voice of the prison doctor revealed no hint of emotion. My friend, your cellular activity is remarkably high, and wounds typically heal swiftly on their own. Xiao pressed on with another question. Then why does the wound on my back persist? The prison doctor's voice responded once more. It is likely that the wound is tainted by the essence of a curse, or perhaps it is a consequence of your surgeon friend's chainsaw. The doctor attempted to reassure him. Fear not, my friend. I am a competent physician, and healing patients is the pursuit of my life. Allow me to conduct a physical examination. Xiao nodded, his tone tinged with urgency. I have complete faith in your medical skills. Let us commence at once. Concerned for his own well-being, Xiao wasted no time. After clearing the shimmering drapery from the surgical table, he promptly lay down. The prison doctor stepped forward, gently parting the skin on Xiao's back with his fingers. He then collected a sample of blood on his fingertip, bringing it to his nose while explaining to Xiao, I once encountered a diagnostic method in an ancient text. The physician in that tome referred to it as observation, olfaction, inquiry, and palpation. It is an exceedingly profound diagnostic technique. I have spent a century grasping but two aspects, olfaction and palpation. I have augmented my olfactory nerves to possess a formidable sense of smell. Often, I can diagnose a patient's ailment merely by sniffing their blood. Suddenly, he paused. Sensing something amiss, Xiao inquired hastily, Did you determine what ailment I have? The prison doctor remained silent for a moment, his tone shifting to one of grave seriousness. "From your blood, I detect the scent of a curse." Upon hearing the word curse, Xiao exhaled in relief. "So, it is merely a curse. I feared I had fallen ill. What a fright." Yet the prison doctor's tone was far from reassuring. "This curse is rare and potent. In my extensive career, I have encountered it only twice." Xiao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Is that truly the case?" The doctor nodded. "The last time I encountered this curse, it was on a pig. That creature ultimately devolved into a mindless mass, reduced to mere instinct, akin to putrid flesh." Xiao managed a grim smile. "Is it truly that intense?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the surveillance, the doctor was clutching a notebook, feverishly documenting every detail of Xiao and the prison doctor's exchange. A sinister gleam flickered in his eyes. What a precious treasure this is. The staff nearby dared not utter a word, fearful of disturbing the doctor. As for the gruesome scene, they were unfazed. They had witnessed far bloodier sights before. However, the fear of Xiao had intensified considerably. At that moment, the voice of the prison doctor resonated. "My friend, your symptoms present quite a challenge. I require the assistance of another acquaintance." Sensing Xiao's trepidation, he hastily added, "Rest assured, he is an exceptional orthopedic surgeon." Xiao felt a surge of gratitude. "How can I possibly thank you?" "My friend," the doctor replied, shaking his head with a solemn tone, "I am a physician of integrity. I seek no gratitude from my patients. As long as there exists even the faintest possibility of healing, I shall exert every effort." Upon hearing these words, Xiao deeply admired the doctor clad in a bird-beaked mask. "You are indeed a paragon of virtue among physicians." Soon, the prison doctor returned with his companion, who carried a substantial medical kit on his back, evidently well prepared for the task at hand. This companion was devoid of flesh, reduced to a mere skeletal frame, which bore no resemblance to that of a human. It appeared to be the skeleton of some indescribable creature, exaggerated in its form, with claws outstretched. Suspended from the skeleton was an enormous toolbox. Indeed, it was a toolbox. Xiao had already taken his place upon the operating table, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the doctor escort his companion, he inquired eagerly, "Who is this friend?" "I am Ivan." The voice emanated from Xiao's own body, not articulated through vocal cords, but resonating as the bones vibrated at a peculiar frequency. This vibration caused a resonance within Xiao's own skeletal structure, making it sound as if the voice originated from him. On the other side of the surveillance, a staff member exclaimed, "Subject is 081, the bone carver." The doctor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gripped his notebook tightly, eagerly anticipating the sounds from the trio. With a resounding thud, Ivan placed his toolbox heavily upon the ground. Beside him, the prison doctor set down his medical kit. "Ivan, this is the patient I mentioned to you. He has been afflicted by that curse. The curse has penetrated his very marrow. Hence, I was compelled to seek your assistance." Ivan remained silent, within his hollow eye sockets. Two flickering emerald flames danced, seemingly reflecting his emotional turmoil. The prison doctor opened the medical kit and swiftly retrieved a glass bottle, nearly 5 liters in capacity. He addressed Xiao, saying, "My friend, do not worry. This time I have not forgotten to prepare the anesthetic. Shortly, I shall extract your bones entirely. Even with the anesthetic, the process may still inflict a modicum of pain. You must endure." At these words, Xiao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This was indeed a mad operation. He sighed and then reclined. "Come on, my friend. I believe in you." Xiao held great respect for the medical skills and ethics displayed by the prison doctor. He was confident that this benevolent physician would restore him to health completely. After all, the consequence of this curse is to transform into a mass of flesh devoid of thought, driven solely by instinct. This notion is one that Xiao cannot accept. Hence, he is fervently eager to rid himself of this affliction. The prison doctor exchanged a glance with Ivan. The flame of souls in Ivan's eyes flickered intensely, and he then bent down to retrieve a hammer and a small chisel from the toolbox. The prison doctor declared, "I shall do my utmost." With the copious administration of anesthetics, Xiao felt as though his eyelids were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. In less than 30 seconds, he succumbed to slumber. The prison doctor extended his fingers, carefully slicing open Lu Xiao's chest. In that moment, the room was filled only with the sound of flesh being parted. After fully opening Lu Xiao's body, he produced a bottle containing a dark green potion and meticulously applied it to the incised wound. Almost instantaneously, the bleeding ceased. Subsequently, the prison doctor retrieved dozens of bottles of various sizes from the medical kit. He poured the contents of each bottle over Lu Xiao's body, spreading them evenly with a precision akin to marinating pork. Several hours later, the prison doctor held up a skeleton, remarkably intact save for the absence of a skull. Meanwhile, Ivan had already constructed a frame. He carefully placed the skeleton upon the structure. At that moment, the unconscious Lu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, clearly having regained consciousness. Upon his first glance, he was met with a scene reminiscent of hell. Goodness, what on earth? He hastily shut his eyes, only to be confronted with the same ghastly tableau upon reopening them. Trembling, he pinched his thigh, and a sharp pain coursed through his mind. He finally realized that this was not a dream, only to faint once more. Chapter 10. The completion of surgery. Even the personnel monitoring the situation were taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. It was indeed their first encounter with the extraction of bones from a living being. The doctor adjusted his monocle, directing his gaze towards Ivan, who stood before Lu Xiao's skeletal form. With a hammer in one hand and a chisel in the other, he commenced his intricate work on the bones. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal striking against bone resonated through the air. Doctor, is there truly no need to intervene? A staff member inquired. The doctor, pushing his monocle further up, responded, of course. We must act swiftly to halt them. Who among you is willing to go? Upon hearing the doctor's words, the group exchanged uneasy glances. Suddenly, the doctor's exclamation snapped everyone back to attention. Goodness, he is employing the art of relief sculpture on the bones. At this proclamation, the staff turned their eyes towards the monitor. On the screen, the skeletal framework was adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns, evidently sculpted in the style of relief art. The hammer struck the chisel repeatedly, sending sparks flying. The designs multiplied, intertwining like an activated magical array, emanating a faint glow. As the carving progressed, the radiance intensified. After a considerable time, Ivan set down his tools. Perhaps driven by an instinctive remnant of his former humanity, he wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow. The suspended skeleton now bore an array of inscrutable yet oddly beautiful patterns. What once appeared as a mere frightful structure transformed into a veritable work of art. The depth of his curse is profound. I can only rely on the alchemical array to suppress it. Eradicating it entirely is beyond my capabilities. Ivan's voice emanated from the coroner. The coroner nodded, resting 3 fingers on his chin. This aligns closely with my expectations. Now, I shall proceed to reassemble his bones. Ivan offered no reply. Instead, he returned the tools to their box and remained stationary. The flickering soul fire within his hollow eye sockets seemed to urge him on. Hurry, I wish to see. The coroner carefully returned the skeleton to Lu Xiao's body, followed by the disordered internal organs. Next came the nerves, the blood vessels. Finally, with meticulous care, the coroner stitched Lu Xiao's body back together. At this juncture, the surgery was deemed complete. Before the coroner could exhale in relief, Ivan's voice echoed once more from within. It seems we have an extra component. The coroner froze at this remark, glancing down at a tray beside the operating table, which still contained a blood-soaked organ. Curses! I forgot to insert his vocal cords. The door to the containment chamber swung open. A battalion of fully armed soldiers surged in, and the doctor's voice crackled through the intercom. Bring back sequence 292. If 069 and 081 interfere, abandon the operation. The leading warrior promptly commanded the others to lift Lu Xiao, who lay on the operating table, his body drenched in blood. He then cast a glance at the prison doctor and Ivan. He refrained from attempting any communication, fully aware that should either of the containment subjects make a move, they would instantly opt for retreat. Fortunately, the prison doctor and Ivan did not impede them, merely observing in silence. Lu Xiao had undergone sutures performed by the prison doctor, and though the bleeding had ceased, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. The two individuals tasked with carrying Xiao were taken aback, for his body radiated an intense heat. Even through the tactical gloves, they could perceive the warmth emanating from him. "Captain, the target's body temperature is abnormal." Upon hearing this, the captain hurried forward to investigate. He removed his tactical gloves and placed his hand on Xiao's forehead. Hiss! It felt akin to touching a red-hot iron, and he quickly withdrew his hand, subsequently inquiring over the intercom. "Doctor, target sequence 292 exhibits abnormal temperature." After a moment of contemplation, the voice on the other end responded, "Inquire with the prison doctor." Beep, beep, beep. The intercom went silent, leaving the special operations team exchanging apprehensive glances. Finally, the captain mustered his courage and addressed the prison doctor. "Doctor," before he could finish, the prison doctor's chilling voice interrupted. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Merely a series of post-operative complications. I have administered my concoction to him. Once his temperature decreases, he should regain consciousness." Hearing this, the captain exhaled in relief and signaled for the team to carry Xiao away. Just as they reached the doorway, the prison doctor's voice echoed from behind. "Wait!" At the sound of his command, everyone froze. Although the prison doctor was classified as an S-safe living containment subject, it did not imply that he was incapable of attacking. Generally, S-class entities would refrain from aggression unless provoked. "There's another human. Take him with you." The prison doctor's next statement relieved everyone. They had indeed noticed the individual collapsed on the ground. However, the doctor's orders did not include taking him along. The captain turned back. "At your service, sir." In an instant, the containment chamber was left with only the prison doctor and Ivan. Ivan's voice resonated from within the prison doctor. "I shall return. I am quite satisfied with this carving." The prison doctor nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word, seemingly unconcerned about the prospect of surgical failure. Meanwhile, Xiao was immersed in nutrient solution, his skin rapidly absorbing the fluid. The doctor adjusted his monocle and remarked, "Following the surgery, the activity of his cells has diminished. Yet, the cells at the incision site remain remarkably active. The rate of wound healing is impressively swift. It appears that the procedures on 069 and 081 were highly successful." The prison doctor and Xiao's dialogue was crystal clear through the surveillance. Many phenomena defy scientific explanation, such as the extraordinary cellular activity present within Xiao. The rate of proliferation and division was unprecedented for him. However, upon hearing the words of the prison doctor, the doctor came to a realization. If the growth had continued at its original pace, his fate would indeed have likely resulted in a grotesque demise. Yet now, the activity of his cells had returned to a normal range. What a miraculous operation. "Oh, Satan, I yearn to dissect him." The doctor's gaze towards Xiao was imbued with a peculiar brilliance. At that moment, Xiao appeared to him as a young maiden lying on the bed, devoid of any clothing. Every inch of her was suffused with lethal allure. The surrounding staff instinctively distanced themselves from the doctor, fearing that if he were unable to dissect Xiao, they might become his next subjects, according to the regulations prohibiting harm to the contained entities. Researchers were forbidden from inflicting any subjective harm. However, it was never stated that researchers could not inflict harm upon one another. Chapter 11. The warden's investigation team. When Xiao awoke, 2 days had already elapsed. At this point, the nutrient solution in the tank had been nearly entirely absorbed. Simultaneously, the tank door creaked open, revealing the doctor standing a short distance away, a smile gracing his face. "You're awake? Do you feel any unusual sensations in your body?" Xiao clenched his fist and shook his head. "I feel nothing. By the way, where's the prison physician?" His memories lingered on the moment he was injected with anesthetic. The doctor adjusted his monocle and smiled. "The prison physician is currently resting." Xiao nodded, then recalled another individual. He gestured slightly. "What about that mischievous patient? How is he faring now?" The doctor nodded again, his smile unwavering. "Thank you for your concern. He is doing remarkably well." Meanwhile, Liu Guang, having reviewed the footage of his treatment, stood in a daze for an extended period. The scenes had inflicted a profound psychological trauma upon him. Dart inquired in a low voice, "Liu Guang, think carefully. Where did you encounter the ghost-faced moth? Liu Guang numbly shook his head. Captain, I swear I have never seen that ghastly creature. I am equally perplexed as to why there are larvae of that monstrosity within me. His voice quivered with fear. Dart paced back and forth, deep in thought. The growth cycle of the ghost-faced moth larvae is merely a month, based on the size of the larva within you. It must have been parasitizing you for less than 20 days. Yet you have been training at the base for the past 3 months without venturing outside. You only left the base 2 days ago to execute a mission. This makes no sense. At that moment, a man clad in a black suit and sunglasses entered the training room. He presented his credentials to the group. I am from the Warden's investigation team. You may call me Colonel Enzo. Upon seeing the credentials, everyone present placed their right fists over their hearts in salute. Colonel Enzo. Enzo retracted his credentials and nodded before turning his gaze to Liu Guang. Private Liu Guang, according to the Warden's regulations, you are required to accompany me for an investigation. Liu Guang stared blankly at Dart. Dart clenched his teeth and declared firmly, Report, Colonel. I believe there are still many uncertainties regarding Liu Guang's situation. Upon hearing this, Enzo removed his sunglasses, his azure eyes scrutinizing Dart. Lieutenant Dart, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Dart stood tall, unyielding. Report, Colonel Enzo. I am fully aware of what I am stating. With a swift motion, a handgun was pressed against his temple. Enzo's expression was one of amusement. Impediment to the investigation team. According to the Warden's regulations, how should we proceed? Dart did not flinch, his gaze steady and unwavering. According to the internal security regulations of the Warden, those who obstruct the investigation team and pose a threat to the safety of the facility shall be executed on the spot. Enzo chuckled, pressing his gun firmly against the temple of Lieutenant Dart. Lieutenant Dart, I trust you have no objections if I pull the trigger now? As these words escaped his lips, the hearts of those present leaped into their throats. Dart, however, remained speechless. At that moment, Liu Guang stepped forward. Colonel Enzo, I am willing to submit to the investigation team. The sly one beside him tugged at Liu Guang's sleeve. Have you lost your mind? Do you understand what you'll face with the investigation team? Liu Guang nodded, a bitter smile adorning his face. But, Captain, he truly is a wise choice. Enzo retracted his weapon and turned his gaze towards Liu Guang. He then produced a pair of handcuffs and tossed them directly to Liu Guang. As Liu Guang prepared to don the cuffs, the training room door swung open. A doctor clad in a white coat and sporting monocles entered, followed by Xiao, who curiously surveyed the surroundings. In an instant, all eyes in the room were drawn to them. Rewinding time to half an hour earlier, the doctor adjusted his monocles and addressed Xiao. I have a task that requires your assistance. Without hesitation, Xiao nodded in agreement. I'm always eager to lend a helping hand. The doctor acknowledged him with a nod and then produced a photograph. The individual captured in the image possessed striking blue eyes, an aquiline nose, and a head of short golden hair. When you see this person, I need you to tell a lie. Just say he exudes an uncanny aura. Xiao took the photograph. Is it truly that simple? The doctor flashed a knowing smile. Indeed, it is that simple. With a thump on his chest, Xiao declared. Rest assured, leave it to me. The scene returned to the training room, where the doctor held an investigation order. Mr. Enzo, we kindly request your cooperation with this latest investigation order. Enzo stood frozen, taking the document from the doctor's hand, disbelief etched across his face. What the hell? Do you possess any evidence that I have been contaminated by the uncanny? In response, the doctor stepped aside, revealing Xiao behind him. This is a newly contained entity from our C-03 facility. It has survived in the dark prison for many years and is highly sensitive to uncanny auras. Detailed information has already been recorded in the system. For your investigation order, our superiors have dispatched us to bring S-292 to assist in the inquiry. Enzo, visibly agitated, retorted, but this procedure contradicts the internal regulations of the prison guards. Even if I am under suspicion, an investigation team should be deployed, not you. The doctor adjusted his monocles, a benevolent smile on his face. It appears, Colonel, that you are quite familiar with the internal regulations of the prison guards. However, we possess the authority granted by our superiors. With that, he extracted a document from the inner pocket of his coat. stamped with the seal of the highest office of the prison guards. Mr. Xiao, do you have any further inquiries regarding this matter? In response, Enzo could only emit a disdainful grunt. Based on the materials at the doctor's disposal, the investigation conducted by the C03 containment facility was both reasonable and lawful. These materials alone were sufficient to warrant an urgent inquiry into any of the prison guards. Noticing that their negotiations had concluded, Xiao revealed a smile. He circled around Enzo a few times, producing a series of clicking sounds with his tongue. Enzo felt a shiver run down his spine as he was scrutinized by Xiao's lifeless gaze. With a hint of impatience, he inquired, "Have you discerned anything?" Xiao tilted his head back, gently sniffing the air with his nose, then looked at the doctor with a perplexed expression. "Dear doctor, it appears I am not obliged to fabricate lies on your behalf." Upon hearing this, the doctor was momentarily overtaken by a desire to dismember Xiao. He stifled the urge to curse, forcing a strained smile. "So what is your conclusion?" Xiao displayed a grin that he believed to be optimistic. However, to the onlookers, it appeared rather unsettling. He pointed at Enzo, proclaiming, "This gentleman is not tainted by the aberration, for he is, in essence, the aberration itself." Chapter 12. The Elevated One. Upon hearing these words, Enzo was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a hearty laugh. "Doctor, it seems this containment subject is rather unreliable. Do you think to delay me with your inquiries? I must say, your plan is quite impeccable." The doctor's expression darkened considerably. Enzo then patted Xiao on the shoulder. "Subject 292, I reviewed your file on the flight here. Have you considered transferring to our U01 containment facility? The conditions there are vastly superior to those here." After listening to Enzo's words, Xiao turned to the doctor, a look of confusion adorning his face. "Is a transfer even possible?" The doctor scoffed, but replied nonetheless. "In principle, yes, as long as the subject does not exhibit a strong desire to escape or tendencies toward aggression." Xiao nodded, then flashed a broad smile at Enzo, revealing his pearly whites, remnants of salad leaves from the hamburger he had eaten 2 days prior still lodged between his teeth. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of relocating." Enzo remained unfazed. "No witties. If you ever reconsider, feel free to reach out to me." Xiao wore a peculiar smile. "I doubt there will be an opportunity to contact you." The atmosphere in the room immediately chilled upon his utterance. Everyone sensed an intense aura of menace emanating from Xiao. Enzo was momentarily startled, his demeanor shifting to one of acute vigilance. For the threat directed by Xiao was unmistakably aimed at him. The doctor perceived the tension and quickly intervened. 292. If you resort to murder, your classification will be designated as K, and the Warden organization will seek your annihilation. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. His lifeless eyes fixated on Enzo, a grin stretching across his face. "He is not human." A smirk crept onto Enzo's face. "You claim I am not human? What evidence do you possess? You cannot simply dismiss my humanity on your word alone." Growing impatient, Xiao turned to the doctor. "Doctor, is it truly so cumbersome to eliminate a lesser being?" The doctor quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression turning grave. He did not doubt Xiao's words, as he had spent 3 years navigating the dark underworld, constantly engaging with the bizarre. He nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if it can be proven that he is anomalous, then of course, one may kill at will." Xiao, growing increasingly agitated, inquired, "But what if I cannot provide proof and choose to kill directly? What would be the consequences?" The doctor replied solemnly, "Annihilation. How bothersome. It seems that remaining in the dark underworld is far more comfortable." With that, Xiao turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind a parting remark. "If proof is a necessity, you may consult my friend, the prison doctor. He will surely validate my claims." Upon hearing this, the doctor's eyes brightened. Just then, Enzo once again raised his weapon, aiming it at the doctor. Bang! The sound of the gunshot reverberated through the air. The doctor adjusted his monocle, unperturbed by the chaos around him. At that moment, the dart pinned Enzo firmly to the ground, blood oozing from his abdomen. "Take him to the prison medic. Dart, you shall accompany him as a bargaining chip." Dart nodded in compliance. It was only then that the members of Dart's team regained their senses and rushed forward to hold down the struggling Enzo. Liu Guang held the very handcuffs Enzo had previously given him. With a click, the cuffs were secured around Enzo's own wrists. His face contorted in agony, emitting a feral growl. Suddenly, a piercing sound was heard as Dart, who was pressing down on Enzo, was swiftly pierced through, a stark white bone protruding from his back. Yet, Dart seemed oblivious. His arm still clamped tightly around Enzo's throat. Without hesitation, the doctor turned and strode towards the exit, declaring, "Activate the emergency protocol for Facility C03. In an instant, alarm bells blared, and steel doors descended throughout the corridor. Not one member of Dart's team voiced dissent at the doctor's departure. His significance extended far beyond merely leading Facility C03. With a rueful smile, he remarked, "It appears our team is doomed here today. Perhaps we might find refuge among the mountains and band together." His words bore a hint of jest. Xiao, standing nearby, delivered a punch to him, exclaiming, "What are you thinking at a time like this?" The other team members wore expressions of despair. Dart, racked with pain, could not utter a word. Without Dart's leadership, this newly formed team felt like a swarm of headless flies. Enzo, pinned down, let out a chilling laugh. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, the plan would have proceeded smoothly. And as for that anomaly, I will surely kill him." As he spoke, he managed to break free from Dart's grasp. A pair of bony wings unfurled from his back, smeared with blood and flesh. Uncertain whether it was his own, Dart's, or perhaps both, despair engulfed the onlookers. Such a monstrosity was beyond the capabilities of this novice group. Moreover, they were in a physical training room, devoid of weaponry. "You wish to kill me? Come forth. I can hardly wait." Just then, a mocking voice echoed. Enzo turned to its source, only to find Lu Xiao perched on the ceiling in a grotesque manner, resembling a spider. His hands were deeply embedded in the steel-reinforced concrete, his crimson tongue licking his lips. His head had twisted a full 540 degrees to gaze at the people in the training room. This sight sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Even Enzo felt a shiver. "Do you not sense it? This fellow is far more terrifying." The sly one felt on the brink of tears from fright, yet could not resist a jest. In contrast to Enzo, who soared through the air with his skeletal wings unfurled, Lu Xiao resembled a specter emerging from the depths of a television screen, while Enzo appeared akin to a mere plaything. Simultaneously, a peculiar aura began to emanate from Lu Xiao. The members of the team remained largely unaffected, yet Enzo, suspended in midair, began to tremble uncontrollably. "No, it cannot be." The wings behind him ceased their rhythmic flapping, and his hands flailed helplessly in the air. With a resounding thud, his form plummeted to the ground, barely maintaining its aerial state for 3 seconds. His corporeal being collided intimately with the earth. He struggled to rise, but it felt as though some unseen force held him firmly in place. Upon landing, Lu Xiao crawled on the ground in a most eerie manner. A chilling sound echoed as his head snapped back into position. Enzo, lying prone on the ground, found his once azure eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. His lips quivered as he uttered 3 chilling words. The High One. Chapter 13. Is it delicious? Are you not human, yet possess the aura of a higher being? When Enzo uttered these words, it was not a question, but rather an expression of dread. Upon hearing Enzo's remark, the sly one appeared somewhat perplexed. What is a higher being? The nearby Liu Guang spoke in a hushed tone. A higher being refers to those enigmatic entities of greater rank. To illustrate at this moment, Enzo is akin to a mere mortal, while 292 embodies the Emperor. The sly one seemed to grasp the concept. Is that a prevailing notion? Liu Guang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is what the captain shared with me during our conversation. The captain's former comrade perished at the hands of a higher being. The sly one displayed a smile more contorted than sorrowful. So, this implies that 292 is not human, correct? Liu Guang shook his head. I am uncertain. Their voices were soft. Yet Lu Xiao heard every word distinctly. He turned his head 180 degrees, gazing at the two who were whispering. A slight smirk formed on his lips, revealing a rather benevolent grin. I am indeed human. You must believe me. Had his head not twisted at an angle unimaginable for a human, they might have actually believed him. At this moment, Xiao was on the verge of tears from fright. Seeing her distressed state, Lu Xiao's expression shifted to one of grotesque ferocity. He once again twisted his head 180 degrees, now facing Enzo, who lay on the ground. His neck now contorted a full 360 degrees. "It is because your appearance has frightened this lovely lady." As he spoke, his expression became increasingly warped. Enzo continued to mutter to himself. "Impossible! Impossible!" The sly one, gathering courage, inquired, "Mr. 292, what sort of enigma does he belong to?" Lu Xiao's neck snapped back into place, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking bones. This scene left everyone too terrified to utter a sound. Lu Xiao shook his neck. "I have a name. I am Lu Xiao," as in the smile of a smiling face. He gestured towards the prostrate Enzo. "He doesn't even qualify as an enigma, merely a despicable vampire. Moreover, a vampire who has recently been transformed." At that moment, the door to the training room swung open once more. The doctor strode in. He had witnessed everything that transpired through the surveillance. After spending some time lifting the emergency status of the containment facility, he finally made his delayed entrance. Upon seeing the doctor, Lu Xiao cast him a glance and then chose to ignore him. The doctor first examined the condition of the dart. The dart was in a dire state. Excessive blood loss was merely one of the concerns. Enzo's bone wings had pierced through his abdomen and chest. His internal organs were severely damaged, and coupled with prolonged blood loss, his vital signs were nearly imperceptible. Under normal medical circumstances, such a condition would warrant notifying the patient's family. Yet, this was an extraordinary place. The doctor retrieved a walkie-talkie. "Bring 069 over." Suddenly, he appeared to recall something. He remembered to bring along the medical kit. After attending to the matter at hand, he finally approached Lu Xiao. "Your earlier demeanor was truly exhilarating," Lu Xiao joyfully remarked to the doctor. "Thank you for your compliment, sir." The doctor adjusted his monocle and gestured toward the immobile Enzo on the ground. "You mentioned he was transformed into a vampire not long ago." Lu Xiao nodded and replied softly, "Indeed. He pales in comparison to the vampires I encountered in that dark prison. Those vampires were far more compelling than he is." Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, the doctor nodded in agreement. If he has only recently been transformed, this situation becomes quite intriguing. The doctor gazed thoughtfully at the fallen Enzo. Lu Xiao grinned. "So, doctor, may I proceed to eliminate him?" The doctor contemplated for a moment and then nodded. "As long as it brings you joy." At this, Lu Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he reached out toward the motionless Enzo. Crack, crack, crack. This section is not suitable for children and has been abridged. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiao straightened up, contentedly wiping the bloodied remnants from his fingers. The members of the team behind him wore expressions of sheer horror, tightly covering their mouths. Even the doctor raised an eyebrow in surprise. He posed a question. "It seems you have quite a disdain for the bizarre." This was evident, for the vampire had been ruthlessly torn apart by Lu Xiao, the remains organized with meticulous precision. The scene was grotesquely bloody. It took Lu Xiao a while to process the doctor's words, and he offered a shy smile. "Sir, it is not as you imagine." He pointed to the neatly arranged corpse of Enzo on the ground. "This is merely for convenience in consumption. Moreover, he is not the bizarre you speak of." At this statement, the doctor's monocle nearly slipped from his grasp, and he quickly adjusted it. "You mean to say you intend to consume him?" Lu Xiao nodded, a smile gracing his face. The doctor was taken aback, but maintained his composure. "Is it palatable?" The atmosphere was charged with disbelief. Just as the shock settled, the training room door swung open once more. A squad of elite soldiers entered, accompanied by a 3-meter-tall prison medic. The medic immediately spotted Lu Xiao and hurried over. "My friend, I am so relieved to see you unharmed." Lu Xiao turned to face the medic, his expression brightening. "My friend, your medical skills are truly commendable. I have never felt better. To receive your approval makes my efforts worthwhile." The captain of the elite soldiers signaled the team to stand by. The doctor quietly instructed, "You may wait here for now." The medic suddenly recalled that he had come with a transaction in mind. He addressed Lu Xiao. "I apologize, my friend. I have other matters to attend to." He then turned to the doctor. "Doctor, how may I assist you?" The doctor pointed to the dart lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. The prison physician turned to look, and soon an excited voice emerged. "Oh, what a pitiable soul. He appears to be gravely injured." The doctor nodded in agreement. The essence of the transaction was to preserve his life. The physician gently placed the medical kit he had slung over his shoulder on the ground and began to assess the dart's condition. Truly, a wretched individual. His internal organs are in disarray. Members of the dart team gathered around, imploring the physician to save their captain's life. The physician's tone was tinged with emotion. "Seeing the bond you share deeply moves me. As a doctor, I shall exert every effort to rescue him." He then proceeded with the surgery. The doctor resumed a light-hearted conversation with Lu Xiao. "Where do we leave off?" Lu Xiao smiled broadly. "You asked me if it was delicious?" Chapter 14, Borrowing Sequence 292, the doctor nodded. "So is it delicious?" Lu Xiao cracked his fingers and shook his head. "Not at all. The taste is utterly revolting. It's akin to an old lady's foot-binding cloth, sour and foul." The corners of the doctor's mouth twitched. "Your description paints quite the vivid picture. Do all bizarre creatures taste the same?" Lu Xiao promptly corrected him. "To clarify, he is not the peculiar creature you speak of. True bizarre beings possess an exquisite flavor. I have had the fortune to taste it. The flavor is truly unforgettable. However, for survival, I often resort to consuming these lower life forms." Just as the doctor bent down to pick up a piece of flesh, ready to put it in his mouth, the warden's voice interrupted from the side. "Doctor, I would advise against trying it." The doctor halted his motion and looked at the warden, puzzled. "Why?" The warden continued his work without pausing. "Because you might find it indigestible, or worse, contract some unknown curse." Upon hearing the mention of curses, the doctor set down the piece of meat. "What a pity." He wiped the blood from his fingers on his lab coat. "Will I have the chance to taste the flavor of bizarre beings next time?" Lu Xiao nodded, smiling. "Of course, doctor." The doctor then pointed to the neatly arranged pieces of meat on the ground. "May I take these with me? They hold significant research value." Hearing this, Lu Xiao's expression grew somewhat conflicted. He rubbed his stomach. "Yes, but I'm really hungry right now." The doctor tilted his head, somewhat confused. "Isn't there an abundance of food in the containment area? Or are you uninterested in that food?" Lu Xiao suddenly recalled the button that dispensed food. "Apologies. I was too hungry and forgot about that." With that, he turned to head back to his containment area. At that moment, the sly one weakly piped up. "There's food here too." He pointed to the button on the wall. Lu Xiao looked over, his eyes lighting up. "Then I shall indulge in the delicacies." He approached the button on the wall, clicking it fervently. Moments later, upon seeing the mountain of food, the doctor adjusted his monocle. Will he not suffer from indigestion after consuming so much? He directed this question to the warden. Without looking up, the warden explained. His digestive capacity is quite robust. In other words, his body requires a substantial energy intake to sustain itself. The doctor, recalling Lu Xiao's terrifyingly active cells, quickly understood. So that is how it is. Soon, the warden began to stitch together the dismembered entrails of the dart. He gestured towards Lu Xiao, who was busy feasting. "My friend, I require your assistance." Lu Xiao, munching on a chicken leg bone, ambled over. "At your service." The prison doctor extended his finger, gently tracing a line along Lu Xiao's arm. An inconspicuous cut appeared instantaneously, and a droplet of crimson blood oozed forth. The doctor captured the droplet with his fingertip and subsequently allowed it to fall into the abdominal cavity of the dart. Following this, he meticulously sutured the cavity closed. The doctor observed this scene in silence, while Lu Xiao's curiosity piqued. Shouldn't my blood be infused with a curse? The doctor rose, adjusted his black robe, and after placing his instruments back into the medical box, he spoke. A single droplet of blood can only harbor a limited curse. Yet that minuscule power of the curse is sufficient to facilitate his healing. Upon hearing the doctor's words, the researcher was struck with an idea. "Doctor, if what you say is true, then the blood of sequence 292 could indeed heal all wounds." The doctor nodded, unperturbed by the interruption in their conversation. Perhaps it was merely the unspoken understanding between researchers. Theoretically, that is indeed correct. However, it must also be contingent upon the patient's subsequent clinical response. After all, this is my first attempt at such a method. His blood may lead to uncontrollable mutations in the patient. He gestured towards the dart lying on the ground. Let's wish him luck. The researcher nodded, yet his gaze upon Xiao had shifted. That look resembled one of a treasure unearthed. Undoubtedly, Xiao had become his prized possession. Upon returning to his office, the researcher first instructed all personnel to vacate the premises. He then retrieved a communicator. Beep. The connection was established almost instantaneously, as if the person on the other end had been awaiting this moment. Has the investigation by the task force been completed? A commanding male voice resonated from the communicator. The researcher adjusted his monocle. The investigation has concluded. The voice on the other end responded. That is good. This should buy us some time. The researcher murmured. Sir, there have been some unexpected results from the investigation. There was a brief silence on the other end. What sort of unexpected results? The researcher transmitted a segment of surveillance footage depicting the events that transpired within the training room. There was a prolonged silence from the other end. What is your assessment? The researcher adjusted his monocle again. This brings us to the characteristics of the ghost-faced moth. The larvae stage of the ghost-faced moth can conceal itself within the human body, and upon metamorphosing into an adult, it will reside within a human host. It lays its eggs through the body as secretions. In other words, if that unfortunate prison guard remains undiscovered, in due time, our C03 containment facility may face complete devastation. The rhythmic sound of fingers tapping on a desk emanated from the communicator. So, you suspect that this incident was a premeditated action against the C03 containment facility? The researcher merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. I understand your implication. What do you believe their objective concerning C03 might be? The doctor replied in a grave tone. Sequence 09. The tainted creator. Their intention must be to induce the downfall of C03 and subsequently transfer sequence 09. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of someone striking the table resonated once more from the communicator. The doctor continued. The fact that the members of the investigation team are vampires is something you can certainly exploit. A voice from the communicator responded, Understood. Is there any containment object you require from the U01 facility? Without hesitation, the doctor stated, I need sequence 097, the cursed toy gun. Very well. I shall negotiate that. The doctor nodded and added, I have another proposal. Please go on. The doctor removed his monocle and wiped it on his lab coat. I wish to harness the capabilities of sequence 292 to execute some peculiar containment procedures. Chapter 15. The box experiment. Upon hearing the doctor's words, the other end remained silent for a considerable time before responding. According to the video you transmitted, that containment object appears to be exceedingly dangerous. The doctor remarked gravely. However, it has not displayed any hostility towards humanity. The other party countered. When the fire squad engaged it during containment, it did not retaliate. The voice on the communicator grew somewhat somber. I believe it requires further observation. Hearing this, the doctor merely shrugged. Very well, came the reply from the other side. By the way, I noticed that its rank seems quite elevated. The doctor adjusted his monocle. It appears to have a remarkable rapport with the warden. I speculate they may share the same rank. A sound of knuckles rapping on the table echoed from the other end. If they are of the same rank, and the warden possesses a faint divinity, does that imply that humans can also embody divinity? The voice grew a touch frantic. The doctor shook his head and replied coolly. Subject 292 is not a reliable reference. Furthermore, whether it possesses divinity remains to be investigated. The voice on the other end carried a hint of disappointment, yet was filled with anticipation, creating a conflicting sentiment. We must expedite research in this area. If it can be confirmed that humans can possess divinity, it will be a grand feast for humanity. The communication was swiftly severed. The doctor, with a detached gaze, adjusted his monocle once more. Yet, it would also herald a calamity for humankind. On his desk lay the biochemical analysis report of Xiao. The conclusion stated, the subject's flesh appears to contain traces of divinity. The doctor shook his head, taking the report and, without a second thought, placing it into the shredder. He then rubbed his forehead. The author of this report had already been sent by him for memory erasure. Subsequently, he produced a blank report. Subject 292 exhibits abnormal cellular activity, suspected to be under a curse. After completing the report, the doctor locked it away in his desk drawer. He then summoned a staff member, commenced the box experiment concerning sequence 292 immediately. Shortly thereafter, Xiao was escorted to a special containment chamber. Curiously, he surveyed the layered containment facility, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. The chamber resembled 3 nesting boxes of varying sizes, with the largest enclosing the 2 smaller ones. Akin to Russian dolls, each room bore distinct furnishings. Xiao was led into the smallest chamber. The staff member addressed him, designated 292. You will be contained here for the next 7 days. Having conveyed the instructions, the staff member closed the door. Once alone, Xiao began to scrutinize his surroundings. The room was modest, even appearing somewhat cramped. A large floor-to-ceiling window adorned one wall, offering a view into the next chamber. Xiao, with his dull, lifeless eyes, seated himself on the iron bed in the center of the room. Meanwhile, the doctor, positioned before the surveillance monitor, issued commands. A day later, 2 individuals were dispatched to provoke 292. In the scene, Xiao was languidly seated on the bed, teetering on the brink of slumber. His head hung low, and soon, the faint sound of snoring could be heard. Had he truly fallen asleep in such a manner? One of the staff remarked in disbelief. It was a patently obvious outcome. Thus, Xiao spent his first day in the containment chamber. Early the next morning, a cacophony of noise pierced Xiao's ears. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gazed at the window on the wall. In his line of sight, 2 individuals clad in yellow vests were laughing merrily. Their voices were boisterous. "Old Wang, this room is far more comfortable than our former cell," exclaimed one, reclining on a plush sofa. The man referred to as Old Wang held a goblet in his hand, filled with a vibrant red liquid. To his astonishment, there was wine to be found here. Ha ha ha! He laughed heartily. Who would have imagined that 2 death row inmates could enjoy such luxuries? I wouldn't have dared to dream of it. Old Wang scoffed. That man in the suit and sunglasses told me that as long as I endure 30 days in this dreadful place, my case would be dismissed. I've already spent 13 days here, just 17 more, and I shall be free. The other teased. Old Wang, you can't possibly believe his nonsense, can you? With the murder charges hanging over you, 30 executions would be too lenient. Old Wang remained silent, savoring the wine in his glass. Suddenly, the other man interjected. By the way, I heard that the kid next door reached his 30th day yesterday. I wonder if he's been released. I certainly haven't seen him. Old Wang's gaze sharpened, and he said in a low voice, "What crime did that kid commit?" The other man pondered for a moment. I heard he assaulted over a dozen children. He was originally sentenced to death. Upon hearing this, Old Wang spat in disdain. Trash. Criminals of that ilk are the least favored, even in prison. Though the conversation between the 2 was not particularly loud, it sounded exceedingly disruptive to Xiao's ears. Clearly, there must have been a means of amplifying the sound within the room. Growing increasingly agitated by the noise, Xiao raised his fist and shattered the window with a single blow. The 2 conversing men were startled by the sound of breaking glass. From their vantage point, they could not see Xiao within the small room. The sudden emergence of a figure was indeed alarming. Xiao brushed off the shards of glass from his clothing and approached the 2 with a smile. "Dear friends, you have disturbed my rest. Could you keep your voices down?" he said, offering a warm smile. Upon seeing the youth, the 2 exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. "Old Wang, did you hear that? This kid wants us to be quieter." "Ha ha ha! My hearing is perfectly intact. I can hear you loud and clear." With that, Old Wang strode forward, seizing Xiao by the collar. "Kid, I don't know where you came from, but if you utter another word, I wouldn't hesitate to send you back to your mother's womb." He gazed at Xiao, a look of disdain etched upon his face. The other individual observed the scene with an air of amusement. "Old Wang, do be gentle with your approach. We wouldn't want to frighten this young child. Now would we?" Old Wang cast a sharp glare in his direction before turning his attention back to Xiao. "Little one, while I am in a good mood, you might as well offer me an apology, and I shall pretend as if nothing has transpired. Otherwise," a sudden gasp escaped his lips, disbelief washing over his features. The excruciating pain compelled him to release his grip on Xiao's collar. He took several hesitant steps back, his eyes wide with terror. Xiao flashed a peculiar grin. You truly are far too noisy. His smile was unsettling, and in his hand, he clutched a gruesome mass. That gruesome mass was none other than old Wang's tongue. Chapter 16, Sequence 077. The steward and another individual gazed in terror at the unfolding scene. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly frail youth could strike with such ferocity. At that moment, his trousers were thoroughly soaked, an unpleasant odor emanating from him. Lu Xiao gestured for silence. My friend, surely you wouldn't disturb my rest, would you? Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, the man could only nod vigorously, desperately covering his mouth to suppress any sound. Satisfied with this, Lu Xiao turned and retreated to his room. Meanwhile, on the other end of the surveillance, the doctor spoke softly. The subject currently exhibits no aggressive intent and shows no inclination to escape the confines of the box. Beside him, staff members hurriedly recorded this information. Tomorrow, dispatch 3 personnel to clean the subject's quarters. Lu Xiao reclined on his bed, leisurely crossing his legs. Though the room was cramped, it was infinitely more comfortable than a dark prison. Moreover, the provisions were ample. Under these circumstances, Lu Xiao had no desire to venture outside. Soon, the third day arrived. 3 individuals clad in yellow vests were escorted in by a special forces soldier, each wielding cleaning tools. The soldier opened the door, shoved the 3 inside, and then closed it behind them. Lu Xiao's unblinking gaze fixed upon the trio, his expression devoid of emotion. The newcomers were evidently more compliant than the previous 2. They exchanged glances, and the leader, a middle-aged man, offered Lu Xiao a friendly smile, inquiring, Sir, would you like us to clean your room? Without hesitation, Lu Xiao stood and returned the smile. Absolutely. Thank you. The 3 immediately set to work. In truth, the room was quite clean and required little tidying. On the monitoring end, the doctor stated, confirming that the subject will not initiate unprovoked attacks against humans and harbors benevolence towards them. This experiment aimed to ascertain whether the containment subject harbored any malevolence towards humanity and whether it would attempt to escape the box. The presence of 3 interconnected rooms was designed to verify the subject's safety. As long as the subject remained within the largest room without attempting to flee, it could be classified as S-class, denoting peace. Conversely, if the subject escaped the 3 rooms and exhibited harmful behavior towards humans, it would be categorized as D-class, indicating danger. Those containment subjects that exhibited pronounced hostility towards humans from the outset were directly classified as D-class and exempt from this experiment. Additionally, those who remained in the first room until the experiment's conclusion would be considered by the Guardians for potential tasks in the earthly realm. The doctor's objective with this experiment was to definitively categorize Lu Xiao's containment level. On the 4th day, the food supply to Lu Xiao's containment room ceased. However, this was evidently no challenge for him. He climbed through the window into the second room, and after indulging in a sumptuous meal there, he returned to the smallest room. On the 5th day, the food supply in all rooms was halted. Lu Xiao felt a tinge of annoyance, yet he was not overly hungry. Thus he spent the day resting in his room. On the 6th day, the food remained unavailable. Lu Xiao's demeanor was unchanged. He did not exhibit any unexpected behavior. Until the 7th day arrived. A group of individuals clad in yellow vests entered the second room, where they commenced a grand banquet. The cacophony roused Lu Xiao from his slumber. Peering out the window, he beheld a table laden with an array of delectable dishes, each more enticing than the last. Lu Xiao licked his lips and ventured outside without a moment's hesitation. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, he resembled a famished beast, devouring everything on the table. Afterward, he returned to his room, patting himself contentedly. This time, he was not bothered by the noise, as he had just feasted and felt disinclined to move. The doctor, observing this scene through surveillance, noted that the experiment had concluded, deeming the subject an S level with no tendencies to escape and devoid of aggression or malice towards humanity. The containment conditions were established, no provocation, and provision of ample food. The subject's ability was identified as rapid healing. This information was promptly relayed to the Warden S system, updating Lu Xiao's containment profile. The doctor adjusted his monocle, realizing there remained one final experiment to assess the subject's combat capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, he speculated that a D-class containment unit might reveal the subject's fighting prowess. Which containment unit should be employed for the test? Hearing the doctor's musings, a staff member suggested, "Doctor, why not utilize sequence 077, the butler?" Initially, the doctor had intended to use a D-class containment unit to gauge Xiao's combat strength. But the staff member's proposal sparked a glimmer of inspiration. An excellent notion. The combat abilities of 077 are formidable, even surpassing many D-class units, and it alleviates concerns for the subject's safety. Initiate combat data collection 292. Deploy 077, the butler. He swiftly issued the command. Meanwhile, Xiao was escorted by the staff to another room. The walls of this chamber bore evident signs of vitrification, indicating they had undergone specialized treatment. Xiao maintained his curious demeanor. Everything he encountered since arriving at this facility felt novel and intriguing. These sights were unlike anything he had witnessed prior to his descent into the abyss. At that moment, a staff member addressed him, "Sir, there will be a battle shortly. Do you require any weaponry?" Taken aback by the inquiry, Xiao responded with a hint of confusion. "A battle?" The staff member nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, sir. This is to gather your combat data." Xiao smiled, nodding in understanding. "Our research. Fear not. I shall cooperate fully." After a moment's thought, he added, "Having never handled a firearm before, perhaps you could provide me with a handgun?" The staff member nodded and spoke a few words into the intercom. Shortly thereafter, another staff member entered, wielding a handgun. Xiao took the firearm, his vacant gaze fixated upon it. Memories of military documentaries flooded his mind, and he swiftly chambered a round before discharging a shot towards the ceiling. Bang! The bullet grazed the ceiling, igniting a spark, and then ricocheted towards a nearby staff member. In an instant, a spray of crimson blossomed upon the unfortunate individual. Xiao hurriedly approached, his expression one of deep remorse. "I am so sorry. My sincerest apologies." The wounded staff member, on the brink of losing consciousness from the pain, dared not express his anger towards Xiao. Thus, he could only clutch his injury and retreat from the room. Outside, the doctor held a bell-shaped cloche in his hand, devoid of a clapper. He gently shook the bell, and though it was untouched, a melodious chime resonated as if summoned from thin air. Chapter 17. The unassuming battle. A middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat appeared in an instant, sporting a neatly groomed mustache and adorned with white gloves. He bore a striking resemblance to a quintessential British butler. He inclined his head slightly towards the doctor, performing a gentlemanly bow. "Good morning, sir. How may I assist you?" Sequence 077, Butler, Containment Level, yes. Target abilities, Financial Management, Administration, Assassination, Containment Conditions. Keep away from other containment units to avoid contamination or exploitation. Combat ability. Engaging him will induce a throbbing headache. Note: as a qualified butler, he shall execute all commands issued by his master. Note: as an ethereal being, the bell is his true essence. As long as the bell exists, the butler shall not experience true demise. The doctor commanded the butler, "Butler, I require you to eliminate the boy within." The butler bowed slightly. "At your service." The door swung open. Xiao gazed at the peculiar middle-aged figure, his nose twitching at an odd scent. "What a bizarre aroma!" he exclaimed, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Upon uttering this, he raised his hand and emptied the magazine of his pistol. Following a rapid succession of gunfire, the butler remained unscathed, standing resolutely in place. With a subtle tug of his white gloves, he remarked, "Sir, conventional firearms cannot inflict harm upon me." Xiao casually discarded the gun, grinning widely. "What a pity." The doctor fixated on the surveillance screen, the lenses of his monocle glinting with a faint light. To be precise, no ordinary physical means could harm the butler. On the screen, Xiao shook his neck, an imperceptible aura emanating from him, radiating outward. The oppressive force of a superior being descended upon the butler, who felt a slight heaviness in his body, yet that was all. Fortunately, Xiao had no illusions that he could easily subdue the butler. This tactic worked wonders against lesser foes, but it proved ineffective against true anomalies. Subsequently, Xiao crouched on the ground, contorting his body into an odd position reminiscent of a lizard. This was a technique he had acquired from the lizard men, allowing him to crawl rapidly while evading frontal assaults. The butler waved his hand, and several knives and forks hurtled toward the crawling Lu Xiao like flying daggers. However, Lu Xiao, akin to a slippery eel, evaded all harm and rapidly closed the distance to the butler. With a slight bend of his waist, the butler unleashed a whip-like kick aimed at Lu Xiao's head. In response, Lu Xiao extended his hands to catch the butler's leg. A sickening crack echoed as the butler's leg was gruesomely twisted and broken by Lu Xiao's grip. This scene left the onlookers in utter astonishment. How was it possible? How could he inflict harm upon the S-077 butler using only his bare hands? The staff exchanged puzzled glances, turning their gaze toward the doctor. He adjusted his monocle, stating, "It must be due to the curse he has endured, enabling his physical form to harm anomalous beings. In other words, that curse transformed him into a bizarre life form." A spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. This was an extraordinary discovery. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts surged through his mind. If the prison guard soldiers could also possess this curse, they would no longer be so helpless when confronted with the uncanny. This was the first notion that crossed the doctor's mind. However, he soon discarded it, for the consequences of this curse remained unknown. Returning his gaze to the arena, he observed that Lu Xiao had already broken the butler's other leg. At this moment, only the upper half of the butler remained. Yet, his expression betrayed no emotion. His handlebar mustache quivered slightly, and an array of knives and forks materialized out of thin air, launching toward Lu Xiao. Nevertheless, these were mere trifles for Lu Xiao. He grinned widely. Enough, enough. These utensils were more than sufficient. At this juncture, he was eager to savor the peculiar flavor. The last time he experienced such a taste was when the chainsaw uncle shared it with him. Just a single taste had left him craving more. It was not that Lu Xiao had a perverse palate. Although many humanoid, uncanny beings existed, they bore no resemblance to humanity. They were manifestations of a higher dimensional power. Of course, this was also related to the curse within him, a fact of which he remained unaware. The doctor shook the bell in his hand, and, in an instant, the butler vanished without a trace. Seeing the proverbial duck fly away, Lu Xiao's expression froze. He looked up and scanned his surroundings. Finding no evidence of the butler's presence, he squatted down in frustration. How could he just disappear like that? Why did I waste so much time talking? I should have gone straight for the bite. How exasperating. The doctor returned the bell to a small box made of lead and handed it to a nearby staff member. The target's combat capability was temporarily assessed as level 1. This was already considered a high evaluation, given that Lu Xiao could be harmed by firearms otherwise. He could have been classified as a supernatural uncanny being. Supernatural uncanny beings are nearly immune to over 90% of conventional firearms. Only a few large-scale thermal weapons can inflict damage upon them. Soon, the door swung open, and Lu Xiao stepped out. The moment he laid eyes on the doctor, he realized that this doctor was indeed up to something. He bared his teeth at the doctor. "Doctor, where did that uncanny go?" The doctor adjusted his monocle. He cannot be allowed to be consumed by you. Otherwise, it would not pass the review." Lu Xiao replied. "By the way, how did you inflict damage on him?" The doctor expressed his confusion, as S-077 had proven almost impervious to conventional physical methods during prior experiments. Yet, Lu Xiao had managed to injure the butler with his bare hands. Lu Xiao scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. It was just like that. He spoke no falsehood, for each of his moves was remarkably straightforward and unadorned. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's response, the doctor fell into deep contemplation. The experiment had concluded, and you may return to your quarters. After arranging for the staff to escort Lu Xiao back, the doctor proceeded to the laboratory. He retrieved the container that held Lu Xiao's flesh. Extracting a piece of the flesh, he casually picked up a pen, now tainted with a few drops of Lu Xiao's blood. He once again summoned the staff to bring forth S-077. The bell chimed, and the butler, clad in a tailcoat, appeared seemingly from thin air. "Good morning, sir. How may I assist you today?" The doctor, holding the pen, softly replied, "Let us conduct a small experiment together." The butler inclined slightly, saying, "It would be my pleasure to serve you." Chapter 18, Sequence 081. The Bone Carver. Ivan, a soft sound echoed as the tip of the pen pierced the steward's arm. The doctor inquired of the steward, "Have you sustained any injuries?" The steward nodded. "I have suffered some minor wounds." Achieving the desired outcome, the doctor rang a bell to summon the steward back. It appears that the flesh and blood of S-292 can indeed inflict harm upon bizarre entities. In an instant, a multitude of plans flooded the doctor's mind. Meanwhile, Xiao continued to enjoy a comfortable existence within the containment chamber, often engaging in casual conversation with the prison physician, leading a most pleasant life. "My friend, recently, I have felt that my appetite has diminished." Xiao expressed his concern. The physician's voice emerged from the avian beak. "Do not be alarmed, my friend. It is merely due to the suppression of your curse, which has resulted in your reduced need for copious amounts of food to sustain your energy expenditure." Upon hearing the physician's diagnosis, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, having feared he was falling ill. Recently, he had noticed a decline in his food intake, especially when confined to his room, where he once consumed 3 large buckets of rice, but now could manage only 1. "By the way, where is Mr. Ivan? I haven't seen him lately." Xiao suddenly recalled his purpose for coming. "I wish to express my gratitude to Mr. Ivan in person." The physician replied, "Very well. I shall escort you to him." "Thank you, my friend." Shortly thereafter, the physician led Xiao to Ivan's containment chamber. Xiao cast a glance at the small screen on the wall. Sequence 081. The Bone Carver. Containment level S. Target ability: puppet creation, sculpting. Alchemy, containment conditions: do not provoke. Combat ability: in combat, beware of your bones. P.S. A toy craftsman from the medieval era. His carved dolls are beloved by children, although they are fashioned from human bones. P.S. He possesses exquisite sculpting skills and extensive knowledge of alchemy. With these talents, he can create formidable puppets. P.S. This target is unable to engage in any form of trade. The physician also regarded the small screen and remarked to Xiao, "Ivan is a masterful sculptor whose creations were adored by children during his lifetime." However, upon learning that these dolls were crafted from human bones, the ignorant populace sought revenge against Ivan with fervor. They bound him to the gallows and subjected him to the most extreme forms of torture, ultimately severing his body from his bones. Upon hearing the physician's account, Xiao sighed, "What a pity. Mr. Ivan is indeed a craftsman deserving of respect." The physician wholeheartedly agreed with Xiao's sentiments. He merely wished to bring joy to others, yet alas. Subsequently, the physician rang the doorbell. After a brief moment, the door creaked open to reveal Ivan crouched before an enormous skeleton. Xiao surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. The room was filled with an array of sculptures, both humanoid and beastly in form. In stark contrast to the sterile confines of his and the warden's quarters, Ivan's chamber exuded a palpable sense of life. A lavish red carpet, seemingly crafted from the hides of some unknown creature, adorned the floor. At that moment, Ivan turned to the 2 figures of the doorway. "What brings you here?" Ivan's voice resonated from within the warden, clearly directed toward him. The warden gestured to the individual beside him, Xiao. "Ivan, my friend wishes to express his gratitude to you in person." Xiao quickly nodded in agreement. "Mr. Ivan, I'm immensely grateful for the surgery you performed on me. I feel fantastic now." The flicker of soul fire in Ivan's eye momentarily brightened, and then his voice emanated from Xiao's body. "No need for thanks. Through you, I have completed a magnificent work." The warden interjected, "May we come in and sit?" "Please do." Xiao stepped onto the crimson carpet, feeling an unusual sensation beneath his feet, akin to treading upon flesh, which was rather exhilarating. Ivan gestured toward 2 chairs. "Please have a seat." These chairs were intricately carved from unknown bones, cushioned with finely textured leather, while the backs retained their skeletal form. Xiao settled into one, finding it surprisingly comfortable, as a subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Unable to identify the scent, he nonetheless found it delightful. Meanwhile, Ivan's voice echoed through the room. "Friend, what do you think of my collection?" The surrounding bone sculptures vibrated in unison, producing Ivan's voice. Xiao glanced around and immediately gave a thumbs up. "They are exquisite pieces of art. I must say, Mr. Ivan, Your sculpting skills have reached an extraordinary level. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, the soul fire in Ivan's eye flickered with intensity once more. Alas, people do not appreciate my art, Ivan lamented. In response, Lu Xiao offered solace. Mr. Ivan, truly great works of art will always face criticism. It is evident that this arises from their ignorance of art. He then turned to the warden. Just as with you, Mr. Warden, your medical expertise often encounters skepticism. Yet both you and I know that you are a remarkable physician. The warden's beak opened and closed, momentarily a loss for words. Both he and Ivan gazed at Lu Xiao in unison. A smile graced Lu Xiao's face. Mr. Warden, you are the greatest doctor I have ever encountered. Your conviction humbles me. And you, Mr. Ivan, are the most talented sculptor I have ever seen. Look at these magnificent pieces. They shine so brightly. They truly belong in an art museum. This heartfelt declaration deeply moved both the warden and Ivan, especially Ivan. The soul fire in his hollow eye sockets surged with fervor, and his body trembled with excitement, the sound of cracking bones reverberating throughout the room. Yet, they cruelly took my life. They have forgotten that the dolls I meticulously crafted once adorned the burial treasures of their children. All I sought was to bring joy to the little ones. The voice resonated with profound regret. Lu Xiao offered solace, saying, Mr. Ivan, you ought not to feel regret. The ones who should bear the weight of regret are those foolish individuals. Their ignorance has cost them the presence of a magnificent artist. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, Ivan stood in contemplation for a long while. Thank you, my friend. Your words have brought me great comfort, though I have never harbored resentment towards those individuals. The incident has indeed left me with a deep sense of regret. At that moment, the prison doctor interjected, Ivan, it fills me with joy to see you emerge from the shadows of your heart. I share your joy. Ivan replied, my friend, I have decided to present you with a small gift. The voice emanated from within Lu Xiao. Chapter 19. Ascendance soon. Ivan rummaged through a corner and unearthed a long, elegantly carved box, fashioned from white bone and adorned with exquisite patterns. He approached Lu Xiao, cradling the box in his hands. My dear friend, this is a masterpiece I have cherished for many years. With that, he opened the box, revealing a bone spur approximately 30 centimeters in length. The spur was intricately embellished with elaborate designs, and at the end of its handle, a smooth, azure gemstone was set in place. As Ivan lifted the bone spur, his voice resonated throughout the room. This spur was serendipitously acquired from a leg bone and an eyeball. I remain unaware of their origins. He continued, upon this spur, I have poured my lifelong comprehension of alchemical arrays. It stands as my most magnificent creation. Lu Xiao's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the bone spur, his eyes fixed upon its beauty without a moment's respite. After a prolonged contemplation, he reluctantly declined, expressing, Mr. Ivan, this is far too precious. In response, Ivan pressed the box into Lu Xiao's embrace. My friend, it is yours now. A true masterpiece deserves an appreciative owner, and it is evident that you possess a profound understanding of art. The warden chimed in, affirming Ivan's sentiment. Indeed, my friend, only you are worthy of possessing it. Lu Xiao, momentarily taken aback, felt the absence of anger in his vacant eyes mar the emotion on his face. I am grateful for your recognition, he said, tucking the spur away before solemnly adding, forgive me for not revealing my name until now. I am Lu Xiao, as in smile. The warden replied, Lu, that is indeed my name. Ivan's voice joined in, Lu, we shall surely become the best of friends. Lu Xiao nodded, a smile illuminating his face. Meanwhile, the doctor observed the entire exchange through surveillance, constantly monitoring the containment object to prevent any anomalies, while also collecting data for research and analysis. The containment conditions for S-081 can be updated, he murmured softly, his gaze fixated on the bone spur. On the other side, Ivan's voice echoed once more. Lu, your curse will soon become a source of distress for you. I have inscribed a suppressive alchemical array upon your bone, but that merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Hearing this, Lu Xiao listened intently, recognizing the gravity of the situation regarding his own body. Ivan continued, that curse is entrenched within your very marrow, and eradicating it is utterly impossible. Yet, it also bestows upon you formidable power. Lu Xiao nodded thoughtfully before inquiring, "What should I do next? How much time do I have?" Ivan pondered for a moment, directing his gaze towards the warden. The warden proceeded to elucidate. "I once told you that the culmination of this curse results in becoming a lifeless mass of flesh, driven solely by instinct. However, this theory may not be universally applicable, as my previous encounter was with a pig. Despite that pig's tragic end, which indeed led to its transformation into decaying flesh, it simultaneously ascended into a higher dimensional form, one so profound that even I was nearly tainted by its presence." The warden's words carried a hint of trepidation. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Lu Xiao. "Your predicament bears resemblance to that of the cursed pig. Given the cursed elements present in your blood, you are likely to devolve into that putrid mass by next month. However, through the surgical intervention performed by Ivan and me, we have managed to postpone that fate by a year. Thus, within this year, you must seek a remedy." Lu Xiao nodded solemnly and inquired, "Where should I search? Should I return to the abyss?" The warden replied, "Returning to the abyss would only deepen your curse. My recommendation is to explore the realm of humanity instead." Lu Xiao nodded again and then turned his attention to Ivan. Ivan remained silent, offering no suggestions, prompting Lu Xiao to commit the warden's words to memory. After a brief exchange, Lu Xiao took his leave of the two men. Once Lu Xiao departed, Ivan fixed his gaze on the warden. "Why deceive Lu? Surely, returning to the abyss presents a greater chance of discovering a solution." The warden shook his head. "I have not deceived him. While returning to the abyss indeed offers a higher likelihood of resolving the curse, it would simultaneously accelerate the curse's corrosive progression." He paused momentarily, allowing Ivan to grasp the implication. A peculiar vibration coursed through Ivan's bones, and concurrently, every sculpture within the room began to tremble. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the doctor scrutinized the darkened surveillance feed, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, and adjusted his monocle. The warden continued, "This curse is known as ascension. For Lu, as a human, the realm of humanity is far more suitable." Upon hearing this, the fiery essence within Ivan's eyes flickered with concern. How could a mere human be afflicted by such a curse? The warden shrugged. "I share your curiosity." Ivan's voice was tinged with worry. "But the consequences of a failed ascension." He left the thought unfinished. The warden emitted a harsh, cawing laugh, reminiscent of a crow's call. "Yet, I have faith in Lu." Upon returning to his containment cell, Lu Xiao immediately addressed the air. "Doctor, are you present?" Before long, the doctor arrived at Lu Xiao's cell. Lu Xiao inquired earnestly, "Doctor, I wish to venture into the realm of humanity." Uncertain whether this human world referred to the one he originally hailed from, he opted to use the term human world as a substitute. Among the myriad objects observed within the containment facility, he recognized firearms, yet nearly everything else was unfamiliar. The doctor pondered for a moment. However, there has been no precedent for transporting living entities from the containment facility to the real world. The doctor was indeed truthful. This is because Lu Xiao is a living entity, while those typically involved in containment operations are generally inanimate objects. The distinction lies in the fact that Lu Xiao is considerably more challenging to control. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Lu Xiao appeared momentarily taken aback before inquiring, "Is there an alternative method?" The doctor, donning a perplexed expression, responded, "There are indeed methods." Relieved by the prospect of a solution, Lu Xiao gazed at the doctor with eager anticipation. The doctor spoke in a grave tone. "I can allow you to assist the warden in executing the containment task. However, this undoubtedly poses significant risks for me." He turned his gaze to Lu Xiao, his monocle reflecting Lu Xiao's figure. "If you were to harm a human during your outing, the organization would classify you as Class D, and I would face judgment." In an instant, Lu Xiao comprehended the gravity of the doctor's words. He patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, doctor, I am always kind to humans." The doctor nodded. "At least for now, it appears to be as you say. This forms the basis of my trust in you. However, I have another condition." Chapter 20. The fire squad of the city upon hearing the doctor mention conditions. Lu Xiao was not surprised. Even the prison doctor, a figure of considerable repute, remained obediently within the confines of this facility, leading Lu Xiao to further question the true nature of this asylum. Moreover, he had never contemplated engaging in any overt confrontation with humanity. After all, prior to his descent into the abyss, he had been a model citizen. "Doctor, what conditions do you propose?" The doctor adjusted his monocle and replied, "I require a substantial amount of your flesh and blood." Taken aback by the doctor's words, Lu Xiao hesitated momentarily. The doctor, sensing an extreme demand, was on the verge of retracting his request. However, Lu Xiao countered with a question, "Doctor, how substantial are we talking about?" He gestured towards his own body for emphasis. The doctor's lips twitched slightly. "Not that much, perhaps around this size." He formed a bowl shape with his hands. "Primarily, it is the blood that I seek." The doctor had determined that, in comparison to flesh, it was Lu Xiao's blood that posed the greatest threat to the peculiar entities. Applying his blood to bullets could enable even an ordinary man like the doctor to eliminate S-077, the steward, instantly with a single shot. Of course, that was only because the doctor had aimed the gun directly at the steward's forehead. Typically, such bizarre creatures would not stand idly by while one fired a weapon at them. Indeed, some could move faster than a bullet. "You want my blood?" Lu Xiao pondered, stroking his chin. "Is 5 liters sufficient? Any more, and I shall be lacking." The doctor shook his head once more. "Even if you provide me with more blood, there will come a day when it runs out. I intend to extract some of your hematopoietic stem cells." The doctor's plan was to cultivate Lu Xiao's stem cells to artificially generate blood. While this method might significantly diminish the potency, it would suffice for the intended purpose. Although Lu Xiao was familiar with the term hematopoietic stem cells, he was uncertain about the extraction process. He thumped his chest confidently. "Come on, sir. I'm at your disposal." When Lu Xiao emerged from the operating room, his complexion appeared somewhat pale. The doctor, terse and resolute, had extracted a significant portion of his blood without hesitation. Fortunately, Lu Xiao possessed exceptional regenerative abilities. Thus, the procedure had not inflicted any substantial harm, only a temporary weakness. The doctor patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder. "When a mission requires your assistance, I shall inform you." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao began to feel a sense of anticipation. Simultaneously, on a small hill near the demonic urban district stood an opulent villa estate. Countless robust men clad in black suits occupied the garden, all donning dark sunglasses. From the temples of their glasses, microphones extended outward. "Brothers, we have received word that an attempt to rob the estate will take place tonight. All units, prepare for battle." The announcement resonated from the microphones they wore, while bulges at their waists hinted at concealed firearms. In the innermost room of the estate, a middle-aged man adorned with a gold necklace as thick as a thumb stood before an intricately patterned mirror. His hands cradled his belly, and his exquisite tailored white shirt was already soaked with perspiration. "Mirror, oh mirror, I wish to inquire how many shall grace us with their presence tonight?" A visage emerged upon the reflective surface. He cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man. "What will you offer in exchange for the answer? Do not attempt to deceive me with that tainted flesh from before. I seek only pure, untainted flesh. Do you comprehend?" Were another to witness a mirror engaged in conversation, they might very well suffer a heart attack from fright. Yet, the middle-aged man appeared unfazed. He clapped his hands, and the door swung open, revealing 2 bodyguards clad in black suits, escorting a young girl. She was donned in a blue and white striped school uniform, her complexion markedly pale, evidently having endured a severe fright. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the bodyguards promptly retreated. The girl's hands and feet were bound, her mouth gagged. Grasping her hair, the middle-aged man pulled her before the mirror. "Mirror, oh mirror, are you satisfied with this offering?" He grinned broadly at the mirror. The visage within twitched its nose. Not bad. It is indeed pure flesh." As it spoke, its mouth split wide, revealing a gaping maw. The girl beheld this horrifying scene, terror evident in her eyes. She struggled desperately, but her bindings were too tight. The middle-aged man turned, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was not from fear, but rather from the exertion of his recent activities that had left him drenched. A chilling sound emanated from behind him, akin to gnawing rodents. After approximately 5 minutes, the sound returned. 7 individuals. Instruct your bodyguards to monitor the sewers. Upon hearing the Mirror-S response, the middle-aged man nodded and retrieved a communicator. 7 individuals may emerge from the sewers. Be vigilant. He proclaimed. After tonight, I shall reward my brothers with bonuses tomorrow. Your efforts are appreciated. His words resonated throughout the estate, intensifying the breaths of numerous bodyguards. Mr. Liu is truly benevolent. One guard murmured. Indeed, a daily salary of 60,000. I wager even the nation's premier bodyguards cannot boast such compensation. Just one more week, and I shall have enough to purchase a home in the magical city. What manner of business does Mr. Liu conduct? Why do robbers strike so frequently? Attend to your own duties. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you, murmured a bodyguard as they engaged in quiet conversation. They regarded the occurrence of robberies with indifference, for such events transpired with alarming regularity. Each time, they successfully repelled the assailants. The Mr. Liu they spoke of was, after all, the wealthiest individual in a magical city. His influence pervasive behind 90% of the commerce therein. Following each attack, Mr. Liu would generously distribute bonuses, ranging from 50,000 to 100,000. It is important to note that the entire estate is guarded by no fewer than 100 individuals of their ilk. Simultaneously, within the confines of the estate's drainage system, a 6-member team clad in tactical gear is advancing stealthily through the narrow tunnels. Captain, is this truly effective? The target containment object possesses omniscient attributes. If we traverse through the sewers, it will undoubtedly be aware of our movements. The captain responded in a low voice. How could it possibly know your point of entry? Moving through the sewers minimizes our exposure and enhances our defense. Should they launch a grenade, we would be meeting my great-grandmother in no time. You're being reckless. Can you not assess the situation? Relax. We have already conducted an investigation. They only possess handguns. They lack access to significant heavy weaponry. This squad is the City of Fire team, tasked with the containment of Xiao. In a concealed location outside the estate, Xiao cradles a tablet computer in her hands. The screen displays the entirety of the estate's layout. Her fingers swiftly glide across the tablet, and she subsequently communicates through her device. Captain, all the drainage exits are being monitored. Chapter 21. The premier psychiatric hospital of the Demon City, the Dart, seemed unsurprised. With generous rewards come brave souls. Naturally, they would diligently serve their employer for a handsome remuneration. Surely, the bullets have been replaced with tranquilizers? Liu Guang expressed his confusion. Captain, utilizing tranquilizers significantly heightens our risk. Why not employ conventional ammunition? The Dart sighed deeply. This group of bodyguards is merely a set of ordinary individuals kept in the dark. We possess specialized bulletproof vests. Standard bullets would hardly harm us. Tricky then interjected. They're not ordinary people. They belong to an elite, high-income bracket. Damn it, their salaries surpass mine. Captain, why not join them? No, I'm feeling envious. No one responded to Tricky's remarks. Everyone recognized his jest. Clearly, they had grown accustomed to it. The Dart also automatically filtered out Tricky's words. Enough. Time to check equipment. We will launch a surprise assault from above in 10 minutes. Upon this declaration, all 6 team members synchronized their tactical watches. 10 minutes later, bang, the manhole cover of the sewer was blown off. Following closely were several smoke grenades hurled from the opening. In an instant, the entire estate was engulfed in alarm bells. The smoke, illuminated by the moonlight, was exceptionally conspicuous. The majority of the bodyguards rushed towards the direction of the smoke. The members of the urban fire team had already advanced to the ground. Utilizing the smoke as their cover, they were met with a barrage of gunfire. At that moment, the estate resonated with the sound of gunshots. Tricky flicked his wrist, and in an instant, a massive blast shield appeared on his arm. He raised the shield in the forefront. The team members, displaying remarkable synergy, promptly followed behind him. Bullets struck the blast shield, creating sparks. Tricky's arm was jolted, feeling somewhat numb. Too many. I can't bear it. Following closely behind him, the Dart could scarcely resist the urge to shoot him in the back of the head. When we return, I shall petition the doctor to have the prison physician perform a vocal cord removal surgery on you." At this remark, Tricky shivered and promptly replied, "Captain, I merely feared you all were too tense and wished to lighten the atmosphere." At that moment, a voice from the earpiece interrupted. "Captain, a multitude of targets is heading your way. You must relocate swiftly." Upon hearing this, the group immediately began to move. At this juncture, the approaching bodyguards had yet to arrive. The Dart was aware they would soon be discovered. Through his tactical goggles, the smoke posed little obstruction to them. He surveyed his surroundings and quickly reached a decision. According to the intelligence, all windows on the 4th and 5th floors have been sealed. "We shall scale the exterior wall to the 3rd floor." He added, "Let us be swift." No sooner had he spoken than he dashed towards the wall. Simultaneously, sharp, segmented spikes emerged from his gloves, exceedingly sharp, resembling the legs of a spider. This enabled his palm to firmly adhere to the wall. Utilizing these methods, they swiftly ascended the wall, reaching the 3rd floor in mere seconds. At that moment, a message echoed in the ears of all the bodyguards in the estate. "The target has entered the villa. Those outside must secure the exits." The air was suddenly filled with the sound of intense gunfire from within the villa, indicating that a confrontation had ensued. "Captain, the exits of the villa have been sealed." Xiao Yu's voice crackled through the earpiece. Just then, the frantic voice of Liu Guang pierced through the comms. "Damn it! Wasn't it said they lacked heavy weaponry? How is it that they have even unearthed an antiquated Maxim machine gun?" The slippery one replied somewhat awkwardly. "Ahem, according to the information, the villa's owner is indeed an antique collector. An antique collector possessing a relic, such as a Maxim machine gun from the ancient times, seemed entirely plausible." Upon hearing this, Liu Guang fell silent. At that moment, the doctor was remotely observing the Team's operations. Hearing the continuous barrage of heavy weaponry, he inquired of the Dart, "Can we break through the fire blockade?" The response came swiftly through the Bluetooth earpiece. "We can breach it, but there may be casualties." On the other side, the doctor's assistant leaned in to whisper a few words. After listening to the assistant, the doctor hesitated not a moment before instructing the Dart to retreat. The Dart fell silent for a moment, then solemnly declared, "The doctor orders an immediate retreat." Soon, one of the team members detonated the wall behind them. They orderly leaped through the breach. The muzzle of the Maxim machine gun belched forth flames reaching half a meter. At the forefront, the slippery one held a ballistic shield, deflecting the incoming bullets. In an instant, his arm lost sensation, and the shield was on the verge of shattering under the relentless fire. Once everyone had evacuated, the slippery one, shield in hand, was the last to leap through the opening. In that very moment, the shield capable of withstanding explosives shattered completely. Fortunately, he had retreated in time. Otherwise, he would have been riddled with bullets. However, his arm that had borne the shield was now a gruesome sight. No sooner had he landed than Liu Guang hoisted him up, and they fled frantically. The slippery one's weak voice echoed through the earpiece. "Wow, that was exhilarating." Hearing his voice, the others let out a sigh of relief. The fact that he could still speak indicated he was alive. Simultaneously, their presence was detected by the bodyguards. At this juncture, the Dart stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront. A ballistic shield materialized in his hands. The sound of bullets ricocheting off the shield rang out, creating sparks. The footsteps surrounding them multiplied. The team members hastily retreated. Xiao Yu, utilizing the satellite imagery, directed the group's escape route. It was only after the team had completely vacated the estate that the bodyguards ceased their pursuit. On a secluded road, the city fire squad appeared somewhat disheveled under the moonlight. A white ambulance came to a halt before them, emblazoned with the words "the premier psychiatric hospital of Magic City." The doors swung open, revealing Xiao Yu at the wheel, gesturing for everyone to board hastily. Getting quickly, the ambulance, with its siren wailing, sped away into the night. Inside, Xiao Yu exchanged places with Dart, who took over the driving, while she attended to the urgent wounds of the slippery character. "It might hurt a bit. Just bear with it," Xiao Yu whispered gently. She then unfastened the cuff of his sleeve, revealing an arm profusely bleeding and bruised from the impact. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu let out a sigh of relief. She proceeded to examine his chest and back, where several bullets were lodged in his bulletproof vest. Thanks to the special design by the guardian of the prison that had shielded him from fatal injury. However, it was evident that Slippery was not in good shape either. A trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth, indicating significant internal damage. Xiao performed some emergency treatment for him. Amidst the silence of her comrades, the ambulance arrived at a hospital located on the outskirts of Magic City. Chapter 22. Bone Spur. The ambulance drove deep into the confines of the psychiatric hospital, subsequently vanishing without a trace. By the time the urban fire squad reappeared, they had returned to the C03 containment facility. "Doctor, we are back." The doctor adjusted his monocle in silence. He had already observed the detailed circumstances through the cameras connected to the squad. "You have worked hard. You may go rest now." After speaking, the doctor paid no further attention to the reporting figure and returned to his study of Lu Xiao's hematopoietic stem cells. The figure quietly exited the doctor's office and returned to the squad's training room. Upon seeing the figure's return, Xiao hurriedly approached. "Captain, did the doctor say anything?" The figure shook his head. Seeing this, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in Lu Xiao's containment room, he was toying with the bone spur. The weapon felt surprisingly heavy in his hand, and it appeared to pulse slightly, giving him the impression that it possessed a life of its own. This intrigued Lu Xiao. Ivan had not mentioned how to utilize this object. He had merely stated that it was a work of art. Yet, it was evidently not so simple. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiao recalled something he had read in a fantasy novel about a magical artifact recognizing its master through a drop of blood. A smile crept upon his lips. With a decisive motion, Lu Xiao plunged the entire bone spur into his thigh. At that moment, the spur trembled violently. He quickly withdrew it and examined it closely. The intricate patterns on the spur were now stained with blood, emitting a faint emerald glow. The azure gem at the tip radiated a halo of light. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness washed over Lu Xiao's mind. He shook his head, dispelling the sensation, which had come swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Once his vision refocused, the bone spur had returned to its original appearance, showing no changes. Lu Xiao pursed his lips. This doesn't seem all that impressive. At that moment, within the C03 containment facility, numerous staff members lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth. They had been diligently attending to their tasks when, without warning, their eyes rolled back and they fell into unconsciousness. Only a few managed to hold on and remain upright, one of whom was the doctor. Upon noticing this anomaly, he rushed to the monitoring station and activated the emergency protocol. In an instant, all passages were sealed with colossal steel doors weighing 1,000 pounds. Alarms blared throughout the facility. In the areas where the consumables resided, some began to sense that something was amiss. Their distant proximity from the containment room meant they had not felt any unusual occurrences, yet the sirens echoed throughout the base. One consumable gazed thoughtfully into the distance. In just a week, the alarm has sounded 3 times. Something must have happened, he murmured to himself. There were over 100 consumables like him in this place. They donned identical yellow vests and resided in rooms reminiscent of a prison. Unlike a conventional penitentiary, however, they were housed in solitary quarters. These individuals were labeled as expendables, implying that they were not regarded as human beings within these confines. They shared 2 predominant characteristics. Firstly, they were all heinous death row inmates. Secondly, a man clad in a black suit had uttered the same phrase to each of them. "Do you wish to live? I can take you to a place where, if you endure for 30 days, you shall regain your freedom." Initially, these condemned criminals, facing imminent execution, were eager to seize any opportunity for survival. Upon learning they could extend their lives by an additional 30 days, they unanimously accepted the proposition without hesitation. The prospect of true liberation was of little concern to them. Yet, since their arrival, their thoughts began to subtly shift. After all, who would desire a bit more time to live? However, it soon became evident to some that this was an elaborate ruse. The purpose of bringing these expendables here was solely to furnish researchers with experimental data. They would be forcibly isolated with terrifying containment entities, intended to test the properties of these anomalies. A moment's inattention could lead to instant demise. As for whether they could truly attain freedom after 30 days, who could tell? Regardless, no one had yet succeeded in surviving beyond the 30th day. Several expendables exchanged glances through the bars, their eyes eventually settling on the Special Forces soldier guarding the entrance. "Sir, what is happening?" One of the expendables whistled, inquiring. The soldier's earpiece crackled with the voice of the doctor. "Stand by." Upon receiving the doctor's command, they exhaled in relief. Subsequently, a soldier approached the whistling expendable, raising his weapon to strike the bars. Silence. He spoke little, for these individuals were merely expendables. Observing the soldier's demeanor, the expendables shared understanding glances. Meanwhile, the doctor had finally discerned the cause of the commotion. He scrutinized the playback of the surveillance footage featuring Xiao, his lips twitching slightly. In the footage, after the bone spike had penetrated his thigh, the staff began to collapse one by one, as if their souls had been instantaneously extracted. In the surveillance, Xiao appeared to desire a repeat of the act. The doctor hurriedly seized the microphone. "S-292, cease at once." Inside the containment chamber, Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the sudden command. "Doctor?" he queried, his tone laced with confusion. Before long, the doctor arrived at Xiao's containment area. After viewing the surveillance video, Xiao sheepishly attempted to conceal the bone spike behind him. The doctor adjusted his monocle. "S-292. This item is exceedingly dangerous and requires containment." Upon hearing this, Xiao resolutely declined. "Doctor, this is my personal possession." The doctor had no intention of forcing the issue. He adhered to his own principles regarding containment items. He would avoid provocation whenever possible. He believed that if he provoked them, numerous uncontrollable events could unfold. "You must keep it safe. Do not allow it to be tainted with blood." The doctor was certain that this bone spur had been activated by Xiao's blood. As for whether the blood of others would yield the same effect, the doctor was indifferent. He simply wished to avoid another encounter with Xiao in such a manner. Xiao grinned and carefully stowed away the bone spur. "By the way, doctor, do you have any missions coming up? When can I return to the mortal realm?" The doctor was about to shake his head when he suddenly recalled the failed mission of the City of Fire team. "Ah, as it happens, there is indeed one." Upon hearing this, Xiao became animated. "What are we waiting for?" I can hardly contain my excitement. Chapter 23. Shanghai, the City of Magic. Do not rush. We need to prepare comprehensively. The doctor adjusted his monocle. "Moreover, I must arrange the necessary permissions for your outing. This process will take a day." Xiao grimaced slightly and returned to his bed. "Tomorrow, I will have someone come to escort you. Just cooperate with them to complete the task. Remember, under no circumstances must you take a life." With that, the doctor turned and departed. Once the doctor had left, Xiao retrieved the slender bone spur and examined it closely. The spur resembled a vibrating rod, quaking incessantly in his grasp. Xiao found himself utterly captivated by it. In the doctor's office, Dart. "This is the file to mobilize sequence 292 for the operation." Dart took the document from the doctor's hand and inquired solemnly, "Are we to have 292 assist with our containment efforts?" The doctor nodded and produced a video for Dart. "This is one of his abilities. I have calculated that its radius extends to 3 kilometers. When this ability is activated, all humans within that range will experience a similar degree of dizziness lasting up to half an hour." Hearing this, Dart gasped in astonishment. "Is there no way to evade this ability?" The doctor adjusted his monocle again. "I suspect only those with strong mental fortitude can withstand such an abrupt onset of dizziness." Dart glanced at the footage, where Xiao briefly exhibited signs of dizziness. In that fleeting moment, a plan began to form in his mind. With such an ability, the villa that had previously defied human intrusion would become easily accessible. The doctor seemed to sense his thoughts. "You are oversimplifying the situation." Dart paused, then turned to the doctor. The doctor spoke softly. "The target possesses omniscience, making it highly unlikely that this method will secure containment." Dart immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, the target's all-knowing trait posed a significant challenge. Otherwise, with the capabilities of their team, a single raid would suffice to accomplish the containment task. What then? Is the purpose of bringing 292? Dart questioned, puzzled. 292 exhibits traits of a higher entity, which may slightly disrupt the target's prophetic outcomes, the doctor replied, albeit uncertainly. Their knowledge about the mirror was exceedingly limited, leaving much to conjecture. Additionally, the doctor continued, this operation involves not only containing the target, but also addressing another matter. Other nations' wardens have infiltrated, aiming to seize this containment object. If you cannot secure the target, then you must thwart the containment efforts of the other wardens. As he spoke, the doctor adjusted his monocle once more. If necessary, you may unleash 292's ability against the other wardens. As long as the target remains within the borders of Huaxia, the operation will be deemed a success. This was the underlying reason for the doctor's insistence on including Xiao. Dart did not question the doctor's orders and promptly departed to fulfill them. In the Manor Villa, Magic Mirror. Oh, Magic Mirror. I wish to inquire how one might bring about the bankruptcy of Time's real estate. General Liu wiped the sweat from his brow. A smile plastered across his face. A visage materialized upon the mirror, gazing at him with palpable disdain. The price for such a question is beyond your means. Stunned into silence, General Liu found himself taken aback by such a response. Can you enlighten me as to why? Should he manage to acquire Time's real estate, his business would proliferate throughout the metropolis, establishing him as the puppet master behind the city. The mirror scoffed. Consider the answer to this question a gift. The principle of transactions is one of equivalence. The cost of each inquiry varies depending on the consequential impact it has on the world. His mouth twisted into a grotesque grin, his crimson tongue swirling twice around the gash. In other words, the sacrifice of your meager flesh and blood is woefully insufficient to meet the price of this question. General Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yet I can offer more flesh and blood. 100? 1,000? Upon hearing this, the mirror clicked its tongue, the disdain in its gaze becoming ever more pronounced. You still fail to grasp my meaning. By your capabilities, you cannot afford the price of this question. At this, General Liu deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the ground. The mirror continued. Instead of pondering how to bankrupt Time's real estate, I believe you should be more concerned about another matter. What matter? A sense of foreboding gripped General Liu's heart. Just then, an image appeared within a mirror. It depicted a headless, corpulent corpse. The voice of the mirror echoed. This answer is also a gift for you. With that, the mirror fell silent, impervious to General Liu's desperate calls. Panic set in as he recognized the headless body in the image. It was his own. The following day, an ambulance departed from the foremost psychiatric hospital in the metropolis. The members of the urban fire squad appeared somewhat anxious within the vehicle. Xiao peered through the window, scanning the surroundings. The team remained unnaturally silent, wary of provoking the esteemed individual among them, fearing a performance of a 360-degree head rotation. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Unperturbed, Xiao seemed captivated by the scenery outside the window. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Which city is this? The squad members exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards the sly one. The sly one pointed to his own nose, receiving nods from the others. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Mr. Xiao, this is the first-tier city of Huaxia, the metropolis. Xiao's eyes sparkled with recognition. The metropolis? Oh, I know. This bears the same title as a city before my descent into the abyss, even sharing the country's moniker. The city I had longed to visit since childhood was indeed the metropolis. I never anticipated an opportunity to do so in this lifetime. The squad members were momentarily taken aback, and the sly one, summoning his courage, inquired, Mr. Xiao, are you familiar with the city known as the magical capital? Xiao nodded, a warm smile gracing his lips. Of course I am. It is Shanghai, a grand metropolis. What Shanghai? The sly one replied, an expression of bewilderment adorning his face. The other members of the team also displayed signs of confusion. Noticing their reactions, Xiao sensed an air of oddity surrounding the situation. Isn't the magical capital synonymous with Shanghai? The sly one hastily shook his head. The magical capital is simply the magical capital. We have never heard of a place called Shanghai. At that moment, Liu Guang interjected, I believe I have encountered that name before. He pondered for a moment before continuing. I recall my elders mentioning it. It seems to have been a super city from the recent ancient epoch. Upon hearing Liu Guang's words, Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 24. The Eerie Van in the Age of Innovation. Lu Xiao glanced at Lu Guang, whose vacant, lifeless eyes sent a shiver down his spine. Lu Guang, with trepidation, responded, yes. The age of innovation. Lu Xiao's mind conjured a distinct possibility. After a moment's reflection, Lu Guang continued, currently, we are in the age of innovation. Lu Xiao silently repeated the term in his mind. And how many years have passed in this age of innovation? Without hesitation, Lu Guang replied, this year marks the 211th year of the age of innovation. Thus, it implies that the age of innovation has endured for 211 years? Lu Guang nodded affirmatively. A sense of unease washed over Lu Xiao as his previous thoughts were instantly discarded. Have I really been trapped in the abyss for only 3 years? Has over 2 centuries elapsed outside? This question spiraled within him. He then contemplated another possibility. Is there a disparity between the passage of time in the abyss and the real world? Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the ambulance. Lu Xiao remained silent. He did not believe that the members of the urban fire squad were deceiving him. Hence, numerous possibilities emerged. Could it be a parallel world? This was Lu Xiao's hypothesis, and he felt it held substantial weight. Yet, he overlooked one critical issue. Even in a parallel world, the timelines would not align. Observing Lu Xiao's silence, the others held their breath, not daring to utter a word. After what felt like an eternity, the driver, Fei Darts, finally shattered the silence. We have arrived. With that, he promptly exited the vehicle. The other squad members followed suit, disembarking in haste. Just as Lu Xiao prepared to step out, Fei Darts spoke in a grave tone. Mr. Lu Xiao, please heed my instructions. Unless I permit you to act, you are to remain on the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao made no objections. Seeing Lu Xiao's compliance, Fei Darts silently exhaled in relief. He had been apprehensive that Lu Xiao might attempt to break free from their control. If Lu Xiao insisted on acting independently, their team, given their limited strength, would have no means to stop him. The potential consequences of an entity escaping containment were too perilous to fathom. However, it was clear that Lu Xiao had no such intentions. Upon exiting the vehicle, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. In the distance stood a brilliantly illuminated mansion. Turning to Lu Guang, he inquired, my friend, what is the target of our containment? Lu Guang immediately glanced at his captain, and upon receiving a nod from Fei Darts, he responded, according to the information, the target of containment is a mirror endowed with omniscient properties. Omniscient properties? Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lu Guang nodded. This mirror is quite peculiar. It is said to possess knowledge of everything, be it past or future. Is it truly so sinister? Lu Xiao mused. This statement had thoroughly piqued his curiosity, aligning perfectly with the myriad questions swirling within him. It was as if he had stumbled upon a long-awaited answer. Enthusiasm surged within Lu Xiao regarding this containment operation. Originally, he intended to merely go through the motions, but now he had become resolutely determined to possess that artifact. At this moment, Mr. Lu sat on the sofa, his face ashen. He had contemplated fleeing, yet the images reflected in the enchanted mirror foretold his inevitable fate. As the owner of the mirror, he understood its nature all too well. The mirror's revelations were immutable truths. Throughout the day, he revisited the entirety of his past. Initially, he was just a humble factory owner in the bustling metropolis. In this city, countless small proprietors like him existed, with at least 8,000 in similar circumstances. Though he lived comfortably, it was evident that he harbored greater ambitions. By sheer serendipity, he stumbled upon the mirror in an antique shop. Upon his first glimpse, he was utterly captivated. Thus, he paid a handsome price to bring the mirror home. During a moment of overwhelming stress, he found himself speaking to the mirror, only to be astonished when it responded. From that point onward, he was inexorably drawn into its grasp. With the mirror's assistance, his business flourished, and he became acutely aware of his competitors' vulnerabilities. In a mere decade, he emerged as the most prominent magnate in the metropolis, secretly controlling 90% of the city's commerce. The number of lives he had sacrificed to the mirror was perhaps lost to his memory, but he vividly recalled the first, his once-beloved wife. Yet, all of that was now but a distant memory. He stared blankly at the enchanted mirror, his thoughts tumultuous. Upon realizing his fate, He contemplated destroying the mirror. But no matter what he tried, he could not inflict even the slightest harm upon it. The mirror, in turn, offered him no further acknowledgement. Regret, frustration, and fear. A myriad of emotions surged within him. Just then, a piercing alarm blared. The villa was under siege again. Gunfire echoed through the night sky. The route leading to this estate had long been sealed off by the authorities, with police vehicles stationed at every intersection. At one of these checkpoints, an older and a younger officer leaned against their patrol car, taking a moment to rest. The younger officer produced a pack of cigarettes and offered one to his elder companion. "Uncle Wong, why do we have to block this road every day without any explanation from above? What's going on?" The older officer, known as Uncle Wong, had been in the force for many years and possessed a wealth of knowledge. He slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. "Just do as you're told, kid. Don't question the orders. Some things are beyond our understanding." The younger officer nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. As they exchanged idle banter, a van approached from the distance. Its trajectory was erratic, weaving chaotically along the road in an S-shaped pattern. The headlights flickered unsteadily, straining their eyes. Uncle Wong nudged the younger officer. "That looks like a case of drunk driving. Let's pull them over." The young officer nodded and stepped into the middle of the road, signaling to the van. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt by the roadside. The officer rapped on the window. As it slid down, he was met by the sight of a soldier clad in tactical gear at the driver's seat. Taken aback for a moment, the officer immediately saluted. However, the individual behind the wheel offered no response. Instead, he engaged in a most peculiar mannerism. His hands had long since abandoned the steering wheel, performing a series of mechanical motions. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie. The young officer felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, adhering to his duty, he mustered the courage to speak. "Friend, this road has been closed off. Passage is prohibited without special authorization." Upon hearing the officer's words, the soldier at the wheel halted one of his hands and retrieved a document from his bag, presenting it to the officer. Meanwhile, his other hand continued its relentless, mechanical movements. The officer accepted the document, casting a glance into the rearview mirror. The sight that greeted him sent shivers down his spine. Within the van's cabin sat 6 individuals clad in similar tactical uniforms, their hands oscillating in an uncanny rhythm, mirroring that of the driver. Chapter 25. They cannot kill, yet they are not human. At this moment, the veteran officer sensed something amiss. He approached the van and, as he passed the junior officer, casually patted him on the shoulder. However, the young officer stood motionless, his gaze vacant, clutching a document in his hand. The veteran officer took the document and leaned in for a closer look. He was momentarily taken aback, then turned his attention to the soldier in the driver's seat. Saluting him promptly, "You may proceed." The soldier nodded and returned both hands to the steering wheel, driving away with a crooked path. After watching the van disappear, the veteran officer nudged the junior officer beside him. Thud! The young officer collapsed to the ground in response. The veteran officer stared in astonishment at the young officer, who lay on the ground with his eyes rolling back. It took him a moment to regain his composure, and he helped the junior officer up, pinching his philtrum with his thumb. After a full 5 minutes, the young officer's eyes gradually regained focus. Gag! As soon as the young officer regained consciousness, he bent over and began retching on the ground. The veteran officer gently patted his back. "What happened to you? Why did you suddenly faint?" Once the young officer finished retching, he looked at the veteran officer with tear-filled eyes, shaking his head in confusion. "I have no idea. I just blacked out all of a sudden." Hearing the young officer's response, the veteran officer's expression turned grave. "You're not possessed, are you?" Upon hearing this, a look of fear crossed the young officer's face. Outside the manor, in a concealed location, an ambulance emblazoned with the premier psychiatric hospital of Magic City was stationed. Inside, Xiao held a tablet, speaking solemnly. "Captain, are those attacking our own people?" Fei Darts shook his head. "No, another prison guard squad has intervened." Xiao's fingers flew rapidly across the tablet. "According to satellite feedback, 3 squads are launching an assault on the villa." Fei Darts spoke firmly. "Can we trace their identity codes?" Every member of the prison guard squad possesses a unique identity code. The prison guard satellites can detect these codes, revealing their origin from which facility. Xiao Yu's fingers darted across the tablet, her brows furrowing tightly. Captain, I can't access it. Their identity codes have been specially shielded. Listening to the gunfire outside, Fei Dart's expression darkened. Damn it, they are using live ammunition. The distinction between real bullets and tranquilizer rounds is subtle. Yet Fei Darts could discern the difference clearly. Upon hearing this, the cunning officer voiced his discontent. Captain, why do we have to use tranquilizers while they can use real bullets? Which facility are they from? I'll file a complaint when we return. At this moment, Fei Darts had already knitted his brows in concern. It's likely not a prison guard from Huaxia. Within the esteemed organization of prison guards in the land of Huaxia, an unwritten rule prevails. Live ammunition must never be employed against civilians. Coupled with the intelligence provided by the doctor, Fei Diao concluded with certainty that the three squads were not affiliated with any of Huaxia's prison guard units. A shadow of concern crossed Liu Guang's gaze. Captain, are you suggesting that foreign prison guards have infiltrated our ranks, intent on seizing the target? Fei Diao nodded gravely, affirming, this is the only plausible scenario. Shen, too, unable to restrain himself, erupted in anger. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go confront them. Fei Diao shook his head. The highest priority mission from the doctor is to thwart their operation, and only then to secure the target. Then what are we waiting for? We must act swiftly. Shen Tu exclaimed, rising with his weapon in hand. Fei Diao countered, they're still assaulting the perimeter of the villa. It is not yet the opportune moment to strike. Upon hearing Fei Diao's words, Shen Tu, filled with frustration, returned to his seat. Liu Guang placed a reassuring hand on Shen Tu's shoulder and said solemnly, obey the orders. Though his expression remained composed, the trembling hand resting on Shen Tu's shoulder betrayed his inner turmoil. Shen Tu fell silent, absently wiping his firearm with a cloth. The other team members also remained mute, fixated on their own weapons. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao cast a curious glance at the tablet in Xiao Yu's hands. Sister, what is that device called? He inquired, pointing at her tablet. Xiao Yu paused for a moment before replying. This is called a smart brain. Lu Xiao grinned widely. May I have a chance to try it? Xiao Yu shook her head. Lu Xiao, undeterred, was not truly insistent on using the smart brain. He merely found it reminiscent of the tablet computers from his memories and was eager to take a look. Yet, respecting Xiao Yu's refusal, he relinquished the idea. For as a model citizen, he understood that coercion was unequivocally wrong. Simultaneously, the combat within the estate had escalated to a fever pitch. The garden was already strewn with the lifeless bodies of numerous bodyguards. The three squads of prison guards evidently operated in unison, exhibiting remarkable coordination, and thus far, they had sustained no casualties. Some bodyguard had retreated into the villa, while others seized the chaos as an opportunity to flee the estate. After all, they were merely there for work and had no intention of risking their lives. Captain, they are launching an assault on the villa. It is estimated that in 5 minutes, the villa will fall. Xiao Yu's voice pierced through the tension. Fei Diao pondered for a moment before issuing his command. Check your equipment. Once they exit the villa, we will intercept them. Liu Guang, with a cold and steely gaze, inquired, should we employ tranquilizer darts or live rounds? As he spoke, he had already removed the magazine containing the tranquilizer darts, clearly indicating his stance. In an instant, all eyes, save for Lu Xiao's, were fixed intently on Fei Diao. Fei Diao surveyed his team, then clenched his teeth and declared, live rounds. Upon hearing Fei Diao's pronouncement, everyone seemed to find an outlet for their pent-up emotions. For a moment, the only sound resonating within the carriage was the mechanical clatter of a magazine being replaced. The rogue, in a fit of disdain, discarded the spent tranquilizer magazine onto the floor, trampling it underfoot with force before spitting contemptuously. At that moment, Lu Xiao seized the opportunity to grasp the dart. My friend, do you require my assistance? He inquired, gesturing toward himself. The dart pondered for a moment. Mr. Lu Xiao, I sincerely hope you will heed my command. Lu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently bestowing a gentle smile upon him. I have another question. The dart met Lu Xiao's lifeless gaze, speaking in a grave tone. Please proceed. Lu Xiao extended his tongue, moistening the corner of his lips. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting a pallid glow upon his visage, rendering his dead fish eyes all the more chilling. May I take a life? Upon hearing Lu Xiao's query, all eyes once again converged upon the dart. With a somber expression, the dart coldly articulated each word. You must not take a life. Yet they are not human. Chapter 26. Embrace the fear, minions. Upon hearing the response from the darts, Lu Xiao was filled with delight. Though he had been driven somewhat mad by the tortures of the dark prison, it did not signify that he was foolish. He was acutely aware of the dialogues among his squad members. When it came to outsiders imposing their will upon his homeland, he would be the first to object. Yet, he remained uncertain whether he still belonged to this nation. Nevertheless, this uncertainty did not diminish his resolve to kill. He extended his hand to rest against his forehead, his long fingers elegantly defined. A glimmer of bloodlust flickered from the depths of his eyes. He endeavored to control his expression, fearful of alarming the young girl beside him. Xiao sensed Lu Xiao's body trembling slightly and inquired with curiosity, "Are you afraid?" Hearing her words, Lu Xiao managed to maintain his composure, offering her a relatively gentle smile. "It's just a tad exciting. Yes, just a tad." The villa had already succumbed. In the corridor lay dozens of corpses clad in black suits, sprawled in disarray. Each bore a gaping hole in their foreheads. Blood stained the entire floor, even seeping out onto the steps at the entrance of the villa. The once resplendent abode had transformed into a veritable battlefield. Bang! The door was kicked open. Mr. Lu reclined on the sofa, clutching a high-stemmed wine glass filled with crimson liquid that glimmered under the light, reminiscent of blood. He did not glance at the newcomers, but savored his wine in solitude. 7 soldiers adorned in special operations attire entered, led by one who signaled with a tactical gesture. Subsequently, soldiers moved forward to lift an intricately patterned mirror. Mr. Lu did not intervene. He languished on the sofa. "May I ask you for one thing?" His voice was raspy at that moment. The soldiers turned to face him. "Could you kill me here?" This was the outcome Mr. Lu most desired. The final image presented to him by the magic mirror lingered hauntingly in his mind, a headless, corpulent corpse in a room enclosed by metal walls. Compared to that fate, Mr. Lu preferred to be executed in the comfort of his own villa. However, the soldiers did not respond to his plea. The leader merely waved his hand indifferently, and all exited his room in an orderly fashion. Mr. Lu lay on the sofa, muttering to himself, "So, the ending truly cannot be altered?" Outside the villa, 7 dark gun barrels were aimed at the entrance. These were the weapons of the city fire squad. At the villa's entrance, a special operations soldier executed a tactical door peek. As soon as he exposed himself, a barrage of bullets rained down upon him. Even with the specially designed bulletproof helmet of the guard, his head was shattered in an instant, exploding like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter everywhere. Simultaneously, several grenades were hurled into the villa's entrance. Boom! 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 Flames erupted in a dazzling display. The dart issued commands with a calm demeanor. Alternate fire. Ah-ta-ta-tat. Ah-ta-ta-tat. The gun's muzzle spat flames for a full half-meter, resembling the searing breath of fire dragons. Click! A smoke grenade was hurled forth. Moments later, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. The dart activated the smoke-filtering function of his goggles. In his line of sight, not a soul could be seen within the haze. He instantly grasped the adversary's choice. They had forsaken the main entrance. A sly smirk crept across his lips. They were in for a world of trouble. The dart switched on his microphone. "Mr. Lu, they did not exit through the front." Lu's voice crackled through the mic. "I have already observed." Meanwhile, on the other side, a breach was blasted into the villa's wall. Over a dozen Special Forces soldiers filed out methodically through the opening, moving in a staggered formation, vigilant of their surroundings. Just as the last of them emerged, a voice echoed in their ears. "Hello, friend, surprise." They turned towards the sound, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a bizarre figure perched on a tree. The figure hung upside down, its head twisted at an unnatural angle, crimson tongue pressed against its forehead. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. These were soldiers trained for such encounters. Though the sight was terrifying in the dead of night, they opened fire without hesitation. As Lu dropped from the tree, he contorted and crawled in the shadows. Every bullet fired at him was deftly evaded. His speed was astounding. In less than 2 seconds, He had closed the distance to the squadron. While crawling, he struck out with a palm. Thwack! The soldier struck felt his thigh vanish in an instant. A piercing scream erupting. Simultaneously, a hail of bullets rained down upon that position. Yet, Liu had long since vacated the scene. The soldier, now deprived of a leg, was mercilessly riddled with bullets from his own comrades. What in the world is this monster? One soldier finally exclaimed in terror. Damn it! How could another bizarre creature suddenly appear? Before he could finish his sentence, silence enveloped him as his vision spun. Liu had shattered his neck with a single blow. Oh dear, you truly are fragile. Fragile as if made of paper. Thwack! Another palm strike was unleashed, and the soldier's head exploded upon impact. Liu extended his crimson tongue to lick the tip of his nose. Under the moonlight, his figure was utterly terrifying, drenched in blood and brain matter. Surprise, my distant friends? Embrace the fear, you pawns. At that moment, a grenade landed at Liu's feet. He swiftly bent down to retrieve it, then forcefully stuffed the nearly detonated grenade into a soldier's mouth. In the soldier's wide-eyed terror, there was a deafening boom. His upper body instantaneously shattered, leaving only a pair of bloodied and mangled legs behind. Xiao turned his head, a grin spreading across his face, his mouth agape. Boom! A single word escaped his lips as remnants of flesh still clung to his visage. Yet his expression bore the composure of a gentleman. This scene left an indelible shadow in the minds of the remaining soldiers. The dart thrower glanced at his special forces watch. 3 minutes had elapsed. No sooner had he spoken than a surprised voice from Xiao emerged. Look, under the moonlight, a youth casually strolled, a mirror slung over his shoulder, as if meandering through his own backyard. Tattered remnants of flesh adorned his clothing, while blood dripped from the hem onto the ground. The sly one observed this spectacle, unable to suppress a shiver. Doesn't he care at all about his appearance? He pondered aloud. At that very moment, thud. 2 members of the squad convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 27, Sequence 137. The puppet. The scene unfolded with an abruptness that was almost jarring. 2 members of the fallen team lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth with their eyes rolled back in their heads. Xiao hurriedly crouched down to examine them, first checking for a pulse. They were still breathing. They must have fainted. Fei Biao also knelt beside them, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. Just then, another team member collapsed with a thud. Following suit, Lu Guang and Hua Tu also succumbed, all 5 exhibiting identical symptoms. As Fei Biao fell into contemplation, he felt his thoughts beginning to slow. His limbs stiffened, and in an instant, the realization struck him. Sequence 137, the puppet, the J01 containment facility. His eyes reddened as he became aware of his immobility, and soon he too fell to the ground. Hearing Fei Biao's words, Xiao, who had been bustling about, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Her hands moved in a mechanical fashion as she distanced herself from the other incapacitated team members. Meanwhile, Xiao halted, squinting at the 6 who lay on the ground. Xiao caught sight of Xiao's pause and urgently called out, "Keep moving, don't stop." This is Sequence 137, the puppet. Within its 50-meter range, if your hands cease activity for 5 seconds, you will be assimilated into a controlled puppet. But it was already too late. Xiao felt his limbs grow heavy, his thoughts seemingly suspended in time. In that fleeting moment, his mind became blank, as if his soul had detached from his body, observing it from a divine perspective. Creaking sounds echoed as the unconscious team members arose. Their eyes remained rolled back, their bodies twisting in grotesque postures, resembling marionettes. Xiao, while continuing to move her hands, rushed towards Xiao. At this point, Xiao had not yet been assimilated by the puppet. If she could assist him in forcibly moving his hands, he could break free from the assimilation. In Xiao's vision, the surroundings appeared to freeze. The once fluid imagery now resembled a malfunctioning graphics card, transforming into a series of still frames. Simultaneously, he felt a slight tremor within his bones. The alchemical sigils carved by Ivan on his skeletal structure were activated. In that instant, Xiao sensed his consciousness returning to his mind. His pinky finger twitched slightly. Although this was the extent of his current capabilities, That small movement interrupted the puppet's attempt to assimilate him. With it came a surge of greater strength, as if some force was attempting to manipulate his limbs. Lu Xiao understood that he had gained an additional 5 seconds. For him, that was more than sufficient. As he watched Xiao Yu approaching ever closer, a smile slowly crept across his lips. With a sudden motion, Xiao Yu lunged into Lu Xiao's embrace. The two of them fell to the ground together. Not far from them, 7 figures emerged from the shadows, one hand wielding a firearm while the other performed a repetitive motion. The hand wielding the firearm incessantly oscillated up and down. 7 individuals formed a circle, within which lay a wooden coffin approximately half a meter in length. This coffin was suspended by ropes tied around the waists of the 7. With the aid of Xiao Yu, Lu Xiao had managed to break free from the assimilation. "Sister, who are these individuals?" Lu Xiao inquired while stretching his arms and turning to Xiao Yu. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yu replied coldly, "Entity 137. The marionette is contained within the J01 containment facility. Clearly, they're the prison guard squad of J01. Lu Xiao pressed on with another question. "Where is the J01 facility?" Xiao Yu responded in a frosty tone. "J01 is located in the Neon Nation." "Oh, how fortuitous." Lu Xiao's expression was a captivating blend of smiles and madness. "Sister, as long as we keep our hands moving, we should be fine, right?" Upon hearing Lu Xiao's voice, Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively. The characteristic of Entity 137 is that all individuals within a 50-meter radius must keep their hands in constant motion. Otherwise, they risk being assimilated by the marionette. Should anyone fall victim to assimilation, all others within that 50-meter radius must also maintain active hand movements. This implies that if someone is assimilated every 49 meters, theoretically, the marionette could achieve global assimilation. However, once an assimilated individual exceeds a distance of 50 meters from the marionette, the assimilation is severed. As a member of the elite prison guard squad, Xiao Yu was well acquainted with the properties of these entities. This knowledge was essential for every member of the special operations team to remember. Lu Xiao produced a bone spur from seemingly nowhere. Adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns, the end of the spur featured a large, azure gemstone. With a grin, Lu Xiao swiftly plunged the bone spur into his thigh. The entire spur embedded itself within his leg and under the deluge of blood. The azure gemstone emitted a brilliant radiance. A white halo then began to expand outward from the gemstone's center. Just as Xiao Yu marveled at Lu Xiao's act of self-mutilation, she suddenly rolled her eyes and fainted. Simultaneously, the 7 soldiers bearing the marionette also collapsed. However, those who had already been assimilated remained standing, slowly raising their weapons and unleashing a barrage of gunfire in Lu Xiao's direction. In an instant, the estate was once again enveloped in the cacophony of gunshots. Struggling against the dizziness that clouded his mind, Lu Xiao crawled away from the site, using both hands and feet. Clenching the bone spur in his mouth, he swiftly crawled along the ground. Before long, he had passed the assimilated individuals and was charging towards the nearby J01 prison guard squad. Countless bullets rained down behind him. Meanwhile, the squad gradually rose, their 7 dart gun barrels spewing flames towards Lu Xiao. At that moment, the sound of a grenade's pin being pulled echoed through the air. It was thrown by the assimilated soldiers. Lu Xiao paid no heed and charged directly towards Team J01. A loud explosion erupted behind him as a grenade detonated. The bone spike swiftly pierced the heart of the first soldier. The bulletproof vest he wore crumbled before the spike as if it were mere tofu. Yet, the soldier whose heart was pierced did not succumb to death. His eyes rolled back, revealing a wide expanse of white, while drool trickled from the corners of his mouth. One hand clutched desperately at the bone spike embedded in his chest, while the other, still gripping a firearm, suddenly fired at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao attempted to extract the spike, but the soldier's grip was unexpectedly strong. For a moment, Lu Xiao found it impossible to withdraw the spike. Meanwhile, the weapons of everyone present, including the recently risen Xiao Yu, were all aimed squarely at him. Chapter 28. The Cleaner Bang. 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 At the very moment the gunfire erupted, Lu Xiao had relinquished any notion of extracting the bone spur. The soldier, with a bone spur protruding from his chest, was obliterated into fragments by a hail of bullets. At that moment, Xiao clutched a vibrant red heart, still pulsating in his grasp. After crushing it effortlessly, he lunged towards his next target. Though they had been assimilated into puppets, their methods of attack remained distinctly human. Yet, inflicting significant harm upon Xiao using human tactics proved exceedingly difficult. During his 3 years of survival in the abyss, Xiao had encountered a myriad of monsters and bizarre creatures, whose abilities were even more unfathomable. The regions he had explored merely scratched the surface of the abyss. Countless uncharted territories lay before him, harboring even more terrifying and peculiar entities. The scene was a gruesome spectacle, as the 7 prison guards of J-01 fell to Xiao's hands, failing to endure even 2 minutes. Despite having their skulls shattered, the soldiers, controlled by marionettes, continued their assault on Xiao. After dispatching the J-01 guards, Xiao delivered a powerful kick to a half-meter-long wooden coffin, revealing its contents. Inside lay a filthy, dilapidated puppet, its expression eerily distorted. Grasping the puppet, Xiao sprinted away for over 100 meters, all the while mindful of the marionette's characteristics, ensuring its limbs remained animated. Once Xiao departed with the marionette, the members of the city fire team regained their composure, rising from the ground in a fit of retching. The Dart, the first to recover, assessed the scene with a single glance and comprehended the gravity of the situation. All units, prepare measures for dealing with Sequence 137. The marionette, he commanded, his hands moving in a mechanical rhythm. Simultaneously, he addressed the microphone, "Doctor, the operation is complete. Additionally, Sequence 137 has appeared on site. How should we proceed?" A cold voice emanated from the earpiece. "Bring Sequence 137 back to containment." The Dart nodded, suddenly recalling another matter. "Slippery, check the villa for any survivors." Slippery waved his arm and entered the villa. Moments later, his voice crackled through the microphone. "Captain, Lu Ming is still alive. He wants me to shoot him. What should I do?" Lu Ming, the villa's owner and the most clandestine tycoon of Magic City, posed a dilemma. The Dart's expression darkened as he replied tersely, "That would be too lenient for him. Keep an eye on him. Wait for the cleaner to handle the situation. Let him serve as expendable material in our containment facility." Although the Dart was unaware of Lu Ming's past transgressions, he was acutely aware that those who brokered deals with the Bazaar had blood on their hands, for the price of such transactions often demanded the sacrifice of the living. The pursuit of a physician, akin to a relentless specter attending to one's afflictions, undeniably represents a refreshing anomaly amidst the Bazaar. Once the team members regained their composure, the Dart addressed the microphone, exclaiming, "Mr. Lu, you may return." Upon hearing this, Lu hurriedly grasped the marionette and rushed back. At that moment, the members of the city fire squad in the vicinity were flailing about, rendering the scene quite comical. Liu Guang sighed in relief, expressing gratitude for the presence of 292. Otherwise, they might have faced dire consequences today. Lu, while waving his arms exuberantly, grinned and remarked, No. I too fell victim earlier. And it was all thanks to Sister Xiao." The team's gaze swiftly shifted towards Xiao, who blushed under their scrutiny. It was the captain's quick thinking. Had it not been for the captain's final reminder, I would have never considered the marionette. This prompted a lively exchange of mutual praise among the team. Meanwhile, an ambulance adorned with the inscription, "The Premier Psychiatric Hospital of Magic City," jostled along a secluded path. The vehicle swayed precariously. Liu Guang, waving his hands, spoke hoarsely, "Captain, could you please reduce the swaying? I seem to be getting car sick." The others nodded in agreement at this moment. Dart, with an exasperated expression, replied, "I wish I could. My hands cannot afford to rest for even a moment." Within the vehicle lay a grimy, dilapidated puppet at their feet, accompanied by an ornate, antiquated mirror. Lu incessantly waved his hands, glancing out the window, lost in thought. On the other side, Huatu was engaged in a handover with a group clad in sanitation uniforms. He pointed at Lu Mingsheng, who slumped on the sofa, instructing one of the uniformed individuals, "Take this person back to the containment facility as a resource." The individual in the sanitation uniform was indeed the cleaner mentioned by Dart. responsible for assisting the wardens in their aftermath duties. The leader of the cleaners and Huatu circled the villa, both feeling a sense of unease at the macabre scenes unfolding before them. The most horrifying sight was the scattered, dismembered corpses strewn across the ground. Cough, cough. Did you deploy a Class D containment object? The cleaners had yet to receive a detailed operational report and were oblivious to the events that had transpired. However, the scattered remains were clearly beyond the capabilities of their team. Huatu scratched his head. According to the warden regulations, Class D containment objects are not permitted to be removed from the facility. The cleaner shot him an exasperated glance. Of course, I'm aware of that. Huatu chuckled. The specifics will be elaborated upon in a detailed operational report by our captain later. For now, please clean up the aftermath here. The cleaner gestured dismissively. Very well. Once your operational report is submitted, we shall know how to address any subsequent ramifications. Additionally, Lu Mingsheng will be delivered to the base within 2 days. Kindly prepare for his reception in advance. Upon concluding his words, he performed a gesture of respect akin to that of a jailer towards the slippery figure before him. His right fist pressed firmly against his heart. The slippery figure reciprocated with a bow. Once the slippery figure had departed, the cleaners commenced their task of restoring the scene. They first gathered the dismembered remains strewn across the ground, employing shovels in certain areas to scrape away the remnants of flesh and blood. Subsequently, they poured a specially formulated liquid over the remnants. Upon contact, the liquid caused the flesh to dissolve at a visibly rapid pace, leaving only a layer of black ash in its wake. Thereafter, the cleaners repaired the damage inflicted upon the villa, restoring it to its former grandeur. By this point, the estate bore no trace of the battle that had transpired. The interior remained resplendent, while the exterior exuded opulence. Finally, the cleaners produced a confession document, presenting it before Lu Mingsheng, and pressed his finger onto the page to affix his fingerprint. Chapter 29. The omniscient mirror. Lu Mingsheng stared blankly at the confession document before him. I confess, what will my sentence be? The cleaner replied without hesitation, given your crime. The death penalty is inevitable. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingsheng surprisingly felt a sense of relief. But hold on, I have a question for you. The cleaner donned a pair of sunglasses, his demeanor shifting. Do you wish to live? These 4 words resonated like a profound inquiry from the depths of one's soul. In that instant, Lu Mingsheng's eyes regained a flicker of vitality. He nodded fervently, his voice trembling. Of course I want to live. What do you want? Money? The cleaner shook his finger dismissively. I will take you to a place. If you can endure there for 30 days, you will be free. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Mingsheng agreed. As long as I can live. 30 days? I would endure 30 years if necessary. The cleaner chuckled lightly. No need for 30 years. If you agree, we shall sign a contract. He produced another document, the header boldly stating, volunteer recruitment. By signing this agreement, you shall become an esteemed volunteer. The cleaner smiled at Lu Mingsheng. Without hesitation, Lu Mingsheng affixed his seal at the end. What a stroke of fortune, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Having prepared himself for death, the prospect of life caused his mind to momentarily falter, completely forgetting the mirror's ominous nature. The outcome was immutable. The cleaner nodded, then clapped his hands. A fellow cleaner in a sanitation uniform approached, holding a set of yellow vests. Put this on. In the containment facility, the magical mirror had been secured. The doctor was leading a team in its study, with Xiao observing curiously. He had questions for the mirror as well. The doctor adjusted his monocle. How should I address you? He inquired, directing his question at the mirror. A face materialized on the surface. You may call me the magical mirror or the omniscient mirror. The doctor nodded, recording both names. What is the price for asking you a question? The face on the mirror widened into a menacing grin. That too counts as a question. However, I can offer the answer as a complimentary gift. The doctor's expression remained inscrutable. The omniscient mirror continued. The price of inquiry depends on the significance of the answer to your question. If the answer has a substantial impact on the world, then correspondingly, the price will be monumental. The doctor adjusted his monocle again. In other words, it requires an equivalent exchange, correct? The omniscient mirror confirmed. Precisely, you are much more astute than that fool. The fool can only pose absurd questions and attempt to deceive me with grotesque flesh. The fool he refers to is none other than Lu Mingxia. The doctor nodded, the glimmer in his eyes penetrating through his monocle. Just at that moment, I have a question. How should humanity transcend its current technological limitations? The visage upon the omniscient mirror spoke with a gaping mouth. The cost of exchanging answers is one that humanity cannot afford. The doctor was unfazed by this response. Adjusting his monocle, can you enlighten me on what the cost entails? The face pondered for a moment before replying. That belongs to a second question and necessitates a corresponding payment. Naturally, the cost shall not be exorbitant. The doctor nodded, remaining silent. The visage continued. To obtain the answer to your inquiry regarding technological breakthroughs, one must sacrifice a mind rich in knowledge. Just as Lu Xiao pondered what constitutes a mind of such wealth, the doctor had already propelled his assistant toward the omniscient mirror. Amidst the terrified screams of his assistant, the face emerged from the glass. Its mouth opened at an alarming angle, and in one swift motion, it severed the assistant's head. The other staff members could not suppress a shiver at the sight. A rather splendid brain. The doctor adjusted his monocle. So, what is the answer to the question? The visage smacked its lips. To exchange for the answer to transcendence in technology, one must sacrifice a deity. Upon hearing this, the doctor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Sacrifice a deity? Can it be any deity? The visage curled its lips in a disdainful smirk. Certainly not. At this response, the doctor's face rarely displayed a hint of regret. The reason for his regret was that there happened to be a deity within the confines of the shelter. Sequence 09, the corrupted creator. At that moment, the visage began to entice. Would you like to know which deity to sacrifice? Of course. That belongs to a different question. However, I can offer you a substantial discount for the answer. Just a mere sacrifice of 100,000 lives will suffice. What do you think? I have already granted you a 10% discount. At this proclamation, even Lu Xiao involuntarily flinched. Yet, the words of the omniscient mirror echoed like a siren's song, incessantly tempting the doctor. The doctor adjusted his monocle once more. When the opportunity arises, I shall pose this question to you. Clearly, the doctor managed to resist temptation through sheer resolve. The glances of the other staff members towards the doctor were laden with fear. When the doctor had thrust the assistant toward the omniscient mirror, there was not a trace of hesitation in his demeanor. As if sensing their thoughts, the doctor turned to look at them. The investigation results concerning Liu Guang being parasitized by the ghost-faced moth have been released. His voice was devoid of emotion, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. In the course of the past month, there was an instance where he had physical contact with Liu Guang. The he referred to by the doctor denotes the assistant who was thrust towards the omniscient mirror. However, the expressions of the staff clearly reflected their skepticism. Doctor, even if there are doubts, shouldn't we initiate an investigation? One audacious staff member questioned. The doctor adjusted his pince-nez, but refrained from responding to the individual. At that moment, the omniscient mirror spoke. What do you think? Do you require me to provide the answer to this question? The doctor replied calmly, no need. The face expressed a hint of regret. What a pity. Then, sir, do you have any other inquiries you wish to pose? The visage displayed a playful smile. The doctor pondered briefly before turning his gaze to Lu Xiao. 292. Do you have anything you wish to ask? Chapter 30. The unutterable answer. Lu Xiao was already feeling impatient, and upon hearing the doctor's words, he immediately leaned in. Well, my friend, I have several questions. Can you answer them for me? The face on the mirror broke into a smile. Of course. I am at your service. Lu Xiao rubbed his hands together. My first question. Is this world the same as my original one? What price must be paid to answer this question? The face pondered for a moment. A piece of your fingernail? Taken aback, Lu Xiao fell silent. Do you find that price too steep? The face inquired tentatively. Lu Xiao's expression remained inscrutable. His vacant gaze fixated on the surface of the all-knowing mirror. The doctor adjusted his monocle, lost in thought. The atmosphere turned distinctly eerie. The face hesitated. Perhaps. But before it could finish, Lu Xiao had already plucked off the nail from his thumb and hurled it towards the mirror. The face caught the bloody fragment in its grasp. The answer to your question is yes. Stunned, Lu Xiao paused as this revelation diverged from his expectations. He had initially believed that the world he inhabited was merely a parallel universe to his original one. However, the all-knowing mirror's response dismantled all his previous hypotheses. For a moment, he fell into silence. The face continued. Do you have any other questions? The doctor nudged Xiao, rousing him from his reverie. Oh, yes. What is the age of recent antiquity? What is the medieval age? What is the age of antiquity? And what is the price for this question? Xiao rapidly fired off his inquiries. The face blinked in surprise. That counts as 3 questions. It quickly amended. However, considering they all pertain to history, I can treat them as a single question. The price remains a piece of your fingernail. Xiao nodded and, without hesitation, removed another nail and tossed it forth. After consuming the nail, the face began to elaborate. Let us discuss the age of recent antiquity first. This period refers to the century preceding the cataclysm. Hearing this, Xiao hesitated. The face, noticing his reaction, hurriedly added, the age of recent antiquity has transpired for 300 years. 300 years? Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the cataclysmic era lasted for 1089 years. And if you add the duration of the new creation era, it totals exactly 300 years. After a brief pause, the face added, this answer is a complimentary gift. Upon hearing this, Xiao muttered, impossible. Impossible. At that moment, the doctor instructed another assistant. You take them for an F-level memory wipe. The assistant nodded and led the staff out of the containment room. Subsequently, the doctor produced a device resembling a remote control. He pressed a button on the device and turned his gaze towards Xiao and the all-knowing mirror. At that moment, only Xiao, the doctor, and the all-knowing mirror remained in the room. Even the surveillance system had been temporarily severed. This meant that during this interval, all occurrences within this containment chamber would remain unknown to any third party, of course, excluding the all-knowing mirror, which could not be regarded as human. Xiao's expression appeared somewhat frantic. The doctor adjusted his monocle, seemingly lost in thought. After a considerable time, Xiao managed to compose himself. Please continue. The visage within the mirror nodded in acknowledgement. The medieval era refers to the period spanning over 3,000 years ago to about 1,800 years ago. The ancient era, conversely, denotes the age preceding the medieval era. Xiao swiftly calculated in his mind. According to its statement, the medieval era indeed referred to the Middle Ages. Regarding this historical period, Xiao was not particularly well informed, possessing only a vague understanding of its time frame. The visage cautiously inquired, do you have any other questions? Xiao nodded. I wish to know the means of resolving the curse within me. Upon hearing Xiao's words, the visage appeared momentarily taken aback, then responded with a somewhat sharp tone. You refer to that entity as a curse? Its disbelief was palpable. Xiao affirmed with a nod. My friend, Mr. Yui, inform me. The visage's tone grew increasingly intense. He does not comprehend what that entity truly is. Xiao's expression darkened at this remark. Are you questioning my friend's medical skills? The visage was startled, then pursed its lips. In truth, to label that entity as a curse is not entirely inaccurate. Upon hearing this, Xiao narrowed his eyes. So, what price must be paid for this answer? In an instant, the visage displayed a look of distress. This answer. Its speech became hesitant. Xiao fixed it with a lifeless, fish-like stare. You do not know? Upon this inquiry, the visage shook its head vigorously. It is not that I do not know. Rather, the cause for this answer is exceedingly grave. To uncover how to resolve the curse within you, the price required is the sacrifice of the entire present world. For a moment, even the observing doctor was left dumbfounded. With a dull thud, his monocle fell to the floor, shattering into fragments. Xiao furrowed his brow. Why is it thus? Why must the resolution of my curse demand such a monumental price? The visage hastily elucidated, because the impact of the answer on the world is immense, and the cost must correspondingly reflect that impact. The doctor adjusted his non-existent monocle. Thus, if subject 292 resolves the curse within, the entire present world shall face annihilation. The visage within the mirror nodded in affirmation. Why? Xiao's voice rose in pitch. The visage shook its head frantically. I cannot disclose. The doctor gently patted Lu Xiao's shoulder and spoke calmly. Do not be anxious. Did not sequence 069 mention that there may be a way to resolve the curse within you in this world? Surely, you do not doubt 069's medical expertise, do you? Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiao's emotions began to gradually settle. Indeed, the prison doctor had stated that a solution exists in the current realm. Yes, there must be a way. Lu Xiao incessantly reaffirmed this to himself. The statement was akin to a ray of hope piercing through the darkness, or perhaps the sole lifeline available. As for the notion of sacrificing the entire world in exchange for answers, Lu Xiao dismissed it without a second thought. The doctor observed Lu Xiao as he continued to provide himself with mental affirmations and let out a long sigh of relief. Should Lu Xiao choose to barter for answers, the containment level assigned to him would necessitate a reevaluation. Given the nature of this matter, such a reassessment would likely lead to immediate eradication. The reason for wishing to preserve Lu Xiao is his considerable research value. Do you have any further inquiries? Chapter 31. Living for over 1,000 years, Lu Xiao pondered for a moment. There is one final question. I have only been in the dark prison for 3 years. Yet over 1,000 years have elapsed since the day I fell into that abyss. What has transpired during this millennium? Upon uttering these words, even the doctor perked up, intrigued. According to 292, he hailed from the age of antiquity. The doctor quickly grasped the significance of this revelation. The visage in the mirror shook its head frantically. The price for this answer is akin to that of the previous one. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao felt a sense of bewilderment. Will this answer also bring about the destruction of the present world? The face nodded in affirmation. The doctor, after a moment of contemplation, opted for a different line of inquiry. Let me pose another question. Did he exist within this timeline of over 1,000 years? At the doctor's query, the face finally nodded. The answer is affirmative. It continued, as this response bears no detrimental consequences, there is no cost to be paid. The doctor instinctively made a gesture as if to adjust his monocle, only to find himself momentarily dazed in the absence of his glasses. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao was lost in thought. The enormity of the information presented was overwhelming, and he had yet to fully digest it. After an extended silence, the doctor analyzed the situation. Thus, 292 has indeed existed throughout this millennium. The curse afflicting him also manifested during this period. However, he possesses no recollection of the events that transpired within these 1,000 years. Recovering this memory is the key to unraveling the curse. A glimmer of insight sparkled in the doctor's eyes. Am I correct? The face nodded in agreement. You are indeed a perceptive gentleman. Your analysis is spot on. The doctor appeared somewhat astonished by the face's response. Does answering this question not require me to pay any price? The face shook its head. Since you deduced this yourself, it does not count as an inquiry. The doctor nodded in understanding. He had come to grasp the essence of the all-knowing mirror's nature. Lu Xiao interjected, so, does this mean I have effectively lived for over 1,000 years? The face hesitated briefly before responding. You may interpret it as such. Lu Xiao felt a peculiar sensation in his head. Oh no, a throbbing ache. After concluding the inquiries, the doctor returned to his office. At that moment, his assistant knocked and entered. Doctor, you have a phone call. The doctor nodded and took the communicator from his assistant's hand. This is the doctor. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a low, somber voice. Doctor, returned the marionette. Upon hearing this, the doctor did not hesitate to refuse. I decline. The voice on the other end was tinged with anger. Doctor, 137 is a containment subject of our J01 facility. How dare you refuse its return? Are you not afraid of my reporting this to the highest office? After listening patiently to this discourse, the doctor replied in a rather indifferent tone. Since 137 has manifested within our borders, it indicates that your containment has failed. According to the custodian regulations, the appearance of a failed containment object on our territory grants us the right and obligation to contain it. The other party fell into silence upon hearing the doctor's words. After a considerable pause, he spoke gravely, but you must understand, the containment of 137 has not failed. The doctor retorted coldly, I'm afraid I disagree. All I know is that 137 has appeared on our territory. And in order to prevent the object from spiraling out of control, we have proceeded with its containment. If you have any objections to this outcome, you may report to the highest office, where the Executive Management Council will adjudicate. The other party stammered, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. According to the custodian regulations, no special operations team of custodians is permitted to appear on foreign soil, as it may be construed as an invasion. Clearly, this accusation was one that the J-01 containment facility could not bear. Doctor, I am willing to exchange other containment objects. He conceded. You know how crucial 137 is to us at J-01. Very well, the doctor replied. Really? Which object do you require? I will arrange for it to be delivered immediately. The doctor took a pair of monocles from his desk drawer, donned them, and then spoke slowly. Sequence 012. Pen, are you jesting? The other party exclaimed in a fluster. Just wait. I will ensure that you return 137 to me. With that, the communication device was abruptly disconnected. The doctor paid it no mind, tossing the device aside before he began documenting the characteristics of the omniscient mirror. Identifier, sequence 301, omniscient mirror, containment level, targetability, suspected omniscience, containment conditions, prohibit any proximity, combatability, non-combat anomalous entity, PS. You may pose any question to it, but you must pay a price commensurate with the answer. P.S. If you already possess the answer, you may seek verification from it. It will reveal whether you are correct or not. This action does not constitute a question and requires no payment. P.S. Researchers below Class A are not permitted access. Subsequently, the doctor uploaded this information into the custodian system. After completing these tasks, he rubbed the corners of his eyes, pondering whether to update the information on sequence 292. He murmured to himself, should I reconsider? After some reflection, he ultimately decided against it. The containment information for Xiao remained in its previous version. Sequence number 292, the lost one, containment level S, targetability, unknown, under research, containment conditions, do not provoke actively and provide ample sustenance, combatability, level 1, PS. A human lost in the abyss. All is still under observation, and it is advised not to provoke. At that moment, the communication device rang once more. The doctor cast a fleeting glance at the communicator he had carelessly discarded before picking it up. This is the doctor. A voice, imbued with a slight magnetism, resonated from the other end. Doctor, I have successfully procured the sequence 097, corrupted revolver that you requested. Upon hearing this news, the doctor merely acknowledged with a nonchalant HM. By the way, has the investigation result regarding that Special Forces operative been concluded? The detailed findings are in, and I have already dealt with that individual. The voice on the communicator revealed a hint of surprise. You have eliminated him? Was the investigation protocol initiated? The doctor responded coolly, no. Everyone who witnessed the incident has been sent for F-class memory erasure. A brief silence ensued, followed by the sound of fingers tapping on a desk. Since you have already taken care of it, let it be. Do you know which force is behind this? The other party seemed unconcerned by the doctor's unilateral actions, focusing instead on the outcome. The doctor adjusted his monocle. The Saints. Chapter 32, A Glimmer of Light. Is he a saint again? By the way, is that investigator also one of the saints? The doctor adjusted his monocle. If he is indeed one of them, then we, the wardens, might as well disband right here. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator. The doctor continued, although Enzo is not one of the saints, he is, in fact, a vampire. This has become an undeniable truth, indicating that serious issues have arisen within our ranks. The doctor's gaze was as sharp as a dagger. An investigation into the U-01 containment facility has already been initiated. Results should emerge in the coming days. At that time, the Executive Management Council will convene a roundtable meeting to disclose the findings. The doctor spoke softly. Do I need to prepare anything for the roundtable? There was a sound of fingers tapping on the desk from the communicator. There were some unpleasant exchanges when we sought sequence 097. They will likely target you in the meeting, so be prepared to adapt. However, sequence 09 must never be surrendered to them. Upon hearing this, the doctor replied calmly, I know what to say. Captain, are we really going to see that fellow? Can I opt out? The sly one hesitated as he gazed at the dart. Before the dart could respond, the glimmer snorted disdainfully. What are you afraid of? Is he going to eat you or something? The sly one nodded in agreement, saying, I am indeed afraid he might. The glimmer, somewhat exasperated, retorted he saved our lives. It is only right to express our gratitude. Besides, apart from being a bit terrifying. As he spoke, the glimmer began to waver in his resolve. After much contemplation, he struggled to articulate his thoughts on Xiao. The dart spoke in a serious tone. Stop overthinking. Sequence 292 harbors no malice towards humanity. He then turned to the glimmer. Especially you. 292 has effectively saved your life 3 times. Once at the hands of the prison doctor, when Xiao brought him back, allowing the ghost moth that was parasitizing him to be extracted. Then there was the incident with the investigator Enzo, and finally, in the villa, when Xiao subdued the marionette. The entire City of Flames team owes Xiao 2 lives. Xiao rolled her eyes. You two big men are acting so melodramatic. Mr. Liu is actually quite nice. Of course, it would be even better if he didn't appear so enigmatic. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao had unwittingly become a little fan of Xiao. As they spoke, the group arrived at Xiao's containment room. The dart raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. The door swung open swiftly, revealing Xiao, who appeared utterly dejected. He lifted his gaze to the team members. His vacant, lifeless eyes sent shivers down their spines. Finally, it was the dart who spoke in a deep voice. Salute. At his command, the team members instantly stood at attention, their right fists clenched and placed over their hearts. Xiao felt perplexed. However, he did not dwell on the matter. Instead, returning to his bed, the words of the all-knowing mirror had a profound impact on him. According to the prison doctor's diagnosis, the curse would result in him becoming a mindless mass of decaying flesh, driven solely by instinct. Faced with this grim prospect, Xiao felt a twinge of panic. Transforming into a pile of rotting flesh was perhaps more disturbing than simply dying. He trusted the prison doctor, yet he never doubted the all-knowing mirror. At this moment, he found himself in a quandary. With only a year remaining, should he seek answers from the all-knowing mirror? His heart wavered. Seeing his distress, Xiao approached him. Mister, Xiao, what troubles you? Xiao nodded slightly. My friend, the prison doctor, informed me that I have only 1 year left. After that, I will become a mindless mass of decaying flesh. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. So sudden? Said the sly one. A swift hand struck the back of his head, reminding him that this was no time for jest. Is there a solution? Xiao asked with concern. Xiao nodded. The all-knowing mirror knows how to resolve it. However, the cost of obtaining the answer is quite steep. Xiao, curious, inquire what price? The sacrifice of the entire present world. Xiao's words fell like stones into water, sending ripples throughout the room. The sly one stammered, bro. So you also enjoy joking? Liu Guang narrowed his eyes. So, Mr. Xiao, do you wish to exchange for the answer? Xiao shook his head. I do not know. Primarily, I cannot accept this outcome. If it were merely death, I would not mind. After 3 years in the dark prison, I have long been indifferent to death. This was Xiao's true sentiment. His dead fish-like eyes seemed filled with despondency. Xiao, feeling saddened, remarked, How can this be? Although she was unaware of what Xiao had endured in the dark prison, he had finally returned to the human world, only for reality to play such a cruel joke on him. Liu Guang spoke earnestly. Mr. Xiao, first and foremost, I am grateful to you for saving me 3 times. Yet, I cannot accept your current state. You just mentioned that you have a year left. Why not shine brightly in this remaining year? His tone grew fervent. Do you know why my codename is Liu Guang? Xiao shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Liu Guang felt a pang from Xiao's dismissal, but continued. If the world falls into darkness, humanity needs light. I am willing to be that ray of light illuminating the world, even if it is merely a fleeting glimmer. His impassioned words stirred the hearts of those around him. Yet, Xiao's confusion could not be resolved by mere rhetoric. He lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Liu Guang, yet uttered not a single word. The dart player, observing this scene, felt a twinge of frustration. He was privy to more information than Liu Guang and his companions. and his concern lay with Lu Xiao's choices. Should Lu Xiao opt to seek answers? Even if only inclined toward that path, the warden would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. While Lu Xiao was formidable, it would not be a daunting task for the warden to extinguish his existence. At this moment, he fervently wished for Lu Xiao to avoid such a fate, for it would be profoundly unjust to him. He scratched the back of his head, feeling a slight itch. "Mr. Lu Xiao, have you consulted with the prison doctor regarding his opinion?" Upon hearing the dart player's words, Lu Xiao abruptly lifted his head. The dart player continued, "It is evident that you are ensnared in a state of confusion, in need of enlightenment from a sage. I believe the prison doctor would be more than willing to assume the role of this sage." Chapter 33. The surgery to cure kidney deficiency. A glimmer of light flickered in Lu Xiao's lifeless eyes. It must be said that Fei Biao's words resonated deeply within him, unlike the ramblings of others that failed to strike a chord. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. "I apologize, but I shall not entertain you any longer. I must go meet my friend." Once Lu Xiao departed, Huatu patted Liu Guang's shoulder. "Brother, I must admit, your recent words have stirred my blood. I shall henceforth call you the passionate boy." Liu Guang wore a look of exasperation. Fei Biao scratched his head in contemplation. He hoped the prison doctor would guide Lu Xiao towards the right decision. However, Fei Biao found it impossible to speculate on the doctor's thoughts, as they belonged to entirely different realms. It was only a peculiar individual like Lu Xiao who could engage with the prison doctor. "Lu, what brings you here?" The prison doctor was in the midst of diagnosing an unfortunate patient. "Lu, please wait a moment while I attend to this poor soul." On the operating table lay a man clad in a yellow vest, who was struggling in sheer terror. As a mere resource, his existence was to provide data for the researchers at the facility. Alternatively, he could serve as a sacrifice to fulfill some bizarre containment conditions. "Let me go. I'm not ill. I am perfectly healthy." The prison doctor's beak opened and closed, emitting an unpleasant sound. "Every patient claims they are not sick. You must trust my diagnosis. My friend, believe me, you are indeed unwell." With that, the prison doctor flicked a finger and made a gentle incision on the resource's chest. Instantly, flesh and fabric parted, and blood began to seep from the wound. The doctor's finger, now stained with the resource's blood, was brought closer to his beak for a delicate sniff. "My friend, I have both good news and bad news for you. Which would you prefer to hear first?" At this, the resource appeared momentarily taken aback. "Good news?" The prison doctor nodded before continuing. "The good news is, you are indeed unwell." Upon hearing this, the resource was visibly agitated. "What kind of good news is that?" The doctor did not respond directly, but continued. "The bad news is, your ailment is not serious. A minor surgery will suffice for your recovery." Relief washed over the resource as he absorbed this information. It was the best news he had encountered that day. Yet, Lu Xiao detected a hint of regret in the doctor's tone. He stepped closer to the operating table. "Doctor, what affliction does this unfortunate patient suffer from?" The prison doctor replied with a hint of distress. "He merely has a slight kidney deficiency." "Oh dear, that is indeed not a grave issue," Lu Xiao lamented, albeit with a sense of admiration for the doctor's medical ethics. Without delay, the doctor proceeded with the surgery. He first turned the patient over and then made an incision at the lumbar region. As the doctor performed the operation, he engaged in conversation with Lu Xiao. "Lu, such trivial ailments as kidney deficiency can be resolved with a simple surgical procedure." As he spoke, Lu Xiao listened with rapt attention, even forgetting his original purpose. A cacophony of shrill cries emanated from the operating table, prompting the prison doctor to halt his actions. "Lu, I seem to have forgotten to administer the anesthesia." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. He swiftly rendered the patient unconscious before responding. "Doctor, where were we?" The prison doctor nodded and resumed his previous discourse. "A minor operation can eradicate conditions like kidney deficiency." Lu Xiao, now playing the role of a foil, inquired, "What sort of minor operation?" As they conversed, the doctor clutched a brownish-red mass in his hand. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xiao realized it was unmistakably a kidney. The doctor's laughter pierced the air. "A nephrectomy." At this revelation, Lu Xiao experienced a moment of clarity. "Doctor, does the other kidney also suffer from deficiency?" The doctor nodded with satisfaction. "Lu, You have already learned to draw inferences from one instance. If you choose to pursue medicine, you will undoubtedly become a remarkable physician. Thus, the two began to engage in an academic exchange. Meanwhile, the unfortunate patient had both kidneys removed without any anesthesia. After suturing the patient's wounds, Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow. A successful operation. The patient would no longer be troubled by kidney deficiency. I am certain he will express his gratitude to you, doctor. The doctor's beak-like mouth moved animatedly, and his emotions appeared somewhat heightened. Lu, have you truly considered not pursuing medicine? I have a premonition that if you do, you will surpass me in no time. Xiao shook his head in refusal. No, my friend. In truth, I came to seek your counsel because I find myself in a state of confusion. Upon hearing this, the doctor fell silent for a moment. Do share, perhaps I can assist you. Xiao nodded. It's still about my curse. A mystical mirror revealed to me that to break the curse, I must sacrifice the entirety of this world in exchange. The doctor, seemingly unfazed, shifted the topic. So, my friend, do you wish to sacrifice the entire world? Xiao sank back into confusion. I do not know. The doctor extended his hand, resting it atop Xiao's head. Lu, you must confront your innermost self. Now, please tell me, are you willing to exchange the entirety of this world for the answers you seek? Instinctively, Xiao shook his head. The doctor's voice carried a tone of reassurance. My friend, you have already made a choice, have you not? Xiao was taken aback, lifting his gaze to the towering doctor. In the presence of the 3-meter-tall doctor, he felt like a bewildered child. The doctor withdrew his hand. Lu, deep down, you do not wish to sacrifice the world for the answers you seek. You are not truly lost. You merely harbor a fear of the future. It is this fear that clouds your clarity. Upon hearing the words of the prison doctor, Xiao fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Yet, I refuse to become a mere heap of flesh devoid of thought, driven solely by instinct. The very notion repulses me. The doctor's sharp voice carried a hint of disappointment. My friend, have you entirely disregarded my medical advice? That miraculous mirror is merely a shortcut in your quest for answers. In the future, there may be even more such shortcuts. Yet now, you find yourself entangled in this one, thus squandering the little time you possess. At these words, Xiao was suddenly jolted. It was then that he comprehended fully. The doctor was urging him to seek a remedy for the curse in the real world. He had discovered the all-knowing mirror and subconsciously believed it to be the solution he sought. Clarity washed over him. I apologize, my friend. It is I who have failed to heed your counsel. Chapter 34. The Sacrificer Dante, the warden, gazed down at Xiao. I have forgiven you, my friend. So, do you wish to study medicine with me? Xiao nodded. My friend, once I have resolved my own curse, I shall certainly pursue the study of medicine with you. The warden nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter. By the way, do you understand the detailed usage of the bone spur Ivan gave you? Upon hearing this, Xiao nodded. I inserted it into my thigh, and the results were quite remarkable. The warden chuckled in acknowledgement. When you sense danger, try inserting it into your heart. Perhaps it will yield unexpected surprises. At this, Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He promptly retrieved the bone spur, eager to experiment. The warden's voice turned sharp with alarm. Lu, promise me, do not recklessly attempt that. Though still curious about the surprise, Xiao was a person who adhered to medical advice, and he decisively relinquished the idea. Understood, warden. I shall wait until the moment of peril. Hearing Xiao's words, the warden finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu, you truly are a madman. Xiao replied with utmost seriousness. Warden, I never doubt your diagnosis, but I assure you, I am not mad. The warden could only respond with silence. As soon as Xiao returned to his containment chamber, the voice of the doctor echoed from all directions. 292, in half an hour, someone will come to escort you for a containment mission. Upon hearing the doctor's words, a look of surprise crossed Xiao's face. A task already upon my return? At that moment, Xiao yearned to remain in the present realm at all times. He tidied his belongings, awaiting the staff to fetch him. In truth, the only item he needed to prepare was the bone spur. He affixed it to his chest, closest to his heart. to avoid being caught off guard by any peculiarities akin to a marionette. Lu Xiao held an unwavering trust in the warden's words, save for the comment regarding his sanity. As anticipated, a researcher clad in a white lab coat soon rang his doorbell. Lu Xiao followed the staff member to an elevator. The staff member produced a headset and handed it to Lu Xiao. 292. This is an unobtrusive communicator. You must wear it at all times. Lu Xiao accepted the headset and donned it. The researcher then retrieved a watch. This is a system carrier designated for the wardens, equipped with comprehensive functions. The doctor will explain its usage in detail. Lu Xiao took the watch and put it on before turning to the researcher. Why am I the only one? The researcher shook his head. It was arranged by the doctor. With this response, Lu Xiao felt no further inclination to inquire. Only after witnessing Lu Xiao don the watch did the staff member turn to the access control system beside the elevator. Iris verification successful. Identity: C-level researcher Li Haichuan. Thank you for your contributions to humanity. A synthesized voice resonated from the access control system as the elevator doors slowly parted. Li Haichuan glanced at Lu Xiao, assuring him that someone would be there to assist as he ascended. Lu Xiao nodded and stepped into the elevator, which began its ascent. When the doors opened once more, they revealed an underground parking lot. Lu Xiao exited the elevator and surveyed his surroundings. The expanse was desolate, save for an ambulance parked a short distance away, emblazoned with the words, First Mental Hospital of Magic City. At that moment, the ambulance's lights flickered on, accompanied by the voice of the doctor in Lu Xiao's ear. 292. Board that ambulance. Lu Xiao opened the passenger door. In the driver's seat sat a scruffy middle-aged man, squinting at Lu Xiao while a cigarette dangled from his lips. Sequence 292. I perused your dossier. Lu Xiao offered a warm smile. Greetings, I am Lu Xiao. The middle-aged man started the vehicle, saying, My codename is Devil, but you may call me Dante. Lu Xiao nodded. Mr. Dante. Dante turned to Lu Xiao with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect you to be so courteous. You hardly resemble someone who has lived in the abyss. Lu Xiao chose not to engage with that remark and inquired, Mr. Dante, what is our mission this time? Dante rested one hand on the steering wheel and pinched his cigarette with the other, casually flicking the ash away, which drifted down beside Lu Xiao's hand. He refrained from answering Lu Xiao's question immediately and instead introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a sacrifice of the Warden's organization, a mere pawn in this grim game. Unlike those frontline soldiers, we sacrifices primarily partake in the containment of malevolent entities that threaten humanity, creatures such as monsters or supernatural beings. He took a deep drag from his cigarette. Typically, our containment targets are ghosts. As he spoke, he opened the armrest compartment and retrieved a handgun, presenting it to Lu Xiao. The bullets in this firearm are laced with mercury, capable of inflicting slight damage on those bizarre entities. During their conversation, the ambulance had already exited the parking lot. Dante exchanged greetings with the security personnel before turning his attention back to Lu Xiao. By the way, do you mind if I smoke? Lu Xiao shook his head, indicating his indifference. Dante lit another cigarette. If you do mind, then hold your breath for a while. Since Lu Xiao had entered the vehicle, Dante had already smoked 2 cigarettes in succession without a moment's pause. Lu Xiao frowned. Mr. Dante, I believe smoking like this is detrimental to your health. Dante shrugged. I am but a pawn. What does health matter to me? Lu Xiao shook his head, speaking earnestly. I have a friend, known as the prison doctor. You might consider consulting him for a diagnosis. I suspect there may be issues with your lungs. Dante inhaled deeply and then, with nonchalance, remarked, That prison doctor, he diagnosed me. He said I have lung cancer, and a minor surgery would cure me. Lu nodded in agreement. The prison doctor's medical skills are undoubtedly reliable. So, did you undergo that minor surgery? Dante grinned widely. I asked him what kind of surgery it was, and can you guess what that fellow said? He told me it was a lobectomy. It seemed that this revelation amused him greatly, as Dante laughed heartily. Lu, however, maintained a serious demeanor and declared, The prison doctor's diagnosis is sound. Just moments ago, I witnessed him perform surgery on a patient suffering from kidney deficiency. That fortunate patient will no longer be troubled by such afflictions. Upon hearing Lu's earnest yet absurd claims, Dante couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. No wonder you can get along so well with that fellow. Chapter 35. The Orange Taxi. Dante appeared to be well acquainted with Lu Xiao's background, even being aware of his amicable relationship with the prison doctor. What kind of monsters have you encountered in the dark prison? Dante flicked the ash from his cigarette. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. Too many. Pick one that excites you. Dante replied, cigarette in mouth. Lu Xiao nodded and said, I once encountered a beautiful lady. We merely exchanged glances, and then she crawled out from within my abdomen. Dante was taken aback. So much so that the ash fell onto his collar, unnoticed. Was it truly that exhilarating? Lu Xiao nodded, his expression suggesting he was savoring the memory. Indeed, it was quite thrilling. Dante smacked his lips. And what happened next? Did you die? At these words, Lu Xiao's mind momentarily froze, and he turned to Dante with an odd expression. Dante, momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Huh, it seems I asked a rather pointless question. So, what became of that beautiful lady? Lu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. I don't know. She vanished after crawling out of me. Dante chuckled lightly. What a pity there is no continuation to the story. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. It is indeed unfortunate. Would you like to hear something else? Dante took a deep drag on his cigarette and shook his head. No need. I'm afraid if I listen further, I might wet myself in my sleep tonight. Lu Xiao nodded and returned to the topic at hand. So, Mr. Dante, what is our mission this time? Dante replied in a calm tone. Our current task involved a taxi. A taxi? Dante nodded. Yes, an orange taxi. Recently, numerous people have boarded that taxi, only to vanish without a trace. Lu Xiao contemplated for a moment. So our objective is to contain this taxi? Dante noncommittally nodded. The mission objective is to investigate where those who entered this taxi have gone, and then to secure the vehicle. As they spoke, an ambulance had arrived at a secluded road. Dante stopped the car and turned to Lu Xiao. Forget the number. It's too cumbersome. I'll just call you Buddy. Only researchers prefer to address by numbers. Lu Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Buddy, let us park the car here and wait for that taxi by the roadside. After exiting the vehicle, Dante opened the hood, feigning a breakdown. He discarded the cigarette butt and lit another. Concerning this mission, the warden's system had no record of relevant information. We would simply adapt as needed once we got into the car. Before long, an orange taxi slowly approached the two. Dante extended his hand to flag it down. Lu Xiao scrutinized it closely. An unusual scent wafted from the taxi. At that moment, Dante opened the rear door. Good sir, do you prefer the back seat or the front passenger seat? Lu Xiao strode directly towards the front. Dante shrugged and settled into the rear. No sooner had they entered the vehicle than the door closed automatically and locked itself. Without awaiting their destination, the vehicle began to move slowly. Dante exhaled a puff of smoke. Driver, we haven't yet disclosed our destination. The driver, a rather unremarkable middle-aged man, turned his head slowly, a peculiar expression adorning his face. Where are you headed? Dante casually provided an address and resumed smoking. Lu Xiao turned his gaze towards the window, seemingly lost in thought. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, a melody suddenly filled the air, a rather cliché love song. Lu Xiao grimaced slightly. Driver, could we perhaps change the tune? The driver's eerie voice responded, This was my wife's favorite song when she was alive. Lu Xiao pressed the button to change the song. I must apologize, but I have no interest in your deceased wife. The driver? An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Dante coughed in the back seat, the smoke stinging his eyes to the point of tears. Hey, please don't disrupt this bizarre ambience. He thought frantically. The driver reverted to the previous song, and as the kitschy melody played on, he slowly spoke. My wife was incredibly beautiful. Click. Lu Xiao pressed the button to change the song again. His deadpan gaze fixated on the driver. No matter how beautiful she was, she is still dead. I have no interest in the deceased. Click. The driver switched back to the song, just as he was about to speak. Lu Xiao pressed the button once more. The driver turned to Lu Xiao, his expression one of indescribable strangeness. Lu Xiao flashed him a congenial smile. How about sharing more about your lovely wife? I find myself intrigued. This time, the driver refrained from changing the song and simply turned off the music player. My wife was indeed beautiful. As he spoke, The kitschy love song inexplicably resumed. Lu Xiao, taken aback, inquired driver, "How on earth are you doing this? Why does it sound as if the song is playing right beside me?" The music abruptly ceased, and the driver could no longer contain himself. "Could you refrain from interrupting me? It is quite impolite, you know." Dante's hand trembled slightly as he clutched his cigarette, his face streaked with tears. Lu Xiao nodded hastily, offering an apologetic smile. "Please go on. I promise I won't interrupt." The driver displayed an eerie grin. "My wife was incredibly beautiful." At that moment, the music resumed. After uttering this phrase, the driver glanced at Lu Xiao, and seeing no intent to interrupt, continued. "She was as graceful as a swan. So, you consider yourself a fraud?" Lu Xiao interjected uncontrollably. Dante's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes bloodshot. The tires screeched against the pavement, producing a jarring sound. The driver abruptly halted the vehicle with a sudden brake. He glanced at Lu Xiao, his temples throbbing. Lu Xiao hastily apologized, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry. I truly promise never to interrupt you again." Upon hearing this, the driver resumed his journey in the taxi. Simultaneously, his voice blended with the music, declaring, "She is as noble as a swan. I am but a humble taxi driver. My friends say we are ill-suited for one another, but I believe that if I devote myself entirely to her, she will inevitably be moved by my sincerity. After my relentless pursuit, she finally consented to marry me. However, after marriage, I discovered that she still maintained contact with her ex. Yet, my love for her is so profound that I fear her departure. Thus, I can only pretend not to notice." His words spilled forth in a rapid torrent. "Brother, you appear to be a mere sycophant." Lu Xiao sighed, adopting a serious tone. Suddenly, the taxi came to a screeching halt once more. In the driver's hand, a sharp knife gleamed, emitting a piercing shriek. "Damn it! I've endured you for far too long," he shouted, thrusting the knife towards Lu Xiao's heart. Chapter 36. The flesh engine. Lu Xiao stared with vacant eyes as the sharp knife thrust towards him. Meanwhile, Dante, seated in the back, reacted with remarkable swiftness, drawing his pistol and aiming it at the driver's head. The knife halted just an inch from Lu Xiao's chest. An invisible force emanated from Lu Xiao, who had already discerned the peculiar level of the individual before him. The oppressive aura of a high-ranking entity rendered the driver immobile. A smile spread across Lu Xiao's face, exuding warmth. "Friend, if we're to converse, why resort to violence?" he said, extending a finger to gently flick the blade. The knife quivered incessantly before shattering into countless fragments. This spectacle left Dante momentarily astonished. The driver, equally bewildered, stammered, "Master, I was blind to your stature." At that moment, he comprehended that these two were indeed here to ensnare him. The driver was filled with profound regret. Dante retrieved a half-smoldering cigarette, but that had fallen into his lap. "Buddy, is that it? I didn't expect this containment mission to proceed so smoothly," he remarked. Lu Xiao shook his head. "Not yet. There is still a larger fish to catch." He then addressed the driver kindly. "Do not fear. I shall not devour you." The driver numbly nodded in response. Lu Xiao grinned. "Now, take us where you initially intended." Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, the driver displayed a smile more grotesque than tears. "And no, I had no intention of taking you anywhere." Dante interjected, inquiring, "What became of those humans who boarded your vehicle?" The driver hesitated, then, with a hint of guilt, replied, They have all been killed by me." Dante had anticipated this revelation. Humans who fell into the hands of the Bazaar rarely met a favorable fate. "And their bodies?" He pressed further. The driver hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao scoffed softly. "Though I have never consumed low-tier, aberrant creatures, should you dare to lie, I would not object to sampling the flavor of such beings." These words struck terror into the driver, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He could not have imagined that in his casual attempt to ensnare a hapless soul, he had ensnared a ruthless overlord who feasted on aberrant beings. The unfortunate one, it turned out, was he himself. He harbored no doubts about Lu Xiao's words. As an aberrant, he understood all too well the significance of the high-ranking entity's aura surrounding Lu Xiao. It was evident that he had consumed numerous aberrant creatures. and, judging by the Overlord's words, he had dined on high-tier, aberrant beings. Such a figure was merely a legend, even within their peculiar circles. The driver trembled, declaring, "I dare not lie. They have indeed all been killed by me. The bodies were fed to this taxi." Upon hearing the driver's response, Dante was taken aback. "Is this car alive?" Lu Xiao remained silent, merely fixing the driver with his lifeless gaze. The driver, feeling unnerved under Lu Xiao's scrutiny, quickly exclaimed, "It's true. This vehicle is an extraordinary entity." Fearing disbelief, he hastily added, "Let me show you." Dante glanced at Lu Xiao, who nodded in affirmation. The driver then opened the car door and proceeded to lift the hood. Their eyes fell upon the engine compartment, which, instead of housing a mechanical engine, contained a grotesque mass of flesh. A tangled web of blood vessels resembled conduits for fuel, presenting a horrifying sight. At that moment, the fleshy engine quivered slightly, akin to the heartbeat of the vehicle. Dante inhaled sharply. "This is quite the peculiar creation." The driver stammered, "This car requires flesh and blood for propulsion. I have no choice but to hunt humans." Dante cast a glance at Lu Xiao. "What do you make of this?" Lu Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, "Something is amiss. There's another strange essence present. Its scent is tantalizing." He turned to the driver. "Where did you find this vehicle?" The driver blurted out, "In the prison. I discovered this car within the confines of the prison and drove it into this world filled with humans." Upon hearing this, Dante's expression grew grave. "Are you implying that this car can traverse freely between the abyss and the realm of the living? If so, that is truly alarming." The driver shook his head. "No, I stumbled into the living world purely by chance, and I could never return. This car only began to require flesh for operation after arriving here. It was not necessary in the prison." Dante turned to Lu Xiao. "Is he lying?" Lu Xiao shook his head, remaining silent. He was contemplating another matter. "When I first encountered this vehicle, I detected 3 distinct scents emanating from it." Lu Xiao pointed at the orange taxi. "One scent belongs to the car itself. In addition to the driver's essence, there is another aroma that makes my mouth water. It undoubtedly belongs to a being of high status, indicating that the driver is not the true master of this vehicle." Lu Xiao calmly analyzed. "Initially, I thought this driver was merely acting on behalf of the powerful being, hence my mention of a larger fish. However, it appears that is not the case." Regarding the driver's honesty, Lu Xiao felt no need to dwell. In the presence of a higher being, lesser entities cannot lie. This driver belonged to the lowest echelon of strange. In the past, during his time in the abyss, Lu Xiao would scarcely have given such a creature a second glance. Dante contemplated for a moment. "So what shall we do next?" Lu Xiao scratched his head, pondering. "Never mind. I shall return and consult Doctor first." Dante nodded in agreement and subsequently activated the communicator. "Doctor, this is Dante. The mission has been accomplished." The voice of the doctor resonated from the other end. "Excellent, well done. Bring 292 back with you." Dante nodded again and turned to Lu Xiao. "The doctor has instructed us to return first." Suddenly, he seemed to recollect something, pointing at the driver. "What shall we do about this peculiar individual?" Lu Xiao, deep in thought, stroked his chin for a moment before breaking into a warm smile. "I will drive this vehicle back with him, while you take the ambulance." Without hesitation, Dante nodded in agreement. Inside the vehicle, "How did it fare with your beautiful wife afterward?" The driver wore a face filled with sorrow. "She has passed away. Did you not describe her as noble as a swan?" "I am but a frog," Lu Xiao replied, speechless. Chapter 37. Trapped in Subject 2 at C03 Containment Facility. Within a containment chamber, an orange taxi stood still. The doctor circled the vehicle several times before directing his gaze towards the driver, who cowered behind Lu Xiao. What peculiar characteristics does this car possess? The human clad in a lab coat and sporting monocles instilled a sense of trepidation in the driver. Lu Xiao abruptly seized the driver, exclaiming, "The doctor is addressing you. It is quite impolite not to respond." The driver nodded vigorously. "Sir, I cannot precisely articulate the characteristics of this vehicle." He then recounted to the doctor everything he had previously shared with Lu Xiao and the others. Upon absorbing the entirety of the account, the doctor adjusted his monocle. "Has emerged from the abyss. This revelation alerted the doctor to a disconcerting anomaly. As the chief authority of the C-03 facility, he was acutely aware that the entities residing in the abyss could only access the mortal realm through a singular gate. Their duty as wardens was to safeguard this gate, preventing the bizarre creatures from infiltrating the world. Each containment facility vigilantly guarded its own gate. Nearby, an assistant provided the doctor with a set of data. Doctor, over the past decade, the number of anomalies appearing in the mortal realm has escalated exponentially each year. He handed the tablet to the doctor, who scrutinized it intently. The assistant elaborated. This data has been extracted from the system. The doctor returned the tablet and turned his attention to Xiao. 292. Did you recently appear near the gate? Xiao shook his head. Not at all. My activities within the abyss have been relatively confined. I had not encountered any other humans before you found me. Nor had I ever seen the luminous gate. The doctor nodded thoughtfully and instructed his assistant. Bring in a material specimen. Shortly thereafter, a material specimen, blindfolded and clad in a yellow vest, was escorted in by 2 elite soldiers. The doctor inquired of the driver, "How did you previously feed this vehicle?" He deliberately used the term feed. The driver glanced at Xiao, seemingly seeking his approval. Xiao flashed a grin. "Do as the doctor says." At this, the driver hastily nodded and proceeded to the rear of the vehicle, opening the trunk. Xiao and the doctor followed suit. With a resounding thud, the trunk was unveiled. Xiao's gaze fell within, revealing nothing but a grotesque, menacing maw. The doctor calmly instructed, "Push the specimen inside." The 2 elite soldiers hoisted the unfortunate specimen forward. Blinded and unable to see, the specimen struggled in a fit of primal fear. Soon, a chilling sound of gnashing teeth echoed through the chamber, accompanied by the roar of an engine reminiscent of an American V8. Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. A taxi emitted a peculiar sound that reminded me of an apt descriptor. Lubu riding a dog. The driver cautiously remarked. In truth, its exterior could transform at will. Xiao's interest was instantly piqued. "Du demonstrate," he urged. The vehicle began to undulate, its shape morphing before their eyes. Soon, the taxi had transformed into a brand new Emma electric scooter. On the rear seat of the scooter, a grotesque maw incessantly gaped and closed. Xiao's lips twitched uncontrollably. "Is this the best you could conjure?" The driver trembled as he replied. "I have only ever driven these 2 types of vehicles in my lifetime. What disaster. No wonder your beautiful wife still keeps in touch with her ex." The doctor adjusted his monocle and inquired, "What is the operation procedure?" The driver immediately responded, "Sit in the driver's seat, envision the desired form in your mind, and don't overlook any details." At that moment, Dante, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly rubbed his hands together. "Everyone, I have a dream. I have always wanted to experience the sensation of driving a luxury car." He glanced at the doctor, a hint of grievance in his voice. "Doctor, our wages as prison guards are far too low. I can hardly afford a pack of cigarettes. Why don't you report this situation to the higher-ups?" The doctor's forehead twitched, and he shot Dante a curse. "Bullshit. The pay for prison guards has been the same for years. Have you considered your own shortcomings?" Dante clambered onto the Emma scooter. In an instant, the vehicle began to undulate gently. Soon, it enveloped Dante in a mass of flesh. Before long, the mass had expanded into a 7-meter diameter fleshy orb. The flesh then began to morph, first forming 4 wheels, then shaping into a car body. Eventually, the mass of flesh transformed into the outline of a vehicle. Metallic luster began to emerge. In less than 2 minutes, the Emma scooter had metamorphosed into a formidable Raptor pickup truck. Gripping the steering wheel, Dante slammed on the accelerator. The roar of the engine erupted, sending a wave of heat through the room. Dante shouted with exhilaration, "Ha ha ha! An American V8. To hell with being environmentally friendly." Xiao pointed at the wildly laughing Dante. "Did you see that? If you had a vehicle like this, your beautiful wife would undoubtedly delete her ex's contact information overnight." The driver wore an expression of newfound enlightenment. "Doctor, may I take it for a spin?" Dante excitedly called out to the doctor. The doctor adjusted his monocle once more and then opened the back door to sit inside. Seeing that the doctor had boarded, Xiao also opened the front passenger door. On the bustling streets of the Magic City, an eye-catching pickup truck halted at a traffic light. Dante occasionally pressed the accelerator, producing a symphony of sounds that compelled passers-by to glance back in curiosity. What the hell is that car? I've never seen anything like it. What a stunning pickup truck. Indeed, a pickup is the epitome of a man's romance. If my husband possessed such a vehicle, I would no longer maintain contact with my previous, financially challenged partner. The driver, seated beside the doctor, listened to the whispers of passers-by, tears streaming down his cheeks in an instant. Dante, adorned with flamboyant sunglasses and a cigarette dangling from his lips, felt utterly exhilarated. Truly, he had no regrets in life. Beside him, Xiao felt a twinge of temptation. Ahem, doctor, may I take the wheel? The calm voice of the doctor echoed from the back seat. Go ahead. With a reluctant expression, Dante exchanged seats with Xiao. The spacious interior of the car allowed them to complete the swap effortlessly. Buddy, do you have a driver's license? Dante suddenly recalled a serious question, his concern evident. Xiao pondered for a moment. I didn't pass. I remember being stuck on the second examination. As they spoke, the red light had already turned green. Chapter 38. The vehicle and the driver. The doctor's reaction was swift. He fastened his seatbelt even before Xiao pressed the accelerator. With a roar of the engine, the truck's front end shot up, propelling forward like an arrow released from a bow. Unprepared, Dante and the driver were instantly gripped by terror. Dante clutched at his seatbelt, struggling to secure it. Dude, slow down. I am scared, he shouted. The driver, possessing considerably more experience, clung tightly to the front seat, his body pressed against it. The doctor's face was devoid of expression, yet the veins bulged on the back of his hand, gripping the handle, clearly exerting every ounce of strength. Dante, oblivious to the cigarette that had fallen from his mouth, screamed frantically, Stop! Stop! Oh no, I wet my pants. Outside, 2 police officers witnessed the scene and immediately pursued in their vehicle. Whose car is that? Who dares to race in the streets of the Magic City? The young officer couldn't help but comment. In the passenger seat, Uncle Wong held a thermos, visibly irritated. Is there no law left? Racing around here? Call for backup immediately. In an instant, the street was filled with the wailing of sirens. Countless police cars appeared on the thoroughfare. Xiao gripped the steering wheel. Oh no, it seems we are in trouble. The doctor's voice came from the back. 292, pull over. Xiao pondered for a moment, his tone heavy. Doctor, I suddenly recall a painful experience. I failed my driving test on the parallel parking section. Doctor? Dante. Driver. On a remote and desolate road outside the Magic City, the furious roar of the engine continued unabated. A sleek pickup truck led the way, trailed closely by a multitude of police cars. The cacophony of sirens, engine roars, and the sound of tires screeching against the pavement merged into a singular tumult. Suddenly, the leading pickup truck seemed to glitch, its body flickering before it vanished into thin air. When the vehicle reappeared, it was within a containment cell at the C03 facility. The door opened. Dante, trembling, steadied himself on the door as he slowly descended from the vehicle. Following him was the doctor, then Xiao, and lastly the driver who emerged from the driver's seat. The doctor adjusted his monocle and addressed Xiao. You drove quite well, but do refrain from driving again next time. Xiao replied earnestly, Thank you, doctor, for acknowledging my driving skills. At this, the corners of the doctor's eyes twitched. The driver, still shaken, could not quell the tremors in his pupils. The doctor leaned towards his assistant and whispered, Document this. Sequence 302, vehicle, requires flesh or anomalous forces for propulsion. Possesses the ability to teleport between 2 points. Containment conditions necessitate a suitable parking space. The assistant nodded, swiftly recording information on the tablet in hand. Sequence 302, vehicle, containment level. Yes, target ability, teleportation, containment conditions, a suitable parking space, combat ability, non-combative anomaly. Note, the vehicle possesses teleportation capabilities. Note, the vehicle requires flesh or anomalous energy as a driving force. Once the assistant uploaded the data, the doctor turned his gaze towards the driver. As for you, you lack the qualifications for containment. Eliminate him on the spot. The doctor's tone was flat, yet it instilled instant terror in the driver's heart. He looked at the doctor and exclaimed, "Sir, I haven't done anything wrong." Xiao, perplexed, replied, "Haven't you killed many people?" The driver shook his head vigorously. No. I've only taken the lives of those wicked individuals. The reason I shared the story of my beautiful wife in the car was to test their character." At that moment, the assistant whispered in the doctor's ear, "Sir, the records of the humans who disappeared due to the taxi incident have been retrieved. They are all individuals with criminal backgrounds." The doctor nodded, then spoke coolly. "But you still took lives? According to the prison regulations, you should be classified as a Class D containment object. However, you hold no value for containment." He adjusted his monocle. "Unless you provide me with a reason for your containment. For instance, do you possess any special abilities?" His eyes were devoid of warmth, coldly scrutinizing the driver. The driver hastily looked to Xiao. Xiao grinned. "Why are you looking at me? I am merely a containment object." As he spoke, he pulled a badge from his pocket and donned it. The badge bore the uneven inscription, Sequence 292, The Lost. This was a creation of Xiao during his idle time, with materials sourced from the staff. Observing this, the doctor instructed a nearby staff member, "Record this. 292 has developed a sense of belonging to the facility." The assistant promptly updated Xiao's records. Subsequently, the doctor's gaze shifted back to the driver, who was momentarily at a loss for words. I can drive. Yes, I can drive." The moment these words escaped his lips, silence enveloped the room. The driver was on the verge of tears. "The world is too dangerous. I want to return to the abyss." Xiao patted the driver's shoulder and sighed deeply. "It seems you are about to reunite with your beautiful wife." As he spoke, he flicked his badge with a sense of pride. That expression seemed to convey, "See, I'm organized." At that moment, Dante approached. "Alas, brother, promise me, if you encounter your beautiful wife again, do not become a sycophant." Tears streamed down the driver's face. He vowed that he had never cried so decisively when his beautiful wife left him. At that moment, the voice of the doctor resonated. "Congratulations, Mr. Driver. Your abilities render you invaluable. Let be noted, Sequence 303, Driver, Containment Level D, or perhaps S will suffice. As for the containment conditions..." The doctor adjusted his monocle and turned to the driver. "Do you have any stipulations?" Upon hearing this, the driver fervently shook his head. At that moment, he dared not voice any conditions. The doctor nodded. "You may handle the remainder." With that, he turned and exited the containment chamber. The assistant swiftly recorded the details. Sequence 303, Driver, Containment Level, S, Target Ability, Proficient in Operating Vehicles, Containment Conditions, must have a vehicle combat capability. Under investigation, PS, a driver with a strong sense of justice. After uploading the driver's information to the Guardian system, the assistant exchanged farewells with Xiao and Dante before departing. Xiao solemnly addressed the driver now. "We are comrades." Chapter 39, Serial Number 097. The cursed toy gun. The driver nearly lost his balance, almost collapsing to the ground. Everything felt like a surreal dream. In the span of a single day, he had faced 3 life-threatening moments. First, being baited by Xiao while fishing. Second, riding in a car driven by Xiao. And lastly, experiencing the closest brush with death. Dante lit a cigarette. "Buddy, I need to go change my trousers. Next time there's a mission, I'll request the doctor to bring you along." Xiao nodded, as if contemplating something. "Mr. Dante, have you truly considered consulting the prison doctor for that minor procedure?" Dante nearly choked on Xiao's words. He turned and waved his hand dismissively. The driver, unsurprisingly, passed the box experiment. For 7 days, regardless of the provocations from the supplies outside, he never stepped beyond the confines of the first room. On the day he successfully completed the box experiment, Xiao personally crafted a badge for him. The moment he received the badge, the driver hung it around his neck, not daring to remove it for an instant. Xiao, being a restless soul, sought the driver out for conversation during the lull in assignments. From their discussions, he discovered that the driver hailed from the same era as himself. As for the driver's beautiful wife, she had indeed run off with a former partner. When asked how the driver ended up in the dark prison, he stuttered, unable to articulate the details. Like Lu Xiao, the driver seemed to suffer from amnesia, completely forgetting the events that transpired during the intervening time. All he knew was that he awakened within the dark prison. Of course, there were distinctions between them. Lu Xiao remained human, whereas the driver had transformed into an eerie being, a fact confirmed by the doctor. Lu, I'm delighted to see you emerging so swiftly, the prison doctor remarked, seated upon a chair intricately carved from bones. Lu Xiao patted the driver on the shoulder. Allow me to introduce, this is my newly acquainted friend. The driver. The driver trembled in his seat, quaking at the imposing figure adorned with a beaked mask, towering over 3 meters high. The aura emanating from another skeletal figure sent shivers through him. Ivan's voice resonated from within Lu Xiao. Lu, I heard the prison doctor speak. Congratulations on making the right choice. You truly are a kind-hearted human who appreciates art. Lu Xiao felt a blush of humility at Ivan's praise. Oh no. The pursuit of truth is often fraught with obstacles. Thankfully, with the guidance of the prison doctor, I have avoided straying onto the wrong path. The doctor nodded, visibly pleased. He then turned his attention to the visibly anxious driver. My friend, you seem to be afraid? Hearing this, Lu Xiao quickly reassured him. Driver, do not fear. These two are my friends. They are all very kind. Beings? A piercing laugh echoed, emanating from the prison doctor. Ivan, it seems this friend of ours harbors a certain trepidation towards us. The soul fire in Ivan's eyes flickered momentarily. Friend, are you afraid of us? The driver dared not respond, seated on the chair, shaking his head incessantly, internally lamenting, the world is far too perilous. I long to return to the dark prison. Lu Xiao observed this scene with some exasperation. With a hint of apology, he addressed the doctor and Ivan. I apologize. My friend here may have caught a chill and is feeling rather unwell. I shall take him back to rest for now, and will return to visit you both later. The doctor's beak-like mouth opened and closed, emitting a jarring sound. Lu, have you forgotten? I am an exemplary physician. Allow me to conduct a checkup on this friend. Lu Xiao's eyes brightened as he turned to the driver. Do not worry. My friend is a man of great medical ethics and remarkable skill. Should you fall ill, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. As an afterthought, Lu Xiao quickly added, rest assured, his consultations are complimentary. Upon hearing this, the driver shook his head vigorously, more rapidly than a rattledrum. No, that's unnecessary. I may simply be lacking in sleep. He dared not allow this individual to diagnose him. When Lu Xiao had brought him to see the doctor, he had already glimpsed the information displayed on the small screen outside. The doctor, with a touch of regret, remarked, what a pity. Friend, if you feel unwell at all, remember to seek me out. I assure you, I do not charge. The driver could only wish to avoid ever encountering the doctor's beak-masked visage again, as well as that skeletal frame. Once Lu Xiao had departed with the driver, Ivan's voice resonated from within the doctor. Doctor, do you sense that aura? The doctor nodded. Indeed, I detect the scent from the depths of the dark prison. It seems this newcomer is quite extraordinary. Ivan's voice echoed once more, I fear for Lu. The doctor shook his head. There is no need for concern. In the laboratory, an assistant entered the doctor's office, cradling a lead box. Doctor, the sequence 097, corrupted revolver has been delivered. The doctor, holding a tablet, nodded. Let's contain it for now. The tablet displayed the information regarding sequence 097, corrupted revolver. Sequence number 097, cursed toy gun, containment level, S, target abilities, penetration, destruction, corruption, curse, containment conditions. Must be stored in a lead-made container, no direct physical contact allowed. Combat capability, non-combat anomaly, PS. A cursed toy gun, PS. Those who come into contact with the gun will experience gradual decay of their flesh. The toy pistol, upon each activation, extracts the flesh and blood of its wielder, instilling an overwhelming terror toward a random object or entity that persists for an indeterminate duration. To date, no individual has survived long enough for the effect to cease, resulting invariably in a gruesome demise. It is strongly advised against utilizing this object in combat scenarios. This containment item has languished in the U-01 facility, overlooked and neglected due to its terrifying side effects which render it unsuitable for warfare. However, Upon learning of Lu Xiao's alarming cellular activity, the doctor developed a profound interest in this artifact. He pondered whether Lu Xiao's unique cellular vitality could potentially negate the detrimental effects of the corrupted revolver. Setting aside the tablet computer, the doctor turned his gaze towards a substantial petri dish situated on his desk. Within it, Lu Xiao's hematopoietic stem cells were being cultivated. What once were mere specks of cells had now grown to the size of a fist, coalescing into a peculiar mass of flesh that continued to writhe incessantly. At that moment, the tablet emitted a synthesized notification. The roundtable conference is about to commence. All participants are requested to prepare accordingly. Chapter 40. The Warden and the Director. The roundtable conference represents the pinnacle of gatherings for the guardians of the prisons, presided over by the Executive Management Council, with members of the highest office present as observers. This assembly is constituted through virtual holographic technology, compelling the leaders of all human containment facilities to participate. The preparation time for the roundtable is set at 1 hour, during which all leaders, irrespective of their current engagements, must immediately set aside their affairs to attend. The doctor adjusted his white lab coat and meticulously polished his non-existent monocle. Having completed these tasks, he settled into his office chair, awaiting the commencement of the meeting in serene anticipation. Good morning, esteemed colleagues. Thank you for your unwavering dedication to humanity. A melodious female voice resonated in the ears of every participant at the roundtable. The doctor gradually opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself within a structure reminiscent of a temple. Before him, a colossal, circular conference table. Above loomed a chaotic expanse, encircled by towering pillars of white jade. The doctor nudged the non-existent monocle on his face. Clearly, this was an illusory realm, akin to a scene from a virtual reality game. In the temple, beams of light occasionally descended, each representing the seating of an individual. At the head of the table sat 5 individuals, the esteemed members of the Executive Management Council, who were detached from all containment facilities and represented solely the council itself. Below them were the upper echelons of the highest office, followed by leaders like the doctor. Beside the doctor sat an elderly man with flowing white hair, who bestowed a gentle smile upon him. "Doctor, it is a pleasure to see you again." The doctor replied with a hint of reverence. "Mentor, it has been too long." The elder was indeed the doctor's mentor and the leader of the C-01 containment facility in Huaxia, codenamed the Warden. The Warden cast a glance at the doctor and chuckled softly. "I heard that your C-03 has CJ-01's 137? The doctor, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, 137 manifested within the jurisdiction of my C-03 due to containment failure. According to the Guardian's regulations, I am both entitled and obligated to secure it." The Warden chuckled and shook his head. "Why pretend before me? It is I who imparted the Guardian's regulations to you." As he spoke, the Warden stroked his flowing white hair. "Simply exchange 137 for some advantages. There's no need to cling to it so tightly. J-01 may treasure 137, but for us, its value is rather limited." The doctor nodded, for this had indeed been his intention. The reason he had initially declined J-01's proposal for exchange was twofold. Firstly, he intended to address the matter in such a formal setting, requiring J-01 to initiate the discussion. This would enable the doctor to negotiate greater benefits for C-03. More importantly, he sought to vex the leadership of J-01. The Warden then spoke, his tone somewhat grave. "This meeting is likely related to the containment of 301. Have you devised a plan to safeguard 301? The doctor shrugged nonchalantly. "That person advised me to adapt." The Warden paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "After all these years, you remain unchanged. Very well, with that individual present. Even if we ultimately fail to secure 301, we will not suffer losses." The doctor shrugged indifferently. Sitting beside the doctor was a young man, codenamed Director, who led the C-02 containment facility in China. Hearing the conversation between the doctor and the Warden, he chimed in. "Doctor, compared to 301, I find your recent containment of 292 far more intriguing." He smiled shyly, seemingly bashful. "How about you set a price?" The doctor shot him a sidelong glance. "Apologies, but I have no intention of trading 292. The director appeared unperturbed, leaning back in his chair with a light chuckle. The data on 292 has remained virtually unchanged. Doctor, surely you do not intend to hoard the research findings? The doctor nodded with earnestness. Indeed, that is my intention. The director was taken aback momentarily, then chuckled softly. Doctor, has anyone ever told you that you're not very good at small talk? The warden pondered for a moment. I have mentioned this to him. The doctor again nodded gravely. Yes, indeed, my mentor has advised me on this. The director immediately facepalmed. He felt that conversing with the doctor was far more exhausting than researching anomalies. The three were leaders of containment facilities within China. Thus, their discussions were conducted over a secure private channel, shielded from eavesdropping, alleviating concerns about their conversations being intercepted. Just then, the 5 council members seated at the head exchanged glances, and one of them stood up, proclaiming loudly. His voice echoed through the public channel. The meeting commences. First, on behalf of the council members, I would like to express gratitude for the contributions made by all present. With that, he bowed. Then, he launched into an extensive opening statement. The warden listened with rapt attention, while the doctor and the director felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them. Once the opening remarks concluded, the council member spoke gravely. Firstly, I must inform you all that the investigation into U-01 has concluded, and the results are now available. As his words fell, a holographic display appeared before everyone, showcasing Enzo's personal information and the findings from the U-01 investigation. Mr. Smith, do you have anything to add? All eyes turned to a middle-aged man with a head of silver hair. He was none other than Smith, the leader of the U-01 containment facility. Rising to his feet, his expression was laden with remorse. I believe you have all seen the investigation results. For this, I feel profound sorrow, for it is our oversight that has led to such dire consequences. Fortunately, the timely discovery has spared our guardians of the prison organization from incurring greater losses. Here, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Sir. Upon finishing his words, he bowed deeply towards the direction of the doctor. Upon hearing this, the director scoffed from the side. Once again, the blame is being shifted onto the saint. The reason for this remark lies entirely in the investigation's findings, which pointed all accusations towards the saint. The warden chuckled, remarking that deflecting blame has always been their customary tactic. You may as well consider his words as mere nonsense. The doctor touched his eyelid, but remained silent. After straightening up, Smith continued, Rest assured, everyone involved has undergone thorough investigation. I assure you, such incidents will not recur. According to the regulations governing the Guardians, those who have perpetrated misconduct resulting in damage to the organization shall be suspended and face penalties. Mr. Congressman, I am willing to accept the consequences. The congressman nodded. Excellent, Mr. Smith. Your resolve is truly commendable. Chapter 41. Sharing serial number 301. The warden glanced at the doctor beside him and smiled. It appears that the repercussions of this incident will not be too severe. Have you struck some sort of deal? The doctor responded with a calm demeanor. Indeed. I require 097. The warden nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Smith will likely face only a nominal suspension. The director remarked with a hint of disdain. If this continues, the Guardians will inevitably face ruin. The organization might as well be renamed the Inyang People. The warden non-committally nodded, then sighed deeply. The current upper echelons of the Guardians have long forgotten their original intentions. The internal structure is a disarray, yet they have mastered the art of bureaucratic maneuvering. If this persists, I fear the day when the gate may be compromised. The director shrugged. We should focus on our own responsibilities. Let them indulge in their games. Suddenly, he turned to the doctor, exclaiming softly, Doctor, you must have harbored this thought for quite some time, which is why you concealed the data on 292. The warden also looked at the doctor, increasingly perplexed by his own student. Given the doctor's capabilities, it was evident that the stagnation of containment data should not have occurred. The doctor nodded solemnly. I suspect that the properties of the gate are gradually failing. Upon hearing this, both the warden and the director furrowed their brows. Elaborate. The doctor, habitually adjusting his non-existent glasses, began. According to 292's account, he survived in the dark prison for 3 years. Therefore, It would have been reasonable for us to discover him much earlier. Based on this, I have begun to question the integrity of the gate. I then requested my assistant to compile nearly a decade of records regarding the Guardian's missions. From a broader perspective, the number of anomalies has been increasing year by year over the past decade. This is quite abnormal. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the warden regained his composure. I must admit, I overlooked that. Upon reflection, it does seem to be the case. The director pondered for a moment. Is it possible that the gate has been contaminated? The doctor nodded. That is precisely my suspicion. I will need more time to investigate this matter. The three lapsed into silence. Meanwhile, the overall consequences for the U-01 containment facility had been finalized. As anticipated, Smith was merely suspended symbolically. Subsequently, a council member turned to the doctor. Mr. Doctor, first and foremost, I would like to congratulate you on successfully containing 301. The existence of serial number 301 is of utmost significance for both humanity and we, the Guardians. Therefore, I hereby request that you share 301 so that we may collectively study it. Subsequently, 301 will be managed by our Executive Council. Without hesitation, the doctor shook his head. I'm afraid, esteemed council member, I must decline. At this declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. At that moment, a short middle-aged man rose, filled with righteous indignation. Doctor, do you intend to keep secrets on such a significant matter? Why are you unwilling to share this crucial containment? Are you aware of its importance to humanity? Do you remember the purpose and duty of the wardens? The speaker was none other than the leader of the J-01 containment facility, codenamed Craftsman. His tone was not one of inquiry, but rather one of reproach. The leaders of other facilities began to murmur about the doctor. Since they were using private channels, the atmosphere was notably quiet, devoid of any clamor. All eyes were fixed upon the doctor. He slowly rose, his voice remarkably calm. Mr. Craftsman, according to the warden's regulations, any transfer of a containment that has been successfully secured is prohibited without absolute assurance of safety. Thus, my refusal of the esteemed gentleman's request is entirely reasonable. The doctor's statement was nearly flawless. Although everyone was aware of this regulation, few adhered to it. The illicit trading of containment objects occurred frequently, and even the Executive Management Council often turned a blind eye to such matters. As long as no mishaps occurred, the council typically refrained from intervening. In this context, the doctor invoked the warden's regulations, and no one dared to contest his words. It was akin to openly slapping the faces of the Executive Management Council and the highest office. Private dealings remained discreet, and none dared to shatter this fragile facade in public. Craftsman was evidently prepared. He addressed the counselor, saying, "Esteemed counselor, special circumstances warrant special measures. Although regulations exist, the significance of 301 justifies our breaking of these rules. For the sake of humanity, we must expedite experiments and research on 301. The counselor nodded and turned to the doctor. Indeed, Mr. Doctor, our council shares this sentiment. According to the warden's regulations, this matter requires a vote from everyone present. Do you have any objections? The doctor shrugged, having anticipated this outcome. As you wish, esteemed counselor. After uttering this phrase, the doctor ceased to speak. The counselor proclaimed, Very well, let us begin the vote. Those in favor of transferring 301, please raise your hands. In an instant, nearly everyone present raised their hands. The warden chuckled. They seem eager, yet I wonder if they will ever have the opportunity to see 301. The director wore an expression of amusement, anticipating the unfolding drama. Soon, the counselor began to announce the voting results. The vote has passed. Mr. Doctor, do you have any objections? The doctor stood again, solemnly presenting his case. Esteemed counselor, I have no objection to sharing 301, but we have incurred tremendous cost to secure it. Therefore, we request to enter into a compensation procedure. As the words fell, two individuals present exhibited notably grim expressions. One was the craftsman, and the other was the recently suspended Smith. The counselor nodded. The application is reasonable. It is hereby approved. The doctor nodded and took his seat. Observing the doctor's unhesitating agreement, the director cast a puzzled glance. How could you acquiesce so readily? Surely you haven't been tainted by some peculiar influence. The doctor rubbed his forehead. I too believe I should have exhibited a greater degree of hesitation just now. The director, having a deeper understanding of the doctor, hesitated and inquired, Do you have other plans? The doctor merely nodded, slightly without uttering a word. The presiding counselor continued, Let us proceed to the next agenda item. Mr. Doctor, this pertains once again to your C-03 containment facility, regarding the ownership issue of the contaminated entity, designated as serial number 09. P.S. These two chapters have woven in numerous hints, which may render them somewhat tedious. Chapter 42. 2 sets of videos after deliberation among the members of the Parliament, it was decreed that you, C-03, must transfer serial number 09 to the A-01 containment facility. This decision is made with the utmost consideration for humanity's safety. The potential dangers posed by serial number 09 are far too significant. Should you utilize it to instigate warfare, it could lead to the extinction of human civilization itself. Naturally, A-01 has agreed to pay a substantial compensation for this transfer. You may set your own price. The voice of the parliamentarian calmly stated. The doctor rose to his feet. Mr. Parliamentarian, I believe you are well aware of what serial number 09 signifies for the Xiao nation. At that moment, a young man stood up. He had smooth, golden hair and an expression of arrogance. Doctor, we are fully cognizant of the importance of 09. However, you could easily hand it over to us, and we would ensure the protection of your Xiao nation. Our special operations team would assist you in guarding the gates. The doctor touched the corner of his eye. Mr. Adam, I appreciate your goodwill, but it is evident that we do not require external protection. He then turned back to the parliamentarian. Mr. Parliamentarian, I believe we can bypass this topic. The parliamentarian glanced towards Adam and then spoke in a grave tone. According to the Guardian regulations, this proposal must undergo a full vote. Upon hearing this, the doctor shrugged and returned to his seat. The warden chuckled softly in a private channel. A 01 already possesses 2 angel. Now they're setting their sights on 09. Greed truly is their nature. The chief warden also laughed heartily. Everyone understands the significance of such containment entities. They exist merely as a means of deterrence. If A-01 were to acquire 09, the entire Guardian organization would likely become A-01's property. Thus, this vote will merely serve as a formality, a way for the Parliament to placate A-01. He nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Only the doctor furrowed his brow slowly, sensing an air of disquiet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao addressed the driver. Driver, could you assist me in procuring some materials? I wish to create name tags for the prison doctor and Ivan as well. The driver was extremely reluctant. Since being contained, he had scarcely left the containment area. No staff members had approached him, and he relished the tranquility. However, Xiao frequently sought him out for various tasks. While he was not entirely averse to this, the key issue was that Xiao always dragged him to find that beak-nosed doctor and that terrifying skeletal figure. This made the driver quite uncomfortable. Perhaps not. I believe, given their personalities, they would not appreciate such items. Xiao's expression stiffened, and he turned to meet the driver's gaze. The sight of those lifeless fish-like eyes filled the driver with unease. All right, I shall go at once. Back with the doctor, Adam's voice echoed. Honorable members, prior to the voting, I request the opportunity to present a series of videos for your consideration. The member nodded in agreement. The request was granted. Subsequently, a luminous screen appeared before all. On the screen, a blood-soaked figure traversed amidst a dozen soldiers clad in prison guard tactical gear. The perspective of the footage was from the soldiers themselves. With each soldier he passed, he ruthlessly dispatched them in a most brutal manner. Adam's voice resonated. This merciless entity is none other than Subject 292 of C-03's containment. C-03 had surreptitiously contravened prison regulations by designating this malevolent anomaly as Class S. Moreover, it had unleashed this savage containment unit to slaughter other prison soldiers. Next came the second video. The same figure was depicted, once again engaged in the massacre of a special operations team of prison guards. However, unlike the previous footage, this team bore an object of containment, a wooden coffin over half a meter in length. The scene captured was that of Xiao confronting a marionette. Adam chuckled lightly. "Craftsman, I believe it is best for you to elucidate this matter." Upon hearing this, the craftsman immediately rose, expressing his anguish. "The doctor has allowed this high-risk containment unit to rampage within our territory. Our forces dispatched soldiers with Subject 137, the marionette, to handle the situation. Yet, they met a tragic demise. Even 137 was taken by that dangerous entity. Doctor, I implore you to answer directly. Is Subject 137 currently within your C03 facility?" All eyes turned towards the doctor, who gently nodded. "This?" The director appeared taken aback. "Can a person truly lack such shame?" The warden, with a heavy tone, inquired, "Doctor, do you possess the combat footage from that mission?" The doctor spoke calmly. "If they dare to release this footage to incriminate me, it indicates that the corresponding video archives have been tampered with." Sure enough, after a brief search through the database, the doctor discovered that all records had been erased. However, he soon stumbled upon an audio recording. "Doctor, do you have any evidence to defend yourself?" a member inquired. The doctor shook his head. "I apologize, esteemed member. I lack evidence to refute Mr. Adams' video." A look of disdain crossed the craftsman's face, and he proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed member, I request that C03 return our lost subject 137. The member nodded. "Doctor, in the absence of evidence to justify your stance, Mr. Craftsman's request stands valid." The doctor, supporting his eyes wearily, stood and said with composure, "I possess no evidence regarding the first video, but I do have an audio recording that should clarify Mr. Craftsman's concerns." He proceeded to play the recording. "I am a doctor. Doctor, return the marionette." "I refuse." "Doctor, 137 is a containment object from our J01 facility. And how dare you refuse to return it? Are you not afraid of my reporting this to the highest office?" The mere presence of 137 within our borders indicates a breach of containment on your part. According to the regulations governing custodians, when a containment breach occurs and an object appears on our territory, we possess not only the right, but also the obligation to contain it. However, you are aware that the containment of 137 has not failed. I apologize, but I am unaware. All I know is that 137 has manifested on our territory. And to prevent any potential loss of control over the object, we have proceeded with its containment. Should there be any objections to this outcome, you may report to the highest office, where the Executive Management Council will render a decision. This was the conversation between the doctor and the artisan. After listening to this recording, everyone turned their curious gazes towards the artisan. The artisan felt a flush of warmth creeping to his face. He glanced over at Adam, who was regarding him with a look of amusement akin to that of a spectator watching a jester. In that instant, the artisan comprehended the situation. Adam had betrayed him. His audacity to spread falsehoods stemmed from Adam's assurance to eliminate all incriminating evidence. It now appeared that Adam had not fulfilled that promise. A tumult of emotions, regret, hatred, and anger swirled within the artisan's heart. "Mr. Artisan, can you provide a reasonable explanation for this recording?" The artisan did not respond to the counselor's inquiry. Instead, he cast a venomous glance in the direction of the doctor and Adam. Subsequently, he sank back into his seat. The counselor turned once more to the doctor. "So, doctor, do you still require justification for the first video?" Chapter 43. Voting and decision-making. A rare smile graced the doctor's face. Honorable members, although I lack the evidence to contest Mr. Adams' video, I now harbor profound doubts regarding its authenticity. Allow me to present a live broadcast, and you shall see for yourselves. As he spoke, the screen before the assembly shifted to reveal a live feed from a containment room. Within the frame, a youthful and delicate boy was seen diligently engrossed in his task. Clutched in his hand was a nameplate, upon which he was inscribing something with a somewhat unsteady hand. The camera zoomed in, revealing the boy had inscribed serial number 069, prison medic, in uneven lettering. Subsequently, the focus shifted to the boy's expression. He wore a radiant smile and murmured to himself, "The prison medic will surely appreciate this nameplate." He then grasped the nameplate and exited his containment chamber. The scene followed Xiao as he navigated with familiarity to the prison medic's quarters. With a polite demeanor, he pressed the doorbell. The door swung open, revealing the prison medic. "My friend, what brings you to me today?" Xiao shyly smiled, retrieving the nameplate he had crafted by hand. "Prison medic, I made this for you, and I hope you will like it." As he spoke, he placed the nameplate around his own neck. The prison medic paused momentarily, then extended a finger to draw the nameplate closer. After a careful examination, he too donned the nameplate around his neck. "Thank you, my friend. I truly cherish this thoughtful gift." The screen then faded to black. Those who viewed the video were left in a state of bewilderment. The doctor then interjected. "This is the individual referred to by Mr. Adam as serial number 292. Tell me, do you believe that the 292 in my video is the same person as the 292 depicted in Mr. Adam's footage? Ever since we rescued 292 from the dark prison, he has been a remarkably affectionate child. He frequently crafts small gifts with his own hands, presenting them to the other enigmatic beings in containment. They all hold great affection for this child, warmly referring to him as friend. How could such a kind-hearted and united child commit such heinous acts? Moreover, 292 possesses a profound sense of belonging to the containment facility. Just look at his chest. That nameplate is a creation of his own hands." The assembly fell silent, turning their gaze to Xiao's chest, where indeed a nameplate hung, bearing uneven lettering. One could not deny the doctor's adeptness in deception. His words flowed with an unwavering expression. The leaders present exchanged glances, the reactions to Adam's video subdued, yet the doctor's footage evoked a sense of unease among them. Was it truly normal for such a loving scene to exist within the containment facility? This remained their lingering question. Meanwhile, Adam wore a smile as he regarded the doctor. "Doctor, this does not substantiate your claims. For an individual capable of surviving in a dark prison, it is evident that one cannot assess their actions through the lens of conventional reasoning. The authenticity of the video, I trust, is clear to all esteemed leaders present. The sole reason for my release of this footage is to cast doubt upon your capabilities. Whether it pertains to issues with containment or misjudgments regarding the security level of the containment object, such lapses are not in accordance with the regulations we, the custodians of the prison, uphold. Therefore, I must question your ability to contain the entity designated as Subject 09. Should a containment breach occur involving 09, it would precipitate a disaster of global proportions. Thus, I posit that relocating Subject 09 to our facility E01 is the most prudent course of action." Adam's remarks were cogent and well-founded. Initially, some who contemplated abstaining from the vote began to waver. A portion of the assembly also started to harbor doubts about Adam. After all, the doctor's broadcast appeared more convincing. The youth portrayed was so radiant and cheerful, seemingly at odds with the twisted, crawling creature lurking in the shadows. The council members turned their attention to the doctor. "Doctor, do you possess any further evidence?" The doctor shrugged. "Esteemed council member, I have presented all my evidence." The council member nodded and then addressed Adam. "Mr. Adam, may we proceed to the voting process? As for the potential containment failure regarding C03, we shall establish an investigative committee to initiate an inquiry." Adam raised his hand. "Esteemed council member, we may commence the voting." Simultaneously, two options appeared before each individual, one for approval and the other for disapproval. The voting duration was set for 5 minutes. Failure to cast a vote within this time frame would be regarded as an abstention. The voting data updated in real time, and soon, the number of approvals approached 40%. The warden's tone bore a weighty seriousness. Adam's maneuver had swayed many who would have originally abstained to choose approval. The outcome of this vote was becoming increasingly uncertain. The director's expression grew tense. After casually selecting a disapproval, the doctor remarked with an air of indifference, "I have done all that I can. It is now up to how that individual manages the aftermath." 2 minutes later, the tally of approvals and disapprovals stood equal. The last segment of non-voters remained in a state of observation. Among them, some might abstain, yet many were still hesitant. Their concern regarding who possessed 09 was minimal, as it would not fall into their hands. Their primary interest lay in the benefits they could secure for themselves. In these final moments, negotiations would unfold privately, promising greater advantages to one side or the other. The Roundtable's agenda, once voted upon, could not be revisited for the next decade. Consequently, the results of this vote would determine the fate of 09 for the next 10 years. Soon, those who had yet to cast their votes received personal communications from Adam. In a moment, the votes of approval surged, quickly surpassing those of disapproval. It was evident that Adam had promised them astonishing benefits. At this juncture, the legislator announced the results. The motion passed. I urged the C03 facility to swiftly arrange for the handover. Upon hearing this outcome, both the warden and the director were somewhat incredulous. Even the doctor's brow furrowed tightly. Regrettably, the eyes of the leaders were sharp as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Doctor? Adam's audacious voice echoed. Nonsense. Can't those fools use their pig brains to think properly? Once A01 acquires the two deities, 02 and 09. Will their lives still be bearable? I truly wish to dissect the brains of those imbeciles to ascertain whether their cognitive development is intact. After the examination, I would shove their heads into their posteriors. The doctor's voice had lost its usual composure. The last time he had uttered such profanity was during the containment of Xiao. The warden spoke with a heavy tone. Did that individual refrain from intervening? Upon hearing this, the doctor's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in a black suit seated in the highest office. At that moment, the man rested one hand on the table, lightly tapping his index finger against the surface. Adam rose and inclined his head slightly towards the legislator. Thank you, Mr. Legislator. Adam was well aware of the regulations of the Roundtable Conference. Once serial number 09 was transferred to A01, it would be contained for at least a decade. As for retrieving 09 after 10 years, it would be virtually impossible for the containment facility in Xiao. Adam had long devised a plan to exploit this decade to exert severe pressure on them. By the time 10 years had elapsed, Xiao would have lost its competitive edge. The legislator smiled at Adam. You're welcome, Mr. Adam. He then cleared his throat and announced, let us proceed to the next agenda item. Regarding the ownership of serial number 02, the Angel. Chapter 44. All clowns. Upon hearing the words of the legislator, Adam was momentarily taken aback. Wait, Mr. Legislator. I believe there is no need to discuss the ownership of 02. I motion to dismiss this topic. The legislator shook his head. Regrettably, Mr. Adam, this motion is invalid. This topic has been deliberated and formulated by the Parliament. The Parliament has decided to assign the custody of 02 to the C01 facility. Mr. Adam, unless you have any further objections, I shall proceed to the voting. Upon hearing their exchange, the warden could not help but chuckle. This tactic of leveraging power was executed with exquisite finesse, achieving remarkable results with minimal cost, thereby safeguarding the position of a facility in the Xiao nation. Truly admirable. The previously agitated doctor also calmed instantly. He rested his hand on his brow and murmured, in this case, those individuals will certainly not allow the A01 family to grow any larger. As anticipated, 5 minutes later, the voting results were announced. Over 40% voted in favor, while the remaining members abstained entirely, with not a single dissenting vote. The reasoning was quite simple. None of those present were foolish. Even those who had been promised benefits by Adam. Everyone was unwilling to witness a monopolistic scenario. Since A01 desired the 09 tainted creator, then so be it. They would relinquish 02, the Angel. Of course, this was not without the influence of a certain individual. At that moment, the man in the suit rose to his feet. He first adjusted his collar before smiling at Adam. Mr. Adam, do you accept this outcome? Hearing this, Adam turned to the man, his gaze complex. Xiao, was this your doing? Xiao was indeed the man's name, not a mere alias. He waved his hand dismissively. This has nothing to do with me. This is solely the result of the vote. Adam chose not to glance at Xiao any longer, instead directing his attention back to the legislator. With all due respect, Mr. Legislator, do you not find this topic unreasonable? The legislator's expression was somewhat intricate. Mr. Adam, please mind your words. I have already stated that this proposal is the result of collective deliberation by the members of Parliament. Should you have any queries regarding this proposal, you may submit an application subsequently. Adam vehemently countered, no, I do not accept this. My facility has never encountered any issues. Why must we surrender 02? This is utterly absurd. Just as the legislator was about to speak, Xiao interrupted him. Mr. Adam, why not resolve this matter privately? Although both 02 and 09 are in absolute safety, the logistics can be quite cumbersome. Who knows what unforeseen incidents may occur during the transfer? As he spoke, he smiled benignly at Adam. Do you not find my reasoning sound, Mr. Adam? Adam shot a cold glare at Xiao. Do not overstep your bounds. Xiao merely waved his hand, maintaining a smile. I merely offer a suggestion. If you disagree, we shall proceed according to protocol. At that moment, the artisan's expression was quite remarkable. Initially believing himself to be a mere fool, he now realized that there were indeed others who shared this role. He turned to a leader of the shelter beside him and remarked, Is this not what we in Xiao refer to as undermining the foundation? Adam still seems rather youthful. The leader beside him dared not engage in this topic, thus remaining silent. The artisan, unfazed, turned to another individual and inquired, Do you think these two factions will fall out over this matter? If they do, what will become of us, the smaller nation shelters? His tone was laced with a hint of concern, but predominantly tinged with a sense of voyeuristic intrigue. The leader furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, Mr. Artisan, I believe you should first attend to your own affairs. With that, he too fell silent. The artisan's expression fluctuated between mirth and sorrow, as if entranced. He murmured to himself. He looked at Adam with a smile. So, Mr. Adam, will you truly not consider my suggestion? Adam's countenance was grim. He fixed his gaze upon Xiao's face and, through clenched teeth, declared, I concur. This round of negotiations had resulted in his defeat, and it was a comprehensive loss. He not only failed in the contest, but also suffered a loss of face. Not only did he fail to secure the benefits of 09, but he also incurred significant costs as a consequence. The promised gains were not something his household could escape. As for what Xiao had sacrificed, he was uncertain. Perhaps he had not sacrificed anything at all. He gazed at Xiao with a complex expression. Xiao, there is a saying in Xiao, mountains and rivers may meet again. We shall see each other again. Upon speaking this, his figure vanished in a thin air, evidently disconnecting from the original line. The gazes of the several council members turned towards Xiao, filled with complexity. Xiao, this round table conference has devolved into a farce because of your two factions. One council member expressed discontent. Xiao shrugged. Who truly cares? Oof. The remaining council members also disconnected, even forgetting to announce the conclusion of the meeting. At that moment, they felt too embarrassed to remain. The artisan grinned widely. Another few fools have joined the ranks. Ha ha ha. They're all fools. Ha ha. Thus, the round table meeting came to a hasty conclusion. The doctor had just disconnected when he received communication from Xiao. Doctor, the subsequent investigation procedures regarding the failure of containment 292 must be devised by you alone. At last, the doctor managed to locate his monocle. He adjusted it and calmly stated, I have long had a contingency plan regarding issue 292. Excellent. The forthcoming period will not be tranquil. Please advise the warden and others to exercise caution. I shall not contact each one individually. The doctor replied coldly. Why should we not sever ties with the jailers? Xiao fell silent for a moment before emitting a gentle sigh. It is not yet the time, he remarked, as if struck by a sudden thought. By the way, does 292 possess any divinity? The doctor's voice remained calm. You should have already perused the research report, have you not? It merely exhibits an unusual rate of cellular activity. Both fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, it was Xiao who softly spoke. Since there is no divinity, let us consider the matter concluded. With that, he terminated the communication device. The doctor set the device aside and exhaled softly in relief. After a brief moment, he picked up the communicator once more, this time to contact his assistant. Inform 292 to cooperate in the experimentation concerning 097. Chapter 45. The Cursed Toy Gun Soon. Lu Xiao arrived at the experimental site where the doctor had been waiting. As Lu Xiao entered, the doctor tossed him a leaden box. Take out the gun inside. Lu Xiao complied, opening the box to reveal a beautifully crafted revolver. The revolver measured approximately 20 centimeters in length, gleaming silver with exquisite engravings. However, As Lu Xiao held it, a wave of disappointment washed over him. It felt light and coarse, clearly constructed from inferior plastic, nothing more than a toy gun. The doctor adjusted his monocle. So, do you feel any unusual sensations in your body? Lu Xiao took a moment to assess, and then shook his head. No. The doctor nodded, proceeding to introduce the revolver. This revolver is an S-class containment object. Serial number 097, the cursed toy gun. A normal person holding this revolver would begin to experience skin decay after approximately 3 minutes. Hearing this, Lu Xiao quickly dropped the gun. Doctor, why didn't you tell me this was so dangerous? He glared at the doctor with wide, startled eyes. The doctor's lips twitched. Nonsense. Are you an ordinary person? Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. That's true. After a moment, he bent down to retrieve the decaying revolver from the ground. The doctor adjusted his monocle once more and continued. This revolver is a product from your era, possessing the bizarre characteristic of decay. However, the source of this characteristic remains a mystery. I suspect it is due to the curse. Intrigued, Lu Xiao leaned in closer to examine the decaying revolver. It appeared as shoddy as a toy sold at a schoolyard kiosk. Doctor, what kind of bullets does this gun use? Lu Xiao inquired. The doctor pondered for a moment. The flesh and blood of the wielder. Lu Xiao. Before long, a specially crafted steel plate, thick enough to measure 50 centimeters, was brought in. The doctor addressed Lu Xiao. Try firing a shot at that steel plate. Lu Xiao nodded, raising the gun and aiming at the target. Bang! The loud gunshot reverberated through the experimental chamber. The doctor first glanced at the steel plate, only to see a fist-sized hole punctured through the thick metal. This was one of the revolver's properties, penetration. Simultaneously, numerous cracks rapidly spread around the hole, indicating that the internal structure of the steel plate had been compromised. This was the second property, destruction. The other two properties were not discernible from the steel plate, but the doctor nodded in satisfaction at the displayed power. The physical lethality was sufficient for its purpose. After all, this device was intended to combat the bizarre, where physical harm was not the primary concern. After firing, did you feel anything unusual? For instance, what could evoke fear? Lu Xiao pondered deeply. Doctor, I feel nothing. The doctor nodded. One of the revolver's peculiar traits is that each shot fired induces an intense fear of something at random. Just then, Lu Xiao suddenly exclaimed, Doctor, my thigh hurts a bit. He tore open the leg of his trousers. To his horror, his calf had completely vanished, revealing bare, ghastly white bone. Lu Xiao grinned. Doctor, it seems I misspoke. This is not merely a slight pain. It is a torment akin to death. The doctor adjusted his monocle and calmly replied, Ah, indeed. With each shot, a portion of flesh will randomly be lost from your body. Lu Xiao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Doctor, would you mind if I took a shot at your head right now? The doctor, adjusting his monocle, nodded. Indeed, I would mind. His expression resembled that of a refined gentleman. In that moment, Lu Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Truly, sincerity is the most potent weapon. Lu Xiao was on the verge of rolling his eyes in agony. This pain was a different caliber than the discomfort he felt when tearing his own skin. The doctor spoke calmly. Do not worry. Given your cellular activity rate, the missing flesh will regenerate in just 2 hours. Therefore, let us proceed with the next experiment. With that, he produced a bell that had not yet been rung. The melodious chime resonated. A butler-like figure appeared out of thin air. Good morning, sir. How may I assist you? This was designated as sequence number 077, the butler. The doctor nodded. Please cooperate with me for a small experiment. The butler slightly bowed. At your service. Bang! A fist-sized hole instantly appeared in the butler's chest, transparent from front to back. Subsequently, fissures began to spread across his body. Simultaneously, the wound began to rot at an alarming rate. In less than a minute, the butler had completely vanished. Lu Xiao gazed at the doctor, speechless. It was not that he lacked the desire to speak. Rather, the corrupt revolver had extracted flesh from his neck. At that moment, his neck was bare, supported only by bone. I must say, your vitality is remarkably resilient, the doctor remarked, adjusting his monocle with admiration. Lu Xiao blinked, signaling his current displeasure. The doctor shrugged indifferently. This containment object is now yours. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao smiled and tucked away the corrupt revolver. The doctor continued. This containment object is akin to a ticking time bomb. Each shot you fire brings you closer to death. For you never know, that shot may claim the flesh of your heart or your head. Furthermore, each shot will randomly induce an intense fear of something. Perhaps it will even instill a fear of merely existing. As he spoke, his gaze turned grave. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using this revolver. And if you must, try to limit it to no more than 3 shots. Xiao blinked, signaling his understanding. The doctor waved his hand. Enough. The experiment has concluded. Go seek the prison doctor and see if he can assist you. Xiao limped away. Meanwhile, the prison doctor applied a peculiar ointment to Xiao while inquiring with a puzzled expression. Lu, how did you end up in such a dreadful state? At that moment, Xiao was unable to respond verbally. He could only produce the revolver. The prison doctor pointed at the decaying revolver. Is it because of this thing? Xiao blinked again. The prison doctor picked up the decaying revolver and scrutinized it for a moment. How strange. I feel as though this gun is corrupting my very body. With that, he fired a shot. Half an hour later, Ivan arrived at the prison doctor's quarters. At that moment, Xiao lay on the operating table while the prison doctor was sprawled on the floor. The flesh on the prison doctor's thigh had completely vanished. Ivan's eyes flickered with a fiery intensity. Prison doctor, how have you both come to this sorry state? Voices emanated from within their bodies. The prison doctor remained silent, merely pointing at the decaying revolver lying on the ground. Ivan picked up the revolver, perplexed. Is it because of this thing? How odd. I feel as though this gun is corrupting my bones. And with that, he fired a shot. Chapter 46. Your mission is to survive. Bang! Ivan flung away the revolver in his hand, as if he had encountered something vile. Subsequently, he swiftly examined the skeletal structure of his body. After a considerable pause, he seemed to exhale in relief. I felt as though that gun was going to consume my bones. His voice was tinged with lingering trepidation. At that moment, the prison doctor sat up, applying a medicinal ointment to his legs. It was a concoction for flesh regeneration, the very same that had been applied to Xiao earlier. 2 hours later, the 3 of them sat on the ground, exchanging bewildered glances. Xiao had by now fully recovered, thanks to his terrifying cellular vitality, coupled with the doctor's ointment. The lost flesh had regenerated. The doctor addressed Xiao. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiao's lips twitched manically. Doctor, do you believe I was in a state to converse just now? Hearing Xiao's words, Ivan turned to the doctor and asked, why didn't you inform me? The doctor chuckled awkwardly, his laughter grating on the ears. I forgot. The soul fire in Ivan's eyes danced wildly. I truly wish to extract your bones and fashion them into a nightstand. In a physical training room, Darts was supervising the squad during their workout. Oddly enough, he had recently been plagued by an incessant itch at the back of his head. He reached back to scratch it. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain enveloped his entire being, akin to a sharp jab to the eye. The agony forced him to bend over. Xiao rushed over, her face etched with concern. Captain, what is wrong with you? She helped Darts to his feet. Xiao, could you check what's amiss with the back of my head? Dart's voice was slightly hoarse. Xiao nodded and peered at the back of Dart's head. She gasped in astonishment. Captain, this. Darts was bewildered, and at that moment, other squad members gathered around. Their faces were filled with horror. There, on the back of Dart's head, was an eye veined with crimson, surrounded by countless tiny, writhing tendrils extending from the corner of the eye. The voice of the slippery one trembled. Captain, how did your eye end up on your head? Soon, they brought Darts to the doctor. The doctor fell into deep contemplation as he examined the back of Dart's head. Doctor, what has happened to the captain? Xiao inquired anxiously. The doctor did not respond to Xiao's question, but instead asked Darts, Can you see behind you? Darts nodded. Ever since I scratched the back of my head, images of what lies behind me have appeared in my mind. The doctor quickly deduced the cause. It must be related to the drop of blood from subject 292. Let us consult the prison doctor. Xiao stared intently at the back of Dart's head. A chill suddenly surged through the air, reaching the very crown of Fei Biao's head. Mr. Xiao, is there a problem? Xiao licked his lips, responding no, just feeling a bit peckish. How about letting me have a taste? Just a tiny sip. Upon hearing this, Fei Biao's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly hid behind the doctor. The doctor adjusted his monocle and inquired, "Prison doctor, what is his condition?" The prison doctor stroked his chin in deep contemplation for a considerable while. Just moments ago, he had taken a sample of Fei Biao's blood and inhaled its scent. "A curse of sorts," the doctor declared gravely. "Is it the same as the curse afflicting subject 292? The prison doctor shook his head. "A completely different curse." The doctor adjusted his monocle once again. "Will he die?" The prison doctor let out a couple of sinister chuckles. "Ha! How could that be, my friend? Perhaps it might even be a blessing in disguise." At the prison doctor's words, an inexplicable dread washed over Fei Biao. The doctor spoke solemnly. "In 2 days, the investigation team will arrive. It would be troublesome if they were to see you in this state." He pondered for a moment before his gaze landed on Lu Xiao. Why not hide him in the dark prison? At this moment, Lu Xiao leaned in, patting his chest. "The dark prison? I'm quite familiar with it. How about I take him there? I can introduce him to Uncle Chainsaw. He will protect him." The doctor adjusted his monocle and contemplated for a moment. "That could work. Then 292, you shall escort Fei Biao." Fei Biao, feeling a twinge of anxiety, turned to the prison doctor and asked, "Mr. Doctor, is there no way to cure this curse?" The prison doctor chuckled ominously. "Of course there is. The simplest method is to eliminate the one who cast the curse." As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned towards Lu Xiao. Grinning, Lu Xiao retrieved a badge from his pocket and hung it around his neck. The doctor pushed up his monocle. "Fei Biao, going to the dark prison is a mission." Hearing this, even though Fei Biao was reluctant, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, for these special forces soldiers, obeying orders was the primary code of conduct. Lu Xiao slung his arm around Fei Biao's shoulders and smiled broadly. "Don't worry, Uncle Chainsaw is a really nice guy." Fei Biao nodded skeptically. The doctor commanded into the communicator, "Have 303 bring 302 to the prison doctor." Soon, a massive Raptor pickup truck materialized in the prison doctor's containment area. The driver stepped out of the driver's seat, wearing a pair of sunglasses he seemingly acquired from nowhere. He even donned a suit and leather shoes, exuding the air of a successful individual. The prison doctor's shrill voice broke the silence. "My friend, you must knock before entering. Such behavior is rather impolite." Upon hearing this, the driver quickly retreated into the vehicle marked as serial number 302. As the vehicle started up, it vanished from sight. Moments later, a doorbell rang. The door opened, and the driver poked his head out. "Mr. Doctor, may I come in?" At the door, the doctor instructed, "You have merely 2 days, and within this limited time frame, you must return to the containment facility." Lu Xiao adjusted the badge upon his chest. "Fear not, dear doctor." The doctor then turned his gaze towards the driver. "Upon passing through this portal, you shall enter the dark prison. Likewise, your return can only be through the door." He gestured towards the watch adorning the driver's wrist. "It bears a map that will indicate which door you must traverse." The driver nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, dear doctor." Finally, the doctor looked towards Dart. He gently placed a hand on Dart's shoulder. "Your mission in the dark prison is to survive." Dart's body trembled slightly, and then he stood at attention. His right fist was clenched and placed over his heart. The other members of the City Fire Squad saluted Dart, fully aware that this journey might be one from which he would never return. The imposing pickup truck roared to life, and Dart sat silently in the back seat. The driver pressed the accelerator, propelling them through the radiant door. Chapter 47. Entering the abyss in the vehicle, the driver lowered his voice and gestured to Lu Xiao. "Why don't we just stay in the abyss?" Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes, responding, "My friend, your suggestion is quite perilous." The driver chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely joking. Do not take it to heart." The car traversed the silent, dimly lit streets, the resonant growl of the American V8 engine echoing through the air. Occasionally, heavy breaths could be heard surrounding them. Countless crimson glimmers flickered in the shadows. The driver instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "It seems we are surrounded." Lu Xiao grinned confidently. "Be more assured. Eliminate the seams." The driver immediately fell into a state of panic. "What should we do now? I do not wish to perish." Lu Xiao delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. "Well said, my friend. If you wish to live, why create such a commotion?" The slap was so forceful that even the dart player in the back seat felt a twinge of pain at the back of his own head. The driver, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly silenced the vehicle. A voice emerged from the back. "Mr. Xiao, where are we headed?" Hearing this, Xiao peered out the window, only to be taken aback. "Where's this place?" It bore no resemblance to the scenes embedded in his memory. The driver nearly lost control, slamming on the brakes. "How shall we locate your friend?" Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. "We must rely on Uncle Chainsaw to find us. I hope he is not too far away." After a brief reflection, he borrowed a dagger from the dart player and made a delicate incision on his wrist. The dagger sliced through, drawing forth a thin stream of blood. He then rolled down the window, extending his hand outward, and elucidated. "The enigmatic beings you speak of possess an acute sensitivity to scent. The higher their rank, the more attuned they are. As long as Uncle Chainsaw catches a whiff of my essence, he will trace the scent to find me." The dart player remained silent for a moment before gravely stating, "But the scent of blood may also attract other formidable enigmatic creatures." As his words faded, the driver's trembling voice interjected, "Are you referring to that?" His finger quivered as it pointed ahead. "Containment Site C03. The doctor adjusted his monocle. "I intend to classify your team among the victims. Of course, this is entirely voluntary. Those unwilling to join the victims will be assigned to guard the expendables." Upon hearing this, Liu Guang, Huaito, and Xiao unhesitatingly raised their hands. The remaining three quietly stepped back, one of them expressing guilt. "I apologize, but the mission of the victims is far too perilous." Yet, no one looked down upon those three who hesitated. Even Huaito, typically the jokester, spoke in an unusually somber tone. "I wish you all good fortune in your endeavors." The three exchanged glances and then together saluted the prison soldiers. Before long, a middle-aged man with a cigarette dangling from his lips arrived. "Welcome to hell, rookies." Dante took a deep drag from his cigarette. "From now on, I shall be responsible for training you to become worthy sacrifices. You may call me the devil, for my code name is Dante." The doctor patted Dante on the shoulder and then turned to leave. The trio exchanged glances before standing at attention. Dante extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to each of them. "Your first task from the devil is to learn how to smoke." Liu Guang. "Xiao. Huatu, you truly are a devil." In the abyss, a colossal creature blocked the path of Xiao and his companions. Its enormous body completely obstructed the road. Countless eyes on it fixated on the vehicle occupied by Xiao and the others. This scene sent chills down the spines of the two passengers inside. Xiao glared at the driver with lifeless eyes and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run." The driver suddenly jerked the steering wheel, causing the car to make a sharp turn. Xiao, frustrated, exclaimed, "Come on, man. Teleport us. If I had a license, you and T be the one driving." With a flurry of frantic maneuvers, the vehicle began to flicker, as if the frames of reality were dropping. When it reappeared, they found themselves on a different street. The monster, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the vehicle, was filled with confusion reflected in its myriad of eyes. Yet, it soon caught a whiff of that scent again. Boom! Boom! The massive body began to writhe, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Inside the vehicle, Faden, looking pale, asked Mr. Xiao, "What level was that monster just now?" As Xiao tended to his wounds, he pondered with his chin in hand. "By your definitions, it should belong to the category of supernatural and bizarre life forms." Faden inquired solemnly, "Were you a match for that creature?" Xiao grinned broadly. "Of course. To it, I am merely a delectable morsel." He then began to enlighten Faden. "In the abyss, whenever you encounter something of such massive size, you can be certain to flee, and especially those with an abundance of eyes." After a moment's reflection, Xiao added, "And those with tentacles as well. When faced with any of these three types, run as fast as you can." Faden committed Xiao's words to memory. "Is there anything else to be mindful of?" Xiao thought for a moment before responding, "Oh, right. In the abyss, refrain from eating indiscriminately. You can safely consume anything that moves, but avoid all other foods. If your stomach is not robust, you might end up with diarrhea." Faden's lips twitched in response. Yet he firmly etched Xiao's advice in his mind. At that moment, Xiao pointed to the driver who was still at the wheel. Such bizarre. Humanoid life forms are indeed a rare delicacy. Once you have tasted it, the flavor will linger in your memory, enticing you to return for more. Upon hearing these words, both the driver and the dart player shuddered in unison. The dart player felt a contraction in his stomach, unable to suppress a wave of nausea. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. The driver quickly glanced into the rearview mirror. The monster had closed in. This time, without the need for Lu Xiao's reminder, he hastily activated the teleportation function. Given that they were currently within the dark abyss, he was not concerned about the vehicle suddenly losing power. He had previously evaded countless monsters using this very vehicle, narrowly escaping a fate of becoming their meal. However, merely half a minute into the teleportation, the ground shook once more. Lu Xiao's wrist wound had healed, and blood no longer flowed from it. Chapter 48. The bone spur piercing the heart. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment before once again slicing open his wrist. Blood gushed into the air, the metallic scent wafting on the breeze. The driver, his voice trembling with fear, exclaimed, "Are you trying to throw your life away? You dare to bleed out?" Lu Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. "The only method left for our survival is to attract attention. Do you truly believe that if I cease to bleed, it will spare us?" At that moment, the driver wished fervently to press the accelerator. The creature's speed was alarmingly swift. If this continued, we would inevitably be caught. I refuse to be devoured by such a repulsive being. If I must become food, I would prefer it to be at the hands of a noble, elegant, and beautiful lady. His hands trembled upon the steering wheel. After spending years in the dark prison, this was his first encounter with such a terrifying creature. Good heavens! The dark prison is far too perilous. I long to return to the real world. Lu Xiao observed the scene with a headache. No matter how many times the driver attempted to teleport, the monster could swiftly locate their position. Moreover, each time it found them, its speed increased considerably. Just moments ago, the driver activated the teleportation. In less than 10 seconds, the creature appeared in their line of sight. Teleportation was not without its limitations. Each activation required a preparatory process, lasting approximately 3 seconds. At that instant, the body of the vehicle began to flicker ominously. Yet before Lu Xiao and the others could teleport, an overwhelming pressure materialized out of thin air. Inside the cabin, the three of them coughed up blood. The driver was the worst off. His chest caved in. Creaking and grinding sounds echoed from outside the vehicle. The immense pressure had distorted the body of the truck, the once luxurious interior vanishing to be replaced by writhing flesh. In an instant, the vehicle disintegrated, transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh. Upon witnessing the monstrous heap, the driver fainted from sheer terror. Lu Xiao gazed at the colossal creature that slithered toward him. The voice of the prison doctor echoed in his mind. When you sense danger, attempt to pierce your own heart. Perhaps it will yield unexpected surprises. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao raised the bone spur and plunged it into his heart. With a sharp gasp, excruciating pain coursed through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. On the bone spur, a massive azure gemstone emitted a radiant glow. Unlike before, the glow pulsated rhythmically. The spur seemed to come alive, writhing as if possessed. The multitude of eyes on the creature glimmered with a bloodthirsty, frenzied light. Its speed escalated dramatically. The driver struggled to open his eyes, feeling the very light around him warp, even the crimson moon in the sky distorting in shape. The tendrils at the back of his head recoiled instinctively. Oh God! The dart gazed up at the crimson full moon, murmuring softly to himself. In an instant, his expression turned vacant, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a colossal eye materialized upon the surface of the moon, gradually opening. Its pupil was filled with an array of malevolent emotions: evil, desire, greed, decadence, and rage. Merely a glance at it resulted in profound corruption. The dart, having caught but a fleeting glimpse of the still unopened eye, succumbed to unconsciousness. It was too overwhelming to bear. Even the monstrous entity paused in its tracks, its multitude of eyes writhing before bursting one by one, releasing a foul, putrid liquid from its form. If given a choice, it would undoubtedly opt to forego such an abundance of eyes. Thud! The mountain of flesh slowly toppled, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Simultaneously, Lu Xiao fell back to the ground, having already lost consciousness. The bone spike embedded in his chest slowly withdrew. The eye upon the moon gradually closed, as if it had never existed at all. Silence returned to the surroundings, save for the heap of rotting flesh nearby, still oozing foul, filthy liquid. On another side, Dante held a cigarette between his lips, wielding a whip as thick as his thumb. Before him stood Lu Guang, Hui Tu, and Xiao, each with a cigarette dangling from their mouths, surrounded by a litter of cigarette butts and packs. Lu Guang spoke up, report. I have a question. Dante replied sternly. Call me the devil. Yes, the devil. I have a question. Dante nodded, speak. Lu Guang's lips twitched. Does our current training hold any special significance? Upon hearing this, Dante fell into silence. I don't know, but my predecessor trained me in the same manner. It must hold its meaning. Sacrifice, Lu Guang. You need only obey unconditionally. Hui Tu nearby gagged. Too much. Too much. I can't take it anymore. Xiao was brought to tears by the stench. Dante struck the ground with his whip, coldly stating, Today's training is merely to ensure you do not meet a disgraceful end during your missions. Report, devil. Lu Guang spoke again. Speak. May I inquire about the code name of your mentor? Dante pondered for a moment, uncertain. I believe it was Smoke Gun. Time passed, and Lu Xiao gradually sat up. A familiar stench wafted into his nostrils. Beside him, a bizarre creature, its body wrapped in bandages and wielding a chainsaw, was examining the dart's body. The chainsaw buzzed ominously. Let us trim the ends. It uttered in a low tone. Lu Xiao felt a surge of joy. Chainsaw uncle. You're awake? Just in time. I've found a delectable morsel. It prepared to slice into the dart's body, but Lu Xiao hurriedly interjected, Wait. This is my friend. The chainsaw man paused, then set down his chainsaw, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. It's a friend. Friends must not be consumed. Upon encountering the chainsaw man once more, Lu Xiao appeared particularly elated. Chainsaw uncle, when did you arrive? The chainsaw man responded in a deep tone. I sensed your presence and hastened here. When I arrived, I saw you lying on the ground and presumed you were merely resting, so I refrained from disturbing you. Lu Xiao nodded and gestured. There was a massive mound of meat pursuing me. The chainsaw man pointed toward the nearby heap of rotting flesh. I noticed it, but alas, it has spoiled and is no longer edible. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's shoulders sagged in disappointment. What a pity indeed. The chainsaw man shook his head. No matter. Perhaps we could consume your friend instead. He appears quite delectable. P.S. The peculiar creatures do not possess a definitive tier classification. Although establishing such a hierarchy could facilitate the measurement of combat strength and streamline writing, I have pondered that this would merely devolve into a repetitive cycle of leveling up and battling, thereby losing the essence of these enigmatic beings. Such an approach might also lead to aesthetic fatigue. As it stands, the bizarre entities within the abyss are categorized into two tiers, one being food, and the other various oddities. This distinction also aids in the progression of the narrative. Of course, if you believe a more defined tier system would be beneficial, I am open to considering its prompt integration. In truth, I had long established a framework but hesitated to implement it. Moreover, I kindly beseech the esteemed readers for their support in terms of bookshelf placements and updates. This would be immensely significant to me. Chapter 49. The Treasures of Beauty and Youth. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao hastily shook his head. No, absolutely not. Uncle Chainsaw, haven't I taught you? Friends, no matter how delectable, should not be consumed. At most, a mere lick. The chainsaw man intoned solemnly. Indeed, friends are not to be eaten. Lu Xiao's face lit up with satisfaction. By the way, Uncle Chainsaw, I have a small gift for you, he declared, retrieving a badge from his pocket, upon which the words Uncle Chainsaw were scrawled in a haphazard manner. Struggling to rise to his feet, Lu Xiao felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping his body. Yet he persevered, moving his feet to drape the badge around the chainsaw man's neck. The badge swayed gently against the man's chest, prompting Lu Xiao to beam with contentment. Now, we are comrades. This badge had been prepared long ago, kept close at hand for the opportunity to return to the abyss and present it to Uncle Chainsaw. The chainsaw man was momentarily taken aback before he revved up his chainsaw, brandishing it with unrestrained exuberance. "We are comrades." At that moment, the driver began to awaken slowly. Upon opening his eyes, he was confronted with a scene of sheer terror, nearly fainting once more. The aura emanating from Uncle Chainsaw instilled a primal fear deep within his soul. Trembling, he stammered, "Lu, is this your friend?" Lu Xiao, though pale, nodded affirmatively. "Do not be afraid. My friend is quite amiable." This reassured the driver slightly, though his apprehension lingered. Suddenly, Lu Xiao's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Uncle Chainsaw rushed forward to assess him, his head swathed in bandages concealing his expression. "You are injured." Lu Xiao shook his head, signaling that he was all right. "It is likely just excessive blood loss. It is not serious. A bit of nourishment will suffice." Uncle Chainsaw's deep voice resonated. "Wait here. I shall fetch you something delicious." With that, he brandished the chainsaw and swiftly departed, each stride covering considerable distance in mere moments. The driver surveyed the surroundings, noting that the terrifying mound of flesh had transformed into a pool of decayed meat. With the threat dissipated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then approached the peculiar, writhing mass of flesh, which was in fact the vehicle designated as serial number 302. Tentatively, the driver reached out to touch the mass, observing the multitude of blood vessels beginning to writhe in response. Before long, an orange taxi materialized. After the earlier ordeal, the driver felt it prudent to remain low-key while in the abyss. Lu Xiao smiled gently. "Do not fear. Returning here is akin to coming back home." Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, the driver remained silent. Not long after, Uncle Chainsaw returned, gripping an exceedingly grotesque humanoid creature. The being bore a pair of massive, fleshy wings, riddled with gaping holes from which crimson blood dripped onto the ground. Uncle Chainsaw's somber voice echoed in the air. "Strange. Why has all the food around here perished?" Just moments ago, he had circled the vicinity, yet encountered not a single living morsel. The sustenance in his grasp was one he had extracted from a coffin buried in the ground, drawn forth by its alluring aroma. Upon observing the chainsaw-wielding man holding a humanoid creature, Lu Xiao's lips curled into a grin. "Chainsaw Uncle, this filthy vampire is hardly delectable." A voice tinged with resignation emanated from Chainsaw Uncle. "They are all dead. You mentioned that food must be fresh." Taken aback by this revelation, Lu Xiao inquired, "What do you mean they're dead?" "The food has all perished. I cannot find any living sustenance nearby." Lu Xiao, not pondering further, promptly responded, "Then let us make do with what we have. Remember to chop off the head and tail." Chainsaw Uncle revved the chainsaw, reducing the vampire into bite-sized pieces as if slicing steak. The creature had no time to utter a sound before being mercilessly disassembled. Lu Xiao picked up a small morsel and placed it in his mouth, only to furrow his brow in distaste. It was both sour and foul, akin to the repugnant wrappings of an elderly woman's bound feet. Nearby, the driver watched in bewilderment. The vampire had undoubtedly held a significant status, yet he struggled to reconcile the neatly arranged chunks of meat on the ground with the creature's former identity. This scene was overwhelmingly shocking to him. "Come, try this." Lu Xiao beckoned to the driver. Though unpalatable, according to the records of the Shanghai Jing, this is a remarkable beauty tonic. If only we had some garlic. The driver, skeptical yet intrigued, picked up a piece and tasted it. As soon as the meat entered his mouth, it slid down his throat before he could discern its flavor, prompting him to reach for another piece. As an unusual being, he did not require food to survive. Yet the meat seemed to possess an irresistible allure. One piece, then another, he continued to stuff his mouth until his belly swelled round and full. Lu Xiao quickly intervened. "Sir, indulging in such excess may lead to indigestion." At this, the driver ceased his gluttony, wiping the remnants from the corners of his mouth, a blissful smile spreading across his face. "Delicious. 1,000 times better than any seafood." Lu Xiao's eyes twitched, yet recalling the driver's hardships, he sighed softly, "My friend, you have endured much over the years." Not long after, the dart awakened languidly, its tendrils extending from the back of its head once more. "What are you eating?" it inquired, puzzled. While familiar with Chainsaw Uncle, it found the neatly arrayed chunks of meat intriguing, driven by an instinctual urge to taste one. The driver's voice, filled with satisfaction, called out, "Brother, you must try this. It is truly exquisite." The dart paused, then looked towards Xiao, who nodded in affirmation. The meat was unmistakably raw, still dripping with blood. The dart, suppressing his nausea, picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. His eyes immediately lit up. Then, as if possessed, he began to shove the scattered morsels of flesh into his mouth, reminiscent of the driver from earlier. The poor vampire had been devoured by both the dart and the driver, leaving only scraps behind. The dart used a slender bone to pick at the remnants lodged between his teeth. "What on earth is this? Truly delectable." Xiao, gnawing on a meaty bone, lifted his head upon hearing the dart's words and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it's just a vampire." At this, the dart instinctively recoiled, his stomach churning, on the verge of expulsion. The driver, quick of hand, swiftly covered the dart's mouth. "Brother, don't waste such a fine delicacy. This is something that can enhance beauty." The dart's eyes were filled with terror. He flailed his arms, his mind conjuring the image of Enzo transformed into a vampire. Xiao seemed to understand his thoughts and calmly reassured him, "Fear not. What you are consuming is not the same as that despicable creature from before. This vampire is not a human turned, so do not burden yourself with guilt. Moreover, you will need sustenance to survive in the abyss, and abstaining from food is not an option. After all, you are still considered human. Furthermore, the food in the abyss will be beneficial to you." As he spoke, tendrils emerged from the back of the dart's neck, flailing wildly in the air. It was evident that these tendrils had grown considerably thicker than before. What was once only slightly thicker than a hair now resembled that of a worm. After a prolonged silence, the dart finally slumped to the ground, as if resigning himself to his fate. "Am I still considered human?" he murmured softly to himself. Chapter 50. Grateful for nature's gifts, Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. "Well, whether you count as one, I cannot say, but I'm certainly human." Upon hearing this, Fei Biao's expression fell. The driver, observing from the side, remarked, "You truly have a way with words." Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. "Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? Does it truly matter whether one is human? Having faced death once, is it not a blessing to be alive?" The driver contemplated this and found a semblance of truth in it. Xiao rose, dusting off his trousers. "Enough of this lamenting. Since we are here, we must make the best of it." With that, he approached the bright orange taxi, opening the front passenger door and taking a seat. The driver walked over to Fei Biao, patting him on the shoulder. "Do not overthink it. The doctor has entrusted you with a mission." After saying this, the driver also made his way to the taxi. Fei Biao's expression turned exceedingly complex upon hearing the driver's words. To survive. Inside the taxi, Chainsaw Man and Fei Biao sat in the back seat. Chainsaw Man's voice broke the silence. "Friend, you smell delightful. May I take a lick?" Fei Biao remained utterly still, the massive chainsaw resting on his lap, and he could even see the rust speckling the blade from the corner of his eye. Xiao quickly intervened. "Uncle Chainsaw, such behavior towards a friend is most impolite." Oh, Chainsaw Man nodded fervently. The driver interjected, "Where are we headed next?" "We have completed the task assigned by the doctor." He raised his wrist to glance at his watch. "We have been here for a day already. The doctor instructed us to return within 2 days. Xiao beamed. "Now that we are here, shouldn't we bring back some local specialties?" He reassured. "A day is more than sufficient." Then he turned to Chainsaw Man. "Uncle Chainsaw, I will need your assistance in procuring some food to bring back for our other friends." Thus, the taxi wandered aimlessly for approximately 2 hours. According to the driver's watch, they had traveled far from the gate. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Chainsaw Man leapt out, wielding his chainsaw. Xiao toyed with a bone spur in his hand, his memories frozen at the moment the spur pierced his heart. What transpired thereafter remained a complete mystery to him. He raised the bone spur, gesturing towards his heart's location. Fei Biao, seated behind him, was immediately struck with horror at this sight. Although he was unaware of the events that had unfolded, Xiao's actions instinctively filled him with dread. That fear felt ingrained in his very being, as the tendrils on the back of his head writhed in a frenzy, producing a cacophony of slapping sounds against the seat. "Do not act impulsively," he shouted, trying to intervene. Lu Xiao, bewildered by the sudden outburst, retracted the bone spur and turned to inquire, "What is it?" Fei Biao's voice trembled as he responded, "Are you really going to insert that thing into your heart again?" Lu Xiao blinked, somewhat speechless. "Do I seem like someone who self-harms for no reason?" The dart did not respond to this question, but instead let out a long sigh of relief. In that moment, he experienced an unexpected sense of exhilaration, as if he had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. Suddenly, he felt that living might not be so bad after all. Lu Xiao squinted. "Did you see what happened after I inserted this thing into my heart?" The dart shook his head. "I only felt an overwhelming wave of negative emotion, as if it were trying to engulf me, and then I lost consciousness." Hearing the dart's words, Lu Xiao fell into a brief contemplation. Although he pretended to be indifferent about the incident, it did not mean he was not pondering it. The Chainsaw Man had informed him that the monstrous flesh heap had already perished upon his arrival. Clearly, that creature was not slain by the Chainsaw Man. Therefore, it must have been his action of inserting the bone spike into the heart that caused the creature to disintegrate. Lu Xiao picked up the bone spike and began to toy with it once more. Compared to the thoroughly examined serial number 097, Ivan's bone spike possessed an air of greater mystery. The driver remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Occasionally, strange, eerie gasps echoed around them, emitted by some lower-level bizarre creatures. The driver could only hope that the chainsaw-wielding figure would return soon. Only in the presence of that individual did he feel a sense of security. Time passed without notice. Suddenly, a startled exclamation broke the silence. "Whoa, there's a ghost." Lu Xiao and the dart followed his gaze. A tall woman in a red dress stood before them, her eyes fixed intently on the three of them through the windshield. The driver, stroking his chin, remarked, "I must say, this lady is quite striking." The woman's beauty was undeniable, though her skin appeared unnaturally pale. Upon seeing her, a fond memory surged in Lu Xiao's mind. During his time in the abyss, he had encountered a beautiful lady as well, who had ultimately emerged from his very abdomen. The driver was about to exit the vehicle to greet her when the dart urgently interjected, "Have you lost your mind? This is the abyss. That is undoubtedly a terrifying and bizarre life form." The driver glanced at Lu Xiao, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "What is there to fear?" he added, "thanks to the gifts of nature," and then opened the car door to step out. Lu Xiao, amused, remained seated in the passenger seat, watching the unfolding scene. The dart sighed but did not dare to exit the vehicle. The two watched as the driver approached the striking woman. Once outside, the driver first adjusted his hairstyle and then rubbed his hands together as he moved forward. "This beautiful lady, how may I assist you?" he inquired, sporting a gentlemanly smile and bowing slightly in a show of courtesy. When he lifted his gaze again, the woman had vanished from sight. Confused, he turned and scanned the surroundings. In the vehicle, Lu Xiao observed the scene before him and couldn't help but chuckle. Although the driver remained oblivious, both he and Darts could see it quite clearly. The woman was draped over the driver's back. Strangely, the driver seemed unaware of the peculiar situation. Lu Xiao remarked to Darts, "It's not a significant issue. It must be a bizarre entity bound by rules. Once she fulfills her purpose, she will depart on her own accord." As they conversed, the woman, with her pallid hand, slowly reached towards the driver's neck. The driver continued to spin in place, attempting to locate her presence. Yet, her hand was nearly upon his throat. At that moment, the driver finally sensed something amiss. With a sharp crack, his head tilted, and his neck snapped in response. Indeed, the woman who had been perched upon him vanished into thin air. Chapter 51. Exploiting Bugs with Rules of the Bizarre? The dart enthusiast inquired. Lu Xiao began to enlighten him. Generally, if you do not engage with such bizarre entities, you will remain unharmed. Have you seen Ring? The dart enthusiast shook his head, indicating he had not. Lu Xiao paused momentarily before continuing. In simple terms, if you hear the phone ringing at midnight and answer it, a vengeful spirit will come to claim your life. However, if you refrain from answering, nothing will happen. These bizarre beings are bound by rules. As long as you ignore them, you will encounter no trouble. As the two conversed, the driver had already risen. His head was twisted at an unnatural angle, creating a rather terrifying sight. Crack! After adjusting his head back into position, the driver returned to the taxi. With a hint of regret, he remarked, "I thought it was a gift from nature, only to discover I had nearly broken my neck. As a being of the bizarre, the driver was not easily susceptible to death. Moreover, having lived in the dark prison for quite some time, he was well aware of certain matters, including these rule-bound entities. Lu Xiao grinned. Surviving so long in the dark prison is no small feat. The driver shrugged. For me, these things pose almost no threat. If I'm fortunate enough to encounter one seeking knowledge, well, that would be something. The dart enthusiast's mind momentarily blanked. This was merely a brief interlude. After a while, the chainsaw-wielding man finally returned, albeit empty-handed. Chainsaw Uncle, what happened? Lu Xiao inquired, puzzled. The chainsaw man's voice was deep with a trace of disappointment. I ran. Too fast. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao felt a pang of regret. He had hoped to bring back some local specialties for the doctor to enjoy. The driver glanced at the time. It's about time. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, the driver directed the vehicle towards the location marked door on his watch. Chainsaw Uncle, I entrust my friend to your care. Outside the door, Lu Xiao reluctantly bid farewell to the chainsaw man. The chainsaw man revved his chainsaw, indicating all was well. Lu Xiao turned to the dart enthusiast, who appeared somewhat bewildered. He gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't overthink it. Just enjoy your meal. With that, he opened the car door. The driver pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle passed through the radiant door. The dart enthusiast stood rooted in place, staring blankly at the door. On the other side, as Lu Xiao and the driver alighted from the vehicle, the doctor approached them. Mission accomplished? Lu Xiao patted his chest. Rest assured, Mr. Doctor, my friend will be well taken care of. He won't go hungry. The doctor adjusted his monocle. The investigation team should be arriving soon. He then looked at Lu Xiao. Remember to keep 097 close at hand. Although Lu Xiao did not comprehend why the doctor made such a statement, he nonetheless nodded in acknowledgement. After briefing Lu Xiao, the doctor turned his attention to the driver. You remain in the vehicle for now, ready at a moment's notice. On the ground, in the parking lot of the foremost psychiatric hospital in Magic City, four men clad in black suits and sunglasses descended from an opulent limousine. Among them was a gentleman with soft, golden locks. He glanced around, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Doctor, you didn't expect to see me in the investigation team this time, did you? He removed his sunglasses, revealing a handsome visage. It was Adam from the Round Table Conference. When Lu Xiao returned to his containment chamber, he was astonished to discover that the all-knowing mirror had been placed there without his knowledge. At that moment, a face materialized on the surface of the mirror. Curiously, Lu Xiao inquired, How did you come to be here? Did you come on your own accord? The face shook its head. That clever human made a deal with me. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao immediately thought of the doctor. Oh, what sort of deal did the esteemed doctor strike with you? The face did not respond directly, but instead changed the subject. Have you been to the dark prison? There is an aura about you that alleviates my discomfort. At this, Lu Xiao grinned. Asking me questions incurs a cost. The face's expression momentarily stiffened before it awkwardly chuckled. You certainly have a sense of humor. Have you forgotten my nature? I'm all-knowing. Lu Xiao's smile faltered. Then what is the purpose of your inquiries? The face replied sheepishly. I merely wish to engage you in conversation to alleviate your boredom. Suddenly, Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with realization. Right? I have a question for you. What transpired after I pierced my heart with a bone spur in the dark prison? What price must I pay for that answer? The face hastily shook its head. Indescribable. Lu Xiao was taken aback. I could shatter you right now. Would you believe that? Why can't you answer my questions? I suspect you are targeting me. The face was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, aside from a few historical inquiries, it could not provide answers to any of Lu Xiao's questions. I apologize, but I must adhere to the rules. If you can pay the price, I shall certainly divulge the answer. The face finally stated. Just then, Lu Xiao suddenly recalled serial number 097, the corrupted revolver. Ah, you are familiar with this revolver, are you not? He produced the exquisitely adorned firearm. The face responded, I recognize this revolver, serial number 097, known as the corrupted revolver. Lu Xiao rubbed his hands together. If I were to ask you before firing, which part of my flesh would I randomly lose, and what would evoke an extreme fear in me? What cost would be required for that answer? This was a method Lu Xiao devised to exploit a loophole. Before taking aim, One must consult the omniscient mirror and then determine if the endeavor is worthwhile. Lu Xiao felt exceedingly astute. The figure before him, however, bore a somewhat rigid expression. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally spoke. These are two distinct inquiries, and the cost for both is merely a fragment of your nail. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Could you not suggest an alternative? Pulling out a nail is quite painful. Are you not aware? The figure responded. What do you believe would be a more suitable form of payment? It inquired cautiously. In response, Lu Xiao fell into deep thought. After a careful deliberation, he tentatively suggested, what about a strand of hair? This was the only thing that came to his mind that would not inflict pain. Although he had long since become desensitized to suffering, he had no desire to regularly extract his own nails. What difference would that make for madness? The figure remained silent for a moment. It is indeed possible, but are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? As it spoke, an image began to materialize upon its mirrored surface. Chapter 52. Containment breach. A bald figure appeared on the screen. Lu Xiao focused intently, and it was unmistakably his own likeness. Are you still certain you wish to pay with a strand of hair? Inquired the facial recognition system. A chill ran down Lu Xiao's spine. The bald figure resembled the labor camp inmates he had seen on television before his fall into the abyss. No, a fingernail will suffice. After all, my nails grow quite rapidly. Lu Xiao reassured himself. At that moment, the all-knowing mirror began to shrink, eventually reducing to the size of a pendant. Simultaneously, its voice resonated within Lu Xiao's ears. Sir, our idle chatter has come to an end. Please wear me around your neck. It kindly transformed into a chain for Lu Xiao's convenience. Just as he hung the all-knowing mirror around his neck, the door to the containment chamber swung open. Leading the group were 4 men clad in black suits, followed by the doctor and his assistant. The doctor's expression was grim. Adam, you have violated the prison guard regulations. Adam wore a haughty demeanor. Doctor, you cannot make such unfounded accusations. All my procedures comply with the prison guard regulations. The doctor adjusted his monocle, speaking coldly. After this incident, I will certainly file a complaint with the highest office. Your actions are undermining the internal unity of the prison guard organization. Adam, somahat impatient, repliet. How you choose to file your complaint is your affair. I must now complete my investigative duties. He gestured towards the bewildered Lu Xiao. Take 292 away. The 2 men in black suits approached Lu Xiao, brandishing specially designed handcuffs. At that moment, the voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in Lu Xiao's ears. Sir, that clever human wishes for you to exhibit some extreme reactions. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao glanced at the doctor, who subtly nodded while adjusting his monocle. A smile crept across Lu Xiao's face. The all-knowing mirror had just informed him of a transaction made with the doctor, and this was evidently part of the deal. A bony spike materialized in Lu Xiao's hand. Without hesitation, he plunged it into his thigh. The azure gem at the end of the spike emitted a radiant white glow. In an instant, a wave of intense dizziness overwhelmed Lu Xiao's mind. He clenched his teeth and shook his head slightly, dispelling the dizziness. However, the others present were not so fortunate. The 2 suited men approaching Lu Xiao collapsed instantly, followed promptly by the remaining staff, who also fainted. Now, only 3 individuals remained standing: Lu Xiao, the doctor, and Adam. Both the doctor and Adam clutched their heads, beads of sweat dotting their faces, clearly in agony. That clever human wants you to take some action against that blonde fellow. Perhaps you could remove your hemorrhoids and stuff them in his mouth. The voice of the all-knowing mirror rang out once more in Lu Xiao's ears. I sincerely apologize. I do not suffer from hemorrhoids. The corners of Lu Xiao's mouth twitched, but he quickly grasped the doctor's intent, seizing a small piece of flesh from his forearm while Adam remained dazed. Lu Xiao used a bony spur to slice open Adam's abdomen, inserting his morsel of flesh within. The astute human acknowledges your actions. Adam, enduring the excruciating pain in his brain, hastily reached to extract the piece of flesh that had been forced into his body. He grasped the bloody morsel in his hand. The doctor's voice carried a cold edge. Mr. Adam, your actions have caused Subject 292 to lose control and harm others. You are required to provide an appropriate explanation. Before Adam could respond, Lu Xiao had already dashed out of the containment chamber. The doctor watched Lu Xiao's retreating figure, a flicker of faint light passing through his eyes. Initiate the emergency protocol for C03 containment, he uttered with difficulty. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill sound of alarms erupted. Countless gates descended, sealing all passages tightly. The prison doors containing the resources suddenly sprang open. The resources, all wearing expressions of bewilderment, exchanged glances. A few looked towards the soldiers stationed at the doorway. The soldiers were equally astonished, and at that moment, orders rang out in their ears. Emergency containment failure at C03. All special operations personnel, implement rescue measures immediately. Upon receiving the command, they disregarded the eager resources and turned in unison to leave. The resources, witnessing this scene, sparkled with hope in their eyes. A golden opportunity. In an instant, the resources erupted into chaos, all racing towards the great door. Meanwhile, the prison doctor stood amidst the pungent odor of blood in the control room, deep in thought, contemplating the colorful buttons before him. I recall the doctor stating to press a red button. After uttering this, he randomly pressed a red button. Ivan's voice echoed within the doctor's body. However, you clearly pressed the green button. Following this, Ivan reached out and pressed a blue button. The doctor let out a piercing scream. Ivan, do you comprehend what you are doing? You blind skeleton. I must cure that wretched colorblindness. Just then, the doors to 2 containment chambers swung open. The doors bore engraved numbers. Number D107, number R019. Upon the opening of the door numbered R019, only a mask lay inside. The mask was encased in a thick, 20-centimeter glass container. A soldier from the Special Operations Unit passing by instantly halted. It was as if he were drawn by an unseen force, moving towards the mask. Meanwhile, within containment chamber D107, a clay statue stood erect in the corner. A resource clad in a yellow vest, plump in stature, dove in to evade the soldiers. Exhaling a sigh of relief as he beheld the clay statue in the corner. The clay sculpture resembled a child's haphazardly molded figure, its limbs contorted and visage grotesque. The surface of the sculpture was adorned with a chaotic array of colorful graffiti. The individual quickly turned and pressed the door button on the wall. The door shut instantly, granting him a moment of relief. His gaze returned to the corner, yet the unsightly clay figure had vanished from his sight. A look of terror washed over his face. A series of cracking sounds echoed ominously. In an instant, he felt his perspective tilt. All that remained in his view were the surrounding steel walls and a headless, corpulent corpse. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao had just sprinted a few hundred meters when an orange taxi halted beside him. The driver, sporting dark sunglasses, leaned out and announced, "The doctor has issued a new mission." Chapter 53. I wish to tread the path they once walked at that moment. A middle-aged man, clad in sunglasses and with a cigarette dangling from his lips, poked his head out. "Hey, buddy, according to the regulations of the warden, you need official authorization to remove any items from the containment facility." The man was none other than Dante. But the doctor did not provide me with the necessary authorization. What should I do? Dante exhaled a long plume of smoke. Just then, he produced a communicator, and the voice of the doctor resonated from within. "Victim Dante." Dante took a deep drag from his cigarette and responded, "Doctor, I'm here." The calm voice on the other end continued. "Subject 292 has escaped containment with Subject 301. Your mission: assist Subject 303 in locating 292 and re-establish containment. Authorization for border entry will be granted within a day." Dante glanced at Lu Xiao and grinned. "Received." After setting down the communicator, he turned to Lu Xiao. "What are you waiting for? Get in the car." The voice of the omniscient mirror echoed in Lu Xiao's ears. "Surely, the clever you have already deduced the situation." A peculiar smile crept onto Lu Xiao's lips. "Dear Mr. Dante, where do you intend to apprehend me?" Dante grinned widely. "I think Neon Country would be quite splendid." Without hesitation, Lu Xiao opened the rear door of the vehicle. Inside sat 2 men and a woman, all donned in black suits, sunglasses shielding their eyes, and cigarettes in their mouths. The interior was shrouded in smoke, resembling a paradise of mortals. The slick-haired man removed his sunglasses. "Hey, buddy, we meet again." However, it seems a bit cramped in here. Perhaps you might consider the trunk? The interior of the vehicle morphed into a living mass, and moments later, a brand new van was successfully transformed. Xiao settled in the back seat, occasionally jabbing the bony protrusion in his hand into the slick-haired man's rear. The slick-haired man lay on the ground, seething yet unable to voice his frustration. "Doctor, I suspect you intentionally released 292. Adam's voice was tinged with exasperation. The doctor lowered the communicator and adjusted his monocle. "Mr. Adam, shirking responsibility is an undesirable trait. I have long warned you that your actions might provoke 292. Therefore, you shall bear full responsibility for any consequences arising from this incident." Veins bulged on Adam's forehead. "Nonsense. This is all you're doing. I will bring charges against you in the highest office for your actions today." The doctor shrugged, a rare smile gracing his face. "But accusations require evidence, do they not? Furthermore, as the leader of the A01 containment facility, your presence in the investigation team contradicts the warden's regulations. I have serious doubts regarding the legitimacy of your authorization. Are we really driving to Neon Country like this?" Dante inquired, pinching his cigarette. The driver shook his head and retrieved a thick stack of design blueprints from the glove compartment. "These are from the doctor. He asked me to see if I could transform the vehicle into these kinds of transports." Dante took the blueprints and, upon glancing at them, felt his brow twitch violently. "Do you refer to these as vehicles?" Upon hearing Dante's flamboyant tone, Xiao's curiosity was piqued. He took the design blueprints handed to him by Dante, casting a fleeting glance before lapsing into silence. "If I am not mistaken, this appears to be a bomber, does it not?" Xiao flipped through several more pages. "And this is a tank, perhaps? Is that not a rocket?" For a moment, Xiao felt as if his mind had short-circuited. The others fell silent as well. The driver scoffed, "I can't even comprehend these blueprints. I have no idea how to modify them. Why doesn't the doctor attempt it himself?" Dante sighed. "At this rate, we may not even be able to take a plane. Although the journey to Neon Country isn't exceedingly far, it requires crossing a strait." The driver pondered aloud. "I've had the fortune of piloting a jet ski. What if we transformed it into a jet ski to get there?" Say for Xiao. The others regarded the driver with peculiar expressions. "Indeed, you have been in the dark prison all this time. It is understandable that you are unaware." Dante inhaled deeply from a cigarette. "In this world, while there are strange entities on land, their numbers are not particularly vast. The sea, however, is a veritable hotspot for the bizarre." The driver's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. Xiao rested his chin in contemplation. "Thus, the sole means of traversing the ocean is by plane." Upon hearing Dante's words, the driver slammed on the brakes. "Then why the hell are we even going to Neon Country? We might as well return and report to the doctor." Just then, Xiao removed her sunglasses and timidly spoke up. Actually, I can understand some of the blueprints." At this statement, even Xiao's gaze shifted to Xiao. Feeling bashful under their scrutiny, she continued, "Before joining the Guardians, I was a graduate student specializing in mechanical materials." Hearing this, Xiao hastily extended the blueprints in his hands. "Sister, I implore you." A blush crept on Xiao's face as she accepted the blueprints. "This is our nation's latest stealth bomber. I previously assisted my mentor in research related to these materials. This is the latest land tank, currently under confidentiality." Xiao meticulously introduced each blueprint as if recounting treasured memories. "Wow, Xiao, you are so impressive. Do your parents know?" exclaimed one of the group. "Considering your brilliance, why would you join the Guardians and endure this with us?" At this, Xiao's expression dimmed. "My parents were also Guardians, but they have already made the ultimate sacrifice." In that instant, the speaker felt a profound moral shock, his gaze becoming vacant. Xiao shook her head and forced a smile. "I wish to follow the path they once walked." Xiao was at a loss for words. While he would not flinch at confronting the bizarre, he found himself utterly unprepared to offer comfort. After all, Xiao is not a rough-and-tumble figure akin to a dart thrower, incapable of offering consolation through the comforting phrases of the Liu family. Xiao flipped through the pages for quite a while until he discovered something promising. On the blueprint lay an object resembling a small aircraft. It was a Gulfstream 500 model, a relatively common type of private jet within civil aviation. Its range should suffice for us to reach the neon-lit nation. However, a conundrum presented itself. Does anyone here possess the skills to pilot an aircraft? For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, uncertain. Lou smiled broadly, revealing a knowing grin. In fact, I can fly a plane. Upon hearing this, the driver's expression abruptly stiffened. Goodness, don't jest. You might as well claim you could transform a car into an airplane. Chapter 54. Dante's past the driver's words did not provoke anger in Lu Xiao. He responded in a calm tone. I have accumulated as much as 2,000 hours in flight simulation games. I possess extensive experience in takeoffs and landings in various extreme environments. Strictly speaking, I am a captain with considerable flying expertise. Dante took a deep drag from his cigarette. What is flight simulation? The driver's brow twitched. It's a game that simulates flying an aircraft. Lu Xiao turned to the driver with a benevolent smile. So, you're saying it's akin to flying a plane? The driver momentarily found himself at a loss for words to counter, but then he recalled another issue. Doctor told me that to effect a change in the vehicle, the operator must possess formidable mental strength. He pointed at Dante. You have heightened mental fortitude due to your prolonged interactions with the uncanny, whereas I, being a creature of the uncanny myself, possess significantly greater mental strength than an average human. Finally, he glanced at Xiao. I wonder if your mental strength can support the vehicle during its transformation. Mental strength is a mysterious concept. Some individuals are naturally gifted, exhibiting extraordinary mental prowess. Others, like Dante, who frequently engage with the uncanny and have encountered many bizarre occurrences, possess an exceptionally stable mental landscape. In simpler terms, it means they have been frightened often and thus have developed considerable courage. Lu Xiao suddenly recalled something. The prison doctor once gave me something he claimed could enhance mental strength. I believe it was some sort of moth larva. At this mention, Liu Guang's expression shifted dramatically. The ghost-faced moth larva, he uttered in a low voice. That incident had become a psychological shadow for him. Yes. The ghost-faced moth larva. But where should we seek out the ghost-faced moth larva? Just as Lu Xiao fell into contemplation, Dante smacked his forehead. What a coincidence. I actually know where we might find such a thing. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned toward him. Dante reignited his cigarette. This dates back a long time. At that time, I had just joined the Guardians. Lu Xiao's lips twitched, and he hastily interjected. Mr. Dante, please get to the point. Dante sighed. It seems you are not particularly interested in my past. Very well, I shall be direct. With that, he took a deep drag from his cigarette. I remember my instructor took me on my first mission, which was related to the ghost-faced moth. It was in a small village on the outskirts of Magic City. In a town with a population of 1,000, a nest of ghost-faced moths had appeared. Our mission was to destroy that nest. At this juncture, he shuddered, appearing either frightened or overwhelmed by some other emotion. And my instructor sacrificed himself during that mission. Dante's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he inhaled deeply several times to steady his emotions before continuing. Later, we paid an immense price to obliterate that nest. However, those above grew concerned that it had not been entirely eradicated, thus finding an excuse to seal off the area. Let us venture there. Perhaps we might uncover something. Liu Guang spoke with a hint of trepidation. If it has indeed not been thoroughly eliminated, wouldn't our risk be too great? What if they have re-established a significant nest? It is no wonder Liu Guang felt fear. The shadow of the ghost-faced moth loomed large over him. Dante exhaled a plume of smoke into Liu Guang's face. What is there to fear? The ghost-faced moth is merely terrifying in appearance, with a formidable reproductive capacity and swift movements. Yet as he spoke, Dante himself felt uncertain. It is worth noting that the last time they endeavored to destroy that nest, they concentrated the forces of 3 shelters from Huaxia. Even so, that mission claimed numerous victims and soldiers. For a moment, the occupants of the vehicle exchanged wide-eyed glances, and Lu Xiao patted his chest. Fear not. I am here. Watu shot him a glance. What good does your presence do? If a nest indeed forms again, our fate will be to serve as sustenance for the ghost-faced moths. And my friend, you will be different. They would lay their eggs within your body, turning you into a breeding ground for their larvae. Lu Xiao thrust a bony spike towards Huato's rear. Huatu covered his backside, seething in silence. Liu Guang gazed at the spike in Lu Xiao's hand and suddenly spoke solemnly. Perhaps it is not without possibility. In the outskirts of the demon city, in an unknown small town, the driver of the van was halted by a steel gate. The driver was preparing to activate the teleportation ability when Dante intervened. At that moment, a young soldier clad in camouflage approached, rifle in hand. He first knocked on the window. Dante lowered the window to meet his gaze. The soldier saluted and stated, "The area ahead is a military restricted zone. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry." Dante nodded and then produced a document from seemingly nowhere, handing it to the soldier. The soldier glanced at it and immediately stood at attention. "Sir," Dante slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Thank you for your hard work. Lead me to your commander." The soldier saluted once more, then jogged over to open the gate. On the vehicle, Huatu expressed his astonishment. "You are, in fact, a commander in the official forces. What rank do you hold?" Dante shot him a glance. "How many times must I say it? Call me the devil." His face was alight with pride. "Once you officially join the ranks of the fallen, the corresponding military rank will be bestowed upon you. Some missions will require you to coordinate troop efforts." Upon hearing this, Huatu and the others felt a surge of aspiration. The vehicle passed through the gate, revealing a military camp within. Lu Xiao inquired curiously, "So, is it the case that all areas exhibiting strange phenomena are sealed off under the pretext of military bases?" Dante pondered for a moment before responding. "Not entirely. However, the majority indeed employ this rationale to impose restrictions. After all, most of the populace remains oblivious to the peculiar existence. Should these matters come to light, it would undoubtedly incite widespread panic among the citizens." At this juncture, he took a deep drag from his cigarette. Sometimes, ignorance is the only way to find solace. Lu Xiao glared at Dante with a vacant expression. "Can't you reduce your smoking just a little?" Dante shrugged his shoulders. "I'm already a diagnosed lung cancer patient. Do I still need to be concerned about these matters?" Lu Xiao pondered for a moment. "Have you truly considered allowing the prison doctor to perform a minor procedure? Trust me, his medical skills are absolutely reliable." Dante coughed, choked by the smoke. "No way. I wish to live a few more years." As they spoke, the vehicle entered a military encampment. A middle-aged man clad in camouflage approached them. Chapter 55, Closed Defense Grenade Launcher after disembarking. The middle-aged man saluted the group. "I am Lu Guoyang. May I inquire which military district you hail from?" At this moment, Dante stepped forward. "We are from the Independent Action Team under the 9th Army Group, codenamed Guardians of the Prison. We have come on an urgent mission. The official documentation has yet to be issued." Lu Guoyang cast a skeptical glance at Dante. "Why did you arrive in a van?" The incongruity of the vehicle was apparent. Dante, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Due to the special nature of the mission, we were instructed to use a more discreet mode of transportation to avoid attracting public attention." This explanation seemed reasonable, as Lu Guoyang was aware of what they were guarding. "Please present your credentials." However, he needed to conduct one final confirmation. Dante nodded and retrieved his identification from his pocket. Lu Guoyang took the documents and stepped aside to make a phone call. Shortly after, he returned at a brisk pace. "Apologies, sir. I have confirmed that your credentials are in order." He hesitated momentarily before adding, "The higher-ups have instructed me to assist you in your endeavors." Dante contemplated for a moment before nodding. "Please help us prepare some special operations equipment. We arrived in haste and did not bring any gear." Lu Guoyang saluted and hurried away. "You seem to hold a significant rank," Lu Xiao remarked softly. Dante sighed. "There is no choice. The missions assigned to the Guardians are perilous. We often require the support of military personnel, and a lower rank does not command the respect of these seasoned soldiers." This was the outcome of discussions between the higher-ups and the officials. Huatu, feeling a surge of excitement, reported, "Commander, what rank will we attain upon officially joining the Guardians?" "Don't lia cigarette. All Guardians hold the rank of Brigadier General." Upon hearing this, Huatu nearly fainted from exhilaration. At that moment, he was immensely grateful for his decision to join the Guardians. "Mom, Your son has made it big. Huatu envisioned a bright future ahead. Dante, unceremoniously dousing his enthusiasm, retorted, of course. Your salary will remain the same as it is now. At this, Huatu's spirit plummeted. Liu Guang patted Huatu on the shoulder. Come on, you didn't join the Guardians merely for the salary. Huatu replied with utmost seriousness. But I did join the Guardians for the salary, Liu Guang. Meanwhile, Xiao had finally memorized the aircraft design blueprint. She took a deep breath. Now, I only need to find the larvae of the ghost moth, and I can transform my vehicle into that aircraft. Upon hearing this, Xiao gave her a thumbs up. What a reliable girl. Xiao's cheeks flushed at the compliment. Before long, Lu Guiyang returned. Sir, the armory has been opened for you all. Please follow me. Soon, they arrived in front of a warehouse. Chief, you may freely utilize the armaments inside. Lu Xiao glanced around, noting the armory's substantial reserves. It was well-stocked with an array of infantry weapons. He casually picked up a man-portable rocket launcher. Dante, standing nearby, remarked, although this piece boasts considerable power, the firing interval is excessively long. Moreover, you cannot carry a substantial amount of ammunition. Perhaps you should consider other options. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. The weapons, while appearing somewhat similar in design, looked more advanced than those he had seen in military magazines prior to his fall into the abyss. After setting down the rocket launcher, his gaze shifted to a corner where an ostentatious heavy weapon caught his eye. Dante followed Lu Xiao's line of sight. Buddy, you can't possibly be interested in that contraption. Lu Xiao grinned. It seems quite formidable. Dante shot him a disapproving glance. That is a closed-defense, rapid-fire grenade launcher mounted on a tank. Not to mention the weight of the launcher. A single shell weighs 20 kilograms. The launching apparatus exceeds 500 kilograms. He smacked his lips. However, its power is indeed tremendous. One shot, and if someone isn't careful, there won't even be a body left, just ashes. Lu Xiao nodded, quite satisfied with the weapon's power. Is the explosion radius significant? Dante pondered for a moment before responding. It's roughly the size of half a football field. Wait, you can't be serious about using that. Can you? Amid Dante's astonished gaze, Lu Xiao had already lifted the launcher, which was taller than him. Bring me around 100 shells, Lu Xiao declared boldly. Others were nearly prepared as well, with even the driver donning specialized gear. Hey, if my beautiful wife saw me like this, she would probably rush here with a plane to reconcile. Nearby, a sly fellow tapped him on the shoulder. If your beautiful wife saw him dressed like that, she might just leap into his arms like a train. The driver turned to follow the sly fellow's gaze. Upon seeing, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. There stood Lu Xiao, hoisting a grenade launcher taller than himself, with an ammunition box twice his size strapped to his back. Lu Xiao's expression was slightly regretful. If only there were more shells in stock, he would have gladly carried them all away. In the office, Lu Guiyang was reporting to his superiors. Just then, a soldier rushed in. Lu Guiyang hastily ended the call, annoyance evident on his face as he looked at the soldier. Chief, they have emerged from the armory. Lu Guiyang's expression reflected impatience. So they have emerged. What is the fuss about? Have the corresponding weapon transfer orders not been issued? The soldier's expression reflected a sense of urgency. However, they have taken him away. Lu Guiyang hung up the phone, his tone icy. Xiao, the regulations are explicit. They are permitted to requisition any armaments from the arsenal. Moreover, how much more could they possibly take? Xiao, in a state of alarm, insisted. Chief, perhaps you should go and see for yourself. Lu Guiyang, undeterred, replied, I shall go and see. I refuse to believe they could relocate the entire arsenal. With that, he strode out of the office. In the arsenal, Lu Guiyang pointed towards the desolate corner. Damn it, where's my close-range howitzer? Meanwhile, Lu Xiao and his companions were already driving deeper into the town in a van. Chapter 56. A dramatic conclusion, the van traversed a desolate road, surrounded by the charred remnants of ruins. Dante pointed towards the desolation, recalling, all the residents here were once parasitized by the moth of the grinning face. The entire town became a breeding ground for these creatures. At that moment, I had just become a victim. My predecessors urged me to remain behind and handle logistical support. His voice trembled with the weight of memory. It was catastrophic, utterly catastrophic. A multitude of large-scale weapons were deployed. The artillery nearly razed this town to the ground. Lu Guang spoke softly. Were only the victims tasked with this mission? Dante inhaled sharply. Not at all. It wasn't merely the victims. Elite soldiers from the prison guards were involved too. The number of victims was minimal. The special forces were the primary combatants. Moreover, 3 containment facilities dispatched numerous containment entities to assist. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed Dante's face. The sheer number of moths of the grinning face was overwhelming. While we were clearing them out, new ones kept hatching. At times, we would advance merely a few dozen meters, only to have freshly born moths emerge from the ground behind us. Lu Guang appeared puzzled. Didn't we contain a deity within C03? Serial number 09, the corrupted creator. If we deployed him, wouldn't that eliminate the need for any sacrifices? Dante shot him an incredulous glance. You do realize that the corrupted creator, if he were released, not just the nest of the moth, but possibly the entire city of magic would be obliterated. He is only suitable for intimidation. Lu Guang continued. What about other S-class containment entities? For instance, the prison doctor. Dante rolled his eyes. Let us not even discuss the prison doctor. If he were to emerge, he would likely slice through everyone he encountered. Upon hearing Dante speak ill of the prison doctor, Lu Xiao's expression soured. Are you questioning the medical ethics of my friend? Dante scoffed. You may speak of his medical skill, but ethics? That aspect is sorely lacking. It was evident that Dante possessed deeper insights. Lu Xiao glared at him with piercing eyes. A doctor with noble ideals, and you dare claim he lacks ethics? Dante paused, then burst into laughter. You have a point. His medical ethics are indeed abundant. He continued, however, one must understand that every human harbors some ailment within. Yet, some ailments do not affect a person's functioning. The prison doctor, however, cannot tolerate the existence of any afflictions within a single individual. With so few people visible in the containment facility, he can still maintain his composure. But if he were to enter the real world and witness the throngs of humanity, I fear he would immediately spiral into madness. Dante shrugged. Thus, all the containment entities deployed to eradicate the nest were non-living entities. Only such entities can be managed effectively. Lu Xiao pointed to the grenade launcher mounted atop the vehicle. Why not just bomb it directly? Dante nodded in agreement. Indeed, heavy artillery could effectively eliminate ordinary ghost moths. However, that was the Queen's nest, home to the supernatural entity known as the ghost moth matriarch. Such formidable weaponry would be utterly ineffectual against it. They had even deployed small missiles. Lu Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. So how did you ultimately deal with the matriarch? Dante chuckled. It's quite amusing, really. In the end, an inconspicuous containment object proved to be the key. It was something akin to a bowel-blocking medication, a one-time use containment item. Then, using the serial number 077, the butler ingested the pill and was ordered to present himself to the jaws of the ghost moth matriarch. That frail little man in a suit with a mustache? Lu Xiao remarked, still stroking his chin. Dante smacked his lips. Frail, perhaps, in your eyes. This dramatic conclusion was something none of us anticipated. That imposing, invulnerable ghost moth matriarch fell to the power of an unassuming pill. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and quickly added, Oh, it was the doctor who proposed that plan. Meanwhile, the driver had pulled the vehicle up to the entrance of a cavern. The opening was as large as a football field, surrounded by scorched earth. Dante leaped from the vehicle. Here we are, the Queen's nest. The others followed suit, disembarking. The driver, hesitating in his seat, suggested, How about I wait here for you? If you encounter danger, just call me, and I'll teleport in to rescue you. Dante pondered this for a moment, finding it a reasonable suggestion. Then you wait here, but be cautious of your surroundings. Ghost moths might suddenly appear. They are indiscriminate feeders. Upon hearing this, the driver paused, then reconsidered. I suddenly feel that I might be more useful inside. Slick remarked to the driver, It seems your beautiful wife had her reasons for leaving you. Lu Xiao clapped Slick on the shoulder, nodding in agreement. Buddy, you just stole my line. Driver, That stings. The six of them walked through the labyrinthine nest of the matriarch. The surrounding soil still bore the scent of gunpowder, and charred shrapnel could be seen embedded in the earth's surface. The entire nest resembled an anthill, with passages extending in every direction. They had lost track of how long they had been wandering within. The howling wind never ceased. Xiao, carrying the grenade launcher, led the group, his nose twitching incessantly. Dante lit a cigarette and then inquired, "So, my friend, do you smell anything unusual?" Xiao sniffed and nodded, exclaiming, "Indeed, there exists a potent and eerie presence. This cannot be right. The scent should be emanating from nearby. Yet, why is there nothing in sight?" Dante surveyed his surroundings, his instincts honed from years of dealing with the bizarre, sensing that something was amiss. He tightened his grip on the automatic rifle, entering a state of alert. At that moment, the slippery fellow, trembling, patted Dante on the shoulder. "Report, a demon. I believe I have glimpsed my deceased great-grandmother beckoning to me." Dante furrowed his brow and swiftly turned to face the slippery individual. The latter was gazing upwards, his body quaking uncontrollably. The others, upon witnessing this scene, hurriedly lifted their gazes to the ceiling. Illuminated by the beam of a soldier's flashlight, countless faces emerged from the cave's apex. A dense array of faces, countless in number, all stared down at Xiao and his 5 companions with hollow eyes. Chapter 57. Assault on the Ghost-Faced Moth. Alas. Even Xiao was taken aback by this scene. He hastily raised the close-range grenade launcher in his hands and fired a shot into the sky. Alas. This exclamation was uttered by Dante, who immediately followed it with a shout. "Quick, drop down." At that moment, everyone except Xiao lay flat on the ground. It wasn't that Xiao was unwilling to comply. Rather, he was burdened with too much equipment, making it inconvenient. Boom! A violente explosion érupted. Countless ghost-faced moths fluttered their wings and scattered. Once their wings were unfurled, they appeared as enormous as water buffaloes. The shrapnel from the grenade shell dispersed in all directions. The eerie, anguished cries of the ghost-faced moths echoed endlessly within the cavern. Fortunately, this cave had endured countless rounds of bombardment, causing the soil to become charred. Otherwise, Xiao's shot could have resulted in the collapse of the entire cavern. A shard of shrapnel landed beside Dante's head. He lifted his gaze to see the still smoking fragment of the grenade shell. "Hey, buddy, next time, could you give me a heads up before firing?" Xiao smirked and fired 2 more rounds consecutively. This time, without Dante's reminder, everyone was desperate to bury themselves in the earth. They feared that before the ghost-faced moths could reach them, they might inadvertently suffer friendly fire from their comrades. Boom! Boom! The successive cannon blasts reverberated through the cavern, causing pain to their ears. The ghost-faced moths moved with astonishing speed. Apart from Xiao's initial shot that inflicted significant damage, the subsequent shells were less effective. However, Xiao had his own strategies. With one hand gripping the close-range grenade launcher, he produced the bone spur with the other, as if performing a magic trick. Upon seeing the bone spur, Dante's eyes widened in alarm. "Alas! Calm down, buddy." Yet Xiao appeared oblivious to his plea. With a frenzied expression, he plunged the bone spur into his own thigh. "You madman!" Dante exclaimed, cursing vehemently. The bone spur embedded deeply into Xiao's thigh, the azure gem at its end emitting a halo of white light. Xiao fought through the dizziness and fired another shot. The swiftly moving ghost-faced moths seemed to hit a pause button. Before they could begin to descend, a grenade accurately landed amidst the swarm. In an instant, dark green liquid fell like rain, accompanied by countless shattered limbs. However, the ghost-faced moth stupor did not last long. Within merely 5 seconds, they regained their awareness. Without hesitation, Xiao withdrew the bone spur and drove it in his thigh once more. A hum filled the air as the white halo swept over, plunging the ghost-faced moths into another brief stupor. Boom! Another precise shell descended. Xiao repeated his method. Before long, his thigh was riddled with holes. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed from these wounds. All of it had been absorbed by the bone spur. The azure gem at the end grew increasingly translucent. On Xiao's thigh, the wounds inflicted by the bone spines were healing rapidly. Remarkably, Lu Xiao seemed impervious to pain, alternating from one leg to the other when there was no more space to pierce. Under the intense self-inflicted torment, the ghastly moths were thoroughly eradicated. However, the 5 individuals sprawled on the ground continuously foamed at the mouth. At that moment, the muzzle of the close-range grenade launcher had turned a vivid crimson. Lu Xiao grinned widely. 57 rounds. Indeed, a real man ought to fire. The draft blowing through the corridor carried a nauseating odor, assaulting Lu Xiao's senses. He inhaled deeply. The air was quite refreshing. After an indeterminate time, the 5 individuals on the ground slowly stirred back to consciousness. The repeated effects of the bone spines, compounded by multiple instances of dizziness, had left them unconscious for over 4 hours. The first to awaken was the driver, whose mental fortitude was second only to Lu Xiao's in that vicinity. The driver gradually rose, scanning the surroundings. The ground was strewn with the dismembered remains of the ghastly moths, and a viscous, dark green liquid coated the corridor. Even the driver, being a peculiar creature, could not suppress a retch. After a considerable interval, Dante finally regained consciousness. His head felt as if it had been mercilessly hammered dozens of times, threatening to split apart. He pressed his palm against his forehead, his gaze vacant. What had transpired? Instinctively, he reached for his pocket. With trembling hands, Dante slowly retrieved a pack of cigarettes. After extracting one and lighting it, a semblance of clarity returned to his eyes. However, upon surveying the surroundings, the cigarette dropped from his mouth in shock, followed by a bout of dry heaving. Lu Xiao expressed concern. "Mr. Dante, I truly advise you to reduce your smoking. Why do you never listen?" Dante massaged his temples, finally recalling what had occurred prior to his unconsciousness. He gazed at the numerous gashes on Lu Xiao's trousers and gritted his teeth, uttering, "You are truly insane." Lu Xiao responded with utmost seriousness. "Mr. Dante, allow me to clarify. I am not insane." Ignoring Lu Xiao, Dante approached the other 3 individuals, flipping them over one by one and pinching their philtrums in an attempt to rouse them. Soon, the trio regained consciousness. The first words from the groggy one were, "I dreamt of my long-deceased great-grandmother. She insisted on taking me away." After a period of regrouping, several more hours passed. The aftermath was indeed overwhelming. Dante lit another cigarette. The quantity was not excessive. It seemed the initial extermination had been quite successful. Without a food source, the ghastly moths would not reproduce rapidly. It appeared we had a promising chance of locating the larvae. Lu Xiao smiled broadly. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to search." Dante took a deep drag from his cigarette. "Do not rush. The ghost-faced moth possesses a unique characteristic when laying its eggs, as they tend to deposit their eggs in a concentrated location. If I am not mistaken, there should be a designated area for their oviposition nearby. Try to see if you can sense the presence of those eggs." Lu Xiao nodded, then raised the grenade launcher and led the way forward. After approximately 3 hours of walking, Lu Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. "I detect an ominous aura, and it is quite potent." Dante's heart tightened instantly. Lu Xiao's words implied that a formidable and strange life form lurked in the vicinity. Just as he hesitated on whether to alert others, an exceedingly eerie sound resonated. The sound defied description, instilling an overwhelming sense of discomfort merely by being heard. A look of sheer terror spread across Dante's face. "Run!" His voice trembled. "That sound is from the ghost-faced moth queen." Chapter 58. The queen of the ghost-faced moth fear almost consumed Dante. Despite having dealt with numerous bizarre occurrences over the years, none had instilled such profound terror within him. Though those experiences were strange and horrific, he had managed to cope with them. The queen of the ghost-faced moth, however, was an entity beyond human comprehension. It possessed no peculiar traits or abilities, yet it exuded an aura of despair. Dante had personally witnessed that battle, observing missiles strike its form, inflicting not a single scratch upon it. A heavy voice belonging to Lu Xiao resonated. "It's too late. It has arrived." All heads turned in the direction Lu Xiao was facing. Illuminated by the beam of a powerful flashlight, they distinctly beheld a pair of vividly colored wings. The mere act of those flapping wings was as expansive as a room. Adorned with countless human faces, Its vibrant wings wept black liquid from numerous hollow eye sockets. Its true form was that of a naked female body, alluring and voluptuous, embellished with exquisite patterns akin to the finest tattoo artistry. It possessed a visage of unparalleled beauty, particularly its eyes. Unlike other ghost-faced moths, its eyes were not void of pupils. Instead, they bore the enchanting allure of fox-like eyes. The driver swallowed hard. Goodness, my ex-wife pales in comparison to this stunning lady. The sly one, with a mournful expression, could not resist making a quip. Your ex-wife would surely be heartbroken to hear that. Dante reacted swiftly, raising his rifle and unleashing a volley of bullets. All the bullets struck the incessantly flapping wings. Yet they merely sparked faintly upon impact. Dante's face mirrored despair. Xiao raised his hand, launching a grenade. Boom! The queen remained utterly unscathed. Parting her lips, she seemingly emitted a note, causing Xiao to feel an upheaval in his mind, as if his very brain were trembling. The others were far less fortunate. Blood streaming from their orifices, their appearances utterly tragic. Unbeatable, Xiao, enduring excruciating pain, abandoned his close-range grenade launcher. In its place, he grasped a silver revolver, its barrel measuring approximately 20 centimeters, intricately engraved with exquisite designs. Serial number 097, Corruption Revolver. His left hand clutched a bone spike. At that moment, the voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in his ear. The cost of this shot is the flesh of your left forearm. It will also instill an overwhelming fear of rats within you. Without a moment to ponder, Xiao pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out as the queen's body tilted, the bullet striking her left wing. A fist-sized hole appeared instantaneously, and countless fissures spread from that aperture. The power of the corruption curse simultaneously took effect. The queen furrowed her beautifully arched brows and, without hesitation, severed her left wing. As the enormous left wing detached from its body, it immediately shattered, transforming into a pool of decaying pus that dripped onto the ground. Xiao raised his gun once more. The voice of the omniscient mirror resonated again. The cost of this shot was the flesh of his right foot. It would simultaneously instill in you an overwhelming dread of light. Bang! The bullet struck the remaining right wing of the Mother Empress with precision. She opened her mouth again, unleashing a piercing scream that echoed in Xiao's ears. His eardrums vibrated violently, shattering into fragments. Blood flowed from his ear canal. At that moment, the Mother Empress severed her own right wing. Her body fell to the ground, her bare feet touching the earth. With a swift motion of her toes, she propelled herself towards Xiao at an astonishing speed. He was her most significant threat at that moment. Xiao's left forearm was reduced to stark white bone, intertwined with a complex network of blood vessels and nerves. His right foot was similarly afflicted, yet he still aimed his gun at the approaching visage of the ghost-faced moth Mother Empress. The price of this shot was the flesh of his left thigh. It would also instill in you an overwhelming fear of contemplating this act. Moreover, this shot would be a miss. However, with his eardrums ruptured, Xiao could not hear the voice of the omniscient realm. Bang! The decaying revolver's muzzle flashed with fire. The flesh of his left thigh vanished in an instant. His body trembled, losing balance and collapsing to the ground. As expected, the gun's aim faltered, and the bullet missed its target. At this juncture, the Mother Empress had closed the distance between them. Her pristine, intricately patterned arm reached for Xiao's head. A sudden wave of intense fear washed over him, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, a visceral terror emanating from deep within. In that fleeting moment, he had contemplated this action. Fortunately, the fear was ephemeral. As his contemplation lasted but an instant, Xiao plunged the bone spur he gripped in his left hand into his abdomen. The azure gem at its tip erupted with a blinding white light. The Mother Empress's movements momentarily faltered. It was in that brief pause that Xiao raised his right hand, the gun now pressed against her chest. Bang! First came the gunshot, followed by the voice of the omniscient mirror. The price of this shot was the flesh of his abdomen. It would also instill in you an overwhelming fear of your own right hand. The bullet struck the Mother Empress's body unerringly. A fist-sized hole appeared in her chest, transparent from front to back. Concurrently, countless fissures spread from that opening, engulfing her entire form in mere moments. At that instant, her body resembled a beautifully crafted porcelain doll. Marred by cracks, the flesh of Lu Xiao's abdomen disappeared, exposing writhing intestines, a sight most grotesque. Yet, he smiled, his lips curling into a maniacal grin. It seemed he had rediscovered the sensation he experienced when he first plummeted into the abyss, a thrilling urgency akin to dancing on a tightrope. The sense of helplessness when confronted by grotesque and terrifying creatures. The fear that life is perpetually under threat. The exhilarating rush of adrenaline that surges from such terror. In the abyss of darkness, a moment's lapse in vigilance could transform him into the prey of these uncanny beings. Initially, this feeling tormented Lu Xiao, leaving him in a state of constant anxiety, even leading him to contemplate ending his own life. Yet now, this sensation has ensnared him in a state of rapture. Lu Xiao's expression is one of blissful intoxication, his cheeks flushed with a faint hue. After a brief moment of dizziness, the hand of the queen moth reaches out toward Lu Xiao's head. The instant it makes contact, her entire form shatters completely. That hand, capable of driving any man to madness, merely leaves a light imprint upon Lu Xiao's forehead. The queen of the ghost-faced moth has perished. Subsequently, Lu Xiao succumbs to excruciating pain, his eyes rolling back as he loses consciousness. Chapter 59. The enigmatic maneuver of Lu Xiao at this moment. The driver and his companions finally regained their composure after the initial wave of assault from the Mother Queen. As they surveyed the current scene, they exchanged bewildered glances. Dante wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his eye and, trembling, retrieved a cigarette, only to realize he had forgotten to light it. Xiao, quickly check if he is in any mortal danger. Xiao nodded and approached Lu Xiao. The sight of Lu Xiao was terrifying. His abdominal organs lay grotesquely exposed, with stark white bones protruding from his thighs and arms. Signs of decay marred the wounds, leaving his body in a state of disarray. As Xiao reached out to assess Lu Xiao's heartbeat and breath, Dante abruptly shouted, "Do not touch his body. He is holding the 097 corrupted revolver." Upon hearing this, Xiao hastily withdrew her hand. She was acutely aware of the properties of serial number 097. Lu Xiao was likely in the curse period following a gunshot. Any direct skin contact with him during this time could result in one being corrupted into a pool of putrid blood due to the curse of serial number 097. Liu Guang offered his rifle. Use this to pry the 097 from his grasp. Xiao nodded, accepting the rifle, and attempted to maneuver Lu Xiao's gun holding right hand with the barrel. Yet, Lu Xiao's grip seemed unyieldingly tight, resisting all her efforts. Observing this, Dante furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone, switched to another gun, used the stock to strike. Xiao exchanged for a different rifle and swung the stock down forcefully onto Lu Xiao's right hand. Still, it remained immovable. Seeing this, Liu Guang and the slippery one joined in to assist, each wielding a rifle. They struck Lu Xiao's hand with vigor. The slippery one, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "Is this fellow made of iron? Why is he so resilient?" The driver, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected, "Step aside. Let me handle this." He procured a massive stone from an unknown source. With a resounding crash, the stone fell, as an anomalous life form. The driver's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Observing the shattered fragments of stone upon impact, he fell into contemplation. Xiao, anxious, exclaimed, "What should we do? At this rate, his wounds will never heal." Dante's gaze wandered, eventually landing on the pool of putrid blood beside Lu Xiao. "I've got it." He rushed over and began rummaging through the foul substance. Soon, a note of excitement echoed from him. The others turned to see Dante cradling a pink, tumor-like object in his hand. "What is this?" the driver inquired curiously. Dante scrutinized the pink mass. "This is an unlaid egg of the ghost-faced moth queen." Noticing the driver's puzzled expression, Dante explained, "The queen that Lu Xiao just dispatched must have been born of the previous queen. We expended considerable effort previously and could not locate that egg. Initially, We believe that it had yet to lay its eggs. However, it now appears that the queen has concealed them. Judging by her size, this queen must have only recently hatched. A fully matured queen would be a colossal sight, casting shadows that obscure the sun. As he spoke, he placed the egg he held against Lu Xiao's abdomen, positioning it near the heart. Upon contact with Lu Xiao's heart, the egg instantaneously came to life. Delicate tendrils pierced into Lu Xiao's heart, commencing the absorption of his blood. Simultaneously, the egg began to pulsate in rhythm with the heartbeat. Remarkably, the wounds on Lu Xiao, previously ravaged by decay and curses, began to heal in an extraordinary manner. Countless flesh buds spread from either end, intertwining tightly, resembling strands of melted cheese. Soon after, new tissue began to grow at an accelerated pace, and within less than an hour, Lu Xiao's lost flesh and blood were restored. Is this truly so miraculous? The driver inquired with curiosity. Although the driver himself was an enigmatic being, his understanding of such supernatural life forms paled in comparison to Dante's. Dante nodded in acknowledgement. The larvae of the ghost-faced moth can enhance mental strength, and the same effect applies to the queen's larvae. However, the queen is an extraordinary supernatural entity, naturally possessing a high status. Such beings are born with an elevated rank and exhibit a degree of resistance to curses. He gestured towards Lu Xiao and continued. The queen's larvae absorb a portion of the curse belonging to 097 within Lu Xiao's blood, thus halting the decay of his wounds. At this moment, the queen's larvae are essentially parasitizing within him, and it will strive to preserve the host's life. It was evident that Dante was indeed a competent scholar. His knowledge of the supernatural far exceeded that of the average researcher among the guardians. Upon hearing Dante's words, Liu Guang's expression darkened. As a victim of the ghost-faced moth's larvae, he was understandably averse to this situation. Liu Guang asked in a low voice, "What about 292? If he is parasitized by the queen's larvae, will he not still be in danger? When he awakens and learns of this, are you certain he won't seek to eliminate you first?" Dante shrugged, suddenly recalling that the cigarette he held had yet to be lit. After igniting it and taking a deep drag, he nonchalantly replied, "I believe that, given his temperament, upon discovering that he has been parasitized by the queen's larvae, he would undoubtedly express such sentiments." He mimicked Lu Xiao's tone. "This is simply exhilarating." For a moment, everyone was left speechless. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed a plausible outcome. Hours passed before Lu Xiao gradually regained consciousness. He surveyed his surroundings and noted that everyone was still present before finally sitting up. As Lu Xiao awoke, Xiao was about to speak, but Lu Xiao suddenly let out a piercing scream of terror, and immediately his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The voice of the omniscient mirror resonated in his ears. "Cease your thoughts immediately. You shall now experience an overwhelming terror towards contemplation." Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiao swiftly raised his hand and struck his temple with force. Subsequently, his gaze became vacant, and drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. He displayed a foolish grin, chuckling vacantly. He resembled a simpleton with a severely underdeveloped intellect. This peculiar display left the onlookers bewildered. What was this strange behavior? However, Dante quickly deduced the situation. It must be the side effects of 097, instilling in him an irrational fear. That slap had likely induced a concussion, rendering him a fool. With that thought, he took a deep drag from his cigarette. A fool, after all, typically remains oblivious to fear. Chapter 60. Is it really that exciting? The sly one gave a thumbs up. Truly a formidable individual. How decisively audacious. Yet, a question arises. Once the side effects subside, how will he revert to normalcy? Upon hearing this, the group fell into deep contemplation. This is indeed a grave concern. Dante rubbed his forehead. Enough of this for now. We shall discuss it later. For now, let us first locate the larvae of the ghost-faced moth. Let us complete our primary task. Concerning Lu Xiao's predicament, they had no effective solutions. The driver volunteered to carry Lu Xiao on his back. The group traversed through the lair of the ghost-faced moth. Perhaps the previous extermination had proven remarkably successful. Aside from the initial encounter with a swarm of ghost-faced moths, and subsequently the queen, They encountered no other creatures. However, without Lu Xiao's uncanny perceptive abilities, they had no choice but to let the driver lead the way. Though the driver lacked Lu Xiao's sensitivity to the eerie life forms, he was still significantly more attuned than the rest of the humans. After an extensive search, they finally discovered the chamber where the eggs were stored. Following the explosion of a passageway, the larvae of the ghost-faced moth did not overly rely on parasitic flesh for their hatching. Even in the absence of such sustenance, they would still hatch, albeit over a prolonged period. The eggs, resembling pigeon eggs, were densely packed together. Dante estimated there to be around 100. He pondered aloud. 1 egg per person. Remember to decapitate them before consumption. The sly one, adopting a serious demeanor, remarked, 1 egg per person? If the neighboring foreigners see this, they might think we cannot afford more. Dante suppressed his impulse to retaliate and gritted his teeth, explaining, then indulge yourself. I shall certainly not hinder you. Upon hearing this, the sly one recoiled slightly. Dante was the first to grasp an egg. Although referred to as an egg, it was essentially a fleshy orb, and he could feel it pulsing faintly in his hand. He spoke solemnly. The vitality of these eggs, which do not parasitize human hosts, is considerably lower. Nevertheless, they are still remarkably swift. Do not allow them to burrow into your bodies. Therefore, it is imperative to sever their heads at the earliest opportunity. With that, he drew a dagger from his waist and demonstrated first. He gently made an incision with the dagger, and then with a slight squeeze, a white, maggot-like larva, about the thickness of a thumb, emerged from the opening. Dante swiftly grasped the tender larva and pulled it from the egg, quickly severing its head with the dagger. His proficiency stemmed from prior instruction after the extermination of the nest, where he had consumed quite a few himself, contributing to his mental fortitude. Yet, the taste remained etched in his memory. Placing the larva into his mouth, he swallowed it whole without chewing. He had no desire to relive that flavor. The others followed suit. Ugh! The flavor was reminiscent of a putrid egg left to rot for days on end, slippery, nearly wretched from the overnight meal. The faces of the others were equally grim, yet the driver savored his meal with delight, casting a puzzled glance at the group. Isn't this quite delicious? He remarked, and before the horrified gazes of his companions, he picked up another one, swiftly removing the head and popping it into his mouth. His expression suggested he had merely indulged in a mundane snack, utterly unremarkable. Suppressing his nausea, Slippery inquired, "How many of these can one consume at most?" Dante took a deep drag from his cigarette, as if attempting to dispel the lingering taste in his mouth. "Until you feel your head is swelling." Slippery, Little Rain, and Flowing Light exchanged glances, their expressions contorting into grimaces before they all nodded in agreement. They understood the paramount importance of mental fortitude. When faced with bizarre life forms, one's mental strength is among the greatest safeguards, particularly against those entities devoid of physical form. The advantages of robust mental power were numerous: clearer thinking, enhanced memory, and so forth. The four of them devoured a significant portion of the ghost-faced moth larvae's eggs in one go. The driver had consumed the most, approximately 20, while Little Rain followed with over 10. The remainder was consumed by Flowing Light and Slippery, whereas Dante abstained from the feast. He had partaken in such a banquet before and simply could not tolerate the taste. In a moment, a wave of dizziness washed over them, prompting everyone to sit down and rest. It was at this juncture that Lu Xiao regained consciousness. His gaze had returned to clarity, evidently having emerged from a dazed state. He pondered the passage of time. "How long has it been?" he asked Dante. Dante glanced at his watch and replied in a solemn tone, "Precisely 12 hours. Lu Xiao nodded, gaining a clear understanding of the duration of the side effects associated with serial number 097. At that moment, the voice of the omniscient mirror echoed in his ears. "Are you now prepared to pay the price?" A total of 5 questions. Lu Xiao paused for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he removed all 5 fingernails from his left hand, cradling them in his palm against his chest. As for why it was the left hand, only those in the know would understand. The pendant version of the omniscient mirror extended a tongue, swiftly curling around the 5 bloodied nails and whisking them away. Dante was unfazed by this scene, as the doctor had previously informed him that Lu Xiao had escaped the containment facility with the omniscient mirror. With a cigarette in his mouth, Dante gestured toward the remaining larvae. The rest are all yours. Lu Xiao grinned. In a short span, Lu Xiao consumed the remaining larvae. Instead of feeling a swelling in his head, he appeared almost unsatisfied, as if craving more. Slippery, holding his forehead, once again gave a thumbs up. Buddy, you truly are something else. By the way, I have some good news for you. You have been parasitized by the ghost-faced moth queen larvae. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. Is it really that exhilarating? The crowd bore expressions of realization. Lu Xiao grasped a dagger and made a decisive gash across his own chest, just as he was about to reach for the larval eggs of the queen mother. The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in his ear, advising against such an action. Why not? Lu Xiao inquired, perplexed. A mere fragment of your nail. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao used the dagger once more to sever a piece of his nail. The all-knowing mirror then elucidated, consuming it would merely enhance your mental prowess, whereas retaining it would yield substantial benefits. It has absorbed the cursed blood within you, and your status shall undergo a transformation anew. The future is far more than just a mere queen mother ghost moth. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao pondered for a moment. Isn't that even more perilous? That question will cost you 5 fragments of your nail. Lu Xiao glanced at the 4 remaining fragments on his right hand, his forehead suddenly throbbing with tension. Chapter 61. The car door is welded shut. The all-knowing mirror immediately elucidated. In truth, it is already quite economical. Were it not for the fact that the parasitic event has undeniably transpired, the cost would escalate to an unbearable extent. Lu Xiao's lips twitched. Yet, I'm left with only 4 fragments. You may opt for an installment payment plan. The all-knowing mirror, ever considerate, alleviated Lu Xiao's concerns. After removing the last 4 fingernails, Lu Xiao's expression contorted ominously. Speak. If I find your answer unsatisfactory, I shall consume you without hesitation. Do not doubt the strength of my bite. The penitent version of the all-knowing mirror quivered slightly. Due to the nature of your blood, its life essence has undergone a transformation. Thus, you are now its closest companion, and it shall never betray you. Well, you may perceive it as you being its mother. Is an egg you have birthed. Lu Xiao's expression froze momentarily, and after a lengthy pause, he inhaled deeply. What a vivid metaphor. The all-knowing mirror's words were quite comprehensible. Essentially, Lu Xiao needed to incubate this parasitic egg, nurturing it with care, thereby acquiring a loyal companion that would never betray him. Moreover, it would possess an alluring physique and breathtaking beauty. Cough. That is roughly the essence of it. Lu Xiao pondered the imagery, and the thought invigorated him immensely. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, until a shiver coursed through his body, causing him to feel a sense of trepidation about his expectations. Nearby, the sly one glanced at Lu Xiao's 10 fingers, still dripping with blood, then at his own unblemished digits. An inexplicable pang of pain surged through his mind. No wonder I cannot match his excellence. It turns out I lack the courage to confront suffering. He unexpectedly articulated a profound observation. The others expressed their approval of his statement. After a series of tribulations, the group finally returned to their vehicle. Lu Guiyang awaited anxiously, and upon seeing Lu Xiao and the others emerge, he released a sigh of relief. His gaze then fell upon the close-range grenade launcher that Lu Xiao was carrying, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. What is this? Dante approached with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Dante, Lu Guiyang endeavored to calm his emotions, only then recalling that he had yet to salute. Commander, have you completed your mission? Dante nodded. Indeed, though the process was somewhat convoluted, fortunately, it was devoid of peril. Upon hearing this, Lu Guiyang's face lit up. What about those items? Dante lit a cigarette and smiled. They should be thoroughly cleared away. You may take your men down to inspect shortly. He did not believe there were any remaining queens below. That would be utterly absurd. As for the ordinary ghost moths, they would be easily dealt with, given the presence of large-scale destructive weaponry. Upon hearing this, Lu Guiyang saluted once more. Ever since being dispatched here, he had been on edge, as anyone would feel apprehensive guarding such entities. He was no exception, but due to his duty, he could only grit his teeth and remain stationed there. I'm immensely grateful to you all. Your efforts are truly commendable. Dante waved his hand. All right, the task is complete, and we must return to report now. With that, he was the first to open the van door. Lu Guoyong hurriedly grabbed Dante's hand. Chief, wait. Dante looked at him with confusion. Is there something else? Lu Guoyong pointed to the close-range grenade launcher that Lu Xiao was holding. That, ultimately, the grenade launcher was returned to Lu Guoyong. The procedures for deploying such a weapon of mass destruction were exceedingly complex. Without proper documentation, the unauthorized movement of such armaments would incur significant responsibility. Although Lu Xiao was reluctant, there was no alternative. After all, he was a model citizen. The van drove to a desolate wilderness. Xiao Yu sat in the driver's seat, her eyes closed, her hands resting on the steering wheel. The vehicle began to writhe, and then transformed into a mass of flesh that enveloped her. A colossal ball of meat emerged, its surface teeming with pulsating blood vessels. Inside this fleshy sphere, Xiao Yu continuously envisioned every detail of the airplane. Subsequently, the mass began to shift shape. First, a rough outline of the fuselage gradually took form, followed by the wings and other components. Perhaps due to the complexity of the transformation, this process felt interminably lengthy. Approximately 3 hours later, a sleek, black, brand-new aircraft appeared in the wilderness. Xiao Yu weakly descended from the plane, her complexion notably pale as she declared, "It's all set. I've even added a stealth system to the vehicle. This way, the radar of Neon Country 1T detect us." Lu Xiao supported her, smiling as he replied, "Well done, sister. Leave the rest to me." Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. Once everyone boarded, Lu Xiao and the driver took their seats in the cockpit. The driver quickly fastened his seatbelt and then timidly inquired, "Is it really all right? I can't shake the feeling that my left eyelid is twitching." Lu Xiao patted his chest and grinned. "Don't worry. Left eye twitches mean fortune. Right eye twitches mean misfortune." The driver paused, then his face turned pale with fear. "But my right eyelid is twitching now." Lu Xiao pondered for a moment. "I might have remembered it wrong. Left eye indicates misfortune. Right eye indicates fortune." The driver's expression grew even more alarmed. "What the hell? Now both of my eyelids are twitching." He was consumed by the singular thought that this flight was a mistake. Seemingly sensing the driver's trepidation, Lu Xiao grinned widely. "Want to get out?" "Too late. The door has been welded shut long ago." With that, he started the engine and pushed the thrust lever to maximum. The driver was on the verge of tears. "Oh my God, you haven't even deployed the flaps." Accompanied by a roar of the engine, the aircraft's nose instantly lifted, while the tail carved a deep trench into the ground. The tires emitted a thick plume of black smoke as they frictioned against the ground. Fortunately, the vehicle belonged to a peculiar category. Otherwise, such an incident would undoubtedly dominate the headlines of the day as an aviation disaster. Amidst a cacophony of terrified screams, Lu Xiao piloted the aircraft, staggering, yet ultimately managing to achieve liftoff. Excitement gleamed in his lifeless eyes. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the game. The freshly airborne plane executed a grand maneuver in the sky, subsequently nosediving. The driver's face contorted in disbelief. "Good heavens! What kind of aircraft are you using for flight simulation?" Lu Xiao flashed a grin. "My sincerest apologies for deceiving you. What I'm actually playing is Give Him Love 5. I shall never again believe your fanciful tales of operating vehicles." With that proclamation, the driver rolled his eyes back and promptly fainted. As for the 4 fortunate passengers in the rear, they had already succumbed to unconsciousness moments earlier. Chapter 62, Serial Number 019. The source of contamination, I sincerely apologize. Doctor, it is all the fault of that colorblind skeleton. It was precisely because he could not distinguish colors that he failed to fulfill your instructions. The prison doctor's voice was tinged with a hint of guilt. The doctor felt a headache coming on and removed his monocle, rubbing his forehead. "I merely instructed you to check the surveillance. How could you two have allowed 019, the source of contamination, to escape?" The prison doctor chuckled awkwardly. "I truly apologize. Perhaps I could accompany the skeleton to help retrieve it?" Upon hearing this, The doctor promptly declined. There is no need for that. Your danger is no less than that of 019. Moreover, 019 has already fled into the abyss. The doctor's intention for coming here was not to cast blame, but rather to compensate the prison doctor. After stating this, he reclined on the operating table. The prison doctor cackled. Do you require anesthesia, doctor? This time, I am well prepared. The doctor's gaze remained composed. No need. Let's begin. As he spoke, the prison doctor extended a finger. In the abyss, the chainsaw man was methodically dismembering a high-tier, unknown bizarre creature, subsequently arranging the pieces neatly. Friend, this is the 39th meal of the day. The dart's expression was somewhat numb. Within just over a day, the chainsaw man had seemingly been feeding him high-tier bizarre creatures incessantly, much like a grandmother caring for her grandson's husky. He seemed anxious to ensure Dart did not grow too thin, fearing that Xiao might blame him if he did. He could no longer recall how many meals he had consumed that day. Thank you, Mr. Chainsaw. After expressing his gratitude, the tendrils sprouting from the back of Dart's head surged towards the offering. When Xiao had departed, those tendrils, barely the thickness of chopsticks, had now grown nearly as thick as a steel pipe. The slimy tendrils coiled around the meat chunks on the ground, feeding them into Dart's mouth. Initially, he found the morsels delectable. However, his expression now resembled that of someone chewing wax. He was utterly fatigued from the constant feasting. At that moment, the chainsaw man abruptly stood, revving his chainsaw. An aura of malevolence and distortion began to emanate from him. Dart's tendrils instinctively recoiled. He hastily rose to observe the direction the chainsaw man was facing. Before them, emerging from the shadow of a nearby building, was a soldier clad in the elite combat attire of the prison guards, slowly walking forth. In the soldier's arms was a glass container, within which rested a mask submerged in a viscous, dark liquid. The mask bore an expression that seemed to oscillate between laughter and sorrow. Upon witnessing this, Dart's vigilance heightened. This is not right. The prison guards should not appear alone in the abyss. Due to the dim lighting, he could not discern the contents of the glass container. Otherwise, he would have immediately recognized it. Realizing this, Dart quickly retreated behind the chainsaw man. Yet, even upon encountering this bizarre entity, the typically fearless chainsaw man stood motionless, without any sign of action. Yet the sound of the chainsaw's high-speed operation was unmistakably indicative of an impending threat. The soldier continued to advance slowly towards the two dart throwers, moving with the eerie gait of a marionette. Beneath the mask, his eyes appeared vacant and his features grotesquely distorted. Friends, this is my territory, echoed the muffled voice of the chainsaw man. As the words faded, the soldier gradually lifted his head. The dart thrower glanced up, only to find a void of darkness beneath the soldier's mask. In that moment, the soldier abruptly transformed into a puddle of black liquid, as if he had never existed at all, were it not for the crisp sound of the glass container shattering on the ground. The dart thrower might have believed he was experiencing an illusion. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the black liquid, seemingly animated, enveloped the glass container. Soon after, a sound akin to corrosion filled the air. The dart thrower suddenly sensed something amiss. He recalled the nature of the black liquid and the glass container. This is bad. How has containment of serial number 019, source of contamination, failed? There was no time for further contemplation. He seized the chainsaw man and prepared to flee. The anomalous nature of this entity was beyond description, as indicated by its R-Class designation. R-Class signifies that the Guardians must eradicate it, and those that are contained are merely due to the Guardians' inability to destroy them, necessitating their confinement. However, the dart thrower regretted his slow reaction. The black liquid splattered towards him at an alarming speed. Unable to evade it, a single drop landed on his body, and with that mere touch, the drop of black liquid began to writhe, swiftly engulfing him in its inky embrace. The liquid flowed over him, coalescing into a mask that bore an expression of both anguish and mirth. I can fulfill all your desires, as long as you wish for it. The voice resonated in his ears like a demonic whisper. Enraged, the dart thrower bellowed, "Get out of my body! Do not rush. I'm already aware of your desire. Do you wish to reclaim your humanity? I can assist you. However, I require you to perform some trivial tasks in return." The voice dripped with temptation. Although the dart thrower recognized that this was likely the deceit of serial number 019's source of contamination, he hesitated. The chainsaw man took a few steps back, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from the dart thrower. Ultimately, the dart thrower resisted the allure, speaking with unwavering conviction, "I do not need your help." He then turned to the chainsaw man, stating, "Mr. Chainsaw, please kill me immediately." Since the day he chose to become a guardian, the dart thrower had long since disregarded life and death. He feared not even death itself. Thus, the temptation of returning to humanity was not insurmountable. "I'm sorry, Doctor," he lamented. "I have failed to complete the mission." Having spoken, he gently closed his eyes. Yet, the chainsaw man remained motionless. At that moment, the pool of black liquid had enveloped his body. It was evident that the chainsaw man possessed no resistance against this source of pollution. "What a pity. If you are unwilling, I shall have no choice but to enlist the assistance of this seemingly disoriented, powerful being." Upon hearing these words, the dart suddenly opened his eyes wide. "No, absolutely not," he shouted inwardly. If Mr. Chainsaw were to be tainted by him, given Mr. Chainsaw's stature, it would spell disaster for humanity. He must not be allowed to corrupt Mr. Chainsaw. This was the dart's fervent thought. Regardless of the reasons, it appeared he had no other options. "I agree to your terms." In that fleeting moment, the dart found an unexpected calm. He spoke with composure. "It will be best if those matters were as trivial as you claim." Chapter 63, Serial Number 058, The Jellyfish in the Sky. "Ah, you have finally awakened." Xiao gazed at the driver, who had just regained consciousness, a broad smile illuminating his face. The driver, still somewhat disoriented, glanced around before his pupils began to focus upon confirming that he remained seated in the co-pilot's seat of the aircraft. "Am I not dead?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao's expression shifted to one of displeasure. "Sir, are you questioning my piloting skills?" Upon hearing Xiao's words, the driver shivered and hurriedly denied it. "How could that be?" He quickly diverted the conversation. "Where exactly are we now?" Xiao grinned. "I have activated the autopilot mode. We should reach the Neon Nation in 2 to 3 hours. The driver was momentarily taken aback by Xiao's statement. Could he truly locate the button to initiate autopilot? It was not that Xiao had suddenly mastered flying. Rather, he had successfully engaged the autopilot through the hands-on instruction of the omniscient mirror. Notably this time, the omniscient mirror had not demanded any compensation from Xiao, justifying its assistance as a gesture of goodwill toward a valued client. Meanwhile, the aircraft they were aboard had already reached the expanse above the sea. Peering out from the cockpit, the view was shrouded in a thick fog. Visibility so poor it was almost appalling. At that moment, Dante also awoke and entered the cockpit. "Have we already reached the sea?" he inquired, glancing out the window and confirming his own question. Xiao lamented, "This accursed weather renders everything outside invisible." Dante nodded in agreement. "It is typical. This maritime area is like that. By the way, have you activated the autopilot?" He directed his question to the driver rather than Xiao. The driver hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Seeing the driver affirm, Dante exhaled a slight sigh of relief. "Mr. Dante, you mentioned that this maritime region is like this for a specific reason. May I ask what it is?" Dante retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and extracted one, lighting it. However, before he could respond, Xiao interrupted him. "Mr. Dante, smoking is prohibited on the aircraft. It is illegal. Do you understand?" Xiao's expression was earnest. Dante paused, and under the intense gaze of Xiao, he eventually extinguished the cigarette. "The reason this maritime region is like this is due to the existence of a supernatural and enigmatic life form." He inhaled deeply before continuing. Serial number S058, The Jellyfish in the Sky. Upon hearing this, the driver was taken aback. "Does that mean the airspace above this region is quite perilous?" Xiao cast the driver a disapproving glance. "Did you not hear him say that the safety level is S?" Dante nodded slightly. "This supernatural and enigmatic life form has never caused any harm to passing aircraft since it was first observed. After numerous experiments conducted by the Guardians, it was determined that it harbors no malice toward humanity. Subsequently, Our organization of prison wardens incurred immense costs to erase the memories of all witnesses. However, due to its colossal size, we were unable to contain it, thus leaving it to drift in these waters. Xiao quickly grasped the essence of Dante's words. Colossal? Just how large? Supernatural beings symbolize delicacies, while enormity signifies an unending feast. It is no wonder that Xiao posed this inquiry. Dante pondered momentarily. How large? You shall witness it shortly. In the depths of the mist, a jellyfish with an umbrella-shaped, translucent body floated gracefully in the air, surrounded by countless tentacles that swayed erratically. At that moment, a sleek black private plane passed by. The tentacles seemed to part in deference to the aircraft, coming to a halt, with those in front even lifting to granite elevation. In stark contrast, the plane appeared no larger than an ant. Aboard the aircraft were Xiao and his companions. Goodness, how immense! The driver exclaimed in astonishment. From their vantage point, even the tentacles dwarfed their plane significantly. The transparent umbrella was boundless to the eye, rendering the jellyfish akin to a floating island. Xiao's deadpan gaze radiated a captivating light. An unending feast, truly insatiable, he murmured, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. Dante rubbed his forehead. Your points of focus are perpetually refreshingly unique. The driver nodded in agreement. Indeed, an inexhaustible banquet. The individuals in the rear, including Lu Guang and others, displayed no notable surprise. As members of the prison wardens, they were well aware of the jellyfish's data. Yet, only they knew that ordinary civil aviation passengers would never behold it, for there was no flight path for commercial airlines in this region. Furthermore, this airspace was a no-fly zone. Any aircraft attempting to enter this realm would be ruthlessly shot down by missiles. The plane carrying Xiao was equipped with a cloaking system by Xiao, rendering it undetectable by radar. Xiao pressed his face against the window, fixated on the jellyfish, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze only after the aircraft had passed. I must find a way to stew it. But what type of pot should I use? He fell into deep contemplation. Mirror, do you know what kind of pot to use? The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in his ears. Apologies. This question has no definitive answer. I suggest you try it raw. The taste will undoubtedly not disappoint. After nearly 2 additional hours, a landmass comprised of interconnected islands appeared in Xiao's field of vision. Is this the Neon Nation? He inquired of Dante. Dante nodded. Yes, this is indeed the Neon Nation. Xiao grimaced. Why does it seem so small? It appears to be considerably smaller than the Neon Nation he remembered. Dante elucidated that the Neon Nation comprises only 2 cities, Tokyo and Osaka. Furthermore, there exists but a single shelter designated as J01. The entire population of the Neon Nation barely exceeds 1 million. Upon hearing Dante's explanation, Xiao was momentarily taken aback, as this information seemed somewhat incongruous with his memories of the Neon Nation. However, he quickly regained his composure and began to comprehend why the Neon Nation was currently in such dire straits. Dante had previously remarked that the ocean is the most perilous of realms, and the Neon Nation is entirely enveloped by it. Coupled with the inherent scarcity of resources, a diminished population became an inevitability. Moreover, this archipelago indeed appeared somewhat diminutive. He licked his lips and inquired, "So, Mr. Dante, where do you intend to fulfill your task of sheltering me?" At this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Dante's eyes. Tokyo, Chapter 64. Only they from the Huaxian Nation. Absolutely not. Soon, the airplane arrived above the islands of the Neon Country. Xiao grinned widely. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land. Please fasten your seatbelts. Upon hearing Xiao's words, the driver trembled with anxiety. He hurriedly checked his seatbelt, confirming its security before fixating his gaze ahead. Dante also returned to his seat, fastening his seatbelt tightly. To ensure utmost safety, Dante made a special effort to tighten the belt to its fullest extent. Before long, Xiao identified a suitable patch of land for landing. The ground appeared relatively flat, with trees not towering excessively high. "Brace yourselves," he exclaimed, and then directly dove the aircraft. The driver's eyes widened in terror, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfing his mind. "Brother, are you sure this landing is safe?" His voice quivered, clearly filled with fear. At that moment, he regretted not knowing how to fly. Otherwise, he would never have allowed this madman, Xiao, to step into the cockpit. The engine roared violently, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. Under Xiao's command, the airplane descended rapidly, almost at a vertical angle. In the back, the sly one clutched his seatbelt tightly. His eyes glazed as he muttered to himself, "Great Grandma, you've come to see me again. What? You want to take me away? No way. I haven't even earned enough to buy my burial plot. What? You must take someone today. How about my colleagues?" Beside him, Lu Guang could no longer bear to listen. He swiftly delivered a chop to the sly one's neck, rendering him unconscious. Xiao Yu, witnessing this scene, looked at Lu Guang with pleading eyes. "Lu Guang, please help me. I'm so scared." Hearing this, Lu Guang sighed deeply. Another swift chop sent Xiao Yu into unconsciousness as well. Then his gaze fell upon Dante, who was frothing at the mouth, seemingly already out cold. Now, Lu Guang was at a loss. Who will help me? I'm terrified too. The airplane soon completed its landing, albeit not in an elegant manner. The entire fuselage tilted sideways upon touchdown, with the nose nestled firmly against the ground. Lu Xiao unfastened his seatbelt, applauding himself. What a perfect flying experience. He was indeed not exaggerating. He could manage takeoffs and landings in various extreme conditions, albeit the process was somewhat harrowing. The driver was the first to regain consciousness, resolutely deciding that he must master the operation of all modes of transportation. He vowed never to allow that damned lunatic to touch any vehicle again. Not in the future, but immediately. Once Dante and the others stood on solid ground again, tears streamed down their faces. The sly one dramatically leaned down to kiss the earth beneath him. What a wonderful feeling it is to be grounded. Except for Lu Xiao, the other five nodded vigorously in agreement. Dante, trembling, could barely hold on his cigarette, but, taking a deep drag, he finally spoke. "Dear driver, I entrust the next journey to you." Without a moment's hesitation, the driver initiated the transformation of the vehicle. Soon, a silver-gray van emerged. The driver gripped the steering wheel with unwavering determination. "Mr. Dante, where shall we head next?" Dante promptly took his seat in the passenger side. To Tokyo, on the bustling streets, a myriad of vehicles navigated the chaos. In a luxurious black sedan, the artisan sat in the rear, his frustration palpable as he spoke into a communicator. The experiment yielded no results? Indeed, Mr. Artisan, and we have lost the last of our materials. The artisan seethed with anger. If the materials are depleted, then procure more from the prison. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment. The prison is devoid of inmates. The facility in Osaka is also empty. Upon hearing this, the artisan fell into deep contemplation for several seconds. Then substitute with ordinary criminals. The voice hesitated once more. "Mr. Artisan, what I mean to say is there are no inmates left." A glint of malice flashed in the artisan's eyes. "What are you all doing? Do you require me to devise a solution for such trivial matters? If there are no inmates, then let the police department apprehend some. We must acquire the experimental data for 297 without delay." With that, he terminated the call. At the wheel was a researcher clad in a white lab coat. "Mr. Artisan, this course of action may not be prudent. The security level for 297 should be classified as D." The artisan dismissed the concern nonchalantly. According to the Keeper's regulations, D-class entities cannot assist in containment tasks. The researcher hesitated briefly before continuing. However, designating what should be a D-class entity as S-class violates those very regulations. At this, the artisan's tone turned frosty. Who determined its classification as D? The system? The researcher was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent. The artisan gazed out the window. "Do you believe Tokyo is sufficiently prosperous?" The researcher softly affirmed. The artisan sighed. "Indeed, Tokyo is sufficiently thriving. Yet, it is too small. One might argue our entire nation is too diminutive. Had we managed to seize the all-knowing mirror, perhaps we would have found a way out of our predicament." Hatred laced his voice as he continued. "Regrettably, not only did we fail to obtain it, but we also lost the puppet in the process. The researcher, still driving, hesitated, but was the roundtable meeting intended for C03 to share the all-knowing mirror? Couldn't we participate in the research? The artisan scoffed. Do you truly believe that fellow, the doctor, would willingly relinquish 301? Even if he did, do you think we possess the right to inquire of the all-knowing mirror? At these words, the researcher fell silent, his inner convictions ruthlessly shattered by the artisan's assertions. His voice carried a hint of somberness. We still possess 012, the pen. We can offer 012 as a bargaining chip to inquire with the omniscient mirror. The artisan scoffed dismissively. Should we present 012, the C01 containment facility, which holds 013, the parchment would undoubtedly descend into chaos. At that point, the nation of Xiao would spare no effort to seize 012. If they were to acquire both of these items, this world would be entirely under their dominion. A flicker of jealousy glinted in his eyes. Anyone could obtain these two artifacts, yet the Xiao nation must not be allowed to do so. The researchers were engulfed in confusion. What had transpired within the Guardian organization that led to its current state? As they spoke, the vehicle entered the opulent garage of a lavish villa. Mr. Artisan, you have arrived home. The artisan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. Thank you for your hard work, Akira. As his words fell, a handgun materialized in his grasp. Chapter 65. The gas station, a handgun fitted with an elongated silencer lay discarded. While the researcher seated in the driver's cabin had a gaping wound in the back of his head, blood oozing forth. The craftsman casually tossed the firearm aside, murmuring, Odin Kuin, it is only in that world that faith shall not betray you. With that, he opened the car door and stepped outside. A little girl approached him, exclaiming, Daddy, you're finally back. The craftsman, wearing a gentle smile, lifted her into his arms. The little girl, curious, glanced into the car and asked, Daddy, what happened to Uncle Odin? The craftsman replied softly, Uncle Odin is just tired from work and wishes to rest for a while. Outside Tokyo, a highway connected to Osaka. A silver-gray van ambled along the road. Buddy, if you're driving, I think you could go a bit faster, Dante said, his face serious as he pinched his cigarette. The driver shrugged. I wish I could, but the vehicle lacks power. In simpler terms, we're out of fuel. Hearing this, Dante furrowed his brow. He suddenly recalled the peculiar nature of the vehicle, designated as serial number 302, which operated on flesh and blood. What shall we do? The driver shrugged again, indicating his own uncertainty. Dante turned to Lu Xiao. Hey, why don't you consult the all-knowing mirror? Lu Xiao pondered, gazing at his freshly grown fingernails. It seemed the mirror had a peculiar affinity for them. At that moment, the voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in Lu Xiao's ears. The answer to this query is presented to you. Serial number 302 operates on flesh and blood as its power source. You may feed it your own flesh. The effect is exponentially superior to that of ordinary human flesh. Lu Xiao grimaced. No, I'm afraid of pain. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Could this truly be the same person who would pierce his thigh with a bone spur and pluck his own fingernails without flinching? The driver shrugged. Let's hope we find a gas station on this road. His mention of a gas station left Dante momentarily flabbergasted. On the road, a truck was parked sideways, obstructing the path. Upon seeing an approaching vehicle, a group of young men wielding metal baseball bats jumped down from the truck, clearly a gang of delinquents. The driver slammed on the brakes and pointed at the group advancing towards them. Well, isn't this a gas station? Dante extinguished his cigarette. How much fuel can the vehicle take? The driver shook his head. I've never filled it to the brim, but I imagine it holds quite a bit. Just as they were conversing, a metal baseball bat struck the windshield with a resounding crash. Bang! The windshield remained intact, while the young man's hand, clutching the bat, went numb. Get out, all of you! Bakiru! Lu Xiao exchanged glances with his companions before alighting from the vehicle. Dante, holding a pack of cigarettes, instinctively prepared to offer one. However, his hand, clutching the cigarette box, was abruptly swatted away. In the next moment, a scruffy thug with multicolored hair seized Dante by the collar. Produce 100,000 yuan, and you shall be spared today. If you fail to comply, do not blame me, he declared, striking the car hood with a bat. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and pain coursed through the hand gripping the baseball bat. Lu Xiao extended his crimson tongue and licked his lips. Though he bore no malice towards humanity, he made an exception for the denizens of Neon City, especially when they had recklessly provoked him. In that instant, Lu Xiao's pupils quivered. Mr. Dante, I can. Before he could finish, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Dante's mouth. Of course, my dear Mr. Lu Xiao, have I not yet successfully contained you? A malfunctioning containment entity, reacting to provocation, could indeed act unpredictably, could it not? Lu Xiao licked his lips once more. Shall I leave some for you? Dante waved his hand dismissively. According to the Guardianess regulations, we cannot employ force against ordinary citizens. Upon hearing their exchange, the thug's impatience flared. Bakayuru, I'm talking to you. How unfortunate. Lu Xiao could hardly contain himself. The moment he finished his sentence, he charged forward, effortlessly shattering the thug's skull with a single slap. The other stood by, watching in cold silence, while the driver lamented. Don't strike the head. The results are far more effective. The thugs who had jumped from the truck were left petrified, unable to comprehend that their leader's head had just been obliterated. In an instant, fear overwhelmed them, and one by one, they found themselves soiled. A foul stench wafted through the air, and one individual even soiled his trousers. The driver wrinkled his nose in disgust. Ugh, the one who soiled himself is useless. I have a cleanliness obsession. The driver shared a similar disdain for Neon City as Lu Xiao, though he had a beautiful wife. Oh no, he was indeed a sycophant. He couldn't resist the allure of a third-class merit. As the saying goes, the rise and fall of a nation rests on the shoulders of its citizens. Mr. Dante, may I? He looked at Dante with eager anticipation. Dante pondered for a moment. In principle, it is not allowed, as you are currently in a normal containment state. Should you commit murder now, your containment level would be reassessed. Upon hearing this, the driver's countenance dimmed. The sly one beside him remarked, when he says it's not allowed in principle, it really means that if you do it, we can't do anything about it. Dante shot a glare at the sly one, but did not contradict him. Then, the four guardians turned in unison and closed their eyes. The driver, watching Lu Xiao dash into the crowd, felt his eyes well up. Hey, brother, slow down. Don't steal my third-class merit. Ultimately, Lu Xiao felt a pang of sympathy for the driver who had journeyed with him, leaving him a token. The driver, with a grimace etched on his face, approached the sole surviving hoodlum from Neon Country. At such a tender age, how unfortunate to learn the art of robbery. The young thug had already succumbed to despair. A foul stench wafted into the driver's nostrils, signaling that he had soiled himself in this moment of distress. The driver furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. At that juncture, a grave dilemma confronted him. Opting for a third-class merit would necessitate the relinquishment of his fastidious nature, while clinging to his fastidiousness would entail foregoing the prospect of merit. Nevertheless, the allure of the third-class merit proved too tempting to resist. With a swift motion, he shattered the thug's neck. From behind, the voice of Dante resonated. Sir Driver, may I inquire if you have filled up on fuel? The driver, satisfaction radiating from his countenance, replied, It shall be done shortly, my dear Mr. Dante. Chapter 66, seeking an answer at last, after a flurry of activity from the driver. The vehicle resumed its journey. This time, they traveled at a swift pace, and within an hour, Lu Xiao and his companions had arrived in Tokyo. The operational privileges granted by the doctor had already been issued, allowing for the unconditional mobilization of personnel from the C-03 containment facility. Consequently, upon entering Tokyo, Lu Xiao and his party headed straight to the operational point established by C-03. The head of the operational point greeted them warmly. Mr. Dante, isn't your mission to recontain 292? What brings you to Neon Country? During the meal, a middle-aged man in a suit inquired of Dante. Dante glanced at Lu Xiao, who was fervently indulging in the food, and smirked slightly. Well, isn't he right here? He gestured towards Lu Xiao. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was taken aback. Initially, he had merely found Lu Xiao somewhat familiar, but seeing him alongside Dante had not raised any further suspicions. He asked cautiously, Has recontainment been successfully completed? Dante exhaled a smoke ring, his expression one of amusement. Who knows? The head of the operational point immediately grasped Dante's implication and lowered his voice. asking, "Did the doctor assign any other tasks?" Dante gave him a look, but remained silent. The man, being astute, quickly understood Dante's meaning and sat up straight. "How can I assist?" Dante took a drag from his cigarette. "Tomorrow, take us around Neon Country." The head of the operational point wore a puzzled expression, but did not press further. After the banquet concluded, Xiao and his companions returned to the accommodations prepared for them. In the dimly lit corridor, Dante silently smoked. The haze of smoke filled the entire passage. Xiao, catching a whiff of the cigarette smoke, stepped out of his room. Upon seeing Dante chain-smoking, Xiao frowned. "Mr. Dante, smoking like this is irresponsible for your health." Dante chuckled and replied, "How does the food in Neon Country taste?" At the mention of this, Xiao's brow furrowed tightly. "It's truly terrible, lacking any flavor. The taste of that food is even inferior to the filthy vampires in the abyss." Although Xiao had indulged in plenty of food earlier, he still found it necessary to voice his criticism. Dante ignited another cigarette and, after a puff, remarked, "Let us see if we can catch you a peculiar life form later." Xiao nodded and, curious, asked, "What exactly are we doing in Neon Country this time?" Dante took a deep drag from his cigarette and answered evasively, "You can ask the all-knowing mirror about that." At this, Xiao curled his lip. "Mirror, what did the doctor send us to Neon Country for?" After posing the question, Xiao instinctively plucked one of his fingernails. The faint voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in his ears. "You still owe a piece." Hearing this, Xiao's lips twitched. He plucked another piece and tossed it to the pendant version of the all-knowing mirror hanging around his neck. After swallowing the two blood-stained fingernails, the all-knowing mirror finally responded. That astute human sought an answer. Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. And then? What answer was he in pursuit of? The all-knowing mirror stammered, stating that until the transaction with him was complete, that answer could not be revealed. Xiao smacked his lips, finding it quite mysterious. However, he did not possess the habit of probing further. After all, he was currently in Neon Country. No matter the task, as long as he accompanied Dante, the truth would ultimately be unveiled. Dante took a deep drag from his cigarette, and suddenly it seemed he had been choked by the smoke, leading him to cough violently. He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed for a full minute, tears streaming down his face. Ignoring the tears, he wiped his mouth and then placed his hand behind his back. "Mr. Dante, you might truly need to consider quitting smoking," Xiao remarked with genuine concern. "If it becomes unbearable, I'll take you to see the prison doctor for a minor procedure when we return." Surprisingly, Dante did not reject this suggestion. "All right, then please remind that fellow to remember the anesthesia." Seeing Dante relent, Xiao's expression brightened with relief. "Wonderful. You are finally seeking the prison doctor to cure your ailment. Rest assured, I will ensure the doctor provides you with the finest anesthesia." Dante chuckled. "That would be splendid. I have a great aversion to pain." "All right, it's getting late. You should return and rest." Xiao nodded, reiterating, "Once your ailment is cured, you absolutely must not smoke again." Dante nodded, smiling. "Don't worry, I will." After Xiao returned to his room, Dante finally lifted the hand he had kept behind his back. Under the dim light of the corridor, his palm was stained crimson. The following day, the head of the office arrived early at the residence of Xiao and the others. In the hall, he inquired, "Mr. Dante, may I ask where you wish to explore?" "Mr. Seat Mountain, do you have a helicopter here?" Seat Mountain was the code name of the responsible individual. Upon hearing Dante's question, Seat Mountain quickly nodded. "Of course, we do. However, due to the no-fly zone in Neon Country, the application for flight permits can be rather troublesome." Dante smiled. "Then I shall trouble you to handle the paperwork." Seat Mountain nodded and then stepped aside to make a phone call. It was at this moment that Dante glanced over at the trio of Liu Guang, who were undergoing physical training. Is it arduous? Beads of sweat adorned their foreheads, clearly indicating they had engaged in extensive training. Liu Guang, with a resolute gaze, declared, "Report, devil. It is not arduous." However, Huaido, somewhat dissatisfied, questioned, "Can't the salary for the sacrifices be increased a bit? This training load is far greater than when we were regular soldiers." He seemed to harbor a strong obsession with the idea of a pay raise. Meanwhile, Xiao remained silent. Xiao nudged the driver beside him. "Aren't you going to join them in training?" The driver's lips twitched slightly. I am an enigmatic being. Is training beneficial for me? Xiao pointed at his protruding belly. Can't you manage your image better? No wonder you're beautiful. Before he could finish, the driver immediately interrupted him. All right, I know what you are about to say. I shall go right away. With that, he joined the morning exercise group. Upon seeing the driver join, the sly one curiously inquired, Buddy, is your income as a driver substantial? The driver's lips twitched, yet he replied, It's decent, around 7,000 to 8,000 a month. Hearing this, the sly one was taken aback. Really? That's so little? No wonder your beautiful wife. The driver wore a look of despair. Enough. If you bring this up again, do you believe I will promptly demonstrate how terrifying a frenzied, enigmatic being can be? Chapter 67. System Engate. After the passage of over an hour, a woman dressed as a secretary arrived, bearing a document. Shen took the file from her hands and approached Dante. The pre-flight procedures are completed. We are ready to depart. Dante nodded in affirmation. Lead the way. Thus, under Shen's guidance, the driver steered the van towards a private hangar. Outside, a civilian high-performance helicopter awaited. Shen introduced, This helicopter has been arranged for our personnel by the shelter. We shall return to Huaxia aboard this aircraft. Dante nodded once more. By the way, Mr. Shen, can you pilot it? Shen affirmed, Certainly. Each of us at the Bureau has undergone systematic training. This ensures that, in any circumstance, our overseas personnel can pilot a helicopter back to Huaxia. A sense of pride flickered across Shen's face. Despite the modest salary at C-03 shelter, the benefits were commendable, particularly concerning the safety of the staff, which the doctor always prioritized. Such provisions, including the allocation of aircraft to the Bureau, were a privilege unique to 3 shelters in Huaxia. Other nations' overseas offices were not so fortunate. In the event of a crisis, they could only wait for their respective shelters to send a plane for assistance. At that moment, Xiao approached, rubbing his hands together. Gentlemen, may I take the helm of this helicopter? Shen looked surprised at this inquiry. Oh, sir, you can pilot a helicopter too? Xiao nodded, flashing a bright smile. Of course. I have 2,000 hours of flight experience. I am adept at takeoffs and landings in various extreme conditions. Shen was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that this anomaly possessed such a skill. He turned to Dante, seeking confirmation. At that instant, Dante's pupils quivered in disbelief. Before he could respond, the driver, with an agitated tone, interjected, Sir, please do not allow him to touch any vehicle. His abominable driving skills are absolutely unworthy of any trust. Ultimately, the helicopter was piloted by Shen himself, while Xiao, visibly displeased, sulked in the back seat. His mind was occupied with a myriad of culinary concoctions: fried driver, steam driver, spicy braised driver, dry pot driver. The driver, seated in the co-pilot's seat, felt an unsettling chill at the back of his head. Damn it! Which scoundrel is scheming against me? He muttered to himself. The reason the driver occupied the co-pilot seat was due to a previous vow: to master the operation of all types of vehicles and to resolutely prevent Xiao from ever touching another infernal mode of transport. Thus, he was exceptionally attentive, painstakingly focused on not missing any detail. Shen piloted the helicopter, stating, Allow me to take you on a brief aerial tour above Osaka Prefecture before we return to Tokyo Prefecture. Dante nodded in agreement. Just proceed with your arrangements. As the helicopter ascended, the ground below gradually receded until the entirety of Tokyo Prefecture came into view. It was only then that Dante remarked, This altitude is perfect. Shen nodded, piloting the helicopter into a steady cruise while simultaneously sharing insights with the group. The population of Tokyo Prefecture exceeds 700,000, while Osaka Prefecture has over 400,000. The JO1 shelter is situated right in the heart of Tokyo. It is established beneath a shrine. Upon hearing this, Lu laughed with intrigue. I see our shelter is located beneath a psychiatric hospital. What does that signify? At Lu's words, Shen's expression briefly stiffened before he explained. There is indeed significance. Take JO1 as an example. They establish their shelter beneath the shrine. This has its advantages. For instance, when individuals are troubled by bizarre entities, They typically seek refuge at the shrine. This facilitates the shelter's task of expelling or containing these anomalous entities, publicly claimed as exorcism. In other countries, shelters may be constructed beneath churches or temples. Ultimately, they serve a similar purpose. Our shelter, located beneath a psychiatric hospital, is based on this consideration. As he spoke, a humorous thought seemed to cross his mind. After all, our nation has no charlatans masquerading as public officials. Ha ha ha. Lu chuckled knowingly before promptly inquiring, "Does each shelter possess a luminous door?" Shen did not respond. It was Xiao who answered from the side. Serial number 03 door is the earliest discovered containment object by the Guardians. Its function is to connect the present world with the abyss. Furthermore, each door possesses an independent coordinate. After delivering this statement, Xiao paused and glanced at Dante, who gave a slight nod. Xiao continued, "The first discovered containment object is number S01 system. The Guardians were established on the foundation of this object. The system is immensely powerful. It can generate subsystems. Each subsystem corresponds to a specific shelter. Thus, S01 system can also be referred to as the brain of the Guardians. Moreover, the doors are located under the guidance of this system." Lu's brow gradually furrowed. "How did you discover this system?" Xiao shook his head. "The origins of the system are a closely guarded secret of the Guardians. Perhaps only someone of doctor-level status could know. I am only aware that much of the advanced technology within the Guardians organization originates from the system." Lu hastily directed a question to the omniscient mirror. "Mirror, I wish to know the origins of serial number 01. What price must I pay?" The voice of the omniscient mirror resonated in his ear. "The cost is substantial, no less than resolving your curse." Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. "Why do I feel that you are somewhat misnamed? Do you truly know everything? Or are you merely cloaked in the guise of omniscience, deceiving the inquirer?" The omniscient mirror. The exchange between Lu Xiao and the omniscient mirror required no vocalization. Often, he merely needed to contemplate a question, and the omniscient mirror would provide the answer at his ear. This also subtly reflected the omniscient nature of the mirror. Consequently, their dialogues remained unknown to others. So Shen hesitated slightly. "Mr. Dante, is it truly acceptable to discuss this with him?" In the back row, Dante casually flicked a cigarette, but out of the cabin. "The doctor has granted permission. Any information regarding the jailer can be disclosed to him as long as 292 wishes to know." Upon hearing Dante's words, Lu Xiao felt a sense of relief as he adjusted the badge hanging around his neck. Chapter 68. Adam's mutation. Upon hearing this, the Golden Eagle wore an expression of astonishment. It is imperative to note that Lu Xiao was merely a living containment subject. The doctor had never shown such concern for a subject before, not even for the contaminated creator of serial number 09. Even after confirming that it was indeed a deity, the doctor seldom engaged in dialogue with it. Contemplating this, the Golden Eagle felt that he ought to adopt a more favorable attitude towards Lu Xiao. In the A01 containment facility, since his return from Huaxia, he had sequestered himself within his office, emerging not once. Even his assistant was unable to see him. Once characterized by lustrous golden locks, his hair now lay in tatters, reminiscent of withered autumn grass. His black suit was in disarray, and beneath his exposed skin, countless writhing entities squirmed violently. "Damn you, doctor. What have you done to me?" Adam's voice was hoarse, filled with resentment. "Doctor, you deserve to perish. Not just you, but your entire Huaxia." In that instant, his skin was pierced by slimy appendages. Adam seemed oblivious to the pain. His gaze filled with horror as he beheld the tendrils extending from his own body. These appendages flailed in the air, splattering a viscous fluid everywhere. Simultaneously, a gash approximately 20 centimeters long appeared on his chest. Adam felt an unbearable itch and scratched it fiercely. In the next moment, the wound suddenly gaped open, revealing a massive eyeball that spun wildly, its surface marred by crimson veins. Witnessing this scene, a piercing scream should have erupted from him. What have I become? At that very moment, alarms blared throughout the A01 containment facility. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed repeatedly. Dark Abyss value has reached threshold. Dark Abyss value has reached threshold. As all personnel stood in bewilderment, the door to Adam's office swung open with a resounding bang. Countless tendrils surged forth like a tidal wave from the office. An aura of profound malevolence distorted the surrounding light. The staff instinctively turned a glance, only to find their expressions vacant moments later, their forms dissolving into a puddle of flesh and blood. The master of these tendrils was none other than Adam, the leader of the A01 facility. He had long since lost his humanity, those appendages lifting him high as he rushed toward the door. Passing through the door, Adam entered the Dark Abyss. In Neon Country, Xiao and his companions had returned to Tokyo via helicopter. The Golden Eagle guided them through the skies above Neon Country. Dante, smoking a cigarette, remarked, "Mr. Golden Eagle, it is best for all personnel at your office to return to your homeland." The Golden Eagle paused momentarily, then promptly nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall make the arrangements forthwith." He did not intend to inquire about the reasons, for the doctor had granted Dante the highest authority for action. Thus, they were bound to unconditionally obey all of Dante's commands. A flicker of excitement glimmered in Xiao's eyes. "Oh, are we about to embark on something monumental?" Dante did not respond, but addressed the trio of Liu Guang instead. "In truth, what the sacrifice requires is merely a heart that is unwavering in its pursuit. Everything else pales in significance." The three of them were left in a state of confusion upon hearing these words. Without further explanation, Dante turned to the driver and asked, "Have you learned how to pilot the helicopter?" The driver nodded. "Well, I think I have a rough idea." Dante exhaled a slow plume of smoke. "Then tonight, we shall utilize the teleportation function to enter the J01 containment facility and fulfill the doctor's assigned task." The driver shrugged. He had been designated to assist in the completion of the mission. Listening to Dante's tone, Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not articulate why. Nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings. The Eagle, accompanied by a group of staff, stood before the helicopter bidding farewell to Xiao and the others. "Mr. Dante, I wish you success in your mission." Dante flicked his cigarette and waved in acknowledgement. Once the helicopter, carrying the staff, had departed, Xiao transformed their vehicle into a helicopter. On board, Dante spoke lightly. "In this mission, you will lose your identities as wardens. Should you perish during this endeavor, you will receive no compensation as wardens." He paused. "Now, does anyone wish to withdraw?" The three exchanged glances. Liu Guang, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Mr. Devil, did you not just say that what the sacrifice need is a heart that is unwavering in its pursuit?" Upon hearing this, Dante smiled. "Liu Guang, is it? I have high hopes for you. You shall undoubtedly become an exemplary sacrifice. But remember, you are not only a sacrifice for the wardens. You are also a sacrifice for the nation of Huaxia." Without hesitation, Liu Guang nodded, his gaze resolute. "I shall heed your teachings." Dante then turned his attention to Huatu. "Huatu, you seem to have no major issues. You were the most diligent during training, and I have taken note of that. However, you lack a certain faith." At this, Huatu awkwardly scratched his head. "Mr. Devil, I train hard not just for the sake of duty, but also for a higher salary. Perhaps you could suggest to the doctor to increase our pay? If so, I believe I would train even harder." Dante chuckled softly. He then looked at Xiao. "To be honest, I admire you the most. As a young lady in your early 20s, you have chosen to join the wardens. That alone makes me feel you are superior to me." Xiao pursed her lips, remaining silent. Dante took a deep breath and, with a smile, declared, "Congratulations. You have successfully completed your special training. From this day forth, you are all qualified sacrifices." Upon concluding his words, he retrieved 3 medals from his pocket, which he had long since prepared. "The formal awarding ceremony shall only be held upon our return to C03, provided that we all survive the journey. Now, I shall pose one final question to you all. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw at this moment?" This time, the 3 responded in unison. "Report, Devil." "No." Dante nodded with satisfaction. The sly one wore a relaxed smile. "Mr. Devil, we would prefer that you personally bestow these medals upon us." Xiao, seated in the passenger seat, interjected, "By the way, I am quite curious about what special training Mr. Dante has provided you." Upon hearing this, Liu Guang's lips twitched slightly. The devil taught us how to smoke. At this remark, Lu Xiao's mouth twitched violently. Mr. Dante, you truly are a devil. Chapter 69. The Paranoid Madman. Dante chuckled heartily. I do not wish for you to take up smoking merely so you can bring me cigarettes as a token of your respect, dear students. After all, you are well aware that the wages of a prison guard are hardly substantial. The corner of his mouth twitched slyly. I knew that devilish grin of yours would betray you. As the group exchanged banter, the helicopter arrived above the J-01 containment facility. Gazing down from the helicopter, the shrine below remained aglow with light. Dante instructed the pilot, kindly initiate the teleportation and let us proceed directly into the interior of J-01. The pilot nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, the helicopter experienced a brief frame drop before vanishing into the night sky. C-03 containment facility. The doctor sat in his office, the single lens of his spectacles reflecting beams of white light. In his hand, he clutched a communicator. Doctor, have you truly made up your mind? Came the voice of the warden from the device. The doctor adjusted his glasses. Minter, I have reached my decision. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a sigh escaped. Xiao is quite displeased with your actions. Listen to me. Even if we obtain the 012 pin, it will be of no use in the short term. The doctor's voice remained calm. Minter, my objective is not the 012, but rather to seek answers that transcend our current technological limitations. With humanity's present capabilities, we cannot possibly confront the calamity that follows the failure of the gate. I must proceed. The warden's tone grew increasingly urgent, but in doing so, you will forfeit your position as leader of the containment facility. You may even be demoted to a mere expendable. With your talents, you could have a far brighter future. I am nearing retirement. It is time for me to step down. In my mind, you are the most suitable candidate to succeed me as the leader of C-01. The doctor merely replied with indifference. The leadership of C-01 can be assigned to another, but this course of action is imperative for me. The warden found the doctor's resolve utterly incomprehensible. You simpleton, must you bear all the consequences alone? Can you not allow that sacrificial lamb to shoulder some of the burden? I am sorry, Minter, but I cannot. The doctor replied with a stern expression. You. The warden stammered, repeating the word thrice, but unable to articulate further. Just as the connection was severed, the director's call came through. Doctor, well done. The director's voice was filled with excitement. I always believed you should have acted this way. Do you require assistance? It was high time to let them fend for themselves. The doctor appeared weary as he rubbed his forehead. Xiao does not agree with my approach. The director's temperament seemed rather volatile. To hell with him. I've long been displeased with Xiao. Shall we jointly petition for his removal and have someone else take his place? At that moment, the voice of the director's assistant emanated through the communicator. Mr. Director, you have a communication from Mr. Xiao. The atmosphere became awkward. The director hastily terminated the call with the doctor. After placing the communicator down, the doctor's gaze fell upon a colossal petri dish, within which the hematopoietic stem cells of Lu Xiao were being cultivated. Just as he was preparing to conduct further experiments, the communicator chimed once more. The doctor answered the call. It's me, came the deep voice of Xiao from the other end. Have your people immediately withdraw from the borders of Neon Country. The doctor adjusted his monocle and replied calmly. I'm afraid, sir, that I have lost contact with them. Xiao's voice had long since lost its former allure. Now, laced with anger. Do you have any idea what you are doing? The highest office is currently deliberating whether to revoke our position there. The doctor maintained his serene demeanor. I deeply apologize for the inconvenience this has caused you. Xiao nearly roared, his tone bordering on desperate. Can't you wait a little longer? Must you act at this precise moment? His voice carried a hint of pleading. Give me a bit more time. We cannot sever ties with the Guardians just yet. Even if you successfully reclaim 012. We will still be unable to contend with the vast organization of the Guardians in the short term. Moreover, we have no idea what consequences arise from using 012 and 013 simultaneously. All of this requires time, does it not? Truly, grant me just a little more time. Once I have secured the system, you may do as you wish, and I shall not interfere. The doctor gently shook his head. Sir, 012 is merely a secondary concern. My objective is not 012. Although the containment object is formidable, it offers no aid in the impending predicament we face. Upon hearing this, Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Then what is your true goal? The doctor removed his monocle and delicately placed it on the table. I seek answers. Answers that transcend the current boundaries of human technology. In that instant, Xiao fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply. Is it truly that urgent? The doctor's tone revealed a rare hint of concern. Yes, it is urgent. The gate is on the verge of failing. An overwhelming amount of data indicates that the dark abyss is assimilating the present world. This process could take a month, or it could occur tomorrow. No one can say for certain. If we, as humanity, lack appropriate countermeasures by then, our civilization is destined for annihilation. The communicator echoed with the sound of fingers tapping on a desk. But all of this is merely your conjecture, is it not? The system has not indicated that the gate will fail. The doctor shook his head. I have faith in my research. You deluded maniac. Xiao erupted in fury. Even if you uncover the answer, what of it? Do you possess the capability to capture that divine entity? If not, then all efforts would be in vain. The doctor, however, does not share this sentiment. I believe that our foremost priority is to ascertain the name of that deity. Xiao's furious voice resounded once more. Damn it, maniac, you are truly a complete lunatic. He could hardly recall the last time he had been this enraged. At that moment, he sat in his office, his eyes bloodshot, having lost his former elegance. Even the tie of his suit had been violently torn asunder, leaving a mark upon his neck. After a bout of venting, Xiao gradually regained his composure. Doctor, I need you to tell me now, does 292 possess divinity or not? This time, the doctor did not withhold the truth. Yes, and it is of the highest divine nature, even more potent than that of 09. Finally hearing the good news, Xiao let out a long breath. After this matter, I require you to fully develop 292, Chapter 70. Entering the J01 containment facility, the doctor resolutely replied, Absolutely not, sir. He had initially contemplated yielding, but upon hearing this statement, Xiao was consumed by fury once again. What on earth are you thinking? He exclaimed, in response to the roar emanating from the communicator. The doctor calmly stated preliminary experiments have already been conducted. A prison guard received a drop of blood from 292. Merely a single drop induced a horrific mutation in that soldier. Therefore, the divine essence possessed by 292 in a human form is but an irreplicable miracle. As he spoke, the doctor raised his hand, his gaze fixating on his palm, wherein I resided. Time reverted to the day the doctor consulted the prison physician. Doctor, have you come into contact with Lu's blood? The physician's voice bore a hint of skepticism. Lying on the operating table, the doctor replied with remarkable composure. I independently cultured his hematopoietic stem cells. Subsequently, I diluted the freshly produced blood and injected it into my own body. The physician let out a sharp, mocking laugh. I must admit, you are an unmitigated madman. Your level of insanity is nearly on par with Lu's. The doctor responded calmly. So, can you resolve this curse? The physician shook his head. Regrettably, I cannot. However, Lu's blood has rendered your physical condition remarkably robust. The doctor concurred. I feel as though I have been rejuvenated by 30 years. His hair, once tinged with gray, was now a full head of black, and the wrinkles on his face had vanished. Such an intoxicating power, the doctor mused. The physician seemed to resonate with the doctor's sentiments. It is a fortune, or rather, a blessing. Curiosity piqued. The doctor inquired, You said the same last time. Can you enlighten me as to why? The physician paused momentarily. I have a deep respect for your madness, and thus I shall reveal some truths about Lu. The curse within Lu is referred to as ascension. Upon hearing this, the doctor's interest was piqued. Ascension? Are you implying that he may become an entity akin to the tainted creator, 09? The physician let out a cackling laugh. Doctor, first and foremost, interrupting someone mid-sentence is quite impolite. Secondly, you cannot compare Lu to that counterfeit deity. Lu's divinity is pure. It is noble. The doctor pondered for a moment. Then, do you know the origins of 292? The physician's beak-like mouth flapped as he replied, I do not know. I only know he hails from the depths of the prison. The doctor nodded. What exactly resides in the depths of the abyss? The physician's voice carried a hint of amusement. Doctor, I believe you would not wish to know. At the very least, for you humans, those are certainly not benevolent entities. With that, the prison doctor turned away. Regrettably, sir, your health is quite robust. The doctor sat in contemplation upon the cold operating table. Time now returns to the present. The doctor's voice remained composed. Do you still desire his divinity? Xiao fell silent for less than 5 seconds before resolutely declaring, yes. After donning his monocle once more, the doctor continued, I shall send a sample of his blood to you. Naturally, I recommend diluting it prior to any experimentation. Perhaps you should assess the current state of Adam before making your decision. By now, you should be nearly ready. Xiang's tone also calmed. I understand. After hanging up the phone, the doctor murmured to himself, technology is the only path available to humanity. J01 containment facility. Xiao and his companions successfully entered the J01 containment site. Dante remained aboard the aircraft, smoking his cigarette. I now declare your mission. Cooperate with 292 to seize containment object 012, PIN. Upon hearing this, the sly one immediately felt deceived. Is it too late for me to withdraw? He never anticipated that this mission would involve infiltrating another's containment facility to obtain their most critical containment object. The absurdity of the task was compounded by the fact that the participants consisted solely of 3 novice sacrificial lambs and a teammate who might turn against them in madness. Dante smirked. Sorry, too late. He then addressed Xiao, saying, Buddy, take good care of them for me. If you can't manage, feel free to abandon them. After all, they are mere cannon fodder. Ha. Xiao nodded and grinned. Rest assured, I'm always reliable. Liu Guang inquired solemnly. And you? Will you not join us in this mission? Dante's eyes twinkled. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. I shan't bring along you novices to hinder me. With that, he patted the driver's shoulder. Driver, let us depart. The driver hesitated. Shouldn't I accompany them on the mission? Hearing this, Dante's lips twitched as he leaned closer to whisper, the risks of their mission far exceed mine. Are you certain? The driver found himself in a quandary, glancing between Xiao's group and the nonchalant Dante. Ultimately, he chose to go with Dante. As the helicopter shimmered once more, Dante clutched a pendant in his hand. It was serial number 301, the all-knowing mirror. He addressed the mirror. I simply need to place you in the right location, correct? The all-knowing mirror began to transform. Soon, a mirror, towering to the height of a person and adorned with ancient patterns, manifested. A human face emerged upon its surface. Indeed, it was unmistakable. Dante nodded slightly, then directed the driver to proceed towards the location he had predetermined. Within the confines of a shelter, amidst the shrill blare of alarms, Xiao smacked his lips, his eyes brimming with a bloodthirsty yearning. The others remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings with weapons in hand, armaments provided by the office. Lu Guang's voice was low as he cautioned, Mr. Xiao, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from utilizing that bone spur. While it is indeed effective, should it inadvertently release any contained entities, we may all meet our demise here. Xiao waved his hand, signaling his understanding. The moment they entered the shelter, their presence had been compromised. The omnipresent surveillance had already locked onto the 4 of them. The entire guard force of a shelter was converging towards their location. Chapter 71. Call me the devil, Dante. 100 well-equipped prison guards approached in tactical formation, 7 by 7, drawing closer to Xiao and his companions. The icy voice of the artisan echoed through their earpieces. Capture 292 alive. Eliminate the rest. Xiao licked his lips and declared to Liu Guang, step aside. I'm about to unleash my power. With that, and amidst the terrified gazes of Liu Guang and the others, Xiao plunged a bone spike deep into his thigh. The spike embedded itself completely, the pale blue gem at its tip radiating an eerie glow. The trio had no time to utter a curse before their eyes rolled back and they fainted. In that moment, the soldiers fell like a line of dominoes. One after another, Xiao grinned widely, exposing a set of gleaming white teeth. The best way to infiltrate is to eliminate all. He laughed heartily, charging forward. To the frail human body, Xiao's mere slap could reduce it to shards. In the control room, the artisan held his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. A powerful wave of dizziness pounded in his head. On the screen, the fallen prison guards lay at Lu Xiao's feet, treated like mere toys. In less than 5 minutes, over 100 guards met their demise at his hands, all reduced to fragments. Severed limbs and scattered flesh littered the ground, with bits of meat plastered against the steel walls. The scent of blood hung thick in the air, almost palpable, as even the atmosphere was tinged with a crimson haze. Doctor, how could you conceal the containment object's abilities? Thanks to his formidable mental strength, he was not overwhelmed like the others. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes. Fine. If you wish for my demise, then none shall live. With that, he cast a glance and spotted a deep red button encased in a protective shield. Without hesitation, he struck it with a fist. Crack! The shield shattered, and, simultaneously, the artisan pressed the red button. An ear-piercing alarm reverberated throughout the J01 containment facility. The previously bright white lights transformed into a dark crimson hue. Meanwhile, all the doors of the containment chambers in J01 swung open simultaneously. In the control room, madness filled the artisan's gaze. Shortly after Lu Xiao and his companions appeared within the borders of Neon Country, they were discovered by the artisan. He immediately reported the incident to the highest office. The response was swift. We will handle it immediately. Please remain patient. The artisan waited an entire day without any reply from the highest office. Until just before Lu Xiao's arrival at the containment facility, he was still in communication with them, hoping that the sacrificed individuals could be swiftly evacuated from Neon Country. However, he was taken aback by the latest response from the highest office, which confirmed that Dantang, Liu Guang, Hua Tu, and Xiao had already severed ties with the prison guards, meaning they were no longer affiliated with the organization and had no connection to the C03 containment facility. They had been seduced by the Saints, and this incident was spearheaded by Dante, who utilized serial number 292 to execute the Saints' destructive mission. Having uttered these words, the call abruptly ended. The artisan instantly comprehended that the J01 containment facility had been leveraged by the organization's higher-ups as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Huaxiao Nation. Not only was the J01 facility at stake, but the entire Neon Nation had become a pawn in this game. In that moment, the artisan conceived a wild notion. If he could not thwart Lu Xiao and his companions, he would unleash all the living specimens contained within. Thus, he stationed himself in the control room, awaiting this very moment. Meanwhile, above the Neon Nation, several small missiles were hurtling toward the helicopter piloted by the driver. The driver unleashed a torrent of curses at Dante, who sat in the co-pilot seat. You scoundrel! Did you not say your mission was devoid of danger? Unbeknownst to him, Dante had donned a pair of sunglasses and nonchalantly held a cigarette, exuding an air of indifference. Huh, when did I ever say that? I seem to have forgotten. Upon hearing this, the driver was overwhelmed with the desire to kick him out of the helicopter. Damn it, I believed your nonsense. Trusting your words is akin to believing Lu Xiao could pilot a plane. Whoosh, a missile soared toward them. The driver hastily ascended, narrowly evading the missile's onslaught. However, that missile veered sharply and returned to pursue them. Simultaneously, the driver observed several more missiles approaching their direction. The driver was momentarily paralyzed with shock. This was 100 times more exhilarating than flying with Lu Xiao at the controls. At that moment, his formidable mental fortitude came into play. He directly shut down the engine. The helicopter's rotors ceased spinning instantaneously. Deprived of the lift provided by the rotors, the helicopter plummeted downward. In the sky, several small missiles collided violently. Boom! A tremendous blaze instantly dispelled the darkness. The flames radiated like the sun, illuminating the surroundings in a brilliant daylight. The shockwave from the explosion engulfed the helicopter. Dante coughed up blood, his complexion pallid. Recognizing the peril, the driver swiftly restarted the helicopter. Had he been piloting a conventional helicopter, he would have been able to groom his hair to perfection, preparing to reunite with his beautiful wife. Buzzing, the rotors resumed their rotation, and the helicopter was promptly lifted into the sky. Dante gave a thumbs up. Buddy, I never realized you had such skills. Hearing this, the driver felt tears welling up. You lunatic! Is this task even feasible for a human? Dante grinned widely. If it were a human, it would indeed be impossible. But you, my friend, are not merely human. Before the driver could respond, the thunderous roar of fighter jet engines filled the air. Simultaneously, a broadcast echoed. Sacrificer Dante, please cease your actions immediately. Dante glanced back. The fighter jet bore the emblem of an eagle emblazoned on its fuselage. Oh, it's the A-01 Special Operations Team stationed in Neon. Having spoken, he seized the intercom aboard the helicopter. Ahem, this is the devil. Victim devil, cease your actions immediately. The static-laden voice crackled through the receiver. Dante wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied with a smirk, "Allow me to correct you. I am no longer a victim. I am now a member of the Saints, codenamed Devil." An abrupt silence enveloped the other end. Dante grinned widely, his smile radiant. Who cannot pass the buck? Once more, the intercom erupted with noise. Whether you are a saint or a warden, you are still human. Your actions constitute a betrayal of humanity. Do you not realize? In response, Dante removed his sunglasses and casually tossed them out of the window. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Betray humanity, you say? Very well. Henceforth, refer to me as Devil Dante. Chapter 72. Subject 297. The Shy One, an inexplicable lunatic. Bring him down. The intercom fell silent. Dante reignited a cigarette and addressed the driver. My friend, was I dashing just now? The driver, evidently influenced by Dante's demeanor, had shed his earlier irritability. Absolutely. Utterly magnificent, he exclaimed earnestly. So, Mr. Dante the Devil, how shall we evade the fighter jet's lock-on? He gestured towards the radar on the dashboard, his voice grave. The radar indicated that their helicopter had indeed been targeted. Behind them, a fighter jet emblazoned with an eagle insignia launched 2 air-to-ground missiles. Meanwhile, in the J-01 containment facility, Xiao had dispatched all the prison guards. Before him squatted a humanoid entity, its back turned towards him. A thin layer of ashen-white skin cloaked the creature, the contours of its spine starkly visible, resembling that of a desiccated corpse. A chilling sound echoed in Xiao's ears. He glanced sideways. A small screen on the wall displayed information about the containment subject. Subject 297, the Shy One, containment level, target abilities, speed, regeneration, containment conditions, a sealed room devoid of surveillance and any openings, combat capability, data under research, note, a bashful entity. Under no circumstances should one gaze upon its face, lest it tear you to shreds. Note, no form is permissible, not even a 2-pixel photograph. Note, if by chance you glimpse its visage, promptly lie down to prevent a sanguine mess. Upon reading the string of information, Xiao stroked his chin. Is it due to its repulsiveness that one must not behold its face? Just as he prepared to witness the countenance of Subject 297, the entity slowly turned to face him. In that instant, their eyes locked. Xiao's lips twitched. It indeed appeared somewhat grotesque. The creature was a gaunt, emaciated figure, its skeletal frame barely concealed by a thin layer of muscle tissue. Its mouth opened, stretching unnaturally from ear to ear, revealing sharp teeth. Most unsettling were its eyes, one large, the other small, devoid of any pigmentation, entirely blank. In that moment, Subject 297 covered its face and emitted a high-pitched scream, quickly transitioning into a heart-wrenching wail, followed by a cacophony of incoherent babble. Simultaneously, Xiao sensed a profound malevolence, an insatiable hostility. Xiao grinned. My friend, I know a remarkably skilled doctor. Would you like me to introduce you? I suspect he could assist with your appearance. At that moment, it would be prudent to ask him to assist in the treatment of your vocal cords, so that your speech may be comprehensible to me. As soon as the words left his lips, 297 charged towards Xiao with an uncanny swiftness. Bang! Xiao felt as if he had been struck by a high-speed train. His body instantly propelled backward. Before he could even touch the ground, 297 was upon him, extending its desiccated arm towards Xiao's chest. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao grasped the outstretched limb and forcefully twisted it. Crack! 297's arm was brutally severed by Xiao. Strangely, no blood flowed from the fracture. Unceremoniously, Xiao landed and brought the severed arm to his lips. Crunch, crunch! Much like gnawing on sugarcane, Xiao devoured the arm in a few bites, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The flavor was indeed delightful. After licking the remnants from the corners of his mouth, he brandished the bone shard and charged towards 297's position. Xiao maintained a philosophy of consuming anything that bore ill will towards him. He always considered himself a benevolent and upright youth, harboring goodwill towards all creatures, save for the neon beings. The arm that Xiao had broken off from 297 quickly regenerated. This spectacle made Xiao's eyebrows twitch. Endless provisions? How intriguing. He resolved to capture this grotesque creature and confine it, treating it as a buffet. Meanwhile, the driver, witnessing the impending missile strike, noticed the visage on the omniscient mirror licking its lips. "We have arrived." Upon hearing this, Dante bellowed, "Revert the vehicle to its original form." The driver nodded and promptly commenced the operation. Moments later, the helicopter vanished, replaced by a grotesque mass of flesh floating in midair. The two missiles struck the mass, and a violent blaze engulfed it. Yet, in an instant, the fiery explosion dissipated. The fighter pilot was left in a state of astonishment at the scene before him. In the night sky, a colossal mirror seemed to materialize out of thin air, its frame adorned with intricate, ancient patterns. The omniscient mirror expanded rapidly, soon blocking out the sky. On its surface, a visage appeared, extending its crimson tongue and ensnaring the fighter jet within its maw. "The cost of your inquiry should have necessitated your personal delivery to my mouth. Let this be a lesson." As it spoke, the face grew to a size comparable to half of a neon nation. Drawing a deep breath, an immense suction emanated from its mouth, conjuring a tornado that formed between the cities of Tokyo and Osaka. This vortex, akin to a natural calamity, began to whirl everything in its vicinity. As time passed, the tornado swelled, eventually reaching half the size of Tokyo. It swept away both pedestrians and vehicles alike. All were swept into the sky by the treacherous force of the tornado. Trees, houses, and towering edifices were uprooted, soaring towards the ominous visage that obscured the sun. The air was filled with terrified screams and heart-wrenching cries, resonating throughout the night. The surrounding waters surged, unleashing colossal waves that reached hundreds of meters high, threatening to shatter the very fabric of the earth. Simultaneously, a volcano erupted, spewing molten lava thousands of meters into the air, while a dense plume of black smoke enveloped the entire night sky. The ground fractured, revealing terrifying and bottomless chasms across the surface. This spectacle resembled a natural calamity, or perhaps the most severe retribution from the divine. Tokyo and Osaka, two bustling metropolises, vanished in an instant. The ominous face that obscured the heavens bore a look of satisfaction. That deity whose name is, Chapter 73. His name, he is the Lord of Lalai, the most devoted servant of Cthulhu. He is the embodiment of distortion, overseeing the earthly realm in Cthulhu's stead. He is dedicated to awakening Cthulhu and restoring his dominion over mankind. His name is the servant of the Lord walking among us, Saint Leader, Niclade. Inside the fleshy sphere that had transformed from his chariot, Dante coughed up a mouthful of blood. He clutched a communicator in his hand, now stained crimson with his lifeblood. "I understand. You've done well. I appreciate your efforts," came the calm voice of the doctor from the other end. Meanwhile, the all-knowing mirror began to shrink, soon returning to the size of a pendant. It flew towards the floating mass of flesh, which writhed to create a passageway. The driver, flustered, exclaimed, "Goodness, are you really going to die?" Dante's complexion was deathly pale, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. He managed to force a smile. "Sir, could you spare me a cigarette?" Upon hearing this, the driver's lips twitched slightly. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately held back. The driver reached into Dante's pocket, retrieving a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and then placed it in Dante's mouth. Dante inhaled with all his might. Cough, cough, cough. Blood once again trickled from his lips. Dante grimaced. "Was I handsome just now?" The driver's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He could not comprehend why this human could disregard his own life for the sake of a mission. Even when questioned about betraying his kind, he remained unfazed. The driver pondered deeply within himself. He could not achieve such resolve. Cough, cough, was I handsome? Dante's feeble voice echoed once more. The driver silently nodded. At that moment, the voice of the all-knowing mirror resounded. If we delay any longer, you may truly be lost. Hearing this, the driver was taken aback. He looked up to see a pendant suspended in midair. But I want to transform the chariot into an aircraft. What a foolish creature. Will you not pose a question to me? The voice of the all-knowing mirror dripped with disdain. At this, the driver quickly regained his composure. Esteemed all-knowing mirror, I wish to inquire, how can I transform the chariot into a supersonic aircraft? What price must I pay for this knowledge? A human face materialized from thin air. Having just completed a significant transaction, I shall grant you this answer as a bonus. J01 Containment Facility. Xiao plunged a bone spike into the cranium of subject 297. The spike embedded entirely, leaving only the tip of a pale blue gem exposed. Designation 297. The Shy One was now crouched on the ground, devoid of any movement. The steel-cast walls around them began to warp as seawater seeped through the cracks. Liu Guang and the others had now awakened. Thanks to their consumption of numerous caterpillars from the ghost-faced moth, their mental faculties transcended those of ordinary individuals, significantly reducing the duration of their dizziness. Upon locating Xiao, they found him gnawing on the arm of subject number 297. Upon seeing the trio, Xiao greeted them with a smile. Awake? Come and try this. It's rather delicious, he said, chewing on the arm with the enthusiasm of someone relishing a savory snack. Liu Guang winced slightly. Mr. Liu, didn't I just mention that you shouldn't use that bone spur unless absolutely necessary? Xiao nodded. Yes, you did say that. I've kept it in mind. Liu Guang was taken aback. Then why are you using it? Xiao shrugged. I consider that moment to be necessary. There's no issue with it. Liu Guang found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that Xiao's reasoning, upon reflection, held some merit. It was then that Xiao intervened, suggesting, let us set aside this discussion for now. I feel that this shelter is on the verge of collapse. We should first locate 012 by. This proposal garnered unanimous agreement. Xiao hefted the body of subject number 297 onto his shoulder, as it would serve as a sustenance for the foreseeable future. He certainly wouldn't discard it carelessly. After all, every morsel is hard-earned, a maxim ingrained in Xiao's very DNA. Just as they prepared to leave in search of 012, a remarkably sci-fi-like flying vehicle materialized out of thin air. Its design resembled that of an automobile, with its undercarriage emitting searing flames of energy. Guided by the all-knowing mirror, the driver accomplished all necessary transformations in under 5 minutes, thanks to his formidable mental strength, which expedited the metamorphosis of the vehicle. As the doors swung open, the driver leaned out. Hurry up, Dante is barely holding on. Upon hearing this, the group promptly boarded the vehicle. We haven't found 012 yet, Liu Guang reminded them. Without hesitation, Xiao tore off a piece of his fingernail. Mirror, reveal to me the location of 012. His voice was tinged with urgency, for Dante's breath was faint. The pendant hovered midair, swallowing the fingernail Xiao had cast, and subsequently revealed a coordinate. With the coordinates in hand, the driver activated the vehicle's teleportation feature. 3 seconds later, a door emanating a white glow appeared, and the sci-fi aircraft materialized before it. The artisan clutched an ancient steel pen, less than 100 meters from the door. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the vehicle, he collapsed onto the ground in disbelief. As the door opened, Xiao stepped out, seized the steel pen from the artisan's grasp, and promptly returned to the vehicle. Almost immediately, the exterior of the aircraft began to flicker, resembling a frame drop in a film. 3 seconds later, it vanished from sight. Who was that old man? Xiao exhaled in relief. Liu Guang pondered. If I'm not mistaken, he is the leader of the J01 containment facility, codenamed Artisan. You should have simply eliminated him on the spot. If he were alive, our C03 containment facility might be confronted with a significant crisis. The driver of the craft remarked nonchalantly. It's fine. He should have no chance of survival. The only path before him now leads to the depths of the abyss. And for a human devoid of combat prowess to enter such a realm, how intriguing. He did not finish his thought, yet the implication was unmistakable. Liu Guang found himself somewhat perplexed, unaware of the events transpiring beyond, and lamented why Lu Xiao did not swiftly eliminate the artisan. Even if the artisan possessed a mere 1% chance of survival, it would not bode well for C03. Sensing Liu Guang's apprehension, Lu Xiao shrugged. It's fine. He has no opportunity for survival whatsoever. Meanwhile, from the shadows emerged dozens of bizarre creatures, all D-class anomalous beings contained within the J01 facility. Chapter 74. 3 questions. As the aircraft piloted by the driver emerged above the Neon Nation, the spectators were utterly astonished. Liu Guang stammered, "What just happened?" At that moment, the entire island lay in ruins, engulfed in volcanic ash and flowing lava. Even the moonlight was obscured by dense, dark smoke, a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Lu Xiao, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. He nudged the driver, who was at the controls of the aircraft. "What has Mr. Dante done?" The driver nodded gravely. A vibrant light erupted from Lu Xiao's lifeless eyes. "This is truly exhilarating." Just then, the pendant transformed from the omniscient mirror began to quiver subtly. The driver, noticing this, hastily added, "The esteemed omniscient mirror also played a role. It devoured the Neon Nation whole." Having witnessed the apocalyptic scene firsthand, the driver's attitude towards the omniscient mirror shifted to one of reverence, akin to that of a worshipper before deity. Who could have imagined that this calamity was wrought by a seemingly innocuous mirror? Lu Xiao, oblivious to the driver's choice of words, plucked 3 of his fingernails. "I didn't realize you possessed such power. Here, consider this a reward." He tossed the nails to the omniscient mirror, which revealed a face upon its surface, displaying an expression of astonishment. Lu Xiao quickly pieced together the situation. "Mr. Doctor has exchanged for answers with you, hasn't he?" The face nodded affirmatively. Lu Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Now that I know the name of that deity, the next step must be to offer sacrifice to that god to obtain answers that transcend human technology, correct? Could you not simply relay the answer directly to the doctor?" Upon hearing this, the face immediately shook its head. The established process must be followed. Lu Xiao furrowed his brow. "Return my fingernails." The face shook its head once more. "Those cannot be returned." It then added, "However, you may pose 3 questions to me." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiao found this arrangement acceptable. "Very well. Here is my first question. Will Mr. Dante ultimately recover?" The face nodded. "The answer is, he will." Upon hearing this, everyone present exhaled in relief. Lu Xiao proceeded with his second question. "How can that creature be utterly destroyed?" He gestured towards the shy individual squatting motionless on the ground. Lu Xiao felt a headache coming on at the sight of 297. This being was virtually indestructible. Lu Xiao's consumption paled in comparison to its recovery speed. Initially intending to treat it as a buffet, Lu Xiao now felt quite weary of it. It bore little flesh. Eating it was akin to gnawing on twigs. As the novelty wore off, Lu Xiao was left with an overwhelming sense of blandness. It was even less palatable than those vampires. Although the vampire's taste was both sour and foul, at least they possessed meat. The face promptly responded. "You may feed it to the vehicle with serial number 302. Upon hearing the response from the all-knowing mirror, Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Could this not equate to infinite power? The figure with the human face nodded ingratiatingly, and he did not forget to add, "This is your own conjecture, so it does not count as a question." Lu Xiao promptly made a decision. He would take it back for the doctor to study, and once the research was complete, he would feed it to the vehicle. The shy one still bore Lu Xiao's bone spur embedded in his skull, which Lu Xiao certainly intended to retrieve. If the spur were to be extracted, the shy one would immediately descend into a frenzy, seeking vengeance upon Lu Xiao, who had seen his face. This was yet another source of Lu Xiao's exasperation. In comparison to an infinitely abundant buffet with subpar taste, Lu Xiao preferred the bone spur gifted to him by Ivan. Subsequently, Lu Xiao posed his final inquiry. "My last question, do we ultimately succeed in sacrificing that deity?" The human face figure nodded once more. The answer to this question was already an established fact. Upon hearing the response from the all-knowing mirror, Lu Xiao fell into confusion. Wait a moment. I recall you telling the doctor that humans could not afford this price. The all-knowing mirror replied without hesitation. Indeed, humans cannot afford this price. It must be acknowledged that the speed of the aircraft acquired through the driver's inquiries to the all-knowing mirror was truly remarkable. They returned to the country of Huaxia at supersonic speeds, far surpassing the pace of the commercial airliner they had initially traveled on. Upon arriving at the C-03 containment room, Dante was still warm. Lu Xiao instructed the driver to take the vehicle directly to the door of the prison doctor's containment area. He then leaped from the car and rang the doorbell. The door opened shortly thereafter. Upon seeing Lu Xiao standing at the entrance, the prison doctor's voice carried a hint of surprise. Lu, it seems you had quite the enjoyable outing. Lu Xiao nodded and pointed to Dante, who was being assisted down from the car by Liu Guang and Huodo. Doctor, my friend here is in critical condition and requires an emergency procedure. Of course, treating the ill and saving lives is my duty. The prison doctor's tone was tinged with excitement. The last time a doctor had met with him, due to health reasons, he had regretted not being able to examine the doctor as he had long wished to. However, he believed in the ethical principles of medicine and refrained from such actions. Now, seeing Lu Xiao bring in a patient on the brink of death, the doctor's fingers trembled in anticipation. Soon, Dante was thrown onto the operating table. The doctor's sharp voice rang out. Oh, what a pitiable patient. Just look at his shattered insides, reminiscent of my grandmother's beef, awful soup. Dante's innards were indeed in such disarray due to the impact of a missile explosion. He had endured such injuries to fulfill the task assigned by the doctor. At that moment, Huodo wished to voice a complaint or two, but he deemed it inappropriate given the circumstances, fearing that he might soon find himself on the operating table in Dante's place. Having received answers from the omniscient mirror, Lu Xiao remained as calm as a seasoned veteran, unperturbed by the unfolding events. He took a moment to remind the prison doctor, Doctor, my friend once confided in me that he has a fear of pain. Please ensure that you administer the finest anesthetic. The doctor's beak-like mouth opened and closed slightly. Of course, I shall provide him with the best anesthetic available, ensuring he feels not a trace of discomfort. With that, he rummaged through his medical kit, producing an array of vials and jars. As the anesthetic coursed through his veins, Dante lay motionless on the operating table, though he had been still for quite some time. The doctor first made an incision in Dante's chest, removing a pair of lungs that resembled smoked ham. This patient certainly does not cherish his body, Lu Xiao observed with a nod of approval. He has promised me that once he recovers, he will quit smoking. Chapter 75, serial numbers 012 and 013. Lu, please cut a piece of flesh for me, the prison doctor instructed. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao did not hesitate to grasp the scalpel from the doctor's fingertips and slice a piece of flesh from his own forearm. The doctor took the severed piece of flesh and placed it within Dante's chest cavity. He then commenced the delicate task of stitching together Dante's shattered innards. While others averted their gaze, Lu Xiao observed with keen interest. At that moment, the doctor arrived. He first glanced at Dante, lying on the operating table, before inquiring with the driver about the completion of the mission. After gathering the necessary details, he positioned himself beside the operating table, quietly watching the doctor perform the surgery on Dante. Before long, the doctor had successfully sutured Dante's internal organs, which were now adorned with a myriad of stitching marks. Lu Xiao pointed to the bloodied kidney resting on the tray. Doctor, it appears you have forgotten to reinsert his kidney. The doctor, momentarily taken aback while preparing to close the wound, let out a peculiar chuckle. How could I forget? That is indeed a vital component of the patient. Once the kidney was properly reattached, the doctor readied himself to continue stitching, only to find that he could not locate the needle. Without making a fuss, he quietly produced a new needle. Lu Xiao sighed, exasperated. It's inside his abdomen, he replied weakly. The doctor's voice remained devoid of emotion. Lu, do you realize? This was a deliberate act on my part, intended to test your observational skills. It has been proven that you possess a remarkable aptitude for medicine. Lu Xiao nodded, evidently convinced by the doctor's words. Nearby, the doctor was diligently jotting down notes on the doctor's techniques and the surgical process. After a short while, the surgery was completed without any complications. Once the final stitch was secured, the doctor thoughtfully fashioned a delicate bow with the thread, confirming that no extra components remained. He secretly exhaled in relief. The operation was a success, and the patient would soon awaken. At this juncture, the doctor adjusted his monocle. However, isn't it true that the patient's revival was facilitated by the flesh that Xiao provided? He pondered aloud. The atmosphere became momentarily tense. Doctor, do you wish to examine this specimen? Xiao suggested, gesturing toward the crouching 297. The doctor merely cast a cursory glance before shaking his head. I have already reviewed its data. Let's contain it for now. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao remarked. The mirror indicated that feeding it to the vehicle could grant it limitless power. At this, the doctor adjusted his monocle. Then feel free to dispose of it as you see fit. With that, his gaze shifted to an ancient, rusted fountain pen, seemingly worn by the passage of time. The doctor accessed the data on 012 from his tablet. Serial number 012, containment level, target ability, script creation, containment conditions, Class A confidentiality. Note, serial number 012, PIN, also known as the writer's pen, allows the user to manifest written content into reality, provided that the narrative is logical and coherent. Note, upon completion of the writing, the events will unfold according to the crafted script. Note, the writer's mind will suffer corruption, leading to madness. Note, when paired with serial number 013, parchment, the written content can influence deities. The doctor inhaled deeply before dialing the warden's communication device. Director, I have obtained 012. Upon hearing these words, the warden fell silent for a moment. Then, his breathing grew heavy. Quickly, send it here. The doctor shook his head. I'm afraid I still require 012, and additionally, I need 013. The warden lapsed into silence once more upon hearing this. Doctor, I believe you're well aware of the significance of these two items. It is not a matter of trust. To prevent any potential mishaps, I must witness your use of both containment objects firsthand. Furthermore, the director of C02 must also be present to observe if you have no objections. The doctor adjusted his monocle and replied nonchalantly, Of course, I have no objections. It was not a lack of faith in his student that prompted the warden's caution, but rather the terrifying potential when these two objects were combined. Likewise, if he were to utilize both objects, he too would require the presence of the doctor and the director for verification. Approximately 3 hours later, the warden and the director arrived at the C03 containment facility. The warden held a thick roll of parchment in his hands. Serial number 013, parchment, containment level, target ability, recording, containment conditions, Class A confidentiality. Note, this parchment is made from the hide shed by deity. Events recorded upon it will transpire at some point in the future. Note, if the recorded text disappears, it signifies that the event is illogical or impossible. Note, when used in conjunction with serial number 012, PIN, the recorded text will become inevitable, provided it conforms to the characteristics of serial number 012. Note, the physical form of the recorder will suffer significant contamination, regardless of whether the recorded text disappears. The warden was a kindly old man. After handing the parchment to the doctor, he turned to the young man standing beside him, Xiao. Hello there, young fellow. Xiao felt a sense of fondness for the amiable old man. Hello, sir, he replied with a smile. The director, standing nearby, was somewhat agitated. Doctor, now that we have assembled these two containment objects, I believe it is time to overthrow the highest office and establish our own dominion. The doctor remained silent, instructing his assistant to bring forth a consumable. Noticing that the doctor was unresponsive, the director approached Xiao once more. Friend, would you consider visiting us at the C02 containment facility? The culinary offerings at C02 are undoubtedly the finest in all of Huaxia. A plethora of diverse cuisines is available, with no limitations on portions. It is evident that the director has conducted thorough research prior to his arrival, as he has already discerned Xiao's preferences. Whenever you wish, you may come over, and I shall have someone procure extraordinary ingredients for our chefs to prepare. We are capable of creating any flavor you desire. For a moment, Xiao found himself quite tempted. He had always consumed the extraordinary in its raw form, feeling somewhat savage and lacking in civility and refinement. The doctor adjusted his monocle, the veins on his forehead pulsating with agitation. Clearly, the director's actions of undermining him in his presence had stirred his emotions. I truly wish to excise your hemorrhoids and sew them onto your thick skin. Chapter 76. Written content. The director waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. Thank you for not wanting to stuff my head on my backside. However, if removing my hemorrhoids and sewing them onto my face would persuade 292 to accompany me, then that would indeed be a worthwhile exchange. After speaking, he rubbed his hands together and turned to Lou with a grin. I forgot to mention, the chef I referred to is no ordinary cook. He is also a living containment object. Yes, much like the driver of 303, he is an enigmatic being. His culinary skills are undoubtedly trustworthy, especially when it comes to preparing otherworldly entities. Upon hearing this, Lou's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned towards the doctor. Doctor, I think. Before Lou could articulate his thoughts, the doctor hastily interrupted. Director, I will trade you any containment object here. I want to exchange for that chef. The director shook his finger. Doctor, the chef is a dear friend of mine. The doctor's temples throbbed. 2 items. The director again shook his finger. He is still my brother. At this moment, the doctor could no longer restrain his frustration. Damn it, I will shove your head up your backside right now. As he spoke, the doctor rolled up his sleeves. Just then, the warden furrowed his brow, for he had noticed the eye in the doctor's palm. Doctor, what is wrong with your hand? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze fell upon the doctor's hand. The doctor had not intended to conceal it, as it was impossible to hide. Luckily, he simply opened his palm. In the center of his hand, a blood-engorged eyeball was rotating ominously. Lou was the first to speak, his tone filled with wonder. Doctor, that is incredibly cool. Can you tell me how you did that? I like that. The warden and the director exchanged glances, their expressions turning wary. Doctor, have you been contaminated? The doctor shrugged, recounting the incident of injecting Lou's blood to the 2 men. Lou appeared puzzled. Injecting my blood can grow such a cool eye? But why don't I grow one myself? The doctor adjusted his monocle, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. That lies beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Thus, I cannot provide any clarification. Lou rubbed his hands together in disappointment. I wish I could have one like that. Oh, and tentacles like darts. With those, I could probably stride through the abyss with confidence. He thought to himself. The warden reproached him sternly. Nonsense. You could experiment on the resources instead of yourself. Why would you attempt this on your own body? The doctor shrugged nonchalantly. I forgot. The director's eyes lit up. Doctor, I have made up my mind. If you provide me with a sample of his blood, I will deliver the chef to you. The doctor nodded in agreement without hesitation. The warden, however, cast a worried glance at the director. Are you also planning to conduct experiments on yourself? The director shook his head frantically. I'm not as mad as he is. I intend to experiment on my father. The warden remained silent. The doctor adjusted his monocle. You are indeed a dutiful child. Xiao nodded in agreement. Amid their idle conversation, 2 Special Forces soldiers escorted a resource clad in a yellow vest into the room. The resource glanced around anxiously, only relaxing once he realized there was nothing terrifying present. The doctor adjusted his monocle once more, instructing, You shall write down whatever I say. The resource hesitated, then replied awkwardly, But I do not know how to read or write. Soon after, another resource was brought in. This one appeared refined, donning a pair of black-framed glasses, clearly an educated individual. The doctor commanded softly, I said you shall write. Is there any issue? The resource nodded. The doctor handed him an ancient, rusted pen and unfurled a parchment made of sheepskin. In 1 month, the stars will align in their rightful positions. The leader of the saints, Nikolai, realizes this is the optimal moment to awaken the Lord of Rulaya, the great Cthulhu. He will lead his followers to Rulaya for the awakening ritual, attempting to rouse the great Cthulhu. Upon finishing his statement, the resource took the pen and began to write. However, after completing merely the first line, he halted abruptly. His eyes bulged with blood, and his expression turned frenzied. Subsequently, his skin began to rot a thick, viscous fluid oozing from his body. A putrid stench filled the room. Before long, the resource transformed into a writhing mass of flesh, emitting indescribable shrieks. Witnessing this, everyone present fell into deep contemplation. Even Xiao, usually unfazed by such matters, felt a wave of nausea at the sight of the indescribable mass. In a swift motion, prison guards charged in, firing at the writhing mass until it was reduced to a puddle of mush. The doctor adjusted his monocle again. Has it already become so corrupted after merely writing the first sentence? The warden's expression was grave. The side effects of these containment objects are far too severe. It appears we have underestimated them. At this moment, the warden felt an immense relief that the doctor, this madman, had not attempted to write himself. After all, they had never gathered the two objects together before. Their characteristics had been deduced through conjecture based on their respective traits. The doctor turned to Xiao. Inquire of the all-knowing mirror how this issue can be resolved. Upon hearing this, Xiao nodded. Mirror. How can one use that pen to inscribe the doctor's words upon the sheepskin scroll? The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in his ears. This question requires you to pay 10 fingernails. Upon hearing the cost, Xiao's lips twitched involuntarily. Could you offer a discount? I am rather apprehensive about paying. The voice of the all-knowing mirror expressed a hint of difficulty. A concession has already been made. With a sigh, Xiao proceeded to rip off all the nails from his fingers. Gazing at his bloodied digits, he fell into a deep contemplation. Ever since the all-knowing mirror had accompanied him, it seemed that his nails had not lasted more than a day. Just as they began to grow, he would pluck them away. Fortunately, his nails grew swiftly. Otherwise, he might find it quite unbearable. After the all-knowing mirror consumed the 10 nails, it finally responded. The intensity of contamination will escalate in accordance with the grammatical case of the target involved in the writing. As the astute human sought to inscribe content pertaining to deities, albeit merely a humble servant god, it remains a divine entity, and humanity cannot endure the pollution arising from its side effects. Chapter 77, Serial Number 09. The contaminated creator. Upon hearing the response from the omniscient mirror, Xiao pondered for a moment. Are you implying that one must possess a sufficiently high status to inscribe? The omniscient mirror affirmed his query. Xiao continued, then may I attempt to inscribe? The omniscient mirror hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to bestow the answer to Xiao free of charge. After all, Xiao's hands were still drenched in blood. Of course, there might be other reasons at play. At present, you are not capable. Although your attempt at inscription would undoubtedly succeed, it would simultaneously hasten the eruption of the curse within you. Xiao conveyed the mirror's answer to the doctor and the others. The doctor adjusted his monocle and replied solemnly, That complicates matters. The director interjected, Let 09 inscribe. He is already contaminated and possesses divine status. The side effects should not pose a significant threat to him. Upon hearing this, the doctor fell into deep contemplation. However, the warden promptly interrupted with a stern objection. No, that is far too perilous. Although 09 has shown no signs of attempting escape since his containment, we must remain vigilant. Should he harbor ulterior motives and gain control over 012 and 013, it would spell unprecedented disaster. The warden's concerns were not unfounded, especially considering the prefix contaminated attached to his designation. The director regarded the situation with some disdain and turned to the doctor. What do you think? As you mentioned, the gate is on the verge of failure. If we do not seize our own power before that happens, I fear the outcome will not be favorable. I believe we should take the risk. The director's words held merit. While audacious, they aligned with the doctor's thoughts. The warden, infuriated, huffed and glared. We cannot gamble with the survival of humanity. The stakes are far too grave, beyond the decision of the three of us. At this moment, the decision rested squarely upon the doctor's shoulders. Both the warden and the director fixed their gaze upon him, awaiting his verdict. The doctor lowered his head, his eyes cast down. Noticing his silence, the warden awkwardly turned to Xiao. Young man, you mentioned that the omniscient mirror indicated you could inscribe, albeit hastening the curse's eruption, correct? Xiao shrugged. Indeed, that is what the mirror stated. Then could you not inscribe, and we would devise a means to alleviate the side effects? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiao firmly declined. I'm afraid I must refuse. At this juncture, the doctor lifted his gaze, resolutely declaring, no, it is absolutely out of the question for Lu Xiao to inscribe. He provided no explanation to his mentor, instead affirming, I have made my decision. We shall have 09 inscribe. The director, visibly excited, exclaimed, Doctor, I knew I did not misjudge you. You are indeed of the same ilk as I. Upon concluding his words, he turned to the warden. Mr. Warden, the principle of the majority prevailing over the minority is a regulation long established by our 3 containment facilities in the Xiao Nation. I trust you will adhere to this regulation. The warden could only let out a deep sigh, remaining silent thereafter. Under the guidance of the doctor, Lu Xiao and his companions arrived at containment chamber number 09. This chamber, unlike other S-class entities, bore no buttons outside its door, only an iris scanner. Designation 09. The corrupted creator, containment level, S, target capability, top secret regulations, containment conditions, top secret regulations, combat ability, top secret regulations, PS, a tainted deity. All information pertaining to designation 09 was classified, known only to the leadership of the C03 facility, namely the doctor. Even the director and the warden were privy to only a fraction of this information. Before unlocking the chamber door, the doctor solemnly cautioned, once inside, your gaze must not linger upon him for more than 3 seconds. Thereafter, you must close your eyes for another 3 seconds. To gaze upon him for longer than 3 seconds will result in his corruption. The director and the warden nodded in understanding. The doctor then looked at Lu Xiao. Truthfully, he harbored the greatest apprehension regarding Lu Xiao's potential folly at that moment. Lu Xiao flashed a reassuring smile. Rest assured, Doctor, I shall not cause you any trouble. At these words, the doctor approached the iris scanner. Beep. Identity verification successful. Beep. S-class researcher, Doctor. With the 2 affirmative signals, a cacophony of mechanical movements erupted, lasting a full 20 seconds, indicative of the complexity of the structure. The 3-meter-thick steel door slowly ascended. The doctor stepped inside first. The chamber was modest in size, even smaller than the one Lu Xiao had occupied previously, and the lighting within was exceedingly dim. The doctor's voice echoed, to prevent contamination from direct gaze. No surveillance equipment has been installed here. Lu Xiao scanned the room with curiosity. It was barren, save for a colossal cross mounted on the innermost wall. A naked man was suspended upside down upon this immense crucifix. Black chains pierced through the man's chest, securing him firmly to the cross. At that moment, Lu Xiao realized he had exceeded 2 seconds of open-eyed observation and promptly closed his eyes. Simultaneously, the doctor and the others also shut their eyes tightly. O great creator, your devout servant finds himself in a minor predicament and seeks your assistance. The doctor's voice resonated within the vast chamber. Soon after, the sound of chains being dragged echoed. Clatter, clatter. Your servant implores for the descent of your glorious protection. The doctor's calm voice reverberated once more. O my devoted servant, your call shall indeed be answered. The voice was ethereal and elusive, indistinguishable in gender and devoid of any discernible emotion. It was as though a distant deity was responding to a supplicant. As 3 seconds elapsed, Lu Xiao promptly opened his eyes. Before him hung a young man. Suspended upside down, his features obscured. His body was in a state of disrepair, marred by a multitude of putrid wounds, teeming with writhing maggots. The once binding black iron chains had now transformed into slippery tendrils, coiling around him, dark viscous liquid dripping slowly. The suddenness of this transformation left Lu Xiao bewildered. He could not fathom why the seemingly normal 09 had undergone such a horrific metamorphosis. As 2 seconds passed, in a bid to shield himself from contamination, Lu Xiao had no choice but to close his eyes once more. An extraordinarily enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils. At that moment, a tantalizing voice resonated within his mind. Consume him. Consume him. Chapter 78. Consuming him. The voice reverberated through Lu Xiao's mind like a haunting nightmare. Consume him. Consume him. In an instant, Lu Xiao's breath became labored. As 3 seconds passed, when he opened his eyes once more, The figure before him had transformed anew. At that moment, he appeared as a benevolent elder, his expression filled with compassion for all beings. Draped in a flowing white robe, he raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Lu Xiao rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. The alluring fragrance had vanished, along with the voice echoing in his mind, as though everything he had just experienced was but an illusion. 2 more seconds elapsed, and Lu Xiao closed his eyes again. I would like you to inscribe something upon this. The doctor's voice remained calm. The pen and parchment had mysteriously been taken from his grasp by the Creator. At this moment, the doctor kept his eyes tightly shut, even the hand with eyes clenched into a fist, warding off any potential threats. Time passed, and Lu Xiao opened his eyes again, witnessing yet another shift in the scene. This time, he had transformed into a golden-haired child. The cross had vanished, replaced by a divine throne. He now held a pen, with the parchment floating before him, inscribing something upon it. These successive transformations sent a shiver down Lu Xiao's spine. Is this what divinity is? Why does he lack the aura of exaltation? Though Lu Xiao had been exposed to the vastness of the world, this spectacle still struck him as extraordinarily bizarre. He understood that this was not the moment for words. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he could only suppress them within. To avoid succumbing to the madness induced by this ever-changing deity, Lu Xiao resolutely closed his eyes, refusing to reopen them. Soon, sequence number 09 completed, inscribing the content that dwelled in the doctor's thoughts. Strangely, it did not inquire what he wished to write, as if it were already privy to everything, or had seen through the depths of the doctor's heart. The doctor felt no surprise at this revelation. He had encountered the tainted creator before. This containment object was not new to him. The doctor's assessment of the omniscient mirror was suspected omniscience, and the same applied to sequence number 09. This was also why the doctor had not previously placed much importance on sequence number 301, the omniscient mirror. Furthermore, questioning the omniscient mirror required a corresponding price, whereas querying this deity bore no such cost. Yet there remained a significant distinction. The omniscient mirror could answer any question if one could afford the requisite price, while this deity might choose to decline a response. For instance, the doctor had previously posed the same question to sequence number 09, which opted to refuse an answer. Once the pen and parchment returned to the doctor's hands, the weight on his heart was finally lifted. Your devoted subjects thank you for your grace. Clearly, the doctor had made the right wager. The entity designated as sequence number 09 harbored no intention of possessing these 2 containment objects. Just as the doctor and his companions were preparing to depart, the voice of 09 resonated once more. It was a cacophony of filthy murmurs, echoing disturbingly in their ears. Merely hearing the first utterance drove one to the brink of madness, as though their sanity were tainted beyond repair. However, Lu Xiao merely felt a slight ache in his head, with no other discernible effects. In contrast, the doctor and his colleagues exhibited labored breathing and expressions of utter insanity. Just as they were on the verge of succumbing to complete madness, the voice abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, the tone of sequence number 09 returned to a semblance of normality, albeit still tinged with a sense of ethereal detachment. The 3 breathed a sigh of relief, regaining their composure before retreating outward. Lu Xiao prepared to follow suit. But at that moment, he felt a chilling sensation in the palm of his hand, as if something had been thrust into it. Consume it, a spine-chilling voice whispered in his ear, laced with malice, sending shivers down his spine. Lu Xiao's body froze momentarily before he broke into a grin. Thank you for your gift, he exclaimed, turning away as he exited. As he walked, he stuffed the object into the mouth of the all-knowing mirror, entirely oblivious to what he was grasping. Fortunately, the all-knowing mirror welcomed all offerings, swallowing the object whole. It was only when the door closed once more that Lu Xiao opened his eyes. Mirror, what was the object you just bestowed upon me? The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in his ear. A small source of contamination. It poses little threat. Oh, does it intend to taint me? Lu Xiao inquired again. The mirror's voice dripped with disdain. It merely seeks to leave an anchor point upon you. Lu Xiao nodded, and then seemingly struck by a thought, he questioned, what price must I pay for these 2 inquiries? You have already paid it came the response. This revelation plunged Lu Xiao into deep contemplation. What is the significance of this anchor point it leaves upon me? It desires to descend once more, relying on your flesh and blood. Upon hearing this answer, Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes. Does it harbor malice towards me? Then let it be consumed. He had not forgotten the incredibly tempting aroma that had wafted into his nostrils. He extended his tongue to lick the drool that had escaped the corner of his mouth. The doctor unfurled the parchment, and indeed, sequence number 09 had recorded the content as he had anticipated. The text had not vanished. He adjusted his monocle. We have less than a month to prepare. If we can capture that deity and offer it to 301, we may uncover the secrets to surpassing technology. The warden, however, bore a troubled expression. After all, it is a deity. How incredibly difficult it is for us mere humans to prevail against it. Not to mention capturing it for sacrifice to 301. Even the typically radical director fell into a pensive silence. Niklade, such is the name of that deity. He is likewise the leader of the saints. The existence of the saints stretches far longer than that of the keepers. The keepers harbor a deep-seated hatred towards the saints. This group has committed unspeakable acts in their fervent quest to awaken their faith. Human sacrifices are but a trivial matter within their organization, particularly under the leadership of Niklade. Were it not for the revelations of the omniscient mirror, the doctor and his colleagues would be unaware of his divine nature. Deities are revered as such due to their possession of powers that humanity lacks. In their eyes, humans are no more significant than mere ants. Reflecting upon it now, had it not been for the containment objects 02 and 09, the keepers might have been uprooted by the saints long ago. The doctor adjusted his monocle and spoke gravely. Capturing Niklade is not solely the responsibility of our nation. If they wish to share in the fruits of our labor, they must contribute, especially A01. Chapter 79. The roundtable meeting reopened. The warden sighed, lamenting the frailty of humanity. For countless years, we have been compelled to rely on anomalous entities and those peculiar life forms to navigate our existence. In the face of such supernatural beings, we find ourselves utterly powerless. He placed a hand on the doctor's shoulder, conceding, ultimately, I am but a relic of my age. With the passage of time, my trepidation has only grown. It appears that the future of humanity must rest in your capable hands. He cast a glance at the director, remarking, I must admit, you two are of the same ilk, both madmen. Reflecting on the containment chamber of Subject 09, the warden was still engulfed by a sense of dread, particularly recalling the final sort of ramblings. At that moment, despair had nearly consumed him. Had Subject 09 exhibited any anomalies, the entirety of human civilization might have faced extinction. Fortunately, the outcome proved favorable. The reason they did not consult the omniscient mirror beforehand was due to their shared understanding that once divine entities were involved, the price would be beyond their means. Merely to learn the name of a deity would cost countless lives, millions, in fact. Their suspicions were indeed accurate. While the omniscient mirror was invaluable, it was equally a double-edged sword. Becoming reliant on it would spell disaster for humanity. After all, they were not like Lu Xiao, who required only a mere fragment of a fingernail to pose inquiries. Although involving Lu Xiao might reduce the cost somewhat, it would still be burdensome. After all, trading 1,000,000 lives for a mere name, even with a discount, was a steep price. The reason for this discount, the doctor surmised, stemmed from the mirror's disposition towards Lu Xiao. This realization was also why the doctor refrained from reclaiming the omniscient mirror upon Lu Xiao's return. Let us report this matter to the highest office, the warden instructed the doctor. Soon, the news reached the highest office of the keepers, which subsequently disseminated the information to all containment facilities, excluding the now extinct J01. Under the organization of the highest office, the roundtable meeting was reconvened. This time, there were no lengthy preambles. The atmosphere was heavy with gravity. The 5-seated legislators exchanged solemn glances before one representative rose to address the doctor. Doctor, how can you substantiate your claims? The doctor stood, his voice steady. I possess 3 sets of video evidence to corroborate my assertions. As he spoke, a luminous screen materialized before all present. The footage revealed the doctor standing before a mirror adorned with ancient patterns. Magic mirror, I beseech you, how can we prevent the failure of the gate? A visage emerged upon the reflective surface, its face dampened by a crimson tongue that licked its lips in displeasure. You are indeed a cunning human. It responded with palpable impatience. The cost of this query is beyond your human capacity. The video concluded swiftly. However, after everyone finished watching, a profound heaviness settled in their hearts. The doctor posed a question to the omniscient mirror, confirming that the door had indeed malfunctioned. This video was recorded when Xiao ventured to the abyss with a dart in hand. The second video then commenced. The doctor lay upon an operating table, while a 3-meter-tall prison physician methodically cut into the doctor's chest. In the footage, the doctor appeared impervious to pain. What truly lurked in the depths of that abyss? The physician's tone was laden with intrigue. Mr. Doctor, I believe you would not wish to know. At least, for you humans, those are not benevolent entities. The scene abruptly cut off, leaving everyone gasping in astonishment. Though the durations of the two videos were brief, the wealth of information they contained was staggering. At that moment, the gazes directed at the doctor became intricate. Perhaps, had the doctor not unearthed this matter, other leaders would eventually come to realize it one day. Yet, the greater likelihood remained that no one would uncover it, or, by the time they did, it would be too late. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, and, concurrently, the third video began to play. The footage depicted the doctor's initial research on the omniscient mirror following its containment. The doctor, holding a notebook, was diligently recording. I happen to have a question. How should humanity surpass its current technological level? The face replied, the cost of learning the answer to this question is one that you humans cannot afford. The scene then shifted to the doctor sacrificing an assistant. This alone sufficed to confirm that the video had not been edited. Subsequently, the face continued, to exchange for the answer to transcend technology, a deity must be sacrificed. The doctor pressed the omniscient mirror further. A deity? Can it be any deity? The face wore a scornful smile. Certainly not. Would you like to know which deity must be sacrificed? Of course. That belongs to another question. However, I can offer you a discount. Just 1 million lives will suffice. What do you say? I've already given you a 10% reduction. At that moment, no one would blame the doctor for sacrificing the entire Neon Nation in exchange for answers. After all, the deed had been done, and it had not transpired upon their own heads. Humanity's nature was starkly revealed in this moment. Mr. Congressman, I propose we enter a state of maximum readiness. The doctor adjusted his non-existent monocle and spoke in a grave tone. The congressman, his expression somber, remarked, I believe the answer is already formed in everyone's minds. Yet, we must proceed with the voting process. Now, let's commence the ballots. At such a juncture, no one dared to cast a dissenting or abstaining vote. Who would risk opposition or abstention at this moment? Those who did would face the frenzied wrath of other containment facilities. Moreover, the highest office would merely turn a blind eye. Merely for the sake of an answer, the Neon Nation was sacrificed. Moreover, it appears that the highest office has no intention of holding the doctor accountable. Not to mention the current situation, which concerns the fate of all humanity. Anyone who dares to provoke public ire at this juncture risks a fate akin to that of the Neon Nation, a cautionary tale from which we should learn. This is precisely why the legislators initiated the vote, to identify those who waver in their convictions. As anticipated, the result was a unanimous show of support, with no dissenting or abstaining votes. Clearing his throat, the legislator proclaimed, "Excellent. It seems everyone is well aware of the Guardian's Creed. Therefore, I hereby announce that the C-03 containment facility will share all pertinent intelligence with you. Other facilities must unconditionally cooperate with the operational directives of the C-03 containment facility. This matter concerns the future of humanity. I implore you all to lend your utmost cooperation. Doctor, you may now disclose your plans to us." The doctor nodded in acknowledgement. I have already chronicled the future using the 012 pen and the 013 parchment. In 1 month's time, the stars will align appropriately, and Lala Yi will rise from the depths of the sea. Chapter 80, The Awakening of Dante. Before we can offer him as a sacrifice to awaken the Lord of Lalai, we must act. With the doctor's declaration, silence enveloped the room. All present were engaged in assessing the feasibility of this plan. Although it appeared rudimentary. The doctor had provided a general direction. The pressing matter now was to devise a method for the sacrifice of Nicklade. Doctor, it has come to our attention that Nicklade is a deity. As mere mortals, we currently lack the means to confront such a being. Do you have any corresponding strategies? A leader inquired, rising from his seat. The doctor adjusted his spectacles. I do not yet have a clear solution, but I intend to utilize containment objects to address Nicklade. Therefore, I will compile a list of required containment items within 10 days, and I trust you will assist in delivering them to the battlefield. The doctor's proposal was met with general consensus. His suggestion to have the objects delivered directly to the battlefield demonstrated foresight, alleviating concerns of any potential misappropriation on his part. The doctor then turned his gaze to the 5 leading members present. Gentlemen, I also require A01 to deploy to Angel. Given the characteristics of 09, I believe it unsuitable for this operation. Although 09, the tainted creator, harbors no subjective malice towards humanity, its corrupted nature may introduce numerous unpredictable variables in combat. It is highly likely that before we can neutralize Nicklade, the creator may succumb to madness. All eyes shifted towards the leader of the A01 containment facility. At that moment, the position was occupied not by the previous Adam, but by an elderly man with silver hair and a stern countenance. This man was Anthe, the predecessor who had mentored Adam. Anthe rose unsteadily, his voice grave. 02 will arrive at the battlefield in Lalai on schedule. However, Doctor, I have a question for you. His gaze was sharp, reminiscent of a hawk. My student Adam has undergone a transformation since returning from your C03 facility. I require an explanation. At this revelation, the others exchanged puzzled glances. Adam had undergone a transformation? What could this mean? I suppose we shall see how the doctor responds, one murmured. The doctor spoke with an unruffled tone. Mr. Adam infiltrated the investigation team to examine the potential containment failure of 292. Ignoring warnings, he insisted on implementing forced containment measures, which incited a rebellion within 292. Subsequently, 292 attacked Mr. Adam and escaped from the facility. That is the entirety of the incident, Mr. Anthe. Do you have any further inquiries? This was the explanation the doctor had meticulously prepared. Although it was widely understood that the escape of 292 was orchestrated by the doctor, no one dared to confront him at that moment. Anthe narrowed his eyes, his tone chilling. Thank you for your elucidation, Doctor. He emphasized the title significantly. The warden beside the doctor remarked in a private channel, This old fellow is not to be trifled with. Doctor, exercise caution. Upon hearing this, the director jested. Their instructor is certainly rallying support for their student. Warden, if I were in your position, I would rise and exclaim, Watch your tone when addressing my student. You scoundrel. For a moment, the warden found himself at a loss for words. The doctor then interjected in the private channel. Indeed, Mentor, I am currently feeling quite intimidated. The corners of the warden's mouth twitched, and he opted to mute the private channel entirely. At this juncture, the director stood, directing his ire at Ontai. Mr. Ontai, your Adam has come to our Huashia's facility to flaunt his prowess. I believe you owe us an explanation. The first standing member of Parliament furrowed his brow. Gentlemen, the topic at hand is how to execute the sacrifice of Nicklade, thereby unlocking the pinnacle of human technological advancement. Should you have any inquiries, you may request an investigation from the highest office once this matter is concluded. I do not wish for any unforeseen circumstances to arise due to unrelated factors. Ontai retreated to his seat, coldly responding, As you wish, Mr. Parliamentarian. The doctor and the director also resumed their seats. The warden observed the two, feeling a sense of exasperation. While I can understand the youth of the director, why does the doctor appear to have become considerably younger as well? The warden pondered. The meeting concluded swiftly, with the leaders of various nations departing with heavy hearts. As the satellite images of the fall of the Neon Nation circulated, the spirits of these leaders plummeted. Should humanity fail to navigate this crisis effectively, with the gate rendered inoperative, the fate of all nations would not be better than that of the Neon Nation. The three doctors exchanged glances before logging off. Hishang remained seated, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. At that moment, he found himself alone. He paused briefly before choosing to log off. He had already viewed the video of Adam's mutation. On the desk before Xiao lay a blood sample from Xiao and a syringe. Mutations could occur, yet they also had the potential to imbue the body with divinity. He hesitated for quite some time. Finally, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he grasped the syringe and plunged it into his arm. C03 facility. Dante slowly opened his eyes. The familiar white light greeted him. Suddenly, Dante sat upright. He scanned his surroundings before reaching out to explore his body. A sigh of relief escaped him. He removed the upper garment, revealing his robust physique. Upon his chest and abdomen lay two ghastly scars, remnants of intricate sutures. After taking a deep breath, Dante ascertained that his lungs still functioned. He then donned his garments and gradually descended from a bed. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Xiao, who entered clutching a badge. "Ah, Mr. Devil, you appear to be recovering quite well," he remarked, his eyes brightening at the sight of Dante's awakening. "The prison doctor mentioned you would regain consciousness soon. It seems his medical expertise is indeed commendable." Dante was not surprised. He recalled vividly that the first wave of missiles had detonated above the helicopter, shattering his internal organs. He had to endure the pain to instruct the pilot to maneuver the helicopter to a suitable position. After the all-knowing mirror completed its sacrifice, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Now that he found himself alive, he had no doubt that he had been rescued by the prison doctor. After all, the medical technology within the facility was vastly inferior to that of the doctor. Contemplating this, Dante reached for his waist. Chapter 81. The darts and Adam in the dark prison. Upon witnessing this, Xiao retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "Are you looking for this?" he inquired. Dante instinctively reached out to take it, but his hand halted in midair the next moment. "Forget it. I promised you I would quit smoking after recovery." At this, Xiao nodded in appreciation. After a brief conversation, the doctor arrived. "Do you feel anything amiss with your body?" the doctor asked, adjusting his monocle. Dante shook his head. "Doctor, I feel quite well." The doctor nodded in response. "I hope you can utter the same words tomorrow." Dante. Clearly, he was still unaware of the mutations that had occurred with the darts and Adam. The following day, the director personally escorted the chef back to the C03 containment facility. The chef was a corpulent and peculiar being, donned in a white chef's uniform, adorned with a tall, pointed chef's hat, and cinched at the waist with a pink apron, which featured a charming Hello Kitty design. He wielded a rusty kitchen knife in his hand. "Serial number 121, chef. Containment level, S. Target ability, culinary skills, containment condition. Must be provided with ingredients. Combat ability, weak, PS. A kind-hearted chef who dislikes combat. Wishing only to share culinary delights with everyone. PS. Do not express your fondness for any particular dish." At that moment, Xiao was collaborating with the doctor on an experiment. Upon seeing the director arrive with a chef, Xiao's interest was piqued. He circled the chef, asking, "Is this the talented chef you spoke of, director?" The director smiled, saying, "Indeed, I tell you, the chef's unconventional culinary techniques are truly remarkable." The doctor adjusted his monocle and inquired in a serious tone, "So, have you tasted his creations?" The director nodded, a look of reminiscence gracing his face. "I had the pleasure once. The flavor was simply extraordinary. By the way, let's find some ingredients for the chef to showcase his skills." Xiao licked his lips and then approached the driver. Upon hearing Xiao's request for ingredients, the driver nearly soiled himself in fright. "What are you so afraid of?" he exclaimed, panic-stricken. "I thought you were keeping me around for this moment." Xiao smirked and flicked the driver's badge with his fingers. "I don't need friends. Have you forgotten?" At this, the driver finally relaxed. Subsequently, he drove Xiao into the door. As soon as they entered the dark prison, Xiao's brow furrowed. The driver sensed something amiss. "Why can I no longer feel the eerie presence?" Xiao remained silent and exited the vehicle. He searched the vicinity, but found not a single strange being. Not even the lowest of the low, the lizard men, were in sight. Returning to the vehicle, Xiao's expression grew increasingly troubled. Strangely, not a single living entity was found, let alone a deceased one. This was decidedly peculiar. The driver furrowed his brow. Perhaps you should summon the chainsaw master? Lu Xiao nodded, casually brushing his wrist. Instantly, a crimson line appeared upon his wrist, the scent of blood wafting through the air. Lu Xiao and the driver remained in the vehicle, awaiting developments. Meanwhile, the chainsaw man was diligently slicing food for the dart. The chainsaw roared, busy and fervent. At this moment, the tentacles on the back of the dart's head had long since vanished, having relocated to his body. Slippery tentacles dripped with an unknown viscous substance, delivering the freshly cut food into the dart's mouth. The eye on the back of his head gleamed a blood red. Moreover, on his bare back, a multitude of eyes lined the spine, densely packed. Suddenly, the chainsaw man halted his actions. "Friend, he has arrived," he exclaimed, raising the chainsaw and beginning to dance with it. The dart's face, obscured by a mask, revealed nothing. The chainsaw man's deep voice resonated. "Friend, I shall go meet him." The dart paused momentarily before nodding. "You go ahead. I shall not accompany you." The chainsaw man departed, and as he watched the figure recede, the dart's voice shifted. "Why let him go? Without him, do you comprehend how much your evolution will slow?" The dart's tone remained flat. "I can continue to evolve without him. If you do not allow him to leave, then I shall refuse to work for you." An air of silence enveloped them, and, subsequently, the dart slowly walked deeper into the abyss, his slippery tentacles waving in the air. On the other side, an indescribable creature rampaged through the abyss. Its body was in a state of advanced decay, with crimson tentacles mercilessly slaughtering the surrounding bizarre beings. With each kill, the tentacles coiled around the corpses of the strange entities and presented them to him. A massive mouth had formed at the center of his chest. Crack, crack, crack. After annihilating all nearby odd life forms, he too ventured deeper into the abyss. Filthy whispers echoed around him. "Doctor, wait for me. I will make you pay," he hissed. "And that damned 292, I shall devour you. I swear." This individual was none other than Adam, now transformed beyond recognition. He resembled a mass of constantly writhing, decaying flesh, with countless tentacles rampaging wildly. Upon those crimson, slippery appendages, an abundance of scarlet eyes spun frantically. Lu Xiao and the driver waited for approximately 2 hours. Finally hearing the faint sound of the chainsaw, Lu Xiao's brow relaxed. It seemed the chainsaw man was unharmed. The driver also breathed a sigh of relief. The abyss was terrifying in itself, but the oppressive silence amplified the chilling atmosphere. In the depths of the dark abyss, if that particular region is devoid of the presence of lesser, bizarre life forms, then there exists but one possibility. An extraordinarily high-level enigmatic entity has manifested nearby. Those unfortunate lower beings have either been devoured or have fled. Soon, the figure of the chainsaw man emerged before the vehicle. Lu Xiao promptly exited to greet him. "Chainsaw uncle, do you know what has transpired here? Why is there not a single life form in sight?" The somber voice of the chainsaw man resonated. "They have all been consumed. All of them." Lu Xiao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Have you eaten them all?" The chainsaw man brandished his chainsaw. "My friend has eaten them. He has consumed them all." In an instant, Lu Xiao grasped that the chainsaw man was referring to the dart. It was then that he noticed the dart was not accompanying the chainsaw man, prompting him a question: "Where's my friend? Why isn't he with you?" The chainsaw man's voice was profoundly grave. "My friend has grown exceedingly powerful. I can no longer contend with him." Chapter 82. The Transformation of Dante. Are you suggesting that my friend has suddenly become formidable? The chainsaw man affirmed this with a swing of his chainsaw. Considering the earlier remarks of the chainsaw man, Lu Xiao was convinced that there was something amiss with the dart. "Take us to find him," he exclaimed, pulling the chainsaw man into the vehicle. The driver opened his mouth, but after a resigned sigh, he pressed down on the accelerator. The transformed vehicle soared swiftly towards the direction of the dart. "Where is he?" Lu Xiao wondered, surveying the chaotic surroundings. A nauseating stench permeated the air. The chainsaw man waved his chainsaw, indicating his ignorance. Lu Xiao gazed ahead, where an unsettling presence faintly stirred his heart. The mirror. Has the dart ventured deeper? What calamity has befallen him? As he spoke, he plucked a piece of his nail. The voice of the all-knowing mirror resonated in his ears. The answer to the first question is, Yes. The cost of a second question may be rather burdensome for you. Hearing this, Lu Xiao furrowed his brow. The all-knowing mirror had been at his side for quite some time, and their collaboration had generally been pleasant. When the all-knowing mirror warned of a heavy price, it typically indicated a cost Lu Xiao would be reluctant to bear. It seemed that to uncover the fate of the dart, he would have to delve deeper into the abyss. With this thought, Lu Xiao lifted his foot, preparing to venture further into the depths. The driver hurriedly stopped him. "Big brother, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. The aura there sends shivers down my spine." Lu Xiao turned back to glance at the driver, whose face was etched with palpable fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xiao ultimately decided to consult the doctor for his opinion. He raised his hand, adorned with a watch, the unobtrusive communicator gifted to him by the doctor during his first mission. "Doctor, this is Lu Xiao. Soon?" The doctor's voice echoed back. "Why have you been gone for so long?" Lu Xiao replied gravely, "The dart may be in trouble." He then relayed the information he had gathered to the doctor. The doctor's tone remained notably calm. "You should return. The dart is unlikely to be in any real danger." The doctor had already discerned through surveillance that R019, the source of the contamination, was controlling a soldier who had entered the gate. In that moment, he connected the circumstances of the dart with R019. The doctor reasoned that, under these conditions, the dart would at least not perish within the abyss. Furthermore, Lu Xiao's value far surpassed that of the dart under R019's control. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Lu Xiao pondered briefly before opening the vehicle door and exiting. Upon returning to containment, the director beheld the chainsaw man wielding the chainsaw with wide, gleaming eyes. "Is this the ingredient you retrieved from the abyss? It appears quite delectable." At this remark, the chainsaw man unhesitatingly revved the chainsaw. The dull roar was laced with astonishment. He intends to consume me." Lu Xiao facepalmed. "Do not fear. He is merely a friend with a penchant for jesting." The chef behind the director trembled at the sight of Chainsaw Man, their statuses evidently existing in disparate realms. The director departed with a blood sample from Lu Xiao, accompanied by a piece of flesh. His purpose for bringing the chef here was solely to procure Lu Xiao's blood sample. The doctor generously provided the director with the earliest piece of flesh that had been severed from Lu Xiao. As he left, the director wore an expression of triumph, eagerly anticipating his return to conduct experiments. The doctor promptly arranged a containment room for Chainsaw Man. Serial number 305, Chainsaw Man, containment level, S, tentative, targetability, unknown, under research, containment conditions, must not leave serial number 292. Combatability, supernatural aberrant entity, under research. Note: the supernatural aberrant life in the abyss was brought into this world by serial number 292. Note: data analysis in progress. Initially, the doctor intended to classify Chainsaw Man as a D-level entity, as he did not harbor malice towards humanity like Lu Xiao did. However, Lu Xiao repeatedly assured that Chainsaw Uncle was kind-hearted, and with him around, there would be no harm or attempts to escape containment. After a moment's hesitation, the doctor decided to classify Chainsaw Man as S-level. This decision might allow Chainsaw Man to play a significant role in the upcoming operation in a month. If classified as D-level, according to the Guardian regulations, D-level entities were not permitted to be taken from the containment facility, while other leaders would not blame him under such circumstances. The doctor felt that procedures must be followed and regulations must be adhered to. After all, regulations are rigid, while humans are dynamic. With Lu Xiao's companionship, Chainsaw Man unsurprisingly passed the box experiment. The doctor took the liberty of assigning Chainsaw Man to the same containment room as Lu Xiao to prevent any potential frenzy should Chainsaw Man fail to locate him. Time flew by, and 2 days swiftly passed. On this day, Dante awoke from his slumber to find something awry. The bed was saturated with a slick, viscous, unknown liquid. Dante was certain he had not produced such a volume, nor had he indulged in any inappropriate videos the previous night. Hastily, he threw off the covers and looked down. To his horror, his skin was undergoing severe necrosis, riddled with repugnant boils that oozed a nauseating slime. Without a moment to spare, Dante sprinted towards the prison doctor's containment room. A good piece of news and a bad piece of news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The doctor's sharp voice pierced the air. Dante paused in confusion. Bad news first? The doctor nodded, a hint of regret in his tone. Regrettably, your health is quite robust. Dante's lips twitched in disbelief. What sort of nonsense is that for bad news? Despite his awareness of the doctor's character, he could not help but scoff. And what a good news. The doctor's voice rose in pitch, brimming with enthusiasm. Congratulations, fortunate human. Your existence has transcended to a higher plane. In the midst of Dante's bewildered gaze, the physician of the damned incised his skin. Before Dante could comprehend the unfolding events, the physician, with a swift motion, tore open the incision. Beneath Dante's decaying flesh lay a layer reminiscent of dark red scales. The physician patiently elucidated, the frail human body cannot withstand your elevation. Hence the manifestation of this dermal decay. In truth, you may perceive this affliction as a form of shedding. At these words, Dante inhaled sharply. Much like those lizard folk, the physician's tone turned somewhat displeased upon hearing Dante's words. How dare you associate this sublime transformation with such base and filthy beings? Your elevation is pure, noble, and devoid of any taint. Chapter 83. The exceptional surgeon. Upon hearing this, Dante shivered. Is it possible to revert me to my original form? I find the current state rather agreeable. The warden extended a finger and gently shook it. I'm afraid I lack that capability. The alterations to your corporeal form are irreversible. It is akin to a pot of rat stew that has simmered for 5 hours. No matter how much longer it is cooked, the creatures can never regain their once lively and charming state. Although this metaphor may not be entirely fitting, it conveys the essence of the matter. Dante felt a pang of frustration. What an odd analogy. So, am I still considered human? The warden appeared somewhat taken aback. A fortunate individual previously posed the same inquiry. Why do you all care so much about your species? Dante, evidently more composed than the earlier dart thrower, pondered the warden's question deeply. Perhaps it stemmed from an intrinsic yearning. Though I recognize the foolishness of this query, given that normal humans do not possess scales. With a sigh, Dante remarked, at this rate, perhaps I truly ought to change my name to Dante. Dante did not harbor extreme aversion to his current state. After all, he had long been diagnosed with lung cancer, and merely surviving was a monumental blessing. However, as this thought crossed his mind, his brow furrowed slightly. By the way, warden, you mentioned my body is quite healthy, yet am I not afflicted with lung cancer? The warden nodded. Indeed, your lung cancer has been completely cured through a minor procedure. Furthermore, you will no longer be troubled by the prospect of developing lung cancer due to smoking. Upon hearing the term minor procedure, Dante swiftly comprehended the implication. His unfortunate lungs had ultimately departed from him forever. Then why am I still able to breathe? He demonstrated a deep inhalation to the warden. Given that his entire lung had been removed, the act of breathing should ostensibly be impossible. As the conversation shifted to this topic, the warden's interest peaked. He was eager to observe what intriguing transformations might occur with Lu Xiao's flesh within Dante's body. Would you like me to conduct a physical examination? Dante contemplated for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. After all, he was in a state that was neither human nor ghostly, so allowing the warden to operate was not particularly concerning. With that thought, he reclined. The warden was visibly excited, extending a finger. The sharp surgical knife gleamed with a ghostly metallic sheen under the light. With a swift motion, the knife sliced across Dante's chest, sparking a cascade of sparks. The warden awkwardly remarked, "Your damn scales are as hard as Ivan's skeletal frame." The surgical knife, embedded between his fingers, possessed the attribute of cutting, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. However, the razor-sharp scalpel left only a faint white mark upon Dante's chest. At that moment, Dante found himself enveloped by these formidable scales, even his face glimmering with a dark crimson sheen. The prison doctor was momentarily at a loss. Just then, the doorbell of the confinement room rang. Lu Xiao entered with Chainsaw Man. As soon as he stepped inside, he beheld a humanoid creature entirely shrouded in dark red scales lying on the operating table. Instantly, tears slipped from the corner of his mouth. "Doctor, where did you procure such exquisite ingredients? They appear quite delectable. Coincidentally, we have a new chef here, I shall fetch him. With that, he turned to leave. Dante, on the operating table, felt his heart race. Hey, it's me. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Xiao halted. Who are you, Mr. Devil? What have you done to yourself? Lu Xiao rushed over. At that moment, the doctor's voice was tinged with distress. Lu, I wish to conduct a physical examination, but my scalpel cannot penetrate those damned scales. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao pondered for a moment, then his eyes brightened. Doctor, I suggest we remove his scales. The doctor nodded, as if struck by a revelation. What an excellent suggestion. Dante's lips twitched. A fine idea, but let us refrain from mentioning it again. Thank you for your acknowledgement. Lu Xiao grinned, eager to assist, for he was quite familiar with such tasks. The doctor quickly intervened. Lu, I believe we should administer some anesthetic to alleviate his suffering. At this, Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then beamed with satisfaction. Doctor, you finally remembered to use anesthetics for the patient. Lying on the operating table, Dante finally grasped why Lu Xiao could enjoy camaraderie with the doctor. As the doctor rummaged through the medical kit for anesthetics, he engaged Lu Xiao in conversation. By the way, is this a new friend? He glanced at Chainsaw Man, who stood behind Lu Xiao. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao promptly introduced. This is the exceptional surgeon I mentioned to you earlier, much like yourself. The doctor's gaze fell upon the chainsaw that Chainsaw Man held. Did he perform your surgery with this chainsaw? Chainsaw Man revved the chainsaw and swung it slightly. Lu Xiao hurriedly translated. He says indeed. Suddenly, the doctor had an idea, his tone becoming somewhat animated. Lu, could we have him demonstrate his remarkable skills? Chainsaw Man swung the chainsaw once more. Before Lu Xiao could translate, the doctor interjected. I presume this gentleman is saying, yes. Lu Xiao nodded. You truly are an understanding physician. At that moment, Dante longed for a cigarette, wishing to numb his mind with nicotine. Can such understanding truly be applied in this context? Soon, the prison doctor retrieved a large vial of anesthetic from the medical box. As the needle could not penetrate the scales adorning Dante's exterior, the doctor opted to pour the substance directly into Dante's mouth. It was only after the vial was emptied that the doctor shifted aside to grant space. The Chainsaw Man approached, the chainsaw whirring vigorously, creating a rush of air. He then aimed the chainsaw at Dante's exposed chest and pressed it firmly against him. Accompanied by a shower of sparks, it was as if he were sawing through steel. After a full minute, the Chainsaw Man finally breached the scales encasing Dante, unveiling the bloody flesh beneath. In the meantime, Lu Xiao subtly plucked a scale from Dante's body, his expression radiating comfort. Lu Xiao remarked that the Chainsaw Man was a remarkable surgeon, a statement that was not mere flattery. With a heavy chainsaw in hand, he expertly made an incision in Dante's chest, the force and angle perfectly calibrated, neither too much nor too little. Through the freshly cut opening, the first sight to greet the eyes was the vibrant, pulsing heart. Chapter 84. A prenatal examination. As the gaze descended, a healthy lung was revealed. However, what was peculiar was that on this healthy lung, there sprouted a pair of diminutive arms. One of the hands slowly extended a middle finger towards the onlookers. The three individuals exchanged bewildered glances. The sudden shift in atmosphere was rather jarring. Lu Xiao struggled to suppress the urge to snap that middle finger off. Doctor, have you ever encountered such a situation? The prison physician, pondering with his fingers intertwined, replied, Honestly, this is the first time I have seen such a distinctive lung. The voice of Chainsaw Man resonated in a dull tone. I too have never witnessed anything like it. It is utterly terrifying. Perhaps we should consider consuming it instead. Lu Xiao sighed, momentarily at a loss for words. Fearing that Dante might unwittingly be devoured, he hastily diverted the conversation. By the way, doctor, I have come to request your assistance with a prenatal examination. Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the room once more. The physician, with a hint of uncertainty, inquired, Lu, if I heard correctly, you mentioned prenatal examination? Lu Xiao nodded, without hesitation, clarifying, to be precise, I am preparing to lay an egg. At that moment, the all-knowing mirror had described it in such a manner, and Lu Xiao found no fault in the phrasing. The physician felt his thoughts spiral into confusion. What absurdity was this? A man requesting a prenatal examination from him was already bewildering enough. Yet to assert that he intended to lay an egg transcended the very barriers of biological classification. Without awaiting the physician's response, Xiao seized Dante from the operating table. He deemed it unnecessary to suture Dante's incision, for the scales, harder than steel, posed a challenge for any needle. Xiao removed his shirt and subsequently reclined upon the table. The physician, though sensing the strangeness of the situation, directed his gaze towards Xiao's lower half. Since this is a prenatal examination, I shall first perform a dilation. It will facilitate observation. Upon hearing this, Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly corrected. No, that egg is located near my heart. Hearing Xiao's words, the physician finally exhaled in relief. Otherwise, the scene might have taken an even stranger turn. He extended his fingers and carefully made an incision in Xiao's chest. Indeed, beside the pulsating heart, there lay a meatball the size of a pigeon egg, its soft, pink form rhythmically rising and falling in tandem with the heartbeat. Lu, how did you become host to a larva of the ghost-faced moth? The physician questioned, perplexed. Given Xiao's stature, how could such a lowly creature possibly parasitize him? Xiao hastily explained. This is a larva from the queen ghost-faced moth I encountered during my previous outing. Please examine its condition and ascertain whether it is healthy or if there are any genetic defects, such as deformities. At that moment, Xiao's tone was imbued with concern, reminiscent of a father anxiously worrying for his child. The physician found the scene exceedingly absurd. At the behest of the patient, he made a small incision on the fleshy mass. Through the opening, a delicate, white larva resembling a silkworm was revealed. The prison doctor observed it meticulously before hesitantly stating, "The fetus appears to be quite healthy." Lu sighed in relief. "Please, could you ascertain how much longer it will take to hatch? I have been feeling nauseous lately, in a physical sense, and it is truly unbearable." The prison doctor, uncertain, ventured a suggestion. "Lu, have you considered a cesarean?" At these words, Lu's eyes brightened with hope as he lay on the operating table. "That sounds like a promising solution. Would you assist me with the surgery?" The prison doctor glanced at the chainsaw man beside him. This time, the chainsaw man did not wield his tool, but instead replied directly, "I have never performed such a procedure." The prison doctor sighed and proceeded to detach the fleshy mass from Lu's heart. After suturing Lu's wound, he turned his attention back to the mass. Lu, now sitting up, inquired, "What should we do next?" The prison doctor shook his head, his voice filled with uncertainty. "I am afraid I have never conducted a premature delivery on an oviparous creature. This exceeds my knowledge." At that moment, the fleshy mass seemed to writhe violently. Realizing the prison doctor was at a loss, Lu decided to consult the omniscient mirror. "Mirror, what should we do next?" He then instinctively removed a fingernail. The voice of the omniscient mirror echoed in his ear. "Submerge it in your blood and allow it to undergo its metamorphosis." Lu nodded and instructed the prison doctor to fetch a container. Using a surgical knife borrowed from the prison doctor, he cut open his wrist. Blood flowed from the wound, filling the container. Finally, Lu placed the queen larva's egg into the vessel. Once immersed in the blood, the egg settled into tranquility once more. The chainsaw man's dull voice broke the silence. "It looks quite appetizing." At this, Lu quickly cradled the container protectively. "No, it is my daughter whom I will nurture. She cannot be consumed." The prison doctor, intrigued, gazed at the egg soaking in the blood. "Lu, this egg seems to possess some unique qualities." Lu nodded in agreement. "The mirror informed me that it has absorbed the curse from my blood, and its status will be elevated." The prison doctor pondered for a moment. "Perhaps it can no longer be referred to as the queen ghost moth. This is an entirely new organism. I am eager to witness its birth." His tone grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "I believe such an important matter must be communicated to Ivan." That skeletal figure. Shortly thereafter, Ivan entered the door of the containment facility. The prison doctor, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Ivan, come quickly and see Lu's newly born daughter." Upon hearing the words of the prison doctor, Ivan's soul fire flickered violently within his eyes. A newborn daughter? When did this transpire? It seems rather swift, does it not? In his recollection, it appeared he had only been absent from Xiao for a few mere days. How could she have given birth in such a short span? Once Ivan finally managed to steady his tumultuous emotions, he cautiously approached, gazing at the blood-soaked mass. His soul fire surged once more. "Are you suggesting that this is Lu's newly born daughter?" As he spoke, he extended a finger to poke at the fleshy orb. The prison doctor, filled with excitement, urged, "Ivan, you must swiftly inscribe a maturation alchemical array. I can hardly contain my eagerness to behold this little one." Ivan turned to glance at Xiao, who bore a countenance of anticipation as well. He dipped his finger into the container, sampling a trace of the blood within. Chapter 85. Qian. Subsequently, he began to etch intricate designs upon the surgical table using fingers stained with blood. Before long, a complex alchemical array took shape. As Ivan marked a point at the center of the array, it erupted in a brilliant burst of white light. He placed the container holding the eggs at the heart of the array. Those present were captivated by this miraculous spectacle. In the area enveloped by the array, time appeared to have been fast-forwarded. At that moment, Dante gradually awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Xiao and the others fixated on the surgical table, their bodies trembling with excitement. While others showed no discernible expressions, Xiao's was particularly vivid. The scene was somewhat surreal. Dante first checked his chest, which had healed, albeit with remnants of fractured scales indicating where it had once been cut. He then stood up and followed the gaze of Xiao and the others. There lay a glass container filled with nearly desiccated dark red blood. An egg-sized larva writhed vigorously within, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. Dante gasped softly. "Is this the egg of the queen larva?" Hearing Dante's voice, Xiao and the others were reminded that he was still present. With palpable excitement, Xiao exclaimed, "Mr. Devil, come quickly. My daughter is about to be born." Dante was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. However, unlike the others, he did not share their eagerness for the egg to hatch. Instead, he instinctively stepped back a few paces, a look of terror on his face. "You lunatics are hatching a queen moth larva here? This will bring catastrophic consequences for the entire containment facility." His words trailed off abruptly as he suddenly realized they were in C03 containment. How could a queen moth larva wreak havoc here? Not to mention that towering, unethical avian doctor and that skeletal figure, both of whom were on par with an adult queen. Contemplating this, Dante moved closer. "Mr. Devil, what were you about to say?" He smacked his lips. "Oh, it was nothing, merely an expression of my fondness for this little life." Hastily, he changed the subject. "By the way, have you decided on a name for your precious daughter?" Xiao seemed well prepared, displaying a gleaming set of sharp white teeth as he smiled. "Just now, I decided to name her Qian." "Qian? What a delightful name." Dante nodded in approval. Just then, a faint cracking sound echoed. The warden's sharp voice, tinged with excitement, exclaimed, "Look, the little one is about to emerge." No sooner had he spoken than the fleshy ball split open, revealing a pair of magnificent wings that spread wide. A tiny head peeked out, surveying the surroundings, seemingly bashful, before retreating back into the orb. "Hee. It appears the little one is a bit shy." The prison doctor's beak gaped open, and a shrill laughter erupted. He seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that none of the individuals present bore a normal appearance. There was a towering creature with a beak standing 3 meters tall. A horrifying skeletal figure, an unknown entity ensconced in bloodied bandages, and Dante, whose body was entirely covered in dark red scales. Only Xiao appeared relatively normal. Ivan gently tapped a node on the alchemical array with his hand, causing the array to instantly collapse. Observing this, Xiao extended a finger towards Qian. She peeked out from her egg once more, then suddenly burst forth, grasping Xiao's outstretched finger. A warm sensation flowed from Xiao's fingertip. The little creature was now hardly larger than Xiao's finger, resembling a beautiful butterfly perched delicately upon it. It was evident that she held a deep affection for Xiao as she pressed her small head against the skin between his fingers. Xiao raised his finger to scrutinize her closely. Unlike the previous encounter with the ghost-faced moth queen, Qian's wings bore no terrifying human visage patterns. Her body, however, was identical to that of the ghost-faced moth queen. She possessed a cascade of soft pink hair, her beauty almost transcending belief. Even though her head was not much larger than Lu Xiao's fingernail, it was clear she was a budding beauty. Lu Qian raised her head, curiously surveying her surroundings, her gaze ultimately settling on Dante. She slightly parted her lips, releasing a musical note. Buzz! Dante suddenly clutched his head, the excruciating pain radiating from it causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. However, this assault was not solely directed at Dante. Lu Xiao and the others were also somewhat affected. Their mental fortitude, though, was not on the same level as Dante's, thus they did not exhibit the same degree of agony. The prison doctor cackled ominously. Hee, it seems the little one is greeting us. As she spoke, Lu Qian opened her mouth once more. Dante collapsed to the ground with a thud, frothing at the mouth. Ivan's skeletal frame trembled slightly. Lu, I apologize for not preparing a gift for the little one. Allow me to return and prepare. I shall carve her a magnificent castle from bone. I believe she will be the happiest princess. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, my friend. Ivan's voice carried a hint of something unusual. No need for thanks, but I have a small request. I hope you can grant it. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao nodded. Mr. Ivan, please feel free to speak. Ivan's skeletal frame quivered, the soul fire in his eye sockets dancing vigorously. Could you have a little one call me Godfather? Lu Xiao grinned widely. Of course, in fact, I had precisely that in mind. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's affirmative response, Ivan joyfully hopped in place, the sound of clattering bones echoing around. The prison doctor's sharp voice resounded. Ivan, it appears that you are suffering from a touch of osteoporosis. Would you like my assistance in treating it? A sardonic voice emanated from the prison doctor. Incompetent physician, do you not intend to present the little one with a token of greeting? Upon hearing this, the prison doctor turned his gaze towards Lu Xiao. Lu, I too intend to prepare a small gift for the little one. Do you think she would appreciate a dress crafted from the skin of a divine being? Lu Xiao's lips twitched. That damned competitive spirit. Meanwhile, a deep voice from Chainsaw Man interjected. I have taken care of her snacks. Lu Xiao grinned widely, expressing his delight. I am certain that Lu Qian will be quite fond of you, several godfathers. Chapter 86. Sir, I sense you are unwell upon returning to his confinement chamber. Ivan produced a magnificent bone emanating a jade-like luminescence from an unknown source. The flame of his soul flickered intensely in his eyes. Old friend, you have found a better destination. The bone, glowing faintly with a jade hue, began to tremble slightly, as if responding to Ivan's words. He then retrieved his toolbox and seated himself on the floor, entering a meditative state. After a considerable duration, he brought forth several hammers of varying sizes and an assortment of chisels. Ultimately, he detached several bones from his own body. Once all preparations were complete, he grasped a hammer and began to strike with precision. Countless exquisite patterns and intricate inscriptions took form upon the bone that radiated a soft jade light. At this moment, Ivan entered a state of transcendent sculpting. As the alchemical array fully materialized, the bones seemed to soften, akin to pliable clay. The flame of his soul blazed fervently within his eyes, with emerald flames erupting from his eye sockets, a manifestation of his mental prowess pushed to its zenith. He then extended his hands, kneading the supple bone. In a brief span, the nascent shape of a castle emerged. After meticulous refinement, a medieval-style castle, towering over a meter, was born. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, Ivan then picked up the bones he had removed from himself. Before long, he had carved out an array of delicate bone furniture. Upon completing this endeavor, the flame of his soul seemed on the verge of extinguishment. Meanwhile, the prison doctor and the chainsaw man had converged at some point unbeknownst to them. The two were lurking before a certain containment chamber. The doctor's voice suddenly echoed. What you two up to? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the prison doctor replied. Doctor, we are merely showing our new friend around, helping him familiarize himself with the paths of the facility, lest he inadvertently become lost. On the other side of the surveillance monitor, the doctor adjusted his monocle. Ever since the surveillance captured the simultaneous appearance of the prison doctor and the chainsaw man, he sensed something amiss. He had been closely monitoring their actions until they arrived at the entrance of Containment Unit 09, the contaminated creator. Are you intending to meet 09? The doctor made no attempt to thwart the prison doctor's actions, for the facility lacked the means to do so. The prison doctor, stroking his chin, politely inquired, "So, doctor, could you kindly unlock the door to allow us to meet this esteemed creator? I have long admired him and yearned to witness this remarkable creator with my own eyes." The doctor fell into contemplation. He was certain the prison doctor's desire to meet Subject 09 was not merely a quest for admiration. He hastily adjusted the surveillance footage from the containment facility to discern what had transpired in the interim. He instructed the staff beside him while simultaneously reassuring the prison doctor. "Do not rush. Opening room 09 requires a multitude of intricate procedures." Soon, the staff retrieved the video footage from the doctor's containment area. Given that the incident had only recently occurred, locating the recording was quite straightforward. The doctor swiftly skimmed through the surveillance replay at an accelerated pace. Did he wish to cut into the skin of Subject 09? A headache began to plague the doctor. With the prison doctor's demeanor, should he attempt to intervene? The doctor feared that the prison official might force his way into the containment area. Yet, if he allowed him access, the situation would spiral beyond his control. This entire predicament stemmed from Xiao having a daughter. The veins on the doctor's forehead bulged, clearly indicating his inner turmoil. "Prison doctor, I have a more favorable suggestion. Would you care to hear it?" Upon hearing the doctor's words, the prison doctor let out a strange cackle. "Of course, doctor. I have always held you in high esteem." The doctor adjusted his monocle and spoke gravely. "I have a subordinate lost in the dark prison. Could you assist me in locating him? Your objectives can also be fulfilled there." The doctor intended to cast the prison doctor into the dark prison. Regardless of the chaos the prison doctor might unleash within its confines, the doctor remained indifferent. Hearing this, the prison doctor glanced at the chainsaw man beside him. "My friend, what do you think of this proposal?" The chainsaw man raised his chainsaw, producing a dull sound. "I am amenable. However, I am concerned that the little one may be hungry." At this, the prison doctor's beak-like mouth twisted into a grin. "Regrettably, doctor, it appears we cannot accept your suggestion. If the little one goes hungry for that reason, I might find it impossible to sleep tonight. Perhaps you should just open the door for us." The doctor wished fervently to return Lu Qian to Lu Xiao's womb. He struggled to maintain a composed expression and temper his emotions, forcing himself to adopt a gentler demeanor. "I assure you, the little one will not go hungry." Nevertheless, the doctor's reassurances bore no fruit. The prison doctor's patience was evidently waning, his body trembling slightly. "Doctor, I believe it would be prudent for you to open the door." The prison doctor's tone was sharp, tinged with a hint of agitation, as if teetering on the brink of fury. Hearing this, the doctor let out a long sigh. "I am weary. Let it be destroyed." The staff present exchanged glances, bewildered. Soon after, the doctor personally approached the entrance of containment room 09. Ding! Identity verification successful. The massive steel door, weighing an indeterminate number of tons, began to tremble slowly. Even with such stringent containment measures in place, the doctor remained unconvinced that they would deter the prison doctor and the chainsaw man. To prevent the prison doctor from losing control, the doctor decided to open the door himself. As the door remained ajar, the doctor's voice turned serious. "Remember to close your eyes for 3 seconds every 2 seconds. If you're tainted by it, I shall have quite the headache. Moreover, irrespective of your intentions, I fervently wish to avert any unrest in the 9th precinct. Furthermore, this is a transaction. In 1 month's time, you are obligated to assist me once." The prison physician nodded indifferently. "Doctor, I have always adhered to the terms of our agreement, a fact you are undoubtedly aware of." Upon hearing this, the doctor swiftly stepped aside, allowing access. The door creaked open, revealing an expanse of darkness within. "Thank you for your assistance, doctor." With this utterance, the prison physician led Chainsaw Man inside. Once they had entered, the doctor promptly sealed the door behind them. Inside containment chamber number 09, the prison physician's shrill and discordant voice echoed through the room. "Sir, I fear you may be unwell. Shall we, as fellow doctors, endeavor to cure you together?" Chapter 87. The Decree of the Divine. In the deepest recesses of the chamber, a young man dangled, suspended upon a cross. Dark chains pierced through his chest, binding him fiercely to the structure. Suddenly, his form began to metamorphose. Those obsidian chains transformed into robust, sinuous tendrils. Simultaneously, a cacophony of filthy mutterings reverberated in the ears of the warden and the chainsaw man. The latter exhaled heavily, evidently affected by the disquieting whispers. The warden, prepared for this eventuality, swiftly produced 2 syringes, one injected into himself, the other into the chainsaw man. The syringes contained a sedative of his own concoction. As the solution coursed through, the chainsaw man's breathing grew steadier. The warden's voice, sharp and piercing, echoed once more. "Sir, it appears you're gravely unwell. Fear not. A mere minor procedure will restore your health." With that, he lunged toward the creator. At that moment, the surrounding space began to warp. The once dim room transformed into a chaotic abyss. The divine proclaimed, "Let there be light." The voice was ethereal, devoid of emotion. Countless distorted rays of light surged toward the warden and his companion from all directions. The divine continued, "Let there be fire." Immediately, dark flames erupted around the 2 men. The warden conjured another array of syringes, casting them toward the suspended figure in the void. Bound by the cross, the tainted creator could neither evade the onslaught of syringes, nor did he appear to wish to. At this juncture, the chainsaw man charged forward with great strides. Echoing the warden's tone, "Sir, believe me, your affliction is dire." Dark flames engulfed him, searing through the bandages that bound him, yet he seemed impervious to pain. At this moment, dozens of syringes protruded from his back. The chainsaw roared as it descended upon the creator's thigh. The twisted light enveloped the chainsaw man, rendering him temporarily immobile. The divine declared, "You are guilty," as if pronouncing judgment upon his sins. A blood-soaked gallows materialized, adorned with countless slippery tendrils that ensnared the chainsaw man, pulling him toward the execution platform. The warden hastened to intervene, his fingers deftly slicing through the robust appendages. His surgical knife glimmered with the essence of cutting. Concurrently, he retrieved another syringe filled with crimson liquid, an enhanced blood of which the owner was Xiao. With a swift thrust, the syringe pierced the chainsaw man's body. Simultaneously, the warden completed his severing of the tendrils that had ensnared the chainsaw man. He reached out, patting the freed man's shoulder. "Go forth, my friend. You have been fortified." The chainsaw man raised his chainsaw, the whirring blade sending forth a shower of sparks. At this moment, the bandages that enveloped him had been reduced to ashes, revealing a body marred by blood and flesh. The raw tissue lay exposed, devoid of any skin, with faintly pulsating veins barely visible. The state of the prison doctor was scarcely better. His black leather attire was riddled with gaping holes, through which blood oozed slowly. Both individuals appeared impervious to pain, for the doctor had long since numbed their senses with potent drugs. With a roar, Chainsaw Man lunged once more at the creator, this time with even greater swiftness, leaving behind a series of afterimages. God said. The creator's voice was abruptly silenced. Instantly, the surroundings morphed back into the familiar containment chamber. Sighing in relief, the doctor acknowledged the efficacy of the concentrated anesthetic he had injected into the creator's body from the outset. It seemed that, only now, the creator was beginning to feel its effects. Chainsaw struck again upon the suspended creator's leg, as if slicing through the toughest steel pipe. When the doctor next opened the door to the containment chamber, the two figures stumbled out in disarray. Doctor, one remarked, I assure you, when that gentleman awakens, he will have no recollection of what transpired. Adjusting his monocle, the doctor replied, I hope your words prove true. With that, he turned and departed. The doctor and Chainsaw Man exchanged glances. The latter bore a severed leg upon his shoulder, a trophy he had claimed from the creator. Will he be angry when he wakes? Chainsaw's deep voice inquired. Without hesitation, the doctor responded, No, when that gentleman awakens, he will not remember ever having had that leg. Meanwhile, the doctor did not return to his office, but instead ventured to Lu Qian's containment chamber. At that moment, Lu Qian was flitting about, her wings in graceful motion around Lu Xiao, who regarded his lively daughter with a benevolent smile. The door swung open, and upon seeing the doctor, Lu Xiao's face brightened. Doctor, allow me to introduce my daughter, Lu Qian. The corners of the doctor's eyes twitched. The moment Lu Qian was born, she had caused quite the stir. He struggled to maintain a composed expression, managing to smile. Congratulations on your unexpected fatherhood. Lu Qian circled the doctor twice, evidently curious, before perching on his collar. The doctor's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Lu Qian, the little one chirped. It seems Lu Qian has taken quite a liking to you, Lu Xiao chuckled. In response, the doctor adjusted his monocle, his demeanor turning serious. You must educate Lu Qian well. She must not harm the humans within these walls. As if recalling something, he added, by the way, bring her by for an assessment sometime. I need to assign her a classification. Lu Xiao nodded gently and then softly called out, Lu Qian, quickly thanked the doctor. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian flew to the doctor's ear, with a slight tilt of her head. The doctor nodded and then turned away with a serious expression. Oh, I must prepare a gift for the little one, he said, his back turned to Lu Xiao. The single lens of his glasses reflected a faint glimmer of light, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Once the doctor departed, Lu Xiao continued to instruct Lu Qian on the essential matters to be aware of while residing in the shelter. Lu Qian, listen closely to your father. When you meet the people here, refer to the males as brother and the females as sister. Understand? Lu Qian, being an exceptionally intelligent and supernatural being, nodded her little head in understanding. Each and every one. Chapter 88. Ivan's past. Lu smiled with satisfaction. After all, who could refuse an obedient and endearing daughter? Before long, Ivan entered, cradling an intricately carved bone castle. Lu, let the little one have a look. If she does not like it, I shall change it immediately. A toolbox hung from his skeletal frame, clearly a precaution against such an eventuality. Lu glanced at the castle and was immediately captivated by the exquisite medieval design. Standing over a meter tall, it radiated a lustrous jade hue. The term stunningly beautiful aptly described the appearance of this bone sculpture. Through the carefully crafted windows, one could glimpse the well-appointed interior of the castle, featuring a living room, a bedroom, a small kitchen, a toy room, and even a garden. Lu exclaimed, Mr. Ivan, this is truly a magnificent work of art. Ivan's eyes flickered with a spark of life, and his skeletal frame trembled slightly. He placed the castle on the ground, his voice tinged with excitement. Lu Shi, come see if you like it. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi turned to look at Lu, and upon receiving a nod, she soared toward the bone castle. She first circled the castle twice before diving into its depths, resembling an elegant sprite gliding through the halls. Eventually, she settled on a swing in the garden. As she flapped her wings, the swing swayed gently. The sound of her laughter, as sweet and clear as silver bells, echoed from within the castle. Lu grinned, remarking, it seems Lu Shi is quite fond of it. At this, Ivan appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. He set down the toolbox hanging from his bones and sat beside the castle. Ivan's voice resonated from within Lu. Lu, did you know? I once watched in the same way, observing the joy of children wielding the toys I carved. Their sincere smiles always filled me with a sense of fulfillment. Hearing this, Lu was reminded of Ivan's past. He settled beside Ivan and gently consoled him. Mr. Ivan, we must always look forward. We cannot remain mired in the past. Ivan shook his head. I am not dwelling in the past. It is simply that seeing Lu, she reminds me of those times. My flesh and bones were separated from me. They buried my remains deep within the church. The priest recited scripture over and over, imprisoning my soul within this skeleton. Lu felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Yet you remain so kind. How were you taken in? Ivan seemed to drift into memories, the fire in his eyes flickering slowly. Later, a witch came to that small town. She cruelly dispatched those humans. Eventually, she unearthed my bones and crafted them into a puppet. Perhaps this is fate. The witch did not realize that my soul still existed. Thus, I learned the art of alchemy by her side. The moment I believed myself strong enough to effortlessly vanquish her, I broke free from my constraints and transformed her into a puppet. Naturally, I preserved her soul, entrusting her to the church, where she would atone for her transgressions. I then buried myself away until the wardens discovered my presence. They confined me, proclaiming that I was an uncanny being from the abyss. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiao fell into contemplation. According to Ivan, he had once inhabited a world that was quite ordinary. Lu Xiao surmised that Ivan's tale must belong to the medieval era, a time when alchemy flourished across the European continent and witches emerged into existence. Ivan had evidently entombed himself, succumbing to a deep slumber without awakening along the way. Yet, the wardens had declared Ivan to be an eerie entity from the abyss. Lu Xiao felt he had grasped a crucial point. However, due to the scant information available, he could not ascertain his conjecture. Could it be that the abyss was the world I originally inhabited? With this thought, he promptly inquired of the all-knowing mirror. Mirror, was the abyss the world I came from? What is the price for such knowledge? The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in his ears. The answer to this question is inconsequential to you. Merely a fragment of your fingernail will suffice. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao deftly plucked a piece of his fingernail. The abyss is indeed the world you originally inhabited. After swallowing the nail fragment, the all-knowing mirror provided its answer. Upon receiving this revelation, Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What then had transpired in my original world? Why had it transformed into such a grotesque state? The voice of the all-knowing mirror responded. The cost of obtaining this answer is too burdensome for you. I suggest you seek the truth for yourself. Seemingly wary of inciting Lu Xiao's wrath, the all-knowing mirror continued with a comforting tone. At times, a shortcut is not the only path to take. Choosing the shortcut entails a greater price. Lu Xiao's gaze dimmed for a moment. Yet another fork in the road? How many more paths must I face? The all-knowing mirror ceased its discourse. Ivan sensed Lu Xiao's despondency and inquired curiously, "You seem troubled. Has something unfortunate occurred?" Lu Xiao shook his head, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, just some rather unhappy thoughts." He hastily shifted the topic. "By the way, Mr. Ivan, when Lu Qi grows up, she won't be able to reside in this castle anymore, will she?" Ivan's voice carried a note of pride. "Fear not. I have inscribed an alchemical array concerning space upon this castle." With that, he recited an obscure incantation. Instantly, the bone-carved castle shrank to the size of a pendant, with Lu Qi within it also reduced in size. Ivan elaborated, "As long as Lu Qi remains inside, the space will adjust according to her size. Certainly, this castle can only be entered by Lu Qi." Lu Xiao felt a sense of wonder. Is alchemy truly so remarkable? "Mr. Ivan, would you be willing to teach me the art of alchemy?" Ivan waved his hand dismissively. "It is merely a collection of unrefined techniques. The essence of alchemy lies in equivalent exchange. For you, it is not a skill worthy of your time to learn." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao nodded regretfully. How unfortunate that is. Then, he recalled that Ivan had once inscribed an alchemical array upon his bones and had now crafted such a castle for Lu Qi. Given that the essence of alchemy is equivalent exchange, one can only imagine the price Ivan must have paid. Yet, he has never mentioned it. In that moment, Lu Xiao felt the weight of their friendship. Contemplating this, he rose and bowed deeply to Ivan. "Thank you, Mr. Ivan." Chapter 89. The Creators Beyond One Before Long. The prison doctor entered, cradling an exquisite gift box in his hands. Following him was the chainsaw man, who bore a skinless thigh slung over his shoulder. The prison doctor surveyed the room, but found no sign of Lu Qi. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Where has the little one gone?" Lu Xiao cast a glance at the ground and promptly recited the incantation taught to him by Ivan. In an instant, a bone-carved castle, standing over a meter tall, materialized. "Lu Qi, come out." At the sound of Lu Xiao's call, Lu Qi swiftly emerged from the castle, landing atop Lu Xiao's head. She concealed her body with his hair, revealing only a tiny head. Seeing Lu Qi brought a smile to the prison doctor's face. He struggled to modulate his voice to make it less grating. "Little one, see what your godfather has brought for you." Saying this, he opened the gift box, revealing a delicately crafted dress nestled inside. A familiar scent wafted to Lu Xiao's nostrils, prompting him to sniff uncertainly. "Mr. Doctor, is this the skin from that creator?" The prison doctor nodded. "I endured quite a bit to acquire this skin." He gestured to the holes in his leather attire, still marred by remnants of burns. "Of course. Mr. Chainsaw also paid a hefty price." At that moment, Chainsaw Man was wrapped in fresh bandages, soaked in blood that left large crimson stains. Lu Xiao frowned, aware that those bandages were, in fact, Chainsaw Man's skin. The skin possessed remarkable protective qualities, and the pristine bandages clearly indicated that they were not the original. This meant that Chainsaw Man had lost his skin. Noticing Lu Xiao's change in expression, the prison doctor quickly reassured him. "Do not worry, Lu. I have already transplanted skin for this friend. In due time, he will no longer need these damned bandages and shall appear before you anew." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Lu Xiao relaxed his furrowed brow. He held great faith in the prison doctor's medical skills. If the doctor said all was well, then it was indeed well. What the prison doctor did not disclose was that the skin he had transplanted on a Chainsaw Man was derived from the tainted creator, with only a small piece being used for the dress. After explaining, he finally retrieved the tiny dress, not larger than a finger, and beckoned to Lu Qi, who was perched on Lu Xiao's head. "Little one, it won't do to be bare. Come, try on the dress your godfather has stitched for you." At his words, Lu Qi's expression wavered in conflict. She felt a twinge of fear towards the seemingly benign-beaked doctor, yet the item in his hands captivated her. Much like a child drawn to a cherished toy held by an oddly featured uncle, enticing them closer. Lu Xiao gently urged Lu Qi, "Go on, mister. Doctor is not a bad man." Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, Lu Qian felt a sense of relief. She cautiously flew towards the prison doctor, who, unperturbed, returned the dress to its ornate box and cradled it in his hands. Lu Qian extended her small hand, swiftly grasped the dress, and hurriedly took flight. Halfway through, she recalled Lu Xiao's instruction. With a slight tilt, she held the dress tightly and darted into the castle without a backward glance. When she re-emerged, she had donned the exquisite gown. Her little face radiated joy as she circled around the onlookers, almost as if presenting a performance. Noticing the little one's satisfaction, the prison doctor exhaled in relief. He then explained to Lu Xiao that the dress could transform according to Lu Qian's desires and would adjust in size as she grew, alleviating any concerns that she might outgrow it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao suddenly remembered something and asked urgently, "By the way, Mr. Doctor, when I encountered that creator, his appearance was constantly shifting. What is the reason for that?" The doctor stroked his chin and elucidated, "It is due to the severe corruption he has endured. He seems to struggle to control his emotions. His appearance changes much like this dress, crafted from his own skin, shifting in accordance with his thoughts or feelings." Lu Xiao pondered for a moment, recalling that he had manifested 4 distinct appearances in his eyes. He then described these 4 forms to the doctor. After hearing Lu Xiao's narrative, the doctor's tone grew somber. "It appears that this gentleman harbors some malice towards you." Taken aback, Lu Xiao paused. He was already aware of the creator's hostility through the mirror, but how did the doctor come to this conclusion? "Mr. Doctor, you seem to know him quite well." The doctor nodded in affirmation. "I have encountered another creator within the prison. Of course, that one was even more severely tainted. He bore malice towards all living beings, and his appearance matched what you described." Listening to the doctor's words, Lu Xiao fell into contemplation. After a long silence, he finally inquired, "Are there more than one creator?" The doctor nodded. "At the very least, I have seen 2. Meanwhile, the doctor stood before the surveillance, lost in thought as he listened to the dialogue. Where does the creator originate? What is the significance of his existence? The prison keepers are typically succinct in naming the contained entities. The designation of Sequence No. 09 as the creator, albeit corrupted, surely holds its reasons. However, the data on such high-ranking containment entities is shrouded in mystery. Much like Ivan, if he does not disclose information himself, the doctor is rendered powerless. The disparity between humanity and their status is inherently unequal. Would an ant inquire about the past of an elephant, and would the elephant pay it any heed? Thus, even what the doctor knows is but a fraction of the whole. After all, that individual would not introduce themselves in detail, as Lu Xiao did. Moreover, due to the nature of their contamination, the doctor seldom engaged with them. The subject of research was, therefore, beyond consideration. The classification as an S-level entity was primarily because they exhibited no desire to escape containment. This issue was prevalent among the other S-level living specimens as well. Even the angel contained in A01 had incomplete documentation. Fortunately, none of these S-level entities harbored thoughts of fleeing from confinement. The doctor had pondered why such formidable beings would willingly reside within a containment facility, a mystery he has yet to unravel. The monocle perched on the doctor's face glimmered faintly. He raised his palm, locking eyes with the bloodshot eye in his palm. Chapter 90. The chef's bulging eyes darted rapidly. The surrounding staff dared not even breathe. This scene was indeed quite terrifying. They could not comprehend what had transpired with the doctor. In one hand, the doctor held a test tube containing a pale red liquid. His gaze flickered as he inquired of his assistant nearby. "Are the materials prepared?" The assistant promptly responded, "Doctor, the materials are in place, and the experiment can commence at any moment." The doctor nodded and proceeded towards the experimental site. Once he departed, the staff hesitantly began to whisper among themselves. The doctor's current demeanor resembled that of a bizarre life form. Could it be that he was possessed by a strange entity? The last assistant, overhearing the murmurs, turned back with a grave expression. "Focus on your duties. Do not concern yourselves with anything else," he warned, his tone laced with caution. The other staff quickly lowered their heads to continue their work. The assistant reiterated his warning. "I do not wish for anyone to discuss this matter further. Do you understand?" Seeing no one respond, he finally left. In the corridor, the assistant trailed behind the doctor, hesitating to speak. The doctor calmly remarked, "Are you wondering if I've been contaminated?" The assistant halted, silent. Without turning, the doctor continued forward. "You will understand the reason once this experiment concludes. By the way, I would prefer if you could change your code name. I am not fond of the title assistant." With that, he turned to the assistant, his gaze profound, reflecting a glimmer off his glasses. "After this incident, I may no longer be suitable for the position of C03 leader." The assistant's expression stiffened at the doctor's words. The laboratory door swung open. Two Special Forces soldiers were escorting a nervous subject clad in a yellow vest, awaiting further instructions. The subject felt uneasy, unaware of the horrific experiment that lay ahead. He would much rather be cleaning the rooms of those entities than face what was to come in the lab. The soldiers saluted the doctor, who waved his hand, passing the test tube to them. Injected into him, he commanded. After stepping back, he instructed his assistant, "Document this. The 79th experiment has commenced." The assistant hurriedly began recording the process. Once the soldiers injected the liquid from the test tube into the subject, they quickly retreated 2 steps and aimed their guns at the subject's head. The subject appeared bewildered. "What kind of serum did you just inject me with?" His heart rate began to accelerate. Thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat echoed throughout the room, audible to all present. The subject's face flushed crimson, as if experiencing severe congestion. His muscles bulged, and the thick veins became visibly pronounced. The doctor clapped his hands. Everyone donned soundproof headphones. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the materials, the laboratory reverberated with sinister and vile murmurs. At that moment, his flesh writhed as if tainted. "Damn it, you heartless bastards! What kind of cursed sound is this? Shut it off!" The material shouted in a voiceless rage. The sanity in his eyes was gradually dissipating, replaced by reckless insanity. He turned his deranged expression towards a Special Forces soldier. The soldier lowered his weapon and fired without hesitation. Bang! 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 A barrage of bullets struck his legs, severing one entirely. Yet, the material appeared impervious to pain. Even with a leg amputated, he lunged at the soldier. The soldier immediately fired again, shattering his other leg. The doctor spoke softly, "Turn off the whispers of the divine." Instantly, the foul murmurs ceased. Nevertheless, the madness in the material's eyes remained intact. His eyes bulged with blood, fixated on those present, as if he longed to rend them asunder. 5 more minutes passed. Blood streamed from his orifices, and the once throbbing heart now lay still. Clearly, he was beyond the realm of life. Experiment failed. The doctor adjusted his monocle, announcing the outcome. He removed the soundproof headphones and instructed his assistant beside him. The ratio is nearly perfected. The subject's mental fortitude has significantly increased in a short time, allowing temporary resistance against divine whispers. Physical abilities have also seen considerable enhancement, and the subject has exhibited no aberrant behavior. The reagent has preliminarily met the conditions for use. The assistant meticulously recorded the doctor's words. "Prepare for the next experiment at once. I will recalibrate the new reagent. With these directives, he departed, heading towards Lu Xiao's containment chamber. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao's containment chamber was abuzz with activity. Not only were there the prison doctor and Ivan, but also the driver, chef, and the trio of newcomers, the sacrificers, all summoned by Lu Xiao. The chef had set up a barbecue grill within the chamber, where a large thigh sizzled and smoked, filling the room with an enticing aroma. Lu Xiao smacked his lips. Indeed, the chef's flames are capable of injuring even the flesh of deities. The prison doctor and others observed this spectacle with great intrigue. Generally speaking, ordinary flames should not harm such elevated beings, especially when they originated from the flesh of a deity. Yet curiously, the chef's fire did. His method of igniting the flames was utterly mundane, devoid of any extraordinary materials. The driver, envious, approached to give it a try. The chef graciously stepped aside. The driver grasped the grill's rotating handle, gently flipping the thigh. However, it seemed that the leg was slowly regenerating, and the flames no longer inflicted any damage upon it. The chef wiped his hands on his apron, carefully avoiding the pattern of the kitty cat. "You cannot compete," he declared, "for my prowess lies in the culinary arts. I can prepare any dish, and indeed, this marks my inaugural experience in cooking the flesh and blood of deities." His voice trembled with excitement. Such opportunities are scarce within the confines of the C02 containment facility. The very first meal he crafted upon his arrival was a barbecue made from divine essence, prompting the chef to momentarily question the reality of his situation. The driver wore a sullen expression, casting his gaze around the room, feeling a pang of discomfort. Those present surpassed him in skill by immeasurable degrees. Initially, he had assumed that by merely bringing in a chef, he would ascend to a position of power. However, he quickly realized that this chef was no ordinary individual. His attention then shifted to Dantang, whose dark crimson scales exuded an intimidating presence. Finally, the driver glanced at the trio, known as the Flowing Light, feeling a slight sense of relief. P.S. From now on, I shall refer to him as Dantang for convenience. Chapter 91. Clean and sanitary. Fortunately, during the past couple of days, the driver had been persistently pestering the doctor to learn how to operate various vehicles. The doctor, exasperated by his incessant inquiries, decided to delegate the task to his assistant. The assistant, not daring to slack off, promptly arranged for a cadre of professional drivers to provide the driver with hands-on instruction. It must be said that the driver was quite earnest in his efforts. Thanks to his extraordinary mental fortitude, he absorbed knowledge at an astonishing pace. Within a mere day, he had mastered the foundational skills required to pilot a bomber. At this point, he merely awaited the right opportunity to soar to greater heights. Before long, the chef presented the roasted meat. Under the watchful eyes of the esteemed guests, he first sliced off a small piece, which he then deftly cut into fine strips. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Lu Qian, enough playing around. Come and eat." At the sound of his voice, Lu Qian fluttered out from within the bone-carved castle. She circled around the assembly like a graceful little sprite, captivating everyone in attendance, who gazed at her with stars in their eyes. Even the chef's expression seemed on the verge of melting from delight. Lu Xiao pointed at the chef's meticulously sliced meat strips, smiling benevolently. Witnessing this, Lu Qian landed on the plate and eagerly seized a strip of meat, devouring it with unabashed relish. Soon after, the chef prepared to carve more meat when a sharp voice interjected. "Ladies and gentlemen, I advise you not to consume too much." The speaker pointed at the trio of Lu Guang, who were momentarily taken aback. Before the medic could elaborate, the doctor entered the room. "The medic is correct. You indeed must refrain from overeating. Subject number 09, the tainted creator, possesses divinity far beyond human tolerance. Even the slightest trace could be perilous." He adjusted his monocle and casually selected a seat. Despite their skepticism toward the medic's warning, Lu Guang and the others could not dismiss the doctor's words. Lu Guang nodded and inquired then, "Doctor, is there a specific limit to how much we cannot consume?" The doctor replied solemnly, "No more than 0.1 grams. Upon hearing this, the trio was left dumbfounded. 0.1 grams? Huan Tu scratched his head. Even a mere lick would surely exceed that amount, wouldn't he it? The doctor ignored him and turned to the chef, softly instructing, "You may begin to slice." Hearing this, the chef glanced toward Lu Xiao's direction, as he deemed those seated there as the true, formidable figures. Lu Xiao smiled broadly. "Let us proceed, as the doctor advises." The chef nodded and first cut a large portion for the four esteemed guests, followed by a smaller piece for Danton and the driver. When it came time for the doctor, he casually stated, "Please cut me a large piece. Thank you." The chef hesitated momentarily before looking back at Lu Xiao, who merely nodded lightly, unperturbed. Sharing delicious food is a lesson that Lu Xiao has been taught since childhood, even if it entails consuming the flesh and blood of deities. As for the prison doctor and the chainsaw man who procured this leg, their concerns are negligible. After all, if they finish, they can always return for more. A deity of such magnitude cannot possibly escape. The chef presented the doctor with a piece of meat roughly the same size as that of Lu Xiao and his companions, albeit slightly smaller than the portions allocated to the four distinguished individuals. The doctor delicately placed the meat in his mouth, savoring its exquisite flavor. "Not deceiving you, are we, doctor? The taste of these peculiar beings is unforgettable after just one bite," Lu Xiao remarked with a smile. The doctor nodded and then addressed the chef. "Could you kindly slice me another piece?" Finally, it was the turn of the trio, Liu Guang, who were noticeably eager. The sly one wore an expression of anticipation, while Liu Guang and Xiao Yu exhibited a more reserved demeanor. The chef swiftly wielded his knife, and a small, translucent slice of meat landed in the plates before the three, reminiscent of the beef slices found in a famous ramen chain, albeit much thinner. The meat seemed to vanish upon landing in the plate, merging seamlessly with its surface. "How do you find my knife skills?" The chef grinned. The sly one subtly nodded in approval, giving a silent thumbs up. Lu Xiao devoured the grilled meat on his plate in one swift motion, then licked his lips. "Chef, this is truly delightful." Upon receiving Lu Xiao's praise, the chef appeared somewhat bashful, wiping his hands on his apron while carefully avoiding the Hello Kitty design adorning it. "Thank you for your recognition of my culinary skills." He then cut a generous piece for Lu Xiao and presented it to him. Lu Xiao accepted the plate with a warm smile, saying, "You should have some too." The chef, taken aback, lifted his rusty knife and cautiously sliced himself a small piece. The prison doctor seemed indifferent to the grilled meat, using the tip of his surgical knife to shred it into strips before placing them onto Lu Qian's plate. As for Ivan, being a mere skeleton, he found it impossible to partake in the meal. Thus, he pushed his plate towards the prison doctor, indicating for him to assist. As for the chainsaw man, he had always been responsible only for cutting in the dark prison. He raised his chainsaw, meticulously controlling the pressure, and sliced the grilled meat into finer strips, which ultimately found their way into Lu Qian's stomach. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dantang let out a painful wail after swallowing the grilled meat from his plate. Almost immediately, two horns sprouted from his forehead, and the scales on his body vanished, replaced by skin radiating a dark crimson glow. Witnessing this transformation, Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned before breaking into a grin. "It seems I shall have to start calling you Mr. Devil from now on." Dantang, touching the horns on his head, found himself in utter dismay. The driver, observing Danding's transformation, hastily shoved a piece of roasted meat into his mouth. He was unconcerned about how his appearance might alter. His sole desire was to grow stronger. After swallowing, he promptly closed his eyes, awaiting the anticipated metamorphosis. However, as minutes elapsed, he felt no change whatsoever. Doubting whether he had consumed enough, he immediately requested the chef to carve him a substantial portion. The chef complied. Yet, after swallowing the meat once more, there was still no discernible alteration. The prison doctor's harsh voice broke the silence. "My friend, it appears you were expecting something. Are you not?" Lu Xiao, too, was intrigued by the driver's lack of transformation. The doctor calmly elucidated, within the characteristics of a chef, there exists a clause. The food he prepares is clean and hygienic. In other words, any sustenance handled by him is devoid of contamination or viruses. Chapter 92. Beware of Lu Qian. Upon hearing the doctor's explanation, Lu Xiao's eyes instantly brightened. How remarkable! He promptly resolved that from henceforth, he would always bring a chef along wherever he ventured. After all, who could possibly refuse a clean and hygienic cook? The doctor wiped his mouth and softly remarked, "Otherwise, I dare not consume this tainted flesh." It was precisely for this reason that the doctor had allowed the director to select 2 containment items in exchange for the chef. The current C-03 containment facility was in dire need of a chef's presence. Whether it be the already mutated Dantang himself or the dart currently residing in the dark prison, the existence of a chef was paramount for them. As for Xiao, the doctor did not believe he required a chef as desperately. According to the prison physician, Xiao's divinity was pure. Moreover, considering that Xiao could eat anything in the dark prison without any mutations affecting his flesh, he should be immune to any chaotic contamination. Of course, the doctor did not assume that the director was oblivious to this issue. The director's willingness to offer up serial number 121 also hinted at a desire to foster goodwill. Otherwise, based on the doctor's understanding of the director, that individual would certainly not so readily relinquish a chef. Upon hearing this, Dantang immediately desired another piece. Since the situation had already escalated, he was prepared to embrace the chaos. "Chef, please serve me another piece." Just as the chef was about to slice, the prison physician let out a peculiar chuckle. "I suggest you refrain from consuming more." At the physician's words, Dantang recoiled slightly. The physician elaborated, "You should start with lower-tier foods. As for this divine flesh, savor the taste, but do not overindulge." Upon hearing this, Dantang glanced at Xiao and his daughter, who were devouring their meal with abandon. Ignoring Xiao entirely, he pointed at Qian. "Isn't it problematic for her to eat like that? She is consuming far more than I am." In response, the physician's beak-like mouth opened and closed. "Setting aside the fact that her rank has been higher than yours since birth, with me as her godfather, she shall encounter no mishaps." Dantang curled his lip, quickly grasping the physician's implication. It seemed that she had powerful backing, whereas he did not. Consequently, he turned his gaze toward the doctor. The doctor adjusted his monocle and replied calmly, "What are you looking at me for?" He then directed his gaze back to the physician. "If I encounter any issues, you will assist me, correct?" The physician nodded without hesitation. "Of course, doctor." Upon hearing the physician's response, a faint smile tugged at the corners of the doctor's mouth. "Another piece for me." Dantang was taken aback. The driver, witnessing this, promptly requested another piece as well. This time, the physician did not intervene. Dantang glanced at the trio of sacrificial victims eagerly licking their plates, and he felt a flicker of solace. Thus, this gathering concluded in a delightful atmosphere. As they departed, the doctor took a piece of flesh under the guise of research. The remnants of the unfinished meal were left by Xiao, intended as a snack for Qian. Before departing, the doctor made sure to remind Xiao not to forget to bring Qian for a safety assessment. Xiao nodded in agreement, subsequently watching everyone leave. Qian's belly was round and full, her face radiating satisfaction. Outside the containment chamber, the doctor addressed the prison physician. "Physician, I have an experiment concerning a certain potion. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing the doctor's words, the physician paused. "Is it a potion for healing?" The doctor adjusted his monocle and replied softly, "No, it is a potion for killing." At this revelation, the physician quickly declined without a second thought. "I'm afraid not. I'm a doctor." The doctor merely observed him with a hint of indifference. "The potion contains Xiao's blood." A brief silence enveloped the atmosphere as the doctor silently awaited the physician's decision. After a considerable pause, the physician finally responded, "Are there any clinical trial data available?" Inside the containment chamber, the usual coldness returned. A few staff members in yellow vests were cleaning up. One staff member discreetly glanced at Xiao, who was lost in thought on the bed. "Hey, this kid, doesn't he look like a monster at all? How did he end up being contained as one?" They whispered among themselves. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Is there anything normal that can be locked up here?" Don't be deceived by his harmless appearance. Be careful, or you might end up with your head blown off. At that moment, Xiao appeared to be in a daze, but in reality, he was communicating with the all-knowing mirror. "Mirror, I consumed the flesh and blood of a deity, yet I feel no change. Why is that?" He casually plucked a fingernail, startling those who were secretly observing him, who would pluck their own nails without batting an eye. In an instant, they ceased their furtive glances at Xiao. Indeed, nothing normal could be confined here. One staff member felt a pang of anxiety, fearing they might have done something wrong that could cost them their life. The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in Lu Xiao's ears. The answer is that you have not consumed enough. If you were to eat the entirety, you would experience a change. Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is the change related to my curse? The all-knowing mirror, hanging around Lu Xiao's neck, trembled slightly. I cannot say. Lu Xiao pouted, slightly displeased. You can't say anything when I ask you questions. What exactly can you say? The all-knowing mirror hesitated before humbly offering. As a token of appreciation for being a long-term client, I will provide you with one answer, for free. Be cautious of Lu Qian. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's brows furrowed sharply. Didn't you say she would be very useful? Now you tell me to be cautious. What do you mean by that? The all-knowing mirror chose to remain silent. Lu Xiao, frustrated, gritted his teeth. He shoved the pendant-like all-knowing mirror into his mouth, threatening to bite down. The trembling voice of the mirror pleaded, I truly cannot say. Regarding everything on your path to growth, I cannot divulge it unless you are willing to pay the corresponding price. Lu Xiao has already bitten into the mirror of omniscience. However, you have not even disclosed what the price is. He exclaimed with some indignation. Perhaps you are genuinely afraid, the mirror of omniscience explained. For I know that once you are aware of the cost, you will certainly refuse. This response took Lu Xiao by surprise. Yet, he merely paused for a moment before coldly insisting, No, this time you must tell me what the price is. Why must we be cautious of Lu Qian? The mirror of omniscience, compelled to respond, said, Knowing what the price is also counts as a query. You must sacrifice a piece of your fingernail. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao unhesitatingly plucked a piece and placed it into his mouth. After the mirror of omniscience ingested that fragment of nail, it finally revealed. The cost of obtaining this answer is the sacrifice of the entire C03 containment facility. Chapter 93. The Saint's Lu Xiao was momentarily rendered speechless. He expelled the all-knowing mirror from his mouth. Sacrificing the entire C03 containment facility was a poor bargain, he murmured softly to himself. The all-knowing mirror quivered slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiao deduced that the necessity to sacrifice the C03 facility was indeed linked to the impending transformation of Lu Qian, correct? The voice of the magical mirror echoed in his ears. That is your own inference. I can only confirm that there is a connection. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao irritably raked his fingers through his hair. The mirror had not deceived him. The reason it refrained from disclosing the cost was that revealing it would lead to rejection. However, by deducing the information himself, the mirror merely validated his conjecture, which fell within the permissible bounds of the rules. No, after much effort, he had finally found a place that provided food and shelter. He could not simply sacrifice it. Yet, according to your nature, the potential transformation of Lu Qian would also spell the doom of C03, correct? The all-knowing mirror hesitated before responding. This counts as a query, and you must offer a portion of your fingernail. Lu Xiao plucked a fragment and cast it into the mouth of the all-knowing mirror once more. It is not annihilation, but rather control. Your desire to ascertain the nature of Lu Qian's transformation signifies a wish to prevent it. Thus, the only way to halt it would be to sacrifice the entire C03. Only then could it be averted. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao fell into deep contemplation once again. After some time, as the supplies for cleaning had been taken away by the soldiers, he posed another question. Is the outcome irrevocable? The all-knowing mirror replied. This also qualifies as a query. After consuming another fragment of fingernail, it began to respond to Lu Xiao's inquiry. Irrevocable, unless you choose to obliterate Lu Qian. But I am aware that you would never make that choice. Lu Xiao felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He glanced at the bone-carved castle resting on the ground. Lu Qian was seated beside a fountain in the garden, her tiny feet dipped in the water, laughter ringing out like silver bells. Lu Xiao could not entertain any thoughts of erasing Lu Qian. Yet equally, he could not abandon the C03 facility, for it housed his friends, the prison doctor, Ivan, the researcher, the driver, and others. In truth, the all-knowing mirror had withheld another answer. The outcome may be unchangeable, but it could be distorted. As for why it did not divulge this to Lu Xiao, it was due to the weight of the cost being too great. However, This burden was of a different nature than those previously encountered. Meanwhile, on a small island in the South Pacific, a dark temple stood erect. Within the temple, a middle-aged man clad in a black tailcoat knelt with a look of fervent devotion. He possessed a Western visage, with blue hair and golden eyes. Beneath him lay a vast magical circle, encircled by countless writhing masses of flesh and blood. He gently bent down and kissed the ground. "Great Cthulhu, the moment of your awakening is nigh. The stars are aligning, and soon your brilliance will once again illuminate the oceans and lands. All living beings shall heed your teachings once more." As his words faded, the sigil beneath him emitted a faint glow. Concurrently, a cacophony of foul whispers echoed in his ears. He suddenly bent over and began to retch, expelling twisted chunks of flesh and blood. These remnants, as if imbued with a life of their own, writhed slowly upon the ground. After a brief moment, they coalesced to form a message: "You have done well." Upon witnessing this, Nicolade's face radiated with ecstatic joy. "Your most loyal servant thanks you for your acknowledgement." With that, he bent down once more to lick the pieces back. Around the perimeter of the sigil, hundreds of shadowy figures cloaked in black knelt in unison. They each drew a dagger from their robes and pressed it against their throats. With a collective gasp, they slashed their necks, blood pooling and merging on the ground. Their bodies transformed into grotesque flesh, slowly writhing into the sigil, merging with the already existing remnants. Nicolade's expression turned frenzied. "Delight in serving the Master. You are fortunate, for you shall gain eternal life in his abode." Beyond the temple, an innumerable throng of humanity stood, their expressions vacant and puppet-like as they moved toward the temple. Once inside, they were draped in black cloaks and handed daggers. This was the sacrificial ritual of the saints. After a considerable time, Nicolade emerged from the temple, walking slowly. From the shadows, 9 figures surrounded him. Nicolade displayed a gentlemanly smile. "Excellent. The Guardians are unwittingly aiding us in awakening the great Cthulhu. They believe they have discovered a means of technological breakthrough." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to one of the female figures. "Lucera, you have performed admirably. When a Master's terror once again envelopes the world, you and your kin shall receive his protection." Lucera, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a gown befitting a noble maiden, slightly inclined her body and executed a graceful curtsy. A smile graced her exquisite face, her sharp fangs glinting faintly in the moonlight. Behind her, a pair of wings unfurled. Nicolade then turned his attention to the nearest young man. "Gambler, you shall be the second of the saints. Once I have dedicated myself to the Master, you will lead the saints. You must spare no effort in spreading the fear of the Master across every inch of the earth." The gambler revealed a greedy smile. "When you die, will I not ascend to the first seat?" Nicolade remained utterly indifferent to the disrespectful remarks of the gambler. He surveyed the room, noting that there were 10 individuals present, including himself. Together, they embodied the 10 highest seats of the saints, wielding dominion over millions of devoted followers. A subtle smile graced Nicolade's lips. "Gambler, you are mistaken. I shall not perish. The Lord shall grant me eternal life once more within his abode. I shall attain redemption and transcendence. Upon my devotion, each of your seats will shift forward by one. As for the vacant 10th seat, the Lord will guide you to its rightful occupant." The gambler shrugged, a hint of mockery in his tone as he replied, "I wager that you will die this time, with my life as the stake." Chapter 94. The bed of profound silence enveloped the atmosphere as the others regarded the gambler with an unsettling gaze. Nicolade's expression twisted in anger, provoked by the gambler's words. "Your fortune is a gift from the Lord. Do you think you can sway him?" He exclaimed, "I have proclaimed that with the Lord's assistance, I shall attain eternal life." The gambler merely waved his hand dismissively. "It has nothing to do with luck. I simply believe you will perish, that is all." Upon hearing this, Nicolade's body trembled with rage. "If you wish for death, I can grant it to you right now." The gambler remained unfazed, grinning widely. "Our wager has been established. Until the outcome is revealed, you cannot harm me." At these words, Nicolade snapped his fingers. In an instant, the space surrounding the gambler seemed to warp. Even his flesh contorted in response. The gambler's face displayed an expression of delight. I told you, the bet is in place. You cannot kill me. As he spoke, his body twisted into a helix. Nicolade's gaze turned icy. You fool! If you desire death so ardently, I shall oblige. He snapped his fingers once more. Instantly, the gambler returned to his normal state. Nicolade directed his attention to the third seat. The gambler shall be moved to the last seat. Once he meets his demise, you shall lead the saints. Remember to offer his corpse as a sacrifice to the Lord. I believe the Lord will have mercy on him and grant him resurrection. The occupant of the third seat nodded slightly, seemingly indifferent to the matter. The gambler scoffed. How can you be so certain I will lose? What if I emerge victorious? Nicolade's facial muscles twitched as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. You are bound to lose. The Lord shall reclaim my soul and resurrect me. Since you and I have established a wager, I propose an additional one. If I am resurrected, your soul will dissipate beyond reclamation. Should I perish, the saints will still be under your command. The gambler wore a peculiar smile. The bet is established. Madman. Nicolade was nearly driven to madness by his frustration. He could not comprehend why the gambler possessed such unwavering confidence, daring to wager his life on mere intuition. He suspected the gambler's mind had become unhinged, perhaps due to years of favor from fate, leading him to believe that destiny was inherently his own. Choosing to disregard the gambler, Nicolade turned his gaze to Lucilla. Your next task is to closely monitor the movements of the jailers. Prevent them from acting prematurely. I require time to prepare the awakening ritual, and it must not be interrupted. Lucilla smiled gently. Rest assured, they have already set a date at the round table and will not alter it. In 1 month, they will confront you here for the final battle. However, their objective is to sacrifice you to the omniscient mirror in exchange for answers to transcend technological boundaries. Nicolade chuckled coldly. To sacrifice me, they rely on that angel? They are likely unaware that I am the one who released the omniscient mirror. Lucilla nodded and then spoke. The doctor from C03 proposed a plan to counter you using containment entities. He will send a list of these entities to each containment facility individually. Therefore, I am currently unaware of which entities they will employ. Upon hearing this, Nicolade's expression gradually darkened. It seemed prudent to exercise caution. He turned to Lucilla and inquired, by the way, when you were instructed to execute the plan to eliminate C03, why is the doctor still alive? Lucilla waved her hand dismissively. According to the subsequent investigation, it was Subject 069, the prison medic, who discovered the parasitized human. It can only be deemed a coincidence. Nicolade, feeling somewhat exasperated, scratched his head. What a ridiculous coincidence. He appeared to contemplate something before asking. The ghost-faced moth queen we released in Magic City should have matured by now, right? It is time for retrieval. Although it is not particularly formidable, it may still serve a purpose. At this, a human dressed in a suit with an Asian visage shook his head. That ghost-faced moth queen was eliminated by C03 personnel during their mission. Silence once again enveloped the room. After a prolonged pause, Nicolade's voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Then why did you not inform me sooner?" The Asian-faced human shrugged. You were the one who said not to disturb you unless it was urgent. Taken aback, Nicolade blinked. Did I say such a thing? He glanced around and noticed the others nodding in agreement. He let out a long sigh. You bunch of imbeciles. Not a single task completed satisfactorily. I truly do not understand how the master could choose you fools. Nearby, a gambler scoffed. I think your orders were rather foolish. Nicolade's brows twitched violently. He raised his hand and struck the gambler once more. The gambler's shoulder instantly vanished. Strangely, not a single drop of blood was shed. In the next moment, the gambler's shoulder reappeared as if Nicolade's strike had merely been an illusion. A look of delight spread across the gambler's face. That hurt. Nicolade's hand froze midair. His brows furrowed again, but ultimately, he lowered his hand. Such behavior would only please the gambler, serving no other purpose. He forcibly suppressed his anger. From now on, all information must be relayed back to me promptly. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents during the awakening of the master, understood? Apart from the gambler, who still wore a satisfied expression, the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the C03 containment facility, Xiao regarded the figure of Danton standing before him. You say the doctor instructed me to take you to the abyss for sustenance? Danton nodded, looking somewhat awkward. The doctor said that the live containment entities within the facility cannot be consumed and directed me to seek food in the abyss. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and added, "Oh, right." The doctor also mentioned that I should bring something back for him. Xiao pondered for a moment. Is it just the two of us? Moreover, it seems that the food behind the door has already been consumed by the darts. If we wish to find sustenance, we must venture deeper. Upon entering, I might merely become sustenance myself. Dante scratched his head. The doctor instructed you to bring along serial number 097, the corrupt revolver. And Chainsaw Man, Xiao contemplated for a moment. I believe we might be in greater need of chef. Upon hearing this, Dante nodded in agreement. However, the doctor seems intent on keeping the chef to prepare meals for him. Hearing this, Xiao's expression faltered, and he quickly interjected. That simply won't do. Without chef, I fear I might lose my appetite. I have no desire to consume raw food again, as it will be detrimental to my health. Dante wholeheartedly concurred with Xiao's sentiment. I share the same opinion. Chapter 95. Entering the abyss from C02 after much deliberation. The two decided to surreptitiously bring along the chef. The doctor seemed to have anticipated this, as he was already waiting in the chef's containment area. When Xiao arrived with the Chainsaw Man and Dante, the atmosphere became quite awkward. "Ah, Doctor Sir, what a coincidence!" Xiao exclaimed. The doctor adjusted his monocle, his expression remaining impassive. He first turned to Dante. "I forgot to mention earlier that I have sent a driver to pick up the director. He'll be here shortly to escort you. You will enter the abyss through the gate of the C02 containment facility." Dante nodded in mild astonishment. The doctor then shifted his gaze to Xiao. "This time, you have only 25 days. You must return after this period. You will still need to face Nick Lade then." Xiao nodded and pointed at the chef. "So, Doctor Sir," the doctor stepped aside, allowing the chef to emerge, who was burdened with a large package on his back and a sizable pot dangling from his chest. The doctor adjusted his monocle once more. "I have prepared a variety of seasonings and cooking utensils for him." Hearing this, Xiao grinned. "Doctor Sir, your thoughtfulness is truly commendable." The doctor did not respond, but continued. "The driver will accompany you as well. I have instructed him to feed the 297 embarrassed one to the vehicle. Your bone spur is also with him." Xiao nodded, having intended to do the same, since the driver had already taken care of it. It relieved him of a task. Just as they were about to depart, the doctor reiterated, "Dante, you need to elevate your standing swiftly during this time." Dante patted his chest. "I assure you, I will complete the task." Once Xiao and the others had left, the doctor proceeded to a laboratory. Inside, the prison physician was meticulously examining a test tube. "Doctor, I believe this ratio of ingredients will yield the best results for human use." He gently swirled the test tube. The doctor nodded and instructed an assistant to bring over a consumable. The vehicle halted before Xiao. In the front passenger seat, a director leaned out to greet him. Xiao returned a smile and climbed into the car. The highly futuristic vehicle began to flicker with lights. When it reappeared, they were already in front of the gate of the C02 containment facility. The director smacked his lips in admiration. "This thing is truly remarkable. It can teleport such long distances with just a coordinate." Xiao appeared puzzled. Why couldn't it teleport such distances before? The driver explained, previously, it was limited by power issues, restricting the distance of teleportation. After feeding it that substance, the vehicle's power has become incredibly abundant. As for how far it can teleport now, I cannot say. Xiao understood. Although the taste of the 297 embarrassed one was rather unappealing and lacked nutrition, its remarkable ability to regenerate infinitely and at an astonishing speed made up for it. Thus, the vehicle seemed to be equipped with a nuclear-powered engine. The director stepped out, grinning widely. "Welcome to the C02 containment facility. Please wait here while I submit the application to the system." With that, he strode away. Xiao glanced at his companion. "Dan Ting, what application is he submitting?" Dan Ting instinctively reached for his waist and retrieved a lighter. He paused momentarily before discarding the lighter and explained, "To open the gate, an application must be submitted to the system. Otherwise, passage is impossible." Xiao pondered for a moment. No wonder I saw a guard stationed behind the gate. So that is how it is. I thought entry was unrestricted. Dan Ting shook his head. If entry were unrestricted, chaos would surely ensue. Before long, the director returned. All right, the application has been submitted. You may enter now. He then turned to Lu Xiao, his expression sincere. I must thank you for your blood. It has allowed my father to awaken once more. Though his current state may appear somewhat peculiar, it is of little consequence. Lu Xiao nodded, recalling the director's earlier mention of conducting experiments on his father. I'm glad to be of assistance. The director offered a slight bow. Now, I have much work to attend to. We can converse further upon your return. The driver pressed the accelerator towards the gate. The chassis of the vehicle erupted with searing flames. After a fleeting sensation of weightlessness, Lu Xiao once again found himself in the dark abyss. However, this time the scenery was somewhat altered. They emerged atop a desolate mountain. Simultaneously, a grotesque creature loomed not far away. It glanced at Dan Ting and emitted a chilling roar before vanishing into the shadows. Lu Xiao was taken aback. What was that creature? I have never seen it before. Dan Ting explained. This is a peculiar creature unique to the C02 area. I have forgotten its name. However, it is of a lower echelon, akin to a lizardman. It seems to hold little regard for such prey. Let us search for others with higher nutritional value. As he spoke, Dan Ting licked the corner of his mouth. I didn't fully relish the creator's meat yesterday. This time, I intend to indulge. Lu Xiao turned to the chainsaw man. Uncle Chainsaw, could you procure some appetizers for us? The chainsaw man brandished his chainsaw and dashed off, soon disappearing from sight. Lu Xiao idly toyed with a bone spike in his hand, measuring it against his heart. Dan Ting, curious, inquired, Are you planning to stab your heart? Hearing this, Lu Xiao shook his head. Do you view me as one who disregards my own body? I am merely searching for the most suitable angle. Dan Ting had never witnessed Lu Xiao pierce his own heart with a bone spike. In his memory, he had only seen Lu Xiao inflict harm upon his thigh. Thus, he remained unconcerned. After all, he is now considered a formidable force. The doctor assigned him a combat rating of level 1, signifying that he is indeed a level 1 anachronistic powerhouse. He felt a surge of confidence, believing that Lu Xiao's extensive area of effect control skill would not significantly affect him. With this thought, a smile graced his lips. Hey, why not let me try using this bone spike? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao handed the bone spike over to him. Dan Ding grasped the spike and weighed it in his hand. It was rather heavy. A subtle vibration emanated from the bone spike, making Dan Ding feel an irresistible attachment to it. Is it necessary to pierce the thigh? Lu Xiao pondered for a moment before affirming. Do you intend to stab the heart instead? Dan Ding's lips twitched. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Xiao was merely jesting. Gripping the handle of the bone spike with one hand, he grimaced and plunged it fiercely into his thigh. Chapter 96. It is not a crime for men to weep with a sudden thrust. The bone spur penetrated deep into Dantang's thigh. His skin, which could withstand bullets, felt as fragile as paper before this cruel intrusion, easily yielding to its assault. Dantang grimaced in pain. So how does it feel? Are you dizzy? Lu Xiao fell into a contemplative silence, offering no response. Dantang turned his gaze towards the driver. What about you? Any sensations? The driver shrugged, hesitating before replying. Mr. Devil, perhaps you should try again? It seems your previous stance was incorrect. Dantang's lips twitched. His instincts told him that the formidable mental strength of these two was the true cause of their lack of reaction. Finally, he glanced at the chef, who lay with his eyes tightly shut on the seat. A smile crept onto Dantang's face. Huh, it appears to be effective after all. Look, this guy has fainted. Dantang felt a surge of exhilaration. He withdrew the bone spur and plunged it into his other thigh once more. The bone spur sank fully into his flesh. At that moment, a loud snore erupted, plunging the atmosphere into awkwardness. Lu Xiao maintained a serious silence, while the driver's brow furrowed in concern. Mr. Devil, perhaps you should attempt to pierce your own heart? It seems the location is not quite right. Dantang's facial muscles twitched violently. He quickly extracted the bone spur, still smeared with blood. After returning it to Lu Xiao, he clutched the 2 gaping wounds on his thigh, his complexion pale. Finally, Lu Xiao spoke. I also believe the placement was incorrect. Why not try again? He extended the bone spur towards Dantang. Dantang shook his head vigorously. No, no, that hurts too damn much. At this, Xiao reluctantly retracted the bone spur. He pondered for a moment before glancing at the driver. Would you care to give it a shot? The driver grinned. Do I look like a creature with a malfunctioning brain? Dantang's lips twitched. He sensed that the driver was making subtle jabs at him. Minutes later, Chainsaw Man returned, carrying a massive python. This serpent boasted 3 heads, its long tongues hanging limply. Dantang patted the chef's leg. Hey, buddy, wake up, it's time to work. The chef rubbed his eyes groggily. With practiced skill, the chef expertly skinned and deboned the python. In no time, he had completely disassembled it. He then produced a makeshift iron plate. Conditions are a bit rudimentary, but I shall prepare iron plate snake meat. Xiao rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation. Sizzling, a delightful aroma wafted through the air as the chef completed the cooking process. The golden brown iron plate snake meat was tantalizing to behold, and Xiao was the first to take a bite. The texture was exquisite, melting in the mouth, infused with rich spices. Xiao gave a thumbs up. Aside from Chainsaw Man, who seemed disinterested, the 3 of them devoured the meal, their mouths glistening with grease, and even the chef indulged heartily. Dantang wiped his mouth casually, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Immediately, a faint red glow emanated from his skin. Xiao and the driver remained unchanged. The somber voice of the Chainsaw Man echoed. It seemed there was nothing appetizing nearby. Let us venture further. Upon hearing this, the chef began to tidy up. The driver activated the teleportation function, this time opting for a random destination. 3 seconds later, the vehicle vanished from its original location. When it reappeared, they found themselves in a dense forest. A series of chilling howls resonated around them. The Chainsaw Man, ever valiant, flung open the car door and charged out wielding his chainsaw. The sound of the chainsaw reverberated through the thicket. At that moment, a ghastly pale figure was reflected on the windshield. The driver was about to express gratitude for nature's offerings when that figure vanished. Xiao, stroking his chin, murmured, "Is it another anomalous life form of the rule-based variety?" Dantang was also familiar with such entities, having encountered them during past missions. The driver glanced around, searching for the pale figure, but found nothing, his expression tinged with regret. It was a pity he had the chance to discern its appearance before it disappeared. Xiao regarded him with a hint of disdain before opening the car door and stepping out. Dantang pondered for a moment and followed suit. With this formidable individual present, he felt relatively secure. If a danger arose that Xiao could not handle, Dantang doubted his own ability to confront it. Listening to the chainsaw's persistent echo, Dantang sighed. This damned sense of security. For the first time, he felt that the abyss was not particularly perilous. The driver exited the vehicle as well. His head bowed and his expression somewhat peculiar. In his line of sight lay a bar of soap. How strange that such an item could exist in the abyss. As he bent down to pick it up, Xiao's expression froze. No, unfortunately, it was too late. The driver had already stooped, grasping the soap in his hand. Dantang turned his head to look at the driver, only to see terror etched on his face, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes bulging, and his body trembling slightly. Behind him, a ghastly pale figure pressed closely. Holy hell! The driver let out a shriek of despair. Xiao pursed his lips and gently shook his head. I truly do not know how you have survived in the abyss. Dantang marveled at the spectacle. I've never seen anything like this on television. The chef hastily covered his eyes. After a long while, the driver appeared utterly startled, curled up with his legs hugged tightly. Xiao gently patted his shoulder. Oh, it's all right, don't take it too hard. You're a grown man. Is it really worth such distress over this? The driver's expression had grown somewhat numb. At that moment, Dantang wished for a smoke to soothe the turmoil within him. The scene was so surreal that even in his middle age, it felt refreshingly novel. He remarked with a strange expression, Ahem, well, my friend, just now. I did not see clearly. Could you please repeat that? The driver gazed at Danton, his eyes vacant. In that moment, he appeared to have lost his very soul. Xiao was at a loss for how to provide comfort. The Liu family's words of consolation did not encompass such a situation. He let out a long sigh, thinking that if one feels aggrieved, one should simply cry it out. It is not a sin for a man to weep. Upon hearing this, the driver's eyes trembled, and tears cascaded down as if a dam had burst. The chef silently tightened his grip on the rusty kitchen knife in his hand. He resolved that he must prepare a dish using all of his culinary skills to soothe the driver's wounded spirit and body. After all, gastronomy has the power to mend all wounds, whether they be physical or emotional. After a considerable time, Chainsaw Man finally returned to this side. His newly wrapped bandages bore numerous tears, clearly showing signs of distress. Behind him, he dragged a bizarre creature of immense size. Chapter 97. Complimenting shapes. Xiao squinted his eyes. Oh, a formidable creature has arrived. Within the dark prison, size and rank are fundamentally intertwined. This signifies that the peculiar being brought back by the Chainsaw Man must possess a considerable rank. A higher rank, in turn, denotes immense energy and, most importantly, delectable flavor. Xiao disregarded the driver and immediately approached. The low, rumbling voice of the Chainsaw Man echoed, having caught a hefty creature. Xiao nodded, his gaze fixated on the strange life form before him. It was a colossal wild boar, exuding an aura of terror, sprawled out in a most ungainly manner. On its belly resided an eye the size of a basin. Dantang also approached, his astonishment palpable as he remarked, a supernatural and bizarre life form? Often, the rank of such entities can be discerned through their appearance. For instance, this wild boar with its enormous eye signifies that it has ascended significantly in the hierarchy of life. Such a supernatural being could effortlessly obliterate an entire squad of fully armed prison guards. It is an existence that cannot be conquered by mere human strength. Its fur glistened as if coated in oil, thick and bristly, resembling sharp steel needles. Judging by the Chainsaw Man's disheveled state, subduing this wild boar would likely prove to be a daunting task. The chef approached, wielding a rusted cleaver. Such a large ingredient was sufficient to prepare countless dishes. He glanced back at the curled-up driver, and a plan swiftly formed in his mind. Leave it to me. It will be quick. With that, he deftly began to eviscerate the creature, categorizing the useful ingredients while discarding the inedible parts to the side. Dantang surveyed the surroundings. From the dense forest, sporadic rustling sounds emerged. The blood-red moonlight was obscured by the thick foliage. Xiao remained industrious, assisting the Chainsaw Man in gathering water and chopping wood for the chef. There was indeed a water source within the dark prison, though its cleanliness remained uncertain. Or perhaps, nothing in the dark prison could be deemed normal. With a fierce roar, the Chainsaw Man felled a stout tree in an instant. Strangely, bright red blood oozed from the tree's severed trunk, with squirming flesh faintly visible. Clearly, these trees had undergone mutation. Xiao seemed unfazed, directing the Chainsaw Man to saw the trunk into manageable sections for the chef's fire. Dantang approached, his face a mask of bewilderment upon seeing the bloody wooden chunks. Can these flesh-laden pieces be consumed? Xiao waved his hand dismissively. They can be eaten, but they are not particularly palatable and lack nutritional value. At this, Dantang fell into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he ventured to ask a question that had long piqued his curiosity. How many types of creatures have you actually consumed in the dark prison? Xiao pondered carefully. Perhaps several hundred. Some I cannot recall clearly. Initially, I was quite hesitant to eat these things. Later, hunger became overwhelming, and everything appeared appetizing. Dantang nodded slightly, and then inquired, based on your experience, which type of creature possesses the most delectable flavor? Without hesitation, Xiao responded, the humanoid aberrations. Within this abyss, the taste of humanoid aberrations is unparalleled. Following closely are those creatures adorned with tentacles. Their appendages possess a delightful chewiness and an inherent freshness, reminiscent of savoring squid tentacles. As for the humanoid beings with tentacles, they are the epitome of culinary delight, ensuring that once you have tasted them, the flavor lingers in your memory. As he spoke, Xiao seemed nearly to drool. Dantang gave a thumbs up. If you were to publish a culinary encyclopedia of abyssal cuisine in the mortal realm, I believe it would garner considerable acclaim. Xiao found this assertion quite reasonable. Which publishing house should I approach? Upon hearing this, Dantang shook his head. I doubt any publisher would dare to release such material. What a pity, Lu Xiao remarked with a slight pout. The two engaged in casual conversation while the chef completed the butchering. He set up a large pot and poured in some water they had acquired. The water appeared murky and utterly unappetizing, yet the chef remained unfazed. After all, his specialty was preparing dishes that were both clean and hygienic. He first tossed in the chopped pork to extract the residual blood. Meanwhile, he retrieved various bottles and jars from a large package. One must admit, the chef's technique was undeniably professional. Lu Xiao felt that every motion of the chef possessed a peculiar charm, although the incessantly swaying Hello Kitty pattern was somewhat distracting. Under the light of their vehicle, the chef worked fervently. In no time, the aroma of cooked meat filled the air. The chef's pace was remarkably swift, producing over 20 dishes in less than half an hour. The enormous wild boar had barely been diminished by half. The chef wiped his greasy hands on his apron, being careful to avoid the adorable Hello Kitty designs. All the essence is contained here. The other ingredients are merely devoid of nutritional value. Lu Xiao nodded, unfazed. In this realm, we are not lacking in ingredients. If we are to feast, let's indulge in the finest. What we cannot consume shall be offered to our vehicle. Perhaps it too may evolve. Dante concurred, believing this to be a possibility. Ever since he had transformed, he found himself craving everything he encountered. Even when he saw the staff at the shelter, he would salivate, driven by a primal instinct. The explanation provided by the doctor was that the ascension of aberrant life forms likely depended on consumption. Only when one's rank reached a certain level would they lose interest in inferior food. Dante recalled the moment Lu Xiao had seen the serial number 058, a jellyfish soaring through the air, and how he'd been drooling uncontrollably. He believed that the doctoral conjecture was likely accurate. The chef's culinary creations remained impressive, each dish distinct despite the arduous conditions. Lu Qian was also released by Lu Xiao, indulging in the meal with great relish. Even Chainsaw Man, surprisingly, consumed a considerable amount. The chef approached the driver with 2 large plates, observing his despondent demeanor with a heavy sigh. "I have prepared 2 dishes for you. Perhaps they will alleviate your spirits," he offered. The driver lifted his head, gazing blankly at the chef. The chef placed the plates on the ground and departed. The driver seized a generous portion and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, his gaze sharpened, no longer vacant, and his expression began to transform. Before long, he had finished the contents of the plate. He approached the chef to express his gratitude. "Thank you. After savoring your dishes, I feel significantly better." Upon hearing this, the chef felt genuine joy. The driver, with a glint in his eye, quietly inquired, "What part of the meat did you serve me?" The texture was exquisite. The chef counted off on his fingers. One dish was spicy pig kidneys. The driver nodded. "I could tell it was pig kidneys. I rather enjoyed them in my previous life." "What about the other?" "Its taste was remarkable." The chef chuckled. "In our culinary realm, we say that one should consume what corresponds to one's form. In other words, one nourishes oneself through what one eats." Upon hearing this, the driver instinctively tightened with trepidation, his complexion paling in fear. Observing his reaction, the chef, aware that he had made the connection, directly stated, "The second dish was pan-fried pig intestines. P.S. The groundwork has been laid, and the thrilling narrative is about to commence." Chapter 98. The Pharmacological Experiment at the C03 Containment Facility. A subject clad in a yellow vest was escorted into the laboratory. Upon his first glance, he was met with the towering figure of a 3-meter-tall avian-beaked doctor. An overwhelming wave of terror washed over him. He struggled incessantly, attempting to free himself from the grasp of the 2 prison guards accompanying him. Yet, his efforts were destined to be in vain. The doctor held a test tube in his hand, containing the fruits of his and the prison physician's labor over the past day. Adjusting his monocle, he calmly commanded, "Commence the 90-second experiment." Record initiation. Indeed, within a mere span of a day, he and the prison physician had conducted 12 trials. This marked the 13th. The prison physician, stroking his chin, remarked in a sharp tone that this should yield the optimal ratio to maximize the potency of the drug. The doctor nodded and handed the test tube to an assistant standing nearby. After the assistant filled a syringe with the concoction, he injected it directly into the subject's heart. a suggestion made by the prison physician, who believed that such an approach would expedite the drug's effects. The doctor produced a pair of noise-canceling headphones and offered them to the prison physician. "Do you require these?" The physician shook his head. Once the headphones were secured in place, the doctor fixed his keen gaze and instructed, "Play the whispers of the divine." All present turned their attention to the subject receiving the injection. The murmurs filled the laboratory. In an instant, the subject's eyes became bloodshot, the veins on his forehead pulsating, and his body adorned with bulging veins. Yet, despite these alarming changes, his expression bore a stark contrast to previous subjects. There was a profound calmness in his gaze. The juxtaposition of madness and tranquility was vividly etched on his visage. The doctor observed this scene with quiet satisfaction. Excellent. He has completely resisted the mental contamination. The subject discreetly surveyed his surroundings with the corner of his eye. The two heavily armed prison guards stood less than 2 paces away from him. His mind raced with calculations. The prison physician, noticing his subtle movements, chuckled ominously. "I wonder if you have devised a strategy to counter my methods." The others in the room, equipped with noise-canceling headphones, were oblivious to the physician's words. The doctor adjusted his monocle, seemingly lost in contemplation. The subject's voice was surprisingly calm, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor, as if a different soul inhabited his body. "You are a monster. I cannot hope to overpower you. Yet I possess a 30% chance of escaping this laboratory within 10 seconds. He spoke unreservedly. "The 2 soldiers are closest to me. I believe with my current strength, I could shatter their helmets with a single blow. Therefore, I would require less than 2 seconds to eliminate both guards. During this interval, you will likely launch an attack against me. Given my ignorance of your physical capabilities, this scenario is fraught with uncertainty. I estimate I possess only a 30% chance of evading your strike. As long as I can evade your initial assault, I shall escape from this laboratory." Upon hearing the words of the expendable, the prison doctor could not suppress his applause. Such a calm assessment. Yet, why do you hesitate to act? The expendable blinked slightly. "I await an opportunity, one that will elevate my chances of fleeing this wretched place to 80%. The prison doctor, intrigued, remarked, "You articulate your thoughts so clearly. Are you not concerned that I might intervene?" The expendable shook his head. "The opportunity one await is you." The doctor pointed to himself. "Are you referring to me? Do you expect my assistance in escaping the containment facility?" The expendable again shook his head. "I require no assistance from you. I merely need to ascertain your character, which will allow me to determine whether you will act against me. Once I discern that you will not strike, my chances of escape from this dreadful place rise to 80%. The doctor nodded, impressed. "Sir, your composure is almost inhuman. I am eager to witness whether you can indeed escape this facility. Therefore, I shall refrain from intervening." Upon hearing the doctor's words, the expendable seized the moment. He swiftly turned and delivered a powerful blow to a soldier's face. Bang! The mask shattered. The soldier collapsed, his face a gruesome mess. Another soldier, witnessing this scene, immediately reached for his weapon. However, before he could bend his finger, the expendable effortlessly snapped the gun in two. In the next moment, the soldier felt darkness engulf him, and he lay on the ground, unconscious. The doctor remained calm, stepping back slightly, while his assistant quickly positioned himself in front of the doctor. After incapacitating the two soldiers, the expendable merely glanced in the direction of the doctor, his eyes revealing no emotion. He then burst through the door. The assistant promptly disabled the divine whispers. The doctor removed his noise-canceling headphones and curiously asked the prison doctor, "What did you discuss?" He showed no concern for whether the expendable would escape the facility or potentially incite chaos. The prison doctor chuckled. He divulged his plan to escape the containment facility. The doctor nodded, then raised his wrist. The effects of the drug should be nearing their peak. It appears to be quite successful thus far. Next, we simply need to collect data on the side effects. The assistant handed over a tablet. On the screen was the expendable, sprinting at an extraordinary speed. At this moment, his velocity surpassed even the fastest athletes known to humanity. The doctor analyzed his speed has likely increased by approximately threefold. As for strength, he glanced at the two fallen prison guards. The assistant took the tablet, his fingers swiftly navigating the screen. Soon, the detailed data of the expendable was retrieved. Among the data, the segment concerning the physical capabilities of the consumable was magnified by the assistant. The doctor took the tablet, glanced at it, and then murmured, "The strength is approximately 5-fold. The prison physician nodded in acknowledgement. However, the most crucial aspect is the mental capacity data. Upon hearing this, the doctor shook his head in resignation. Mental capacity data cannot be measured with current human technology. It can only be inferred. The prison physician stroked his chin thoughtfully. The individual displayed remarkable intelligence and composure, acting much like a machine. After contemplating the prison physician's words for a moment, the doctor concluded, thus, his mental capacity must have increased significantly. Given that he was unaffected by the whispers of the divine, I believe this serum can be deemed quite successful. With that, his gaze returned to the tablet. Suddenly, the consumable halted, their expression becoming vacant, before they collapsed to the ground. Chapter 99. The eerie transformation in the scene. Blood gushed forth as if a valve had been opened, flowing from the mouth of the expendable subject. The prison doctor merely glanced at the image before drawing a grim conclusion. A ruptured blood vessel. There was no hope. Adjusting his glasses, which were speckled with fragments, the doctor meticulously recorded the data on the side effects. He then turned his gaze toward the two prison guards, collapsed on the ground, teetering between life and death. It seems they will become your burden, the doctor chuckled ominously. Ha! I am a physician. Meanwhile, in the dark abyss, Xiao and his companions resumed their journey. After much persuasion from the group, the driver had managed to stabilize his emotions, discarding the previous visage of despair. Following their meal, Danding's skin had deepened in hue. Even the horns atop his head had grown sturdier. Lu Qian, too, had noticeably increased in size since her birth. She perched atop Lu Xiao's head, her gaze fixed curiously out of the car window. Intrigued, Lu Xiao turned to the driver and inquired, "Mr. Devil has undergone a transformation, yet you, who have consumed more than he, appear utterly unchanged. How can that be?" The driver shot him a sidelong glance. "And what of you? You seem no different at all." Taken aback, Lu Xiao found the driver's observation rather astute. Driven by curiosity, he pondered the all-knowing mirror. Mirror, why is it that the driver has consumed so much fine fare, yet remains unchanged? After a moment's reflection, he added, "What price must one pay for this answer?" The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in response. "The price is your arm." At this, Lu Xiao's brow furrowed. "Shouldn't it be a mere fingernail? Why must it cost me an entire hand?" "Because this answer merits such a price," the mirror replied succinctly. After considerable hesitation, Lu Xiao ultimately chose to forego the pursuit of that answer. "Very well, I fear the pain." Unbeknownst to Danding, Lu Xiao had posed his question to the all-knowing mirror. Meanwhile, he too, filled with curiosity, queried the driver, "Indeed, my friend, you have devoured a significant amount of flesh from serial number 09. And you flaunted your prowess with that wild boar just now. Logically, you ought to have undergone some mutation." The driver, gripping the steering wheel, shrugged nonchalantly. "How should I know? I wish I could mutate. The wealthy rely on technology, while someone like me, poor and destitute, must depend on mutation to scrape by." Danding scoffed. He felt no surprise that Lu Xiao had not mutated. After all, he was the formidable one capable of giving birth to Lu Qian. However, the driver, an enigmatic life form that failed to incite any appetite, remaining unchanged despite his indulgence in such fine delicacies, was indeed perplexing. "Goodness, my friend, are you perhaps one of those hidden titans who feign weakness?" Danding pondered this possibility. Lu Xiao shared the sentiment, believing it quite plausible. The two exchanged eager glances, anticipation glimmering in their eyes as they looked toward the driver, whose lips twitched in response. "If I were a formidable figure, would my beautiful wife still choose to leave me?" The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. His reasoning seemed to hold weight. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment. Both of them overlooked a crucial issue, the sequence of events. The vehicle sped along, producing a series of sonic booms that echoed ominously in the stillness of the dark prison. Lu Xiao's strategy was to directly seek out nutritionally valuable sustenance. Those inferior foods offered nothing but the risk of upsetting his stomach, holding little significance for Danding in his current state. He himself was not particularly finicky. For him, eating was merely a matter of satisfying hunger. Thus, the vehicle circled the dark prison extensively. Lu Xiao felt no trace of any formidable presence, which struck him as peculiar. How strange it was. Although this was merely the periphery, he ought to encounter at least one powerful, bizarre life form, shouldn't he? Could it be that the strength of the C-02 containment facility was sufficient to eradicate these strange beings? Danding shook his head. That was simply impossible. If C-02 possessed such power, humanity would have long since held the upper hand in the battle against the uncanny. It was evident that something must have gone awry. Lu Xiao's brow furrowed in concern. Had they all retreated deeper into the shadows? Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, Danding fell silent for a moment, then remarked with an unrelated comment, "My friend, I've noticed you've been using your brain more often lately." Taken aback, Lu Xiao replied, "Was I not using my brain before?" Danding covered his face. "Well, indeed, you previously had no need to think. You merely had to drive that cursed bone spike into your thigh, and all problems would be resolved." He could not forget the torment Lu Xiao had inflicted on his psyche within the lair of the ghost-faced moth. That accursed bone spike had nearly rendered him foolish. Lu Xiao's frown deepened. When did this change begin? Danding pondered carefully. Perhaps it started after Lu Qian was born. At these words, Lu Xiao's body jolted. He quickly began to recall the events in his mind. After returning from Neon Country, he had, with the aid of the prison doctor, given birth to Lu Qian. Coupled with the mirror's warning to be cautious of Lu Qian, Lu Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine for the first time. He reached up to pull down Lu Qian, who had been perched atop his head, bringing her close to his eyes. Lu Qian gazed back at him with a look of confusion, her lovely brows slightly furrowing. "Daddy." Observing her innocent demeanor, Lu Xiao sighed deeply. After placing Lu Qian back atop his head, he turned to Danding and inquired, "Are there any other peculiar changes in me?" Upon hearing this, Danding's brow slowly knitted in thought. "Oh yes, there is one more change. You become more humane." As soon as he finished speaking, the driver slammed on the brakes, turning his terrified gaze towards Danding. "What is this? Are you suggesting he possesses empathy?" Lu Xiao inquired, bewildered. "Did I lack empathy before?" Danding refrained from responding to Lu Xiao, choosing instead to address the driver.